Chapter 321. Bai Lu? Gao Yang asked. It seems that Chu Shui has mentioned me to you. Bai Lu's voice was very gentle, but her tone was full of cold hostility, which made Gao Yang feel very strange. Bai Lu nodded and looked at Chu Shui, who was sleeping in her arms, with endless love and heartache in her eyes. A few seconds later, she looked up at Gao Yang, with only cold murderous intent in her eyes. If I had known earlier, I should have let Xiao Shui eat you, and it wouldn't have turned out like this. Gao Yang felt a very complicated bitterness in his heart. At that time, Gao Yang was still very weak. As food, he might not be nutritious enough, and he couldn't last long, but he was food after all. But now, Gao Yang has become Chu Shui's good friend, and Chu Shui will never eat him again no matter what. Where are you looking at? Gao Yang was startled. It was Wang Zikai's voice. A wooden sofa was floating on the sea. Wang Zikai was soaked and stood on the sofa shakily. He wiped the seawater off his face. Stinky woman, your opponent is me. I haven't had enough of fighting. You didn't die? Bai Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. Interesting. Ha ha ha. With your mediocre skills, are you giving me a bath? Let Chu Shui go, and I consider sparing your life. Just you? Bai Lu smiled coldly. Shua. Wang Zikai clenched his fists, and 3 sharp-boned spurs rushed out from the back of his hands. Bang. Wang Zikai pushed hard, and stepped the lazy sofa under his feet into the water 3 or 4 meters. At the same time, he flew towards Bai Lu in the air. Bai Lu's right hand had already been aimed at Wang Zikai, and stretched it hard. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless tiny water lines spurted out from the sea surface. Under the moonlight, they were like transparent steel wires, shooting towards Wang Zikai from all directions. Although these water lines could not penetrate Wang Zikai's body, they pinned him down. Here you go again, is it ever going to end? Wang Zikai was very unhappy. He was bound in the air by countless water lines, and his desperate struggle was in vain. Stinky woman, if you have the guts, come at me head on. Bai Lu ignored him, and clenched his right fist quickly. In an instant, those tiny water lines turned into sharp purple ice cones, gathering towards Wang Zikai. Duh. Purple ice crystal flowers bloomed on Wang Zikai's body one after another. In a blink of an eye, Wang Zikai was frozen into a piece of purple amber by countless purple ice crystal flowers. He opened his mouth wide, as if cursing something, like a vivid human specimen. Then, the huge purple ice crystal that sealed Wang Zikai fell down, plopped into the water, and floated on the sea surface. Oh no! Gao Yang teleported and wanted to save Wang Zikai. Just a moment later, he stopped thinking about it. He suddenly found that countless water droplets were floating around him at some point, and they were densely packed, like a rainstorm with the time pause button pressed. These water droplets trembled slightly as if they had life, and showed a strange light purple color under the moonlight. Is this Bai Lu's talent? It is similar to the combination of water element and ice element. With her current control over the elements, it is at least equivalent to the 6th level elemental talent of the Awakened. But the place where the fight is now is still on the sea. It can be said that this is a battlefield born for Bai Lu. Although I have become much stronger than when I was riding the Ferris wheel, I still can't be Bai Lu's opponent. Gao Yang, I give you 2 choices. Bai Lu's voice was soft and sweet, but her tone was extremely ruthless. 1. Be riddled with holes, and die without a complete body. 2. Let my sister eat you, so you can die a worthy death, and not let your friends live in vain. Gao Yang did not answer, silently mobilizing the energy in his body. Bai Lu frowned. As a ghost, she easily sensed the flow of energy in Gao Yang's body, just like a predator can tell at a glance whether the prey in front of it is delicious. Gao Yang, you know you have no choice. Why would you rather die than help my sister? I'm sorry. Gao Yang looked at Bai Lu, his voice a little guilty, but very determined. I have reasons to live. So, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I have to fight to the end. After 2 seconds of silence, Bai Lu slowly raised his right hand. Goodbye. Bai Lu was about to make a fist. The next second, thousands of purple water droplets will become as hard as steel balls, as sharp as nails, and with the unique curse power of ghosts, shooting Gao Yang's body into a sieve. Gao Yang is not Prince Kai, and cannot harden his skin, so he can never withstand this wave of attacks. Even if he has teleportation, he can't penetrate them, and escape under the full siege of purple water droplets. The current situation is doomed. Ah! Bai Lu's right hand couldn't make a fist. Chu Shui in her arms woke up at some point, and bit Bai Lu's left wrist fiercely. The bitten skin soon opened up with blood-red evil patterns. Chu Shui, you. Bai Lu was quite shocked that her sister was willing to use her own curse power to stop her from killing Gao Yang. After taking this bite, Chu Xue fainted completely. At that moment, Bai Lu was sad and angry, but more helpless, and a very melancholy loss. My sister has grown up, and she no longer obeys her discipline. Bai Lu's mind moved, and she mobilized all the energy in her body to resist the spread of her sister's curse in her body. Soon, the red pattern on her snow-white skin shrank little by little and retreated to the wound. In the end, even the teeth marks bitten by Chu Xue disappeared. During this process, the purple water droplets around Gao Yang turned back to transparent color, and fell to the ground one after another, turning into an ordinary pool of water. Gao Yang did not delay, seized the opportunity, launched teleportation, and came to Wang Zikai 3 times in a row. Wang Zikai was frozen into a huge jelly by the purple ice crystals, floating on the sea. Gao Yang jumped onto this jelly and pressed his hands on the purple ice crystals under his feet. Suddenly, he felt a deep and strange chill in the palm of his hand, as if countless small insects were trying to get into his skin and flesh. This is the cursed power of the ghost. Flame. Gao Yang didn't care to think too much, and poured out his energy, trying to melt the purple ice crystals with the high temperature of the flame. It worked. The purple ice crystals began to melt, and a thick purple mist with a faint fragrance rose up. For a time, a purple mist spread over the sea, and the effect was like a smoke bomb. Bai Lu was concentrating on resisting the curse of the first snow, and when he looked down, Gao Yang on the island had disappeared. The sea surface at 9 o'clock was filled with purple mist, and in the center of the mist, there was a faint burning red light. Bai Lu immediately guessed what was going on. Bai Lu raised his right hand again, and aimed at the purple mist. Water snakes. Wow! 3 white snakes transformed from seawater rushed out of the sea, spitting out purple snake tongues, circling their bodies, and rushed into the purple mist and turned over. In a blink of an eye, the purple mist on the sea surface was dispersed, but Bai Lu did not see Gao Yang and Wang Zikai. Suddenly, Bai Lu felt a tightness at her ankle. Bai Lu was shocked. Wang Zikai approached her without knowing when, and his right hand grabbed Bai Lu's white ankle. Behind Wang Zikai, there was a person on his back, and it was Gao Yang. Chapter 322. 5 seconds ago, Wang Zikai, who was frozen by purple ice crystals, was rescued by Gao Yang. The two of them had a perfect understanding. Wang Zikai carried Gao Yang on his back, used the remaining purple ice crystals floating on the water as a stepping stone, and leaped into the air above his head, dodging the attacks of 3 water snakes in time, and rushed towards Bai Lu. Unfortunately, Bai Lu was suspended quite high in the air, and Wang Zikai's maximum jumping distance with someone on his back was still not enough. But it didn't matter. Gao Yang launched a level 3 teleport to make up for the remaining distance with the target. 3 seconds later, Wang Zikai successfully grabbed Bai Lu's ankle. Wang Zikai's hands were like iron pliers, and once he clamped them, it was impossible to get rid of them easily. At this moment, Wang Zikai was determined to be a pendant on Bai Lu's feet, and he would not let go no matter what. At the same time, Gao Yang on Wang Zikai's back launched another teleport, and this time, he flashed above Bai Lu's head. He opened his hands and pointed downward at Bai Lu's crown. Flame! Bai Lu's reaction was very fast. She immediately raised her right hand and summoned the purple ice crystal umbrella, which was spinning at high speed. Boom! 2 raging flames rushed out from Gao Yang's palm, entwined into a fire column, poured down towards Bai Lu, but hit the high-speed spinning ice umbrella, and under the rotation of the ice umbrella, it instantly flew in all directions, and the surface of the ice umbrella also quickly disintegrated under the high temperature, splashing out countless small pieces of ice. For a moment, a small tornado composed of flames and ice crystals appeared on the sea surface. Gao Yang originally did not intend to defeat Bai Lu with flames. The ability of the ghost must be more than that. His seemingly fierce attack was just to distract her attention. The real winner is Wang Zikai. At this time, Bai Lu held the unconscious Chu Xue in one hand, and summoned an ice umbrella with the other hand to block Gao Yang's fire attack from the sky. She had no time to care about other things. Wang Zikai still held Bai Lu's ankle, and didn't let go. 3 bone spurs rushed out from the back of his other hand with a swish. Although Wang Zikai felt that his behavior was a bit despicable, he couldn't care about it at the moment. I poke. 3 bone spurs pierced into Bai Lu's calf. With the blessing of energy, Bai Lu's body can resist ordinary physical damage, but facing Wang Zikai's bone spurs that can cut iron like mud, it is as fragile as a white onion. Ah! Bai Lu screamed. Her calf had been pierced by the bone spurs, and blood was flowing out. A trace of fear flashed across Bai Lu's eyebrows. Who exactly is this Wang Zikai? His weapon can actually pierce her calf. Next time, I'm afraid it will pierce her heart. Bai Lu felt a real and serious threat. She quickly retracted her right hand. The purple ice crystal umbrella above her head instantly lost its energy and quickly disintegrated under the jet of flames. It could only last for 2 seconds at most. But 2 seconds was enough. Bai Lu hugged Chu Shui in her arms with both hands and closed her eyes. Waterman. In an instant, Bai Lu's body became soft and transparent. In less than 2 seconds, Bai Lu's body turned into a ball of purple liquid, bursting out from the retro palace red long skirt, and spread out into an invisible stream of water. The ankle that Wang Zikai grabbed naturally turned into a pool of water. This ball of purple liquid was divided into 7 or 8 small streams, falling towards the sea surface. 2 of the purple liquids dragged the white cat, and slowly fell on the sea surface. Wang Zikai lost his fixed point, and fell into the water with a plop. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang also fell into the water. It was very dangerous in the water. Gao Yang did not hesitate, swam to Wang Zikai, hugged him from behind, and teleported him to an island not far away. As soon as the two landed, they were ready to continue fighting. However, Bai Lu did not wait for a long time. About a minute later, 7 or 8 streams of purple liquid appeared again on the sea surface in the distance, gathering towards the palace red dress floating in the water. Slowly, the red dress was supported by the water flow, became full, and gradually returned to the human form of a mature woman. 10 seconds later, Bai Lu reappeared, still holding the white cat Chu Shui in her arms. The difference is that this time, the two sisters were soaked in the seawater and looked very embarrassed. Gao Yang looked at Bai Lu's arms, and felt distressed when his hair was soaked into strands of Chu Shui. Gao Yang looked down, and found that Bai Lu's right calf was still bleeding. It seemed that the damage Wang Zikai had done to her was effective. The waterman move that Bai Lu had just used seemed to have consumed a huge amount of energy. Her face became paler, and her chest rose, and fell more violently. Killing Gao Yang was just to vent her hatred. Now that she couldn't kill him, she didn't want to fight anymore. Gao Yang, keep your life. We will meet again. Bai Lu raised her hand lightly, and a water curtain rose under her feet, isolating her from the sight of the two. Hua la hu la. When the water curtain fell again, Bai Lu and Chu Shui had disappeared, and the sea bathed in the white moonlight returned to calm. Gao Yang didn't relax completely. He checked the system silently. The luck value income disappeared. It seemed that Bai Lu was indeed gone. In a flash, Gao Yang was a little worried about Chu Shui. With Chu Shui's current state, I'm afraid she won't last long. They didn't even get to say goodbye properly. Wang Zikai let out a long sigh, put his hands on his hips and looked at the sea. This stinky woman, she's got something. Wang Zikai rarely praises people. It seems that he really encountered a strong enemy this time. Tonight, if Gao Yang and Wang Zikai hadn't joined forces, and Chu Shui hadn't turned against him at the critical moment, I'm afraid the battle would have been one-sided again. Of course, Gao Yang was not overly pessimistic. This time Bai Lu had the advantage of the terrain. If she were to change places, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai would have no problem fighting her to a draw if they were prepared. In just 2 months, Gao Yang's growth can be called rapid. But compared to the deterioration rate of the foggy world, his own growth seemed so insignificant. Hey, is she really Chu Shui's sister? Wang Zikai's words pulled Gao Yang back from his thoughts. Yes, Gao Yang admitted. What does she mean when she said eat you? Wang Zikai had just heard Bai Lu's words. Gao Yang was in a state of hesitation. Logically, he should continue to hide it from Wang Zikai, or make up nonsense to fool Wang Zikai. But for some reason, at this moment, Gao Yang wanted to tell the truth to the person in front of him. He had been holding the knot about Chu Shui in his heart for a long time, and he wanted to find someone to talk to. After thinking about it, the most suitable person turned out to be right in front of him. Wang Zikai, Chu Shui is actually a ghost. Huh? Wang Zikai was stunned. Ghost? What ghost? Ghost? Monster? In the next few minutes, Gao Yang told Wang Zikai all the information about the ghost, and the special features of Chu Shui. Wang Zikai listened carefully, and the expression on his face fell into a subtle mystery. After a long time, he squatted down and pressed his temples with the thumbs of both hands. It's a bit messy, let me sort it out first. About 30 seconds later, Wang Zikai stood up again and slapped his thigh. I figured it out. Do you think it's like this? Chu Shui is a ghost and must eat people, otherwise it will starve to death. Yes. Chu Shui is very special. It can only eat you, not others. Yes. Chu Shui will starve to death if it doesn't eat you, but you will die if it eats you. Yes. Chushua doesn't want you to die, but Chushua's sister doesn't want Chushua to die. So Chushua doesn't want to eat you, but Chushua's sister wants Chushua to eat you. Yes. After Wang Zikai finished speaking, he was shocked. Fuck, I actually understood it. Wang Zikai, what would you do? Gao Yang showed helplessness and confusion in front of Wang Zikai for the first time. Wang Zikai was startled again, opened his mouth exaggeratedly, and pointed at his nose. Brother, are you asking for my opinion? Gao Yang nodded. Chapter 323. Ha ha. Wang Zikai was very happy and patted Gao Yang's shoulder hard. For this kind of thing, just come to me for discussion. Wang Zikai reached out and touched his chin, thinking seriously for a few seconds, or maybe he just pretended to think seriously for a few seconds. I got it. Wang Zikai looked at Gao Yang. Brother, do you want to die? No. Gao Yang answered honestly, but let me ask you again, does Chushua want to eat you? Wang Zikai interrupted. Probably not, otherwise she would have eaten me long ago. That's it. Wang Zikai clapped his hands. But, don't say but. Wang Zikai interrupted again. Brother, you are good at everything, but you are too shy. Gao Yang was stunned. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet, and a hard-to-eat meal is not fragrant. Even if you sacrifice yourself to let Chushua eat you, Chushua can be happy, but she will have to suffer and blame herself for the rest of her life. Do you think this is worth it? Gao Yang was stunned. He never thought that Wang Zikai could say such clear words. Is this what it means when the parties are involved? The outsiders are clear? You are right. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai and gave up thinking for the first time. Then what should I do? Do nothing. If Chushua really dies, I will be sad, eat and drink anyway. Wang Zikai looked at the sea with a serious face. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Gao Yang and grinned. Wake up the next day, it's another dog, ha ha ha. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai in confusion. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny, ha ha ha. Wang Zikai was still laughing. What's the funny point? Gao Yang's mouth twitched a little. Ha ha ha, it's another dog, ah ha ha ha. Wang Zikai held his belly and laughed even harder. You are a dog, ha ha ha, woof woof woof. Puff. Gao Yang finally laughed, and he punched Wang Zikai in the chest. You are really sick, I think you are a dog, ha ha, ha ha. Ha ha woof, woof woof. Woof woof. Woof. The two stood on a messy island, imitating dog barking and laughing like two idiots. Bailu came to pick up her sister, had a good fight, and then patted her butt and left, leaving Wang Zikai a super mess. After dawn, Wang Zikai really didn't know how to explain to the hotel that the fairy tale house on the island disappeared overnight. So Wang Zikai decided not to explain. He insisted that he didn't know anything. Anyway, when he woke up, the house was gone. He slept on the ground, and he could see the stars when he opened his eyes. Gao Yang was too lazy to meddle in other people's business, and pretended to be unaware. After all, Wang Zikai was a beast, and would not arouse too much suspicion. If he got involved, it would be easy to be exposed. He returned to his hotel before dawn, and made up for 3 hours of sleep. Gao Yang continued to spend the next day with his family on vacation. Wang Zikai accepted the investigation of the local police because of the destruction of the fairy tale house. It was not until the evening that Wang Zikai returned in disgrace. Wang Zikai said that his hotel was gone and there would be no vacant hotel on F Island until the day after tomorrow at the latest, so he could only come to Gao Yang's place to stay. Gao Yang's family naturally welcomed him, and expressed deep sympathy for Wang Zikai's magical experience. In the evening, everyone ate and drank together, talking and laughing. Late at night, grandma, parents, and sister all went to bed. Wang Zikai and Gao Yang squeezed on the sofa in the living room to chat. The two talked about going to college. The results of the college entrance examination will be released in more than 20 days, and Gao Yang can fill in the application. Wang Zikai plans to go to college with Gao Yang. Of course, he has to ask his father for help, and he doesn't know if it will work. But Wang Zikai has made up his mind. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a diploma. He will just accompany Gao Yang to study for 4 years. Anyway, he is idle at home. Gao Yang is very moved on the one hand, and melancholy on the other hand. Filling in the application, that is something after the Scarlet Tide. At that time, he didn't know if he was still alive. After that, the two chatted about some gossip. Gao Yang felt sleepy and fell asleep slowly. After waking up, Gao Yang's sleep time was shortened by half, and he rarely dreamed. Even if he dreamed, it was a scattered stream of consciousness and unformed. But this time, Gao Yang dreamed, a particularly clear dream. The blood moon hanging low in the sky was huge and oppressive, and the whole city was filled with bright red blood mist. Gao Yang stood on an empty street, and the bleeding bodies of his companions were everywhere. Gao Yang was grabbed by the neck by a man and lifted up from the ground. Gao Yang had difficulty breathing. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. Puff. The other person's other hand easily pierced Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes and woke up, but he didn't make any sound and his body didn't move. He was still lying quietly on the folding sofa that was spread out as a bed, and there was no sign of Wang Zikai beside him. Where did Wang Zikai go? Doesn't he need to sleep? As soon as Gao Yang had this question in his mind, he noticed a slight sound coming from the open-air balcony outside the house, as if two people were talking. Gao Yang, with a charm value of 500, has a strong sixth sense. He concentrated his mind to make his hearing more acute, and vaguely heard the chat of the two people. His heartbeat paused, and then began to accelerate. It was Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. No, I want to eat him, Wang Zikai said firmly. I said, wait a little longer, be patient. Gao Xinxin's flat voice was full of majesty. I don't want to wait any longer, I've waited long enough. Wang Zikai's voice was a little impatient. This is different from what we agreed. Speak softly, you will wake him up, Gao Xinxin reminded. Impossible, he is sleeping very soundly. Wang Zikai was very confident. You really think he can't detect it? You don't know how cunning he is. Gao Xinxin sneered. By then, all our efforts will be in vain. In that case, I eat him now. No! Bang! Gao Yang appeared in front of the French window on the balcony at some point, and pulled it open with force. Wow! Ah! Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai were squatting on the balcony, and they were frightened because they felt guilty. Gao Yang sneered in his heart. Oh, come again! Don't you understand that there is no such thing as a third time? I won't be fooled again this time, and I will never overthink it again. You too? What are you doing here? Gao Yang looked like he was catching the scene. No, nothing. Gao Xinxin hurriedly stood up, trying to block the low wooden coffee table behind him. Haha, we can't sleep, so we just chat. Wang Zikai was so nervous that he had no place to put his hands. Get out of the way! Gao Yang grabbed Gao Xinxin's arm and pulled her to his side. Gao Xinxin. It's the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, do you have any order? Gao Yang didn't say anything else. On the wooden coffee table on the balcony, there were 2 buckets of instant noodles, which had not been soaked yet. Next to it was a box of luncheon meat that had been pried open. It was the last box of luncheon meat that Gao Yang brought. That was Gao Yang's lifeblood, and he himself had never been willing to eat it. My luncheon meat. Gao Yang's heart was broken. Hee, brother, Wang Zikai and I were hungry in the middle of the night, and it was not enough to just eat instant noodles, so I borrowed your luncheon meat. You call this borrowing? If it weren't for the fact that his parents and grandma were still sleeping, Gao Yang really wanted to curse. I can't stand it anymore, I eat it first. Wang Zikai couldn't care anymore. He grabbed the luncheon meat and poured it into his instant noodles, and ran away with the instant noodles. Ah, come back here! Gao Xinxin was furious and chased after him with her instant noodles in her hand. Half of it is mine. Stop! I want to eat it too, give me half each. Gao Yang also chased after him. Chapter 324. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang's family, wearing loose pajamas, sat lazily around the dining table in the dining room, eating the standard breakfast sent by the hotel. Wang Zikai was also there. While eating breakfast, everyone discussed where to go during the day. The atmosphere was harmonious and natural, just like a family. Gao Yang bit into the curry vegetable cake, chewed mechanically, and stared at Wang Zikai across the table with resentment. He was still upset about the fact that he and Gao Xinxin stole his last box of luncheon meat, and Gao Yang never thought that Wang Zikai was the mastermind. Wang Zikai was uncomfortable being stared at, and smiled guiltily. He picked up a piece of bacon with a fork and threw it into Gao Yang's plate. Brother, come, eat bacon. No, eat it yourself. Gao Yang coldly forked the bacon, and threw it back into Wang Zikai's bowl. Yang, Xiaokai, are you quarreling? Dad was talking about something else. No. Wang Zikai was very excited. Uncle Gao, don't talk nonsense. We have a good relationship. How could we quarrel? Yes. Gao Yang smiled. We have a good relationship. Even if there is only 1 box of luncheon meat left in the world, we will definitely give it to each other. That's enough. Gao Xinxin couldn't stand it anymore, and said with disgust, it's just a box of luncheon meat, a few dollars, it's endless, right? The important thing is not the luncheon meat, but that you didn't give my consent. Gao Yang's face changed. He stood up, threw away the knife and fork in his hand, rushed to the toilet quickly, and slammed the door with a bang. Yang, why are you still angry? This kid is really... Dad shouted from behind. Don't pay attention to him. Brother just came too late in the second period. Gao Xinxin complained. After Gao Yang locked the toilet door, he immediately pressed the flush button, covered his mouth with both hands, squatted down, and curled up into a ball. Gao Yang tried his best to endure, and still made some moans, but they were all covered by the sound of flushing. Oh my god, it's so comfortable. The two talents were upgraded at the same time. It was simply ecstasy, soul-stirring, and ascended to heaven on the spot. Copy and lie detector were upgraded to level 4 at the same time. Fortunately, Gao Yang's sixth sense is sharp enough now. Before the upgrade, Gao Yang has already noticed the subtle changes in the energy in his body in advance, so he hid in the toilet in advance to avoid the eyes and ears of his family. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble. These days, how to carry the rune without being discovered has always been a headache. Especially after Zhu Ke came over, he had 2 runes on him. Wang Zikai didn't care. With his special nature, he might not have any reaction even if he saw it. But it was hard to say for his family. During the week in Yo Erdive, they lived together in a small hotel every day, without their own bedroom and private space. Hiding things was a big problem, and a little negligence would lead to a big mistake. Gao Yang was also desperate for this. Even in such a hot day, he still wore cropped pants. As for the 2 rune circuits, he used transparent tape to tightly wrap them on the inside of his thighs, one on each side. Although a little disgusting, this is indeed the safest place. Every night when he went to bed, Gao Yang subconsciously closed his legs, for fear of revealing any clues. Brother, are you okay? Don't be angry. I go home and compensate you with lunch and meat, okay? I compensate you with a box, no 10 boxes. Wang Zikai knocked on the door, outside the toilet. I'm not angry, I'm just joking with you. I suddenly have diarrhea. Gao Yang replied, and flushed the toilet again. It will be fine in a while, you guys eat first. Hey, you said it earlier. Wang Zikai's voice immediately became happy. This kid is so easy to coax. Gao Yang smiled and sighed, calmed down slightly, and his mind moved. Enter the system. You now have 183 lucky points. View level 4 copy. Level 4 copy. Can copy all talents after serial number 15. Copy method. Touch the other person's body for 0.7 seconds. Copy quantity. 1 storage time, 5 hours. Use time. 20 seconds interval time, 6 hours. Level 4 copy permanent attribute bonus. Mental power plus 400. Charm minus 100. View level 4 liar. Level 4 lie detector. Can proactively identify once within 24 hours whether the target is lying, and judge whether his lies are kind or malicious. Level 4 lie detector permanent attribute bonus. Spirit plus 80, charm plus 40. Layout attribute update. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 800 agility, 1100. Spirit, 730 charm, 480. Luck, 565 weight. Is it less? Oh, it's not less. The attribute bonus of each talent upgrade is not cumulative, so it is calculated by deducting the attribute bonus of the previous level. The system will not make mistakes. Look at what you can do. Exit the system. The weather was good in the morning, and the whole family decided to take a trip to the islands. We took a cruise to visit the entire island of Yo Maldives, not only the commercial area, but also some aboriginal island villages. Everyone was in high spirits, except for his mother, who was in charge of the finances, and was always worried about the budget. Soon, Wang Zikai solved the problem perfectly. He insisted on paying for everyone, saying that it was a thank you for taking him in overnight. The family naturally accepted it calmly, except for his mother, who hesitated for a long time. In a blink of an eye, the 6 people spent a happy and fulfilling day. In the evening, everyone had dinner and stayed in the hotel. Gao Yang went out on the pretext of wanting to walk alone on the island. Gao Xinxin was naturally unhappy, but Gao Yang was prepared and asked Wang Zikai to take care of her. Wang Zikai did not fail in his mission. Under his desperate pleading, Gao Xinxin had to accompany him to play mobile games for a while. After Gao Yang went out, he walked around F Island for a while. After confirming that he was not followed by anyone, he quietly rushed to the private water villa on Meteor Island. This luxurious villa, which Wu Dehai had booked for 10 days, was still brightly lit and played loud music. It seemed that many people were playing. In fact, only Zhu Ke and Jianghu were left in this villa. The others have already taken flights back to Licheng in batches. Gao Yang easily climbed over the iron gate, past the blue outdoor swimming pool, and climbed up to the balcony on the second floor with a set of parkour moves. He walked into the living room and saw Jianghu drinking coffee and Zhu Kei browsing his phone. The two people on the sofa looked up vigilantly, recognized Gao Yang, and relaxed. Zhu Kei asked, "Why are you here? Is everything going well?" Gao Yang asked instead of answering. "The others went back first. Xiaohu and I are waiting for X, and we will go back to Licheng together." Zhu Kei thought for a while. "If nothing goes wrong, we will take the flight tomorrow morning." "That's good." Gao Yang looked at Jianghu with an ulterior motive, and then at Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei immediately understood and smiled. "Just say it. Xiaohu is my confidant, you can trust me." Jianghu didn't say anything, and a hint of pride flashed across his face. "Okay." Gao Yang was no longer on guard. He walked towards Suzaku and started to take off his pants. Chapter 325. Suzaku was stunned at first, and quickly stretched out his hands to cover his eyes, but the gap between his fingers was a little wide. "Ah, Chiang, what are you doing?" "Don't be nervous, I'm wearing something underneath," Gao Yang hurriedly explained. Gao Yang took off his crop pants neatly, and wore a pair of knee-length black tight swimming trunks underneath. On the inside of the left thigh of the black swimming trunks, there were several circles of transparent tape wrapped around it, and a rune circuit wrapped in a black plastic bag was stuck on it. Hiss. Gao Yang tore off the transparent tape on his thigh one by one, took out the wisdom rune circuit, took it out of the black plastic bag, and handed it to Suzaku. "Here." Suzaku frowned slightly, and didn't take it. She glanced at Jianghu. Jianghu was also a little embarrassed. He asked with a subtle expression, "Elder Chiang, you don't have any infectious diseases?" "No. I'm very clean." Gao Yang was a little angry and a little hurt, and I wrapped it in a plastic bag. I pay attention to hygiene. Chiang, Zhu Kei held his forehead. "You are too cautious. It really damages your charm." Gao Yang disagreed. "Just make sure that your family doesn't find it. Let alone hiding it here, even if I put it in." "Ahem." Zhu Kei coughed, indicating Gao Yang not to say anything more. Jianghu walked forward with disdain, and gently clamped the rune circuit in Gao Yang's hand with the long nails of 2 fingers, and quickly turned around and rushed into the bathroom, probably to disinfect the rune circuit. Gao Yang put on his pants and smiled and shared the good news with Zhu Kei. "Sister Xia, my copy and lie detector have both been upgraded to level 4, and the wisdom rune is no longer needed, so I give it to you for safekeeping." "I guessed it." Zhu Kei also smiled. "Congratulations, you're a little stronger." I continue to carry the space-time rune, hoping to upgrade it before the Crimson Tide. "Chiang, let me give you something," Zhu Kei said. "What?" "Wait a minute," Suzaku said, and went back to the room. A minute later, she came out with an object in her hand, which was an arm bag that was very close to her skin color. "Come on, take off your clothes." Zhu Chua's eyes turned slightly, with a naughty smile on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, okay." Gao Yang didn't care, grabbed the corner of the t-shirt with both hands, lifted it up, and easily took off the t-shirt, revealing a thin but muscular upper body. "Wow." Suzaku stared at Gao Yang's belly, and the corner of his mouth raised more obviously. "I didn't expect it. It's quite strong." Suzaku raised his chin. "Raise your hand." Gao Yang immediately raised his right hand, and Suzaku stepped forward and wrapped his arm around the inside of his armpit. Gao Yang looked down, and it was indeed not obvious. He could hardly see it with clothes on. "Look, isn't this pretty good?" Suzaku took a step back, took another look at Gao Yang's beautiful body, and explained with a smile. "The organization has long considered the problem of carrying runes that are not easy to hide. This is a specially customized arm bag. You can get it from the logistics department." "I thought you knew it." Gao Yang put on his t-shirt and said in a sad tone, "How would I know? No one told me. I haven't been to the logistics department since I joined the union." "Haha, this arm bag is what I used when I carried the space-time rune this time." Suzaku smiled. "There are no new ones. You can use this one for now." "Thank you, Sister Xia." Gao Yang was very grateful, and couldn't wait to take off his pants. "Wow, what are you doing again?" Zhu Kei took a step back, and almost covered his eyes again. Gao Yang didn't care at all. "I changed the rune into the arm bag. It's so uncomfortable to wrap it around my leg, and it's hot. Thank goodness you can endure it these days." Zhu Kei sighed and waved his hand. "The toilet is over there. It's really not elegant to change inside." "Oh, okay." Gao Yang walked towards the toilet. Zhu Ke looked at Gao Yang's back and smiled helplessly. Qiang, I just had a little interest in you, but you really made me lose my head in an instant. Hey, wait, this kid, is he doing it on purpose? Zhu Ke was slightly stunned, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. A few minutes later, Gao Yang and Jianghu walked out of the toilet and the washroom respectively. Okay, the two said in unison, and they were stunned and looked at each other. Gao Yang had taken off his swimming trunks, tore off the transparent tape on the inside of his thighs, and moved the space-time rune to an arm bag that was close to his skin color. Now he felt relaxed and refreshed. Jianghu wrapped the wisdom rune with a white handkerchief. Just now, he had repeatedly cleaned, disinfected, and wiped it several times. Gao Yang, delicate weird, Jianghu, rough man, the two of them disliked each other in their hearts. Zhu Ke sat on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of black tea, and waved to the two of them. Come here and sit down. Gao Yang and Jianghu came over and sat down. Zhu Ke took a sip of tea. Jianghu, I just received a call from the president. Tonight, he and Mr. Li will meet with the drunkard. I hope everything goes well, Jianghu said. It's hard to say. Zhu Ke was not optimistic. This drunkard feels quite weird. Have you ever seen a drunkard? Gao Yang asked. Zhu Ke shook his head. I don't even know if he is a man or a woman. Gao Yang looked puzzled. The strength ranking list was made by our Qilin Union. The drunkard is in the top 4 of the list, so we must know him, right? This list is actually inherited from a list of martial arts in the last century. At that time, there were many senior masters, and the drunkard was among them. However, the seniors have died one after another, and it seems that only the drunkard survived. Zhu Ke smiled. After the establishment of the Qilin Union, the drunkard, as a master of her generation, has always remained in the top 5 of the list, which also shows our respect for the seniors. Gao Yang nodded. So that's the case. In this case, the drunkard is already very old. In Gao Yang's impression, he has only come into contact with 2 older awakeners. One is Mrs. Li, who takes good care of herself, and the other is the monkey of the 12 zodiac signs. Awakeners are high-risk professions, and few live long. Qiang. Zhu Ke looked at Gao Yang. After Jianghu and I left, you are the only one left here. Is that okay? Gao Yang nodded. No problem. Chu Xue was taken away by her sister Bailu, and only one space-time rune was left on her body, and few people knew about this. For a while, Gao Yang couldn't think of any trouble he could get into here. Take a step back. If he really gets into trouble, there is still Wang Zikai. Well, we see you in Licheng. Zhu Chue's eyes moved, and his voice softened a little. Spend time with your family. Gao Yang nodded. Gao Yang stayed in Zhu Chue's villa for a while, and then left. When he returned to F Island, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yang passed the beach where he surfed before. There were still many tourists. Young men and women in beach pants and bikinis were playing on the beach, and some people were setting off fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. There was a burst of muffled thunder in the night sky, and bean-sized raindrops fell. This is how Nyo Erdive is in the rainy season. The showers come and go. The tourists cried out that they were disappointed, and they all ran to the hotel on the shore with their heads in their arms. Soon, Gao Yang was the only one left on the beach. Walking in the heavy rain, Gao Yang suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be social, and he should also run to hide from the rain. But at that moment, he suddenly had a rebellious mentality in his heart. In fact, he used to like walking in the rain. No matter what, just walk like this, and you will be home soon. Gao Yang raised his hands, and combed his wet bangs behind his head. After walking a few steps, his peripheral vision flashed. He stopped and looked sideways at the beach beside him. There was a body lying there. Chapter 326. Licheng, Shanxing District, Qinghe Park. Late at night, it was drizzling, and an extended black business car slowly drove into the gate of the park. On a rainy night, there were no tourists in the park, which seemed a bit deserted. Qinghe Park is one of the 3 major parks in Licheng, with lush vegetation and beautiful natural scenery. The most famous is Qinghe Lake. Every summer, the lake is full of lotus flowers, lush and green, and the scenery is beautiful and pleasant. Standing on the octagonal pavilion in the middle of the lake, you will have a sense of time travel. It is a photo-taking destination for ancient-style enthusiasts. At this moment, the black extended business car is heading to Qinghe Lake. There are 4 people in the car. The driver is a middle-aged man wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a peaked cap, almost covering his face tightly. He wears a very formal black suit and a pair of black gloves, and there is no skin on his body. He is the leader of Group 6 of Baichuan Group, and his name in the world is Huanglian. Huanglian is a traditional Chinese medicine, very bitter. In fact, Huanglian's experience is also bitter. Not long after he awakened, he was discovered by a furious beast. At that time, Huanglian was still a fireworks master in a fireworks factory. That late night, he was forced to detonate the entire fireworks factory and die with the furious beast. Huanglian's body was burned over a large area, and he was in a coma for a whole month. In the end, it was the people of the Baichuan group who rescued Huanglian from the gates of hell. Since then, he has joined the Baichuan group to repay his gratitude. A quiet little boy sat in the co-pilot's seat. He was Xiaoqian from Group 3. Xiaoqian wore a well-behaved children's dress, fastened his seatbelt, closed his eyes throughout the whole process, and activated perception to ensure that there were no suspicious and powerful life forms approaching within 1,000 meters around him. There was a small box behind the car. Li and Qilin sat opposite each other on a small sofa, with a fixed glass coffee table in the middle, on which were some magazines and tea. The car drove very steadily, and the two seemed to be sitting indoors. Qilin held the cane in both hands and smiled. I thought the drunkard was a gentleman, but it turned out to be a lady. Ms. Li smiled slightly. This year is 2018, if I remember correctly. She should be 96 years old. 96 years old, older than I thought. Qilin was quite surprised, and then added lightly, especially for an awakened person. Yes. Li nodded. She is the oldest awakened person in the Misty world. Mrs. Li, how did you know Senior Drunkard? Qilin was quite curious. She is my guide. Li closed her eyes slightly, showing admiration in her eyes. She said in a nostalgic tone. She was also the first person in the organization I joined. Qilin thought for a moment without any expression, and a very old name came to his mind, Xianmin. Xianmin is a very old Awakener organization, founded in the 1940s. At that time, the awakening world did not have the current three-way world situation, and Xianmin could be said to have unified the world. Even the oldest zodiac organization in existence was founded more than 20 years after Xianmin appeared. However, since no one had discovered the Gate of the End and the rune circuit at that time, everyone's talent was limited to level 3, and the overall strength of the Awakeners was far less than it is now. There is not much information about Xianmin, and the most famous one is the White Disaster incident 38 years ago. It is said that it was a war between awakened people and high-level beasts, led by several delusion beasts, but whether this news is reliable has been unconfirmed. After the White Disaster, Xianmin was destroyed, and a large number of awakened people also died that year. Mr. Li smiled and nodded. I joined Xianmin in the 1970s, when I was 15 years old. Now I think about it, those 10 years are like a dream. Qilin pondered the time. Mrs. Li, the White Disaster occurred in the 10th year after you joined Xianmin, and the Xianmin organization was destroyed? Yes. What exactly is the White Disaster? Qilin asked. I don't know. Li shook his head. My prophet was only level 3 back then, and my ability was very limited. I was not one of the fighters on the front line. Li's voice was a little heavy. I remember that winter, all the fighters of Xianmin were sent to perform an important mission. In the middle of the night, the drunkard rushed in. She was covered in blood and was seriously injured. She told me that everyone who performed the mission died, including her husband, the founder of Xianmin. Li stopped, and recalling this incident seemed to make her painful, and she had to slow down. Qilin waited patiently. That night, the drunkard decided to take me away, but the high-level beasts chased us, and we were attacked. I don't know what happened because I fainted directly. When I woke up, my legs were incapable of movement, and I was in a strange place. The drunkard was nowhere to be found. Island country. Qilin guessed. Yes, it was a very small isolated island. I stayed there for 3 years. A local awakener was responsible for taking care of me. That person later became my husband. Qilin nodded slightly. 3 years later, my husband and I returned to Liqing. I kept looking for Jiogui and other people from Xianmin, but we found nothing. Xianmin has become history. A year later, I founded Baichuan Group. Later, my husband died of illness, and then Jiogui reappeared. When the White Disaster occurred, Jiogui was 58 years old, but she looked as young as 30 years old. I saw her again in the millennium, 18 years ago. She was 78 years old, and was already a real old woman. I couldn't even recognize her at first glance. Time is really cruel. About Xianmin and Baizai, Jiogui never mentioned it. She only said that what happened could not be changed, and people should look forward. I hope Jiogui will join Baichuan Group, and even want to give her the position of group leader so that she can continue to lead the awakened. Since you discovered the existence of the rune circuit 20 years ago, the strength of the awakened has greatly increased. I think the future of the awakened is bright. But Jiogui rejected you. Qilin guessed. Yes, she said that she is old, and the future of the awakened has nothing to do with her anymore, and she wants to enjoy her old age. Li said this inside. It's hard to believe that this would come from the mouth of an alcoholic. If you knew her when she was young, you would know how ambitious and idealistic she was. What is she doing now? Qilin was curious. Nothing, drinking every day, getting drunk. Li sighed again. The last time she was willing to see me was a year ago, because she had no money to buy wine. This time she was willing to see you. Could it be that the money you gave her for buying wine last time has been spent? Qilin made a joke. Li smiled bitterly. Maybe, it's true. While the two were talking, the car stopped. Mrs. Li, we're here, Huang Lian said in a hoarse voice that was almost leaking air. Chapter 327. Qilin looked back out the window. They arrived at a meadow on the shore of Qinghe Lake. Xiaotian, wait in the car, Madame Li said gently. Yes. Xiaotian blinked his clear eyes, then closed them again and continued to keep watch. Huang Lian, thank you for your hard work, Madame Li continued. Yes. Huang Lian opened the car door, held up a long-handled black umbrella, walked to the rear of the car, opened the trunk, and took out the folding wheelchair. He quickly returned to the left side of the car, opened the wheelchair, and opened the door. Huang Lian held the umbrella with one hand and opened the other hand towards Madame Li in the car. Mr. Li's body immediately became light, slowly floated up, floated out of the car door, and sat on the wheelchair. Huang Lian held the umbrella with one hand and pushed Mr. Li's wheelchair forward with the other hand. Qilin followed him out of the car, his eyes slightly cold. Huang Lian's talent should be gravity, serial number 31, time and space system. The function is to change the gravity of itself and all objects within the range. Most of the talents of the Baichuan group are after serial number 100, but there are also masters at the team leader level. It seems that the strength of the Baichuan group is not as weak as the outside world thinks. Qilin opened a long-handled black umbrella, leaned on a cane with one hand, and slowly followed. There was a large and dilapidated white RV parked by the Qinghe Lake. This car should have been here for a long time. There was a simple awning at the rear of the RV, and under the awning was a small table and a folding stool. There were a lot of sundries under the window sills around the car, and bottles and jars, beer, white wine, and medicinal wine could be seen everywhere. It was simply a collector of empty bottles. Huang Lian pushed Li's wheelchair to the front of the RV. Qilin walked behind with a cane. Although he tried his best to hide it, his movements were still slightly uncoordinated. For a moment, Qilin felt a little sad. Two disabled people came to find a drunkard, who was drunk every day to save the fate of the race. Who would believe it? Drunkard. Li in the wheelchair shouted. There was no response in the RV. The rain was still falling, dripping on the dark window glass. The rain and fog blew through the old RV. The whole picture was filled with an indescribable sense of sadness. Wouldn't it be impolite to call the old lady a drunkard directly? Qilin asked with a smile. If anyone uses a respectful title to her, she will really get angry. She used to be the most unwilling to accept old age. Li explained with a smile. Drunkard. Qilin shouted without hesitation. Bang dang. There was a sound in the room, and then the orange light in the window lit up, and the old and deserted RV immediately had some warm fireworks. Who is it? An old woman's voice, hoarse, but very irritable, full of energy. I'm Musi. Li answered loudly. The person next to me is Qilin. We agreed to meet tonight. There was silence in the RV for a moment, as if trying to recall this matter. Then, an impatient voice came from inside. I'm sleeping, come back tomorrow. Drunkard, you clearly promised us to meet tonight. Li began to play the victim. It's raining heavily outside. One of us is in a wheelchair, and the other is on crutches. It's not easy to come here. Can you bear to turn us away? Hearing this, Qilin felt even more sad. It's so noisy. I'm going to sleep. The voice in the car became even more irritable. Qilin held a wine box under his arm, while holding an umbrella. Drunkard, I heard that you like to drink, so I brought you a bottle of 1995 aged wine. Ouch. An earnest and energetic laugh came from the house. Come on, why bring a gift, come in quickly. A few seconds later, the door of the garage opened to one side, and a ramp without steps was built down. Li and Qilin looked at each other, their eyes quite helpless. This drunkard is simply an old naughty boy. Huang Lian, you should go back to the car too. Li glanced at Qilin. Thank you. It should be. Huang Lian left. Qilin put away the umbrella, and then pushed Lee's wheelchair into the RV. The space in the RV is very large. The front half is a hall, with a dining table and a sofa. The second half is divided into 2 floors. The lower floor is the kitchen and bathroom, and the upper floor is the bedroom. The kitchen sink is full of unwashed dishes, clothes, daily necessities, empty bottles, and cans thrown all over the floor, and Cheelin has almost no place to step. The owner of the RV, a thin old woman with rough white hair and a shriveled and wrinkled face, is wearing a worn and loose black t-shirt for men, which looks like a deformed black dress. She wears a pair of dirty flip-flops on her withered feet, which is very sloppy. She sits on a lazy chair, one foot on the chair, scratching her head sleepily. You too, sit anywhere. Mr. Lee directly sits in a wheelchair, which saves trouble. The problem is left to Cheelin, because he looks around and there is no place to sit. Finally, he found a disposable plastic stool and sat down stiffly, his hands and feet unnaturally close together, very cramped. He felt that he looked like a mentally retarded person at the moment. The drunkard's waxy yellow skin sagged severely, and her eye bags were swollen like 2 water bags. Her eyes were drooping, almost only a slit was left, but the light in the slit was sharp and not turbid. As soon as Cheelin sat down, the drunkard stretched out his bony hand impatiently. Give me the wine. Cheelin handed her the wine box in his hand. She took it excitedly and tore open the precious packaging box in 2 or 3 strokes. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. She took out a bottle of fine white wine from the box, took a sip directly, and bit the lid open with a click. She rubbed her red nose, leaned over to the bottle and sniffed it, a satisfied look on her face, her dry wrinkles smoothed out, fragrant. So mellow. Old wine, it's really old wine. After she finished speaking, she raised the bottle, and was about to take a sip. Drunkard. Mr. Lee hurriedly stopped her. She couldn't get drunk in 2 sips tonight. She had to control the pace and talk about important matters. Lee smiled and said, It's boring to enjoy this wine alone. Let's drink together. Musy? You drank too? The drunkard was a little surprised, then very happy. Great, you finally realized it. The only way to relieve worries is to drink. Today is an exception. Lee smiled and glanced at Cheelin. It's mainly to accompany you too. The drunkard looked at Cheelin. Boy, do you like to drink too? Cheelin nodded and said modestly, Sometimes I drink some red wine. Ha ha, good. The drunkard was in a good mood. Then we won't go home until we are drunk tonight. You see, it's raining outside. What a good weather, we should drink. The drunkard put down the bottle and looked around. Oh, I don't have a cup here. A bowl will do, Lee suggested. Okay, use a bowl. Oh, the bowl is not washed, the drunkard said. Let me do it. Cheelin stood up. This time without crutches, he limped to the sink in the small kitchen behind the RV and turned on the faucet. Before waiting for the water in the sink to accumulate, Cheelin first cleaned up the messy kitchen counter, threw some empty cans, and take out food boxes into the garbage bag, and packed them up. The drunkard held the white wine in his hand, looked back at Cheelin, who was doing housework, and laughed. How can I, the drunkard, let the head of the Cheelin Union wash dishes for me? You are one of the founders of Xiamen, I am a junior, it should be. Cheelin turned his back to the drunkard and flattered him modestly. Young man, not bad. The drunkard was in a better mood. She looked at Lee and said in a refreshing voice, Musy, tell me, what do you want from me? Chapter 328. Then I won't beat around the bush. In the next few minutes, Lee solemnly explained the scarlet tide in detail. The drunkard held the bottle in both hands, and sniffed the aroma of the wine from time to time. It was unclear whether he was listening or distracted. 5 minutes later, Lee had basically finished speaking. She looked at the drunkard, waiting for her reaction. The drunkard put down the bottle, raised his head, and replied without surprise, After all this time, this is it? Lee was stunned at first, then smiled helplessly. Isn't this serious enough? In my situation, I don't know how many days I can live. The drunkard laughed at himself. Maybe I will never wake up after getting drunk tonight. Why should I care so much? Lee was silent. She knew that the drunkard was not telling the truth. Besides, I can barely stand up straight now. With my condition, do you still expect me to fight with the beast? The drunkard laughed even more happily. I can hardly cheer you up, ha ha ha. Cheelin limped back, holding 2 clean white porcelain bowls, and a white porcelain plate with some peanuts on it. I saw there is still a bag of peanuts, not expired, just right for drinking and eating. Great. Great. The drunkard's eyes lit up, overjoyed, and quickly waved, Come on. Cheelin put down the bowl, the drunkard filled it for the 2, and then took a sip directly from the bottle. Ah, the drunkard held the bottle and leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction. It's worthy of being a wine from 1995. I seem to have returned to that year. Cheelin and Mr. Lee also picked up the bowl and took a sip. Mr. Lee frowned quickly, and Cheelin's throat was also hot, but his face remained calm. The drunkard drank a mouthful of wine, and the whole person became energetic, and the sallow face seemed to have a hint of rosiness. She sat up, grabbed a peanut, threw it into her mouth, and bit it crisply. Musy, to tell you the truth, I knew about the scarlet tide you dreamed of. Lee and Cheelin were both shocked. A few seconds later, Cheelin couldn't help asking, Drunkard, you don't have the ability to predict the future, do you? Ha ha, no. The drunkard took another sip of wine from the bottle, then put the bottle heavily on the table, patted his chest, and felt quite proud of the past. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I don't understand. In front of the old senior, Cheelin did not put on airs, and asked for an explanation frankly. Musy, you followed me for 10 years. The drunkard looked at Lee with a smile. Do you know what my talent is? Lee shook his head. At that time, the drunkard's talent was top secret. Although Lee had a good relationship with the drunkard in private, she was not a core member, so she didn't know about it. Ha ha, do you want to know? The wrinkled drunkard smiled evilly, like a cute old witch. Lee nodded. Drink. Drink first, I tell you. Lee shook his head helplessly, picked up the bowl, frowned, and drank another sip. Ha ha! The drunkard was very happy. He looked at Cheelin. Boy, you drink too. Drink. I tell you after you drink. Nyo Erdive, F Island, 10 o'clock in the evening. Galyan was not wrong. It was indeed a corpse. He hesitated for a moment. Between leaving quickly and going over to check, he chose the latter. Of course, in the moment of hesitation, he did not forget to enter the system and confirm that there was no danger for the time being by checking the lucky points. Galyan walked quickly to the beach and approached carefully. The body was a woman, wearing a blue mid-sleeved uniform, a black skirt that went below the knees, white stockings and black dress shoes on her feet. One of the shoes had fallen off and disappeared. She should have drowned, and was washed up by the sea. However, her outfit felt like a female college student from the last era. Galyan hesitated and turned the body over carefully. It was a young girl with 2 gentle pigtails, a beautiful oval face, and a pale face, but not as pale as a dead person, and her skin was not swollen. Galyan was startled and immediately reached out to feel her breath. She was still breathing. The shower was still falling, and the waves came up with a crash, submerging Galyan's feet and the girl's body. Galyan didn't care too much, picked up the girl, returned to the beach, and put her down again. Hey, wake up. Galyan patted the girl's face. The girl didn't respond. Her eyebrows moved slightly, and she also made a very weak moan. Galren looked down and found that the girl's clothes on her waist were cut, and there was a narrow wound on her waist. Under the soaking of sea water, the wound turned white, and the blood was almost drained. She was seriously injured and lost too much blood. Could it be that she was swimming in the sea and was attacked by a shark? Galyan quickly gave up this ridiculous guess and saved people first. Galyan reached for his trouser pocket. Just in case, he carried 2 sea medicines with him these days, but he didn't expect to use them now. There are only 3 possible identities for the girl: lost, ordinary human, awakened. If she is a lost, I don't know if sea potion will work on her, but Fat June's treatment was also useful for Wang Zikai, so theoretically sea potion should work as well. If she is a human or an awakened, they are the same kind and should be rescued. Galyan looked around and confirmed that there was no one else nearby. He quietly pulled out the injection needle cover of sea potion, lifted the torn clothes on the girl's waist, touched the periphery of the wound, and injected a whole bottle of sea potion. The girl moaned again. About 30 seconds later, the girl's pale and wet face regained some color. Galyan carefully confirmed that the narrow wound on the girl's waist was also healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Galyan waited quietly for a few minutes until the girl's external injuries were basically healed, leaving only a pink scar. The girl's body twitched. She slowly opened her eyes, and first saw Galyan's blurry face. Are you okay? Galyan had many questions to ask. Who are you? Why are you here? What attacked you? The girl was stunned for a moment, and her consciousness returned little by little. She looked blank, and fear was in her eyes. She said weakly, Don't kill me. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Galyan said. Save me, save me. The girl grabbed Galyan's hand with her cold hand. He wants to kill me. Who killed you? Galyan asked. Dad wants to kill me. Tears appeared in the corners of the girl's eyes. This time, in addition to fear, there was also sadness on her face. Dad? Father? Gao Yang was getting more and more confused, and it seemed that he couldn't get the answer for a while. Gao Yang looked up and around, and at this time, 4 young people came over here, 2 men and 2 women, running and making noise in the rain, holding beer in their hands, and seemed to be drunk. Can you walk now? Gao Yang asked. The girl didn't say anything and tried to stand up, but her body was still very weak. Forget it. Gao Yang grabbed one of her arms and put it on his shoulder. I carry you. Gao Yang carried the girl on his back and quickly moved away from the 4 young people and left in another direction. Gao Yang speculated, the injured girl should be a human. If she was a lost person, the reaction would not be like this, and it could not be a high-level beast. If a high-level beast was injured to this extent, it would be unlikely to maintain a complete human form. 2 humans appeared in Yo Erdive at the same time, and one of them was injured. It was very suspicious no matter how you looked at it, and there was a certain risk of exposure. Gao Yang decided to go to a deserted place and interrogate slowly. Don't be afraid. No one will hurt you. You are safe now. Gao Yang felt the girl on his back was still trembling and whispered, What's your name? About 10 seconds later, the girl took off the last bit of defense and answered honestly, Huai Wei. Good name. Gao Yang answered casually and continued to walk forward. After a while, the girl whispered, What about you? Me. Gao Yang paused and said, Qiying. Chapter 329. Gao Yang carried Huai Wei on his back and walked to an uninhabited beach on F Island. This was a reef belt with few tourists, and there would be no one at night. At this time, the shower stopped. The 2 sat on a reef and let the sea breeze dry their hair and clothes. Are you feeling better? Gao Yang asked Huai Wei. Yes, much better. Huai Wei subconsciously reached out to touch the wound on his waist and said incredulously, How did you heal me? Are you an immortal and know immortal arts? Gao Yang was stunned and didn't know where to start for a while. Now it can be confirmed that the girl must be human, but there are still many doubts. Huai Wei, I will ask next, and you answer, Gao Yang said. Huai Wei nodded. She was naturally not on guard against her lifesaver. You said before that your father wanted to kill you. Why did he want to kill you? When this was mentioned, panic appeared in Huai Wei's eyes again. She lowered her head slightly and pinched her hands hard. I don't know. Dad is very good to me on weekdays, but tonight, he suddenly became a monster. Monster? Gao Yang pondered this word and guessed about 70% of it. Huai Wei was a little excited. She shook her head desperately. No, that's not my father. My father must have been harmed by that monster you. That monster also wants to harm me. Huai Wei, have you ever thought about why that monster wanted to harm you? Gao Yang continued to speak along with Huai Wei's words. Monsters will harm people. Huai Wei said. I know, but why did you choose you? Gao Yang guided. Is it possible that it is because of some of your experiences? Huai Wei was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he looked up at Gao Yang. Is it because I can also cast spells? Just like you. Gao Yang looked at him with a little scrutiny. What spells do you know? I seem to be able to run from one place to another. Huai Wei's tone was not very sure. Gao Yang was shocked. Could it be a time and space talent, space teleportation? When did you learn spells? Can you tell me more about it? Huai Wei lowered his head slightly, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his pretty face. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you, but in your current situation, I don't know how to help you. Gao Yang retreated to advance. I said. Huai Wei bit his small and plump lower lip and tried to organize his words. A month ago, my father's lung disease recurred. I went to the pharmacy to get medicine for him. When I returned home late at night, I was targeted by 2 gangsters. I was very scared and wanted to run. They kept chasing me and then dragged me into a deep alley. I was so scared at the time. I resisted and shouted for help, but no one came to save me. At that time, the scene of my home and my father flashed through my mind. I wished I had returned home. Then, as if in a dream, I was distracted and returned to the bed in my room. At first, I thought I fell asleep and had a nightmare, but when I saw that I was still holding the Chinese medicine that the doctor had packed for me, I was sure that it was not a dream. Gao Yang fell into thought. Judging from her description, she is indeed not from this era. The sea breeze was a bit strong, ruffling the hair around Huai Wei's ears. She gently smoothed it down and said, That night, I boiled some medicine for Dad. He was surprised that I came back so soon. I told him the truth. I said that maybe it was the gods who blessed me and sent me back. Dad didn't ask any more questions. My mother passed away when I was very young, and my father and I depended on each other for survival. My father was a private school teacher, and he loved me very much. Although our family was not well off, he still insisted on sending me to school, to a girls' school. He always said that knowledge could change the fate of both men and women. Realizing that he had gone off topic, Huawei quickly brought the topic back. Anyway, my father and I had a good relationship and could talk about anything. But from that day on, my father suddenly became strange, and the way he looked at me was also strange. Several times later, my father always asked me in a cold voice, did I know any magic? Did I fly back that night when I gave him medicine? I thought this was too ridiculous. How could I fly? I answered that I didn't know, and I really came back as if in a dream. Tonight, my father was sick again, coughing badly, and the medicine at home was all gone. I was so anxious that I went out to get medicine for my father, but it was very late. I was afraid that the pharmacy would close, so I wanted to rush over. Then, in a trance, I arrived at the door of the pharmacy. Huawei smiled bitterly and looked at his hands. At that moment, I realized that I really knew magic. I could suddenly appear from one place to another. I was very happy. I got the medicine and immediately used magic to go home. I told my father happily that I really knew magic. Maybe I could also know other magic to cure his illness. Dad, who was lying on the bed and coughing, suddenly stopped coughing. He got out of bed and walked towards me. His eyes were terrible. I had never seen him so terrible. Moreover, his body had changed. He turned into a monster you had never seen before and wanted to kill you. Gaoyang finished for Huawei. Yes, he also called me. Huawei tried to recall, awaken her. Gaoyang's heart sank, as expected. Dad, no, it was the hand of the monster, which turned into a white knife and stabbed me. I wanted to dodge, but he still stabbed my waist. I was really scared at the time. I just wanted to escape, and then I was in a trance, and I didn't remember anything. When I woke up, I saw you. Gaoyang nodded and got a clue. Huawei, what I am going to say next is very important. I will only say it once. You must listen carefully. Okay. Huawei nodded. Your dad is not your real father, but a kind of gurgle. Even when he was very serious, Huawei's stomach growled at an inappropriate time. I'm sorry. Huawei looked embarrassed and didn't know where to look. You keep talking, don't worry about me. Gaoyang glanced at Huawei's face, which was pale. She had just recovered from a serious injury and was exhausted. She really needed to replenish some energy. Gaoyang looked back at the hotel not far away. There was a 24-hour supermarket on the first floor. Wait here, I get you something to eat and come back soon. Gaoyang stood up. No, I'm not very. Gurgle. Huawei's stomach protested again. She covered her face with her hands and stopped talking. Wait. Gaoyang smiled. Even if you don't want it, your body is very honest. Gaoyang didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly walked into the supermarket on the first floor of the hotel. He didn't care about it. He took some snacks and a few bottles of drinks from the shelf and paid the bill. A few minutes later, Gaoyang rushed back to the remote reef area and saw 4 strangers surrounding Huawei and pushing him rudely. Oops, what you fear will come true. Gaoyang ran over quickly with the shopping bag. When he got closer, he saw that they were the 4 young tourists who had been playing in the rain on the beach before, 2 men and 2 women. From their appearance, they should also be tourists from outside the city, and they drank a lot of alcohol, and their faces were full of alcohol. Hey, little sister, are you cosplaying? One of the young men, with the middle-parted hair, frivolously hugged Huawei to his arms, and one hand also hugged Huawei's slender waist. Let me go! You, what do you want to do? Huawei struggled, but was grabbed by another drunk man with a crew cut. Beauty, don't be nervous. Let's play together. That's right. Why are you pretending to be innocent? The 2 girls next to him smiled sarcastically, looking like they were watching a good show. Stop it! Gaoyang rushed over. The man with the middle-parted hair who was holding Huawei looked up at Gaoyang. Hey, beautiful girl, is this your boyfriend? He's handsome. A woman with a pointed chin next to him said, Little handsome boy, relax, let's play together. Let her go! Gaoyang raised his voice, his eyes became sharper, and walked directly towards the 4 people. The 2 girls saw that something was wrong and sobered up a lot, and dared not say anything. The man with the short hair, who was holding Huawei's hands, also let go of Huawei. Only the man with the middle-parted hair still held Huawei, looking at Gaoyang with a smile. Brother Shuang, forget it, let's go. The man with the short hair looked at the man called Brother Shuang. Yeah, she can't take a joke, she's angry. The girl with the pointed chin also advised, "Let's go, we have fun when we get home." The middle-parted man named Xuan Gu did not let go of Huai Wei. He suddenly took out a folding saber from his trouser pocket and pressed it against Huai Wei's fair neck. "Don't come over. Believe it or not, I kill her right away." Chapter 330. Ah! The girl with a pointed chin next to her was startled. You are crazy. Brother, what are you doing?" The man with a crew cut was also startled and took a few steps back. "Put down the knife quickly, you are committing a crime." "Shut up." The man with a middle-parted hair suddenly became ferocious and shouted at Gao Yang, "If you take another step forward, I will immediately cut her neck." Huai Wei was still struggling at first, but when the folded military knife was against her chin and even cut the epidermis and left a blood mark, she was stiff all over, not to mention moving. She almost dared not breathe. "Don't be impulsive." Gao Yang hurriedly threw away the food in his hand and raised his hands to make sure he had no weapons and no hostility. "Turn around." The man with the middle-parted hair shouted immediately. Okay, as long as you don't hurt her." Gao Yang slowly turned around, his back to the few people. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, the next second, 3 flexible and thick tentacles rushed over and tightly strangled Gao Yang's waist, armpits, and neck. The more Gao Yang tried to resist, the tighter the tentacles wrapped around him, making Gao Yang unable to move. "Ah, help me! Monster!" The screams of a man and a woman came from behind Gao Yang. "Ha ha, ha ha! So lucky, 2 awakened ones too." Gao Yang's body was lifted off the ground by the tentacles and slowly turned around. Gao Yang saw clearly that the 2 arms of the man with the middle part turned into 3 thick tentacles, which bound him and Huai Wei tightly and lifted them into the air. It is a devourer, and its 3 companions before, 2 women and 1 man, were all lost and fainted after screaming. When they wake up, they will forget everything just now and automatically correct this memory. Mine, all mine. The devourer's face became extremely distorted under the gray moonlight, and his eyes glowed with cold desire. 3 tentacles began to grow wet and thin tentacles, which spread towards Gao Yang's head and were about to drill into his 7 orifices. "How did you find out?" Gao Yang asked unwillingly, his hands dropped, giving up resistance. The wound on her waist, has the smell of an awakener. So that's it. Just now, it pretended to tease Huai Wei, but in fact it was to check the wound on her waist that had just healed. It seems that the energy breath of the dead pig's talent remains in the sea potion. If it is strong enough, it will leave traces in a short time. If the devourer approaches, it can smell it. Well, I've remembered this information, and I have to be careful in this regard in the future. Okay, I won't act anymore. Gao Yang grabbed the tentacle that was strangling his neck with one hand. Flame! Wow! The flame immediately burned along the tentacle to the devourer's body. Ah! Wow! The devourer was burned immediately, and was forced to let go of Gao Yang. Swoosh! The moment Gao Yang's feet landed on the ground, he activated teleportation. Snap! Gao Yang appeared in front of the devourer, with his right hand already pinching the devourer's neck. Crack! Gao Yang completely broke its cervical vertebrae. The devourer shuddered, knelt on his legs, and fell down. The tentacles on its other hand also quickly retracted, gradually turning back into ordinary human arms. Although there was still a little remnant of the beast form on the skin of its fingers, it was already very slight. Huai Wei knelt on the ground, covering his neck with both hands, and coughed desperately. Cough, cough, cough. Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Huai Wei raised his head and was shocked. Ah! You killed someone. He's not a human, he's a monster, just like your... Gao Yang swallowed the word dad back. He looked around and sighed. It's not safe here either, let's go to another place. Gao Yang just turned around and felt something loose under his armpit and fell out from under his shirt. Gao Yang touched it and found it was the rune in the arm bag. When the tentacles of the devourer entangled his body before, the tentacles were actually very strong. Although Gao Yang's current physique could easily withstand it, his clothes and arm bag might not be able to. Gao Yang turned around and found it was indeed the space-time rune. What is this? Huai Wei was about to get up when she found a round piece of metal falling on the reef. She reached out to pick it up and looked at it carefully in the moonlight. It was cold, smooth, and exquisitely made. There were many tiny grooves with flowing luster, and an abstract hourglass totem in the middle. Suddenly, Huai Wei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy. It was a magical warm current that flowed through her fingers and guided her whole body and gathered at her chest. Then, it rushed straight to the top of her head. Wai Wei was in a trance, closed her eyes, and fell down with her head tilted back. Gao Yang moved closer with a teleportation, caught the rune loop that was about to fall to the ground, and held her waist with one hand to ensure that she would not fall on the reef. Wai Wei, are you okay? Gao Yang shouted, and she seemed to faint again. At 11 o'clock in the evening, in the Qinghe Park in the Qingqing district of Liqing, in the RV, the rain became lighter and fell continuously. The lotus leaves in the lotus pond were lush and green, and the lotus flowers were elegant. The world was quiet and silent. The RV next to the lake was lit with orange lights, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. The drunkard, Qilin, and Mr. Li stayed in a relatively cramped RV, surrounded by a small wooden table with 2 bowls of white wine and a plate of peanuts on it. Most of the peanuts were eaten, and the 2 bowls of white wine were almost empty. The drunkard held a bottle of wine in his hand, and was still reminiscing about the past. I'm not bragging. Back then, I was recognized as a great beauty in the awakening world. People who pursued me lined up from the south gate to the north gate of Qinghe Park. There are less than 200 awakeners in total. How could there be such a long line? Mr. Li, who has always been solemn, became a naughty child who liked to argue in front of the drunkard. What do you know, you little girl? Can't beasts be counted? With my beauty back then, not to mention beasts, even dogs would wag their tails when they saw me. The drunkard's eyes lit up, and he was very proud. Back then, my husband defeated everyone at the Awakener competition in order to pursue me. He was so impressive. Later, we got married and built a Xianin. At this point, the drunkard's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she sighed. Oh, let's not talk about it. They are all bad things. Qilin picked up the porcelain bowl and said in a respectful tone, at that time, you and your lover had thought about creating an organization to explore the foggy world. This courage and vision are admirable. I toast you a glass. After that, Qilin drank the last sip of wine. The drunkard was stunned. This kid is provoking me. The implication is, I look like a ghost now, and I have completely lost my ambitions in the past, right? Huh. The drunkard also began to flatter Qilin. We were nothing in the past. In your eyes now, we are just like 3-year-old children. 20 years ago, you discovered the existence of the rune circuit, which was the real hope of the awakened. You are so strong now, why do you need an old woman like me? Li was slightly stunned. The drunkard, who always hated to be mentioned, actually took the initiative to laugh at himself. Drunkard. Li's voice softened. This time, it really concerns the life and death of all awakened people. No, it is the survival of all human beings. The drunkard looked at the bottle of wine in his hand that was about to be empty, and sighed deeply. My life is so bitter because I have lived too long. Fortunately, there is still wine. Wine is really a good thing. The ancients were right. This drunk can relieve all worries. After the drunkard finished speaking, he raised his head and drank all the remaining white wine in one breath. This courage shocked the 2 people present. Burp. The drunkard burped, wiped his mouth vigorously, and threw the bottle behind him casually. Musi, Qilin, you too. The drunkard paused. Do you believe in fate? Qilin and Mr. Li were both stunned. I thought we were going to get to the point. Why did we suddenly get to this strange question again? Haha, fate is amazing. The drunkard was drunk and asked leisurely. Today, what month and day is it? June 13th, 2018. Ah! The drunkard opened his eyes wide and shouted, Today! It's today! All this is really fate! Chapter 331. Qilin and Mr. Li were even more confused. The drunkard looked at Qilin excitedly. Qilin, is there a boy in your union, 18 or 19 years old, no more than 20 years old, named Qiying? Qiying? Qilin was stunned, and after a moment, he smiled playfully. There is such a person, but Qiying is his pseudonym. He is the elder of our union, called Qiying. What? The drunkard suddenly became very angry. He actually lied to me. He even refused to tell me his real name. I admired him so much back then. Wait, Mr. Li was even more confused. You admire Elder Qiying? Yes, Qiying, that boy, is my savior, said the drunkard. He saved you? When? Qilin was also shocked. Right now. The drunkard laughed after saying that. Fate, it is really wonderful. Neo Erdive, F Island, 11 o'clock in the evening. Wai Wei, wake up. Gao Yang gently patted the girl's face. Wai Wei slowly opened his eyes. You just fainted suddenly, for about 30 seconds. Gao Yang said, are you okay? Wai Wei sat up, a little dazed. Just now, I suddenly seemed to be flying. Very, very strange feeling. Could it be a talent upgrade? No way. Can you upgrade with just a touch? Gao Yang didn't have time to think about it, helped Huai up, and picked up the bag of snacks and drinks on the ground. Follow me. Gao Yang led Huai and ran to the dock of an entertainment venue not far away. Gao Yang took advantage of the fact that no one was around, quickly borrowed a motorboat, took Huai and drove to X's private territory, the private island with a beach volleyball court. Huai had never taken a similar vehicle before. He hugged Gao Yang's waist tightly all the way and kept exclaiming, "Oh my god, it's amazing, it's amazing, this thing can actually run on water. Is this the sea? This is the first time I see the sea. It's so big." In less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at X's private island. Gao Yang parked the motorboat and sat down with Huai on the lazy chair under the parasol. Gao Yang took out a bag of potato chips from the shopping bag and tore it open. "Come on, eat something first." "What is this?" Huai took a look and was very unfamiliar with potato chips. "Don't worry, it's okay as long as it's edible." Huai nodded, reached into the snack bag, took out the potato chips, put them in his mouth, and took a small bite. After a few seconds, her eyes lit up. Delicious, good, good. Huai tried to find an adjective. What a magical taste, sweet, crispy, and some tastes I've never tasted before. What is it called? Potato chips. Gao Yang smiled. Potato chips? It's made of potatoes. No way, how can it taste like potatoes? This is amazing. Huai was very surprised and took another bite. Is it made by magic? Gao Yang stopped talking and took out another box of chocolate sandwich cookies and tore open the package. This is a cookie, I know. Huai picked up a piece and took a small bite. The taste of chocolate. So you have eaten chocolate? Of course. Huai was a little proud. Dad bought it for me on my 14th birthday. When it comes to his father, Huai's smile disappeared, and his eyes were stained with sadness again. Don't think about it. Eat quickly, eat enough, I still have a lot to ask you. Huai nodded, turned grief into appetite, and continued to eat. Gao Yang was also a little thirsty. He took out a bottle of drink, took a sip, and began to think about what to do next. Gao Yang's initial idea was, first find out Huai's background clearly. Zhu was on Meteor Island, a distance away from here. They were just discovered by a devourer. To be on the safe side, it is better to wait until the smell of sea potion on Huai is completely dissipated, then take her back to Zhuqiu's villa, and then make a long-term plan. Huai was actually very hungry, but she still ate slowly and quietly, very quiet and ladylike. After eating half a box of biscuits and a bag of potato chips, she was full. She glanced at the drink in Gao Yang's hand. Is this water? Almost, but it's water with taste. Gao Yang picked up a bottle of drink from the bag and threw it to Huai. Huai looked at the blue can in his hand. How do I open it? There's a pull ring on it, see it? Gao Yang pointed and said, just pull it open. Crack. Huai pulled it open easily and was very excited. It worked, this water is really interesting. Huai imitated Gao Yang, put the drink mouth to his mouth, and tilted his head back to take a sip. Ahem. She coughed, frowning, the taste is so strange. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Shouldn't the drink be sweet? Even if he had never drunk it before, the sweet taste shouldn't be strange, right? Well, although it's strange, it's not bad. Huai licked his lips, a little aftertaste. Well, try another sip. Huai raised his head and took another sip, this time without coughing. Well, it tastes really good. Gao Yang was a little curious. He picked up another bottle of drink from Huai's hand from his bag. After a closer look, he was stunned. Oh, sorry, I didn't look carefully just now. This is not a drink, it's beer. Beer? Huai was slightly stunned, stared at the can in his hand, and smiled happily. So this is the taste of beer. Huai raised his head and took another big sip, his dark eyes sparkling, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Gao Yang asked weakly, well, you are 18 years old, right? I am exactly 18 this year. Huai asked Gao Yang, Mr. Qiying, how about you? About the same as you. Gao Yang said vaguely. I guess so. Huai smiled, the night sea breeze blew, her two braids were a little loose, a few strands of hair gently patted her clean and beautiful cheeks, her eyebrows and eyes, revealing a sense of simplicity and innocence, indeed, not like people of this era. Huai, do you know what year it is now? Gao Yang asked. I know. Huai didn't understand. 29 years. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. 29 years. This statement is really from the last era. Gao Yang recalled the history of this parallel world. The 29 years of the last era was 1940. It seems that Huawei's talent can not only jump through space, but also travel through time, which is the so-called time travel. Huawei awakened in 1940, was discovered and attacked by his father, and at a critical moment, he activated his talent to travel through time and space, and came to Neo Erdive in 2018. What? Is there a problem? Huawei noticed that Gao Yang's face was not right. By the way, where is this? I have never been here before. I have never seen the sea. Huawei, don't be surprised by what I tell you next. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. The world you are in now is 2018. 2018? Huawei has no such concept of time. To put it simply, you came to the future 78 years later. What? Huawei stood up excitedly and looked around in panic. This is impossible. I am fine. How could I come here 78 years later? I must be dreaming. She sat back on the beach chair dejectedly and looked at the beer beside her. She picked up the beer and drank it all in one breath. Finally, she calmed down a little and raised her head slowly. Now, is it really 78 years later? Gao Yang nodded. Huawei stopped talking, she accepted it. Huawei, listen carefully to what I say next. Gao Yang said patiently. I am an awakener like you. And the person who killed you, whether your father or the man just now, is not a monster, but a creature called a beast. As for why you came here, and why I can use fire just now, this is not a spell, but our talent as awakeners. Chapter 332. 20 minutes later, Huawei listened to Gao Yang's explanation of all the worldviews currently known in the Mist World. She had a gloomy face and blank eyes, and was experiencing a fierce brainstorm. Huawei. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. I'm done. Huawei slowly raised his head, reached out to take out a bottle of beer from the bag, opened it, and took a big sip with his head tilted back. Don't drink it. Gao Yang snatched the beer. Do you understand? I understand. Huawei's emotions were a little out of control, and he shouted, My family, friends, teachers, and classmates are all beasts. I have been living in a false world. I am a human, I was not born by my parents, and I don't know where I came from. I am awakened now. My talent is the time and space system. I ran to the future 78 years later and met you. Gao Yang nodded. That's right. But I don't understand. Why is the world like this? Huawei's eyes were red, and he covered his face with his hands, and suddenly became confused and frustrated. What should I do? I don't know either. Gao Yang answered truthfully. But since you can come here, you can definitely go back. Do you know the name of your talent? Huawei was slightly stunned. After a few seconds, she remembered something. Just now, when I fainted, when I touched your rune, I seemed to hear a voice in my head. What voice? It seems to be 30 empty ghosts. Yes, 30 empty ghosts. 30 empty ghosts. Gao Yang repeated, trying to punctuate. 30 empty ghosts. No 10 empty ghosts. Ah, it's sequence 3, Spacetime Ghost. Gao Yang said. So that's it. Gao Yang had thought before the authoritative sequence list appeared, how could the awakened without a system know their talents and sequence numbers? It turns out that when upgrading, you can hear it. Sequence 3? Huawei had already learned from Gao Yang about the existence of 199 talents. You mean, my talent is ranked 3rd? God, am I so powerful? Yes, sequence number 3, you just upgraded, you are now level 4 Spacetime Ghost. Gao Yang sighed in her heart. I never expected that he was actually a big shot. However, she had only passively used her talents a few times before, and she was directly at level 3. However, it is true that people can be stimulated to have huge potential when they are in danger, and the talents at the front may have their own special features, such as skipping levels. But why don't I feel anything at all? Huawei looked at his hands. You can close your eyes, and try to feel the energy in your body. Gao Yang smiled. It can only be understood, not expressed in words. Huawei closed her eyes, frowned, and looked constipated. Half a minute later, she opened her eyes and sighed. I seem to still can't feel it. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment and stretched out a hand. Come, give me your hand. Huawei nodded and stretched out his hand. Gao Yang held Huawei's hand. Close your eyes and feel it quietly. Gao Yang mobilized the energy and floated to his palm. Huawei closed his eyes, and suddenly he felt Gao Yang's palm become warm. But it was not the temperature, but a very strange feeling. Huawei didn't know that this was the energy resonance between the awakened, but when this warmth was transmitted to her palm, she immediately had a clear concept. With this concept, she quickly found the wonderful energy in her body. This energy was different from the other person and belonged to her. Soon, Huawei grasped the energy in her body. Slowly, a clear set of veins and paths unfolded in her body, and officially merged with her body and mind. 2 minutes of silence passed. Huawei slowly opened her eyes, and her whole mental outlook was refreshed, and even her voice became calm and confident. She looked at Gao Yang gratefully. I found it. It turns out that it has always been in my body. Now I can control it. Really? That's great. Gao Yang let go of Huawei's hand. In fact, he was not sure, but just tried it casually. Huawei looked at Gao Yang in front of her. He was about the same age as her, but his behavior was much more mature than her, and he knew so much knowledge, saved her, and guided her to obtain the energy of her innate talent. Suddenly, she had a feeling of admiration for the person in front of her. Qiying, you are my savior and my teacher. Can I call you teacher? Gao Yang was a little surprised. It was the first time that he was called teacher. He felt a little bit unworthy of this title. However, seeing Huawei's sincerity, he couldn't refuse. Sure. Thank you. The girl smiled and looked at Gao Yang. Teacher Qiying, I may have to go back. Ah? Gao Yang was stunned. He was planning to take her to see Zhu Ke. On second thought, it was right. Huawei's time travel must have a time limit, and even a limit on the number of times and other restrictions. Otherwise, this talent is too amazing. Well, I can feel it now. The energy that brought me here is pulling me back. Huawei smiled faintly, with a complex light in his eyes. I'm going back to my own world. When you go back, be careful and don't trust anyone. If you can't bear to kill your father, then you have to leave him forever and start a new life with a new identity. Huawei nodded. Okay, I know what to do. Teacher Qiying. Huawei thought for a while and said seriously, can I come to see you in the future? Gao Yang was slightly startled and smiled bitterly. It's possible, but it's better not to come. Why? Huawei was puzzled. Because you may not see me in the future. Why? Huawei asked. In another 7 days, the Scarlet Tide will come. On that day, all awakened people may die. Huawei was silent for a few seconds. She raised her head, her eyes firm. No, teacher, you will definitely get through the difficulties, and we will definitely meet again. Just borrow your good words. Gao Yang smiled. You too, live well in your era. Well, it's an appointment. Huawei stretched out his hand again. Gao Yang held it firmly. The two smiled at each other. Unconsciously, Huawei's face and body gradually became transparent, and a wonderful energy magnetic field emerged around him. Wow! Gao Yang only felt a gust of wind exploded beside him, ruffling his hair and forcing him to close his eyes slightly for half a second. The hand he held disappeared, and Huawei in front of him also disappeared. The night sky after the rain, the moonlight was dim, the sea was quiet, and the 18-year-old girl from the last century seemed to have never appeared. There was only the gentle night wind and the sound of the waves. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang took out his mobile phone and called Zhu Ke. The call was quickly connected. It's so late. What's the matter? Sister Xia, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of an awakener named Huawei? Who? He's a big shot, but he lived in the last century. I don't know him. I've never heard of him. Really? Gao Yang sighed, feeling a little complicated. Could it be that Huawei didn't live well? Then Gao Yang thought that she was too stupid. After Huawei returned, she would not use her real name. She would probably give herself a name in the underworld. I wonder what her name would be. Gao Yang smiled at the phone. Sister Xia, I just encountered a strange thing, and I must tell you in person. Qinghe Park, Shanqing District, Liqing. In the early morning, all the street lights in the park have been turned off, and the world is even quieter. Only a caravan by the lake is still shining with warm orange light, which is the only touch of warmth in the cold rain and fog. After the drunkard finished talking about his first experience of time travel, there was silence in the car for nearly a minute. Qilin held the cane in both hands and concluded, You mean, you can travel through time and space. And, 1 hour ago, you, 18 years old, had already met the 7 Shadows Elder of our union in Neo-Erdive, and you accidentally came into contact with the space-time rune from him and upgraded your talent to level 4? Qilin finished speaking, showing a subtle smile. He would rather believe that the drunkard was drunk and talking nonsense. Why? The drunkard was a little unhappy. Don't believe it. Qilin was about to say something, but Li interrupted Qilin with a smile. Your phone is coming, answer it first. As soon as the voice fell, Qilin's phone rang. Qilin took a look at the caller ID. It was Suzaku calling. He didn't shy away and picked up the phone generously. What's the matter? Well, there is something. I feel I have to report to you immediately. It's about 7 shadows. He said he met a girl tonight, from 78 years ago. Chapter 333. In 2 minutes, Qilin listened to Juchua's story quietly. Got it. Qilin put down his phone and looked at the drunkard. I believe it now. Ha ha, ha ha. The drunkard waved the empty bottle and laughed heartily, his voice breaking. Fate, this is fate, wonderful. After laughing for a long time, the drunkard looked at the two with satisfaction. Well, the wine is finished. I will tell you, my talent is Sequence 3, Spacetime Ghost. Qilin and Mr. Li looked around. This must be the strongest spacetime system. The drunkard was quite proud. There are several abilities. You only need to know 2 of them, which are space teleportation and time travel. The drunkard chuckled. But it's not as powerful as you think. There are many restrictions. Space teleportation, I can only teleport once every half a month. As for time travel, I can only do it once a year, and each time can only last for an hour, and you can't go twice on the same day. Qilin and Mr. Li were thoughtful. Soon, Qilin said, Drunkard, I have a question. I know what you want to ask. The drunkard interrupted. Space teleportation cannot pass through the fog, and the places where I can move are limited to the city and other isolated islands. Mr. Li continued, I have a question too. The drunkard interrupted again. Are you going to ask me if I have been to the future? Mr. Li smiled and nodded. I have seen it. Not only the future, but also the past. The drunkard's voice sank when he said this, and he was not in a hurry to continue. Her eyes suddenly became old. She slowly leaned back on the sofa and sighed. There is no past, no future. Qilin was startled and understood what the drunkard meant. Li also fell into deep silence. This broken place has no past and no future. The drunkard laughed coldly. Do you understand? Qilin and Li certainly understood, but it was not so easy to accept this fact immediately. The drunkard's voice became much smaller and more tired. As for me, the earliest time I went there was in 1920. I couldn't go back any further. The latest time I went there was the last night of the Scarlet Tide. I couldn't go back any further. I tried various methods, but I still couldn't go. 1920 to 2018, Li looked up. 98 years. No, it's 100 years. Qilin's voice became a little colder, and this conclusion shocked him. Li was startled and understood immediately. That's right, it's 100 years. If the Scarlet Tide does not come earlier, it will happen in 2 years, that is, 1920-2020, exactly 100 years. The time length, or lifespan, of this misty world is only a short century. Now, because of the conspiracy of the Songmu cult and the delusion beast, the end of the world will be 2 years earlier. At this moment, Li finally understood why the drunkard changed from a passionate and powerful woman to a decadent old man who was drunk all day long. Aging is not the main reason. Losing hope is. The drunkard already knew where the limits and boundaries of the misty world are. All awakened people, even all beasts, cannot escape the Songdao and cannot escape fate. Everyone is just a bird in a cage. The 3 people inevitably fell into silence. The RV was terribly quiet, with only the sound of the night rain gently hitting the car window glass. The drunkard seemed very tired. She closed her eyes, half asleep on the sofa, and suddenly sang a song. The old man's voice was hoarse and desolate, but a hint of the clarity and purity of a young girl could still be heard. The back is real, the person is fake, there is no obsession. 100 years ago, you were not you, I was not me. Qilin is not a pessimistic person, he will not give up easily. Drunkard, you have been to the last night of the Scarlet Tide, tell us who won? The drunkard shook his head gently. I don't know, I didn't see the end. Qilin and the drunkard immediately understood that the drunkard had been there that day, but because of time constraints or other reasons, she could not witness the entire battle. The drunkard still closed his eyes, his voice became weaker and weaker, she was still singing, sorrow is real, tears are fake, there is no cause and effect, 100 years later, there is no you, and no me. Mr. Li's face turned pale instantly, she opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't speak. She had predicted it. Qilin was still thinking, and found that Li's face was not right. He was startled, and immediately leaned forward and stretched out his hand to feel the drunkard's breath. 3 seconds later, Qilin silently withdrew his hand. She is dead. Li, who has always been elegant and dignified, showed obvious sadness and fragility on her face. She closed her eyes tightly, bit her lips, and did not speak for a long time. It was still raining outside the RV. Xiao Tian and Huang Lian sat in the driver's seat, and the co-pilot of the commercial vehicle, looking at the RV by the lake and the warm orange light in the RV. Suddenly, A trace of sadness and solemnity that did not match his age flashed in Xiaotian's clear eyes. He clearly sensed that the breath of a very strong and fragile life form came to an abrupt end. 10 seconds later, the light in the RV went out. The drizzle was still falling, and the lotus in the green lotus pond was quietly blooming, quiet and lonely. Neo Erdive, F Island. The last day, Gao Yang's family had no plans. Everyone slept until 10 a.m., and then had a leisurely breakfast with Wang Zikai, and then began to pack their luggage. Wang Zikai originally had the most luggage, but after the Battle of Bailu, all his luggage and the fairy tale house hotel disappeared and sank into the sea. Fortunately, considering that Wang Zikai was always forgetful, Gao Xinxin had been keeping his passport for him since he came to Neo Erdive, which really saved Wang Zikai's life. Otherwise, he would not be able to go home for a while. The flight was at 9 o'clock in the evening. In the afternoon, Gao Yang's family and Wang Zikai strolled around the tropical forest on the island. In the evening, everyone went to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze and watch the beautiful sunset. Everyone agreed that 3 years later, the whole family would come here again during the summer vacation after Gao Xinxin graduated from high school, including Wang Zikai. Everyone was very happy when they made the agreement, except Gao Yang, because he didn't know if he could live to 3 years later. After dinner, everyone took a seaplane to the airport and boarded the flight back to Licheng on time. The next morning, the family returned to Licheng, their real home, and Wang Zikai also returned to his own home. Everyone took a nap and woke up at noon. Mom didn't have time to prepare a normal lunch, so she made everyone a bowl of tomato scrambled egg noodles. The family gathered around the table to eat noodles, and Dad praised Mom's cooking skills. Well, it's delicious. What delicacies from the mountains and the sea, golden juice and jade wine, are not as good as a bowl of noodles made by my wife. Eat your noodles, don't talk. No one will think you are dumb. Mom gave Dad a look of disdain. The greatest significance of travel is to let people know that home is the best. Gao Yang recalled a sentence on the internet and couldn't help but say it. Wow, brother, you are so hypocritical. Gao Xinxin laughed. You must be in love, and it's getting more and more disgusting. Gao Yang didn't make excuses this time, but did the opposite. Yes, I found you a sister-in-law with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. I will bring her to you later. Chapter 334. You. Gao Xinxin threw down her chopsticks. Mom. My brother is in a premature relationship. You don't care about him. Yang will be a college student in the future, and Mom can't care about him anymore. Mom laughed. Dad, you should take care of my brother. Yes, you have to take care of him. Dad pretended to be angry and glared at Gao Yang. Son, you have a girlfriend and you don't tell her. What a lie. Bring her home for dinner tomorrow, do you hear me? Dad. Gao Xinxin was about to jump up and down. By the way, Dad, Mom. Gao Yang found the right opportunity and said what he had been thinking for a long time. Wang Zikai will go to a club for a trial the day after tomorrow. Club? Although my mother's impression of Wang Zikai has greatly changed, she is still a little wary. What club? Esports club. Gao Yang explained. Wang Zikai is good at playing games, and a club has taken a fancy to him and wants him to play professionally, but he has to try out for a week first. Wang Zikai wants to ask me to practice with him, because I usually play games with him a lot. Gao Yang felt a little guilty. Wang Zikai and I, with our poor skills, are playing professionally. It's really funny, but my family doesn't understand anyway. Okay. Dad ate his noodles without thinking too much. You go and accompany Xiao Kai. It's good for a boy to have a dream. I think so too. Neo Erdive has been taken care of by him these days. Just take it as a thank you. Gao Yang smiled. But the club's trial training is completely closed and takes a week. Mom raised her head and looked at him straight. So you won't go home for a week? Gao Yang nodded. The club provides food and accommodation. Mom doesn't have to worry. Mom's face was not very good, but she didn't say anything. Gao Yang quickly took out his cell phone. Mom, look, it's this club. The whole family came closer and looked at the phone. Wow, not bad. Dad was the first to support. This club does exist, and it is indeed trying out a group of young players, but it has nothing to do with Wang Zikai. However, Gao Yang has changed the contact information above to the civilian department of the Qilin Union. Even if Mom calls to consult, there will be a dedicated person to deal with it. The show must be done in full, and Gao Yang is still with Wang Zikai, the lost one, which can greatly reduce the risk of being suspected. Of course, even so, it cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof, but this is the best excuse Gao Yang can think of at present. If everyone has no objection, I have no objection. Mom finally gave in. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Mom is the most difficult to deal with. As long as Mom agrees, the others will just go through the procedures. Where's Dad? Gao Yang asked. Son, go with peace of mind. Dad is very supportive. Where's my sister? Gao Yang asked again. No problem. Gao Xinxin looked indifferent. Where's Grandma? Gao Yang looked at Grandma. Haha, what can Grandma say? Aren't you afraid that I will do something bad? Gao Yang asked with a smile. No, I believe Yang Yang is the most sensible. Grandma, I'm sorry. Activate lie detector. The target did not lie, and the attitude was kind. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it seems that Grandma didn't doubt him. More than 2 months ago, after Gao Yang awakened, he once hoped that his family members were all human. Now think about it, this idea is too naive and too self-deceiving. Now, he no longer expects his family to be all human, but only hopes that they are all lost. This probability is still very high, because the lost account for the majority. According to the inference of the Qilin Union, the ratio of high-level beasts to lost is about 1 to 100. When the Scarlet Tide comes, Gao Yang has to prevent outsiders from harming his family, and he also has to consider the possibility that there are high-level beasts in his family. However, Grandma used to be in the same room with Grandpa and witnessed the truth of Grandpa's death. If there is really a high-level beast in the family, Grandma is the most likely. Therefore, Gao Yang must take a risk and lie to Grandma. Now, he is sure that Grandma did not lie and was kind. At this moment, Gao Yang sincerely thanks himself for his luck. In the afternoon and evening, Gao Yang stayed at home, trying to act normal and natural. Late at night, Gao Yang conducted an hour of basic physical training in the room. Although this slight improvement is just a drop in the bucket for the subsequent crisis, he can't give up on himself. After training, Gao Yang took a shower and just laid down on the bed. He received an encrypted text message from Qilin. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang put on a mask and a baseball cap, quietly left home through the window, and took a car to Dr. Su's Blue House Clinic. This time, Gao Yang arrived first besides Dr. Su. In the next 10 minutes, Suzaku, Baihu and Qinglong arrived one after another. The windows of the clinic were curtained, and the wall lamps with soft light were turned on. Dr. Su was still dressed like a psychologist. He sat in the host's seat, holding a cane in one hand and pushing his glasses with the other hand. Okay, let's start mutual aid treatment. Who will go first? Let me talk first. Qilong spent more than 10 minutes telling the story of what happened in the snow country. Everyone listened, but no one was in a hurry to express their opinions. After Qilong finished speaking, Zhuge bowed. I will continue. In the next 20 minutes, Zhuge told the story of Niu Erdif in detail, including the Fudong, which was actually not a Fudong, but Zuiye's delusion. Everyone listened, suppressed their curiosity, and did not express their opinions. Qilin looked at Baihu. Do you have anything to add? No, Xiuxia explained it very clearly. Baihu held the thermos cup in one hand and scratched his belly with the other. Everyone knows what happened on my side. I helped brother Qinglong bring Sarah's body to Zhu Ke for interrogation, and then accompanied Zhu Ke into the barrier created by Zuiyi, played a game of werewolf, and then brought the body back. That's all. Qilin nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang answered frankly, on my second to last night in Niu Erdif, I met a girl named Huai Wei. She was an awakener who traveled through time from 78 years ago. Her talent was time and space ghost. I reported this to Zhu Ke. I checked, and there is no awakener named Huai Wei. Zhu Ke said. Is it really possible to travel through time and space? Baihu couldn't believe it. Qilong didn't speak, thinking half doubtfully. This matter has just been confirmed. Qilin smiled subtly. This Huai Wei is the drunkard that I went to see with Li last night. Ah? Zhu Ke and Gao Yang said in unison. After a brief shock, Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. I should have thought of it earlier. She really loves drinking. She got addicted the first time she drank. Next, Qilin told everyone about the drunkard, including the truth discovered by the drunkard, that the lifespan of the misty world is only 100 years, and finally mentioned the death of the drunkard. Gao Yang was quite shocked, and felt a little heavy for a while. Jiogui died, but she was able to live so long, which was better than most awakened people. She must have lived a life full of ups and downs, and no regrets. Moreover, Gao Yang always felt that these were two people. The one who died was an old man named Jiogui, and the one he knew was a girl named Huai Wei. This feeling was incredible. The other three elders were also shocked to varying degrees. Even Qinglong, who had seen the world, unconsciously reached out his hand, pinched his eyebrows, and sighed slightly. That is to say, Even if we can survive the crisis of the Scarlet Tide this time, there are only 2 years left for all mankind. Yes. Qilin's voice was calm, with a little regret. Chapter 335. But if the lifespan of the Misty World is only 100 years, what will happen after that? Baihu clapped his hands lightly. Will the world disappear with a bang? Baihu's question was obviously to Qilin. Qilin supported his crutches with both hands. He did not answer, but looked at Qiang. Qiang thought about it, and speculated as boldly as possible. Maybe, the destruction of the world is not the end, it will start again. Just like restarting a computer? Zhuge made a metaphor. Yes, isn't the universe also governed by this law? Baihu said, Big Bang, Big Collapse, and a fresh start. Qilong thought of something and looked at Qilin. According to the teachings of the Songmu cult, the Songdao will decline, the world will be destroyed and return to nothingness, and only the creatures who believe in the goddess of Song can be saved and go to the other side of paradise through the only passage, the gate of the end. It seems that the Songmu cult statement is not groundless, but has some basis. Zhuge leaned forward slightly, and put his thumb lightly on his lower lip. No wonder Xuanwu was willing to be driven by the Songmu cult, and be an undercover in our union. Everything is for survival. Qilong sighed a little. It's just that everyone's way of survival is different. There was a long silence in the room. Everyone was thinking, and their thoughts were wandering endlessly. Tap. Qilin knocked on the floor with his cane, bringing everyone's thoughts back to reality. Everyone, our primary concern right now is the Crimson Tide. If we survive it, we still have 2 years to figure out these issues. If we don't, everything will be meaningless. Yes. Qilong agreed. I have reached a consensus with Long and Li. Qilin said, before the Scarlet Tide comes, all awakened people, including those who have good relations with the 3 major organizations, will gather at the White Tiger branch to welcome the enemy and prepare for battle. President Gao Yang was worried. There may be talents among the delusional beasts that can use large-scale destructive power. It would be dangerous if we all gathered together. Haha, Brother Qiang, have you forgotten me? Baihu laughed. Gao Yang was stunned. Yes, Baihu is the security minister, and his talent must be extraordinary. President, can you tell him? Baihu glanced at Qilin. Yes, we are one of us. Qilin said. My talent is absolute defense, sequence 9, the strongest guardian talent. Although it is only level 3 at the moment, it is enough. Baihu explained cheerfully. One of my abilities is to create a safety barrier, as big as a floor. This barrier is absolutely indestructible, and can be moved. Nothing outside can get in, but things inside can get out. The blood mist can't get in? Gao Yang thought of the blood mist that ignored all rules. Haha, it can't get in either. Baihu was quite proud. So strong? Gao Yang admitted that he was jealous. As a person who was afraid of death, this was simply the talent he had always dreamed of. There are also many restrictions. First of all, the time is too short. It can only last for 10 minutes at a time, and then you have to rest for an hour. However, it is enough to deal with the situation you mentioned. Baihu continued, I will let my companions with perception and reconnaissance abilities be responsible for standing guard. Once I sense danger approaching, I will immediately protect everyone. I see. Gao Yang nodded with relief, sighing in his heart. It's a pity that the White Tiger's absolute defense is only level 3, because the rune circuit of the Guardian system has not been found yet. If the White Tiger's talent can be upgraded to level 7, the time of the safe barrier may be extended to a few hours. In this way, rest during the day, and open the barrier at night, and maybe we can directly survive the Scarlet Tide. The White Tiger can only cover us and ensure that we will not be caught by the enemy. Qilin's voice pulled Gao Yang back from his unrealistic dream. If you want to change your fate, you still have to take the initiative. Qilong took over. That's right. Qilin nodded and looked at the 4 elders. By then, everyone present will be the core combat force. Please be prepared for a desperate battle. Yes, the 4 said in unison. Gao Yang woke up very early on the penultimate day of the Scarlet Tide. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang went out alone and took a car to the Shengru Xiaohua store on Xiangyang Road in Daxu District. Pushing open the door, the singer, dressed in a fresh floral apron, with her hair tied up gently and draped over her left shoulder, was wrapping a bunch of roses in the store. Welcome, take a look. The singer worked attentively without looking up. Her profile was beautiful and gentle. I'm here to buy flowers, Gao Yang said. The singer recognized Gao Yang's voice, and her hand movements were slightly stunned. She smiled and raised her head. It's Elder Qiang. What flowers do you want to buy? Although the singer was smiling, A hint of loneliness and sadness flashed in her eyes. Gao Yang knew that his appearance reminded her of someone. Go to visit a deceased friend. Any recommendations? Gao Yang asked. Men or women? The singer asked naturally. Both. The singer was silent for a moment, then smiled again. For men, I recommend white chrysanthemums, forget-me-nots, and baby's breath. For women, I recommend carnations, tulips, and lilies. Of course, you could also consider the flowers that the deceased loved during his lifetime. In fact, sending flowers is a token of your thoughts, so don't be too rigid. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Give me a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, a bouquet of baby's breath, and a bouquet of lilies. The singer was stunned. She didn't expect Gao Yang to buy 3 bouquets of flowers. Okay, wait a minute. Around 8 o'clock, Gao Yang came to Taipingqiao Cemetery. The morning air was still fresh, and the wind on the hill still had a hint of the coolness of the night. Gao Yang held 3 bouquets of flowers in both hands, climbed halfway up the mountain, and found Li Weiwei's tombstone along the rugged stone road. The girl on the tombstone was gentle and beautiful, with a smile like a flower. Gao Yang squatted down and placed the lilies in front of Li Weiwei's grave. Li Weiwei, I'm sorry. It's been so long, but this is the first time I've come to see you. Gao Yang's voice was a little sad and guilty. So many things have happened during this period. Before awakening, Gao Yang and Li Weiwei were childhood sweethearts, who could talk about anything. At this moment, Gao Yang obviously had a lot of things to share with her, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say a word. After being silent for half a minute, Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Anyway, everything is fine with me. If there is another chance, I will come to visit you next time. Gao Yang got up, walked a distance in the opposite direction, and took a small fork road to come to Wan Cici's grave. This time, he put the baby's breath in his arms in front of the grave. He stared blankly at the photo on the tombstone. The girl in the photo had a shy smile and shy eyes. Gao Yang's heart ached again. Chapter 336. Wan Cici, I'm here to see you. Gao Yang forced himself to smile. A lot of things happened after you left. By the way, I avenged you. But it's not complete revenge. There are more urgent things to deal with next, so complete revenge will have to wait. Speaking of this, Gao Yang suddenly realized his hypocrisy. In fact, for Wan Cici, killing Hong Feng is revenge, and destroying the Sangmu cult, does Wan Cici really care about this? In the final analysis, Gao Yang just wanted to force himself to give himself a reason, not to forgive himself, to continue to be angry, to keep getting stronger, until he meets the end of his fate. Gao Yang laughed at himself. His voice was a little hoarse. Wan Cici, I'm sorry. If I had been more cautious and stronger, you might not have died. Wan Cici, you told me that day that if I hadn't been there, you wouldn't be here now. Now, I understand this sentence a little. If I hadn't been there, I wouldn't be here now. Life is indeed wonderful, but also very cruel. I don't know how much I will lose next, and I don't know when I will become someone else's loss. But as long as I live, I will never, ever forget you. Gao Yang stood up, took a deep look at the girl on the tombstone, and turned away. A few minutes later, Gao Yang found the last friend he wanted to see, and the latest tomb, the tomb of Gui Ma. Gao Yang was surprised to see a handsome figure sitting in front of Gui Ma's tombstone. Black long hair, white t-shirt, jeans, slightly pale face, beautiful and androgynous, a pair of deep and quiet eyes. The moment Gao Yang recognized Long also sensed Gao Yang's approach. Long was still looking at Gui Ma's tombstone, with his side face facing Gao Yang, and his gentle and natural voice was slightly tired. Black Horse, you are here. What a coincidence, Mr. Long Chiang pretended to be unfamiliar. There is no one else here. Don't be restrained. Long said. Gao Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang trusted Long's terrible talent. He placed the white chrysanthemum in his hand in front of the tombstone, patted Gui Ma's stone tablet, and then sat down next to Long, saying respectfully, Captain, did the trip to Nyoerdaefa go smoothly? Long's voice was faint. Gao Yang couldn't guess whether Long really cared or was asking Gao Yang for information. Very good. Gao Yang paused. Captain, do you need to report Nyoerdaifu's situation? Qilin has synchronized the information to me and Mr. Li. Of course, he should have some reservations, but I don't need you to supplement it. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, but still said, You also know about the drunkard? Long smiled gently. You forgot that I am a person who hibernated all the way. According to seniority, you should call me Grandpa. Gao Yang was silent. Long continued. Why do you think the drunkard can survive the white disaster of Xianmin? Gao Yang was shocked. Captain, did you save her? Long lowered his head and sighed. We, the 12 zodiac signs, also paid a heavy price for this. What exactly is the white disaster? Gao Yang asked. In short, there are 3 delusional beasts who tried to destroy all awakened people, but failed. Long blinked. There is no need to mention the past. Let's focus on the future. Gao Yang had a flash of thought. It is consistent with the information about the delusion beast revealed by X before. Gao Yang thought of something else. Captain, you also knew about the fact that the lifespan of the foggy world is only 100 years? Long did not answer, which was considered as a tacit agreement. At that moment, Gao Yang finally figured out, why did Long go to so much trouble to hibernate? According to his age, if he had to wait until 2020 naturally, he would be quite old. So Long had to use hibernation to control his lifespan in his youth and maintain the strongest strength, in order to welcome the day of the end of the world. Long is a warrior who can give everything for his ideal. If there is anyone in this world who can successfully reach the day when the door of the end is opened, it can only be Long. He is the protagonist chosen by fate. Gao Yang's admiration and fear of Long deepened a little bit. Soon, Gao Yang calmed down, and some questions came to his mind. Captain, I don't understand. Long looked at him sideways. You ask? Since you already know so much, why do you still send me to be an undercover? I feel that the information I have found out is not as much as you know yourself. No, I know very little about the Sangmu sect. Long smiled faintly. Besides, I sent you to the Qilin Union for your consideration. I don't understand. Chiang, I knew from the beginning that you have a lucky talent. Gao Yang was shocked and horrified. He tried his best to suppress it, so as not to show shock on his face. Gao Yang didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. Silence was the only choice. Long's voice was still calm, and he couldn't feel the ups and downs of emotions. Qilin Union has miracle runes. From what I know about you, you will definitely find a way to contact the miracle runes when you go to the Qilin Union. You were still very weak at that time, and Qilin might not defend you. It's impossible for me. Qilin will never let me touch the miracle runes. Gao Yang was shocked. This Long is really a man of few plans, but how would Long know that I am lucky? I have never told anyone. Could Long read minds? No, the one who can read minds is Lanton, who is dead. Could it be that Long learned mind reading after Lanton died? Forget it, it is meaningless to think about these things now. The most urgent thing is to stand firm and take the beating. Captain, I didn't mean to hide it. It doesn't matter. Long showed an understanding smile. High-ranking talents are the trump cards of awakeners. We are all hiding, and you are hiding too. This is fair. But my talent is not a high-ranking talent. Long did not respond to Gao Yang's words, but turned to look at Gui Ma's tombstone. Gao Yang, do you know what the essence of talent is? Gao Yang shook his head. Long actually called him by his real name. It seems that the next words are very important. I don't know, but I guess that the essence of talent is a whole, an energy that we cannot understand, which is divided into 199 parts and corresponds to 12 types, that is, 12 runes. Energies are all related. Long paused. First, let me give you some knowledge. The talents of 112 are the strongest talents of the 12 types. Gao Yang was shocked. This is not a little knowledge to me. Indeed, as far as Gao Yang knows, the top talents, all things, time and space ghost, puppet master, absolute defense, killing expert, dealer, correspond to the strongest spiritual system, time and space system, summoning system, protection system, damage system, and auxiliary system respectively. In this way, could Long's talent be the strongest miracle system? Long continued. The strongest talents of the 12 types can detect whether the other person has the same type of talent through physical contact. Do you remember that after I executed Guema at the rat gate, I walked over to you and asked if you were okay? Long asked. Gao Yang was stunned at first, and then slightly startled. But you didn't touch me at that time? Long smiled. No, I touched your shoulder, but you didn't notice it. Gao Yang suddenly realized, this must be Long's talent. At that time, you knew I had the talent of luck? Long nodded. Gao Yang pondered for a moment. But why can you be sure that it is a lucky talent, not other miracle-like talents? I just said that I think talent is a whole, a force of energy. Long looked at Gao Yang. This speculation is not imaginary. Talents are connected head to tail. Long looked at Gao Yang. I am the head, you are the tail, and vice versa. I am the tail, you are the head. Talent is a whole, a circle. Long stretched out his hand. Come. Gao Yang hesitated. He could not think of a reason to refuse Long, nor did he have the capital to refuse Long. He stretched out his hand, and held Long's hand. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt a wonderful energy pouring into Gao Yang's body, but at the same time, his energy seemed to be taken away by Long. It was a very wonderful experience. 3 seconds later, Long let go of his hand. Gao Yang, you really came into contact with the miracle rune. Thank you. Now, the seeds of the miracle rune are planted in you and me. Whether it can break through the ground depends on personal luck. Sequence 1 Domination, the strongest miracle system. Long looked at Gao Yang, his eyes flickering slightly. You are the first person to know my talent. This is a thank you for completing the task. Gao Yang was already shocked and speechless. Mission completed. It turns out that this is the real mission of US Jinmei. The Ghost Horse mission is just one of them. The more hidden mission is to let Gao Yang get the seed of the miracle rune for Long. Long knows that Qilin is on guard against Long, and also knows that Qilin has guessed that Long has the strongest miracle talent, so Qilin will never let Long get the miracle rune. Even touching it is impossible. But Qilin didn't expect that Long could get the energy seed and the miracle rune through Gao Yang, the medium. Of course, Long's plan is not foolproof. In fact, it is a big gamble. As long as Gao Yang makes a mistake, it will be impossible to achieve the result Long wants now. But Gao Yang is lucky. He survived in the rune cave and made great contributions, and he really came into contact with the miracle rune. Long said at the beginning that only Gao Yang could complete this task. Long was not encouraging Gao Yang, but stating a fact. Chapter 337. Gao Yang fell silent, and after being shocked, he was deeply frustrated. He felt that he was beaten in all aspects of strength and intelligence in front of Long. Gao Yang, I'm sorry, I took advantage of you. Long was very frank. Gao Yang shook his head, and he quickly calmed down, trying to be neither humble nor arrogant in front of the big boss. I also concealed my talent, so it's even. Okay, it's even. Long nodded. You said before that I'm very similar to you. Gao Yang met Long's gaze. I didn't think so at the time, but now, I've changed my mind. Long blinked with interest. Really? Because, we are both gamblers. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Long smiled. Yes, in fact, not only us, but everyone else is gambling. There are few chips on the table, and time is limited. If you want to be a winner, rather than being eliminated, everyone's eating is not good looking. What a sharp and vicious metaphor. Gao Yang sighed, looked at Gui Ma's tombstone, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He came to visit him, but ended up chatting with Long about work. Captain. Gao Yang thought of something again. Since the ultimate mission you gave me has been completed, can I come back? You decide. Long still had a smile on his face. I can see that you have true feelings for your companions over there. Gao Yang answered frankly. They are all good people. Long nodded. If you want to stay there, or even join them, I respect you. Gao Yang didn't say anything. Long continued. I always believe that the fate of the awakened is the same. At this point, the smile on Long's mouth disappeared. Of course, except for Qilin and Mr. Li. Gao Yang was shocked. What do you mean? Long looked at Gao Yang. Maybe I have no right to say this, but as a thank you, I am unreserved to you at this moment. So I want to tell you that Qilin and Mr. Li may not be our enemies, but they are not the same kind of people as us in essence. Gao Yang chewed on this sentence carefully. Captain, you mean, they are just along the way with us, but the destination is different. It is very likely. Long replied. What do they want to do? Gao Yang didn't understand. Long shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but it will be clear sooner or later. At this moment, Gao Yang became more confused. Is Long's words worthy of trust? Although he seems to be frank and sincere in everything he says and does, doesn't he also use me? Perhaps, he is saying this now, which is also a way to alienate me and want to win me over. If Long is not trustworthy, are Qilin and Mr. Li trustworthy? None of these three people is easy to deal with. The more you get to know them, the more you find that they are bottomless. For some reason, Gao Yang thought of Officer Huang's words again. We are all orphans of the world, abandoned by God long ago. Gao Yang complained with mixed feelings. Officer Huang, why do you have so many golden sentences? It's a pity that you don't change your career to write articles. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang left Taipingqiao's cemetery. He didn't log into the system immediately, but went home directly. After having lunch with his family, he pretended to go back to his room for a nap, locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took a deep breath and confirmed again that the energy left by Long in his body had completely dissipated. Enter the system, explore the master. Deduct your luck points at will. Hurry up. Unable to explore why? I know his name, and I have experienced his talent before, so I have explored him, right? Target rejected. What do you mean? Say it again? Target rejected. Could it be that the dragon's talent can set up a firewall for itself and refuse to be explored by you? You can understand it this way. Why is this the case? Is it because his talent is the strongest miracle system, and his luck system is also a miracle system, so you are suppressed? Please explore on your own. What's the use of you? Exit the system. Gao Yang opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. This dragon is too profound, too mysterious, and too powerful. Forget it. The top priority at the moment is the Scarlet Tide. In the afternoon and evening, Gao Yang stayed at home, accompanied his family, and pretended that nothing happened. Late at night, Gao Yang hid in his room and quietly did physical training, then took a bath and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was 9 o'clock the next morning. Finally, it was the last day before the Scarlet Tide. At 10 a.m., Gao Yang received an encrypted text message from the Qilin Union, which was repeated 3 times, asking everyone to gather at the White Tiger branch before dark, and at the latest before dawn. This was the deadline. At lunch, Gao Yang was very active, probably because it was his last meal in this family. Yang, come. Dad picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and threw it into Gao Yang's bowl. Your favorite pork ribs. Thank you, Dad. Gao Yang threw the pork ribs into his mouth and chewed them. It's delicious. Brother, you are weird today. Gao Xinqin said faintly. Is there? Gao Yang felt a little guilty. I think so too. I talk too much. Mom smiled gently. Haha, I guess I'm too excited. Dad in the wheelchair smiled at Gao Yang. I'm going to the club with Xiaokai. I finally don't have to stay at home and be controlled. Wow, you found out all this. Gao Yang continued with his father's words. Hee hee, you little brat, when you really leave home for a while, you will know how good home is. Dad said. Gao Yang smiled and didn't say anything, and continued to eat. After lunch, Gao Yang wanted to go to the kitchen to help his mother wash the dishes, but he held back. This behavior was too abnormal. He curled up on the sofa, watching TV absent-mindedly. Grandma came out of the bedroom, quietly came over, and sat down next to Gao Yang. Yang, are you leaving soon? Grandma asked. Yes, Xiaokai is here to pick me up. Gao Yang glanced at his phone. It should be soon. Grandma smiled happily and grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Here. Gao Yang looked down and saw that it was 200 yuan. Grandma, what are you? Grandma doesn't have much money. Don't think it's too little. Take it, and buy whatever you want to eat over there. Grandma, it's really not necessary. Gao Yang refused to take it. I'm not going far away. I will be back in a few days. Take it. Grandma insisted. This is a little gift from Grandma. Gao Yang thought about it, no longer refused, and accepted it with a smile. Grandma, you are so good to me. Haha, it's my duty. You are my precious grandson. Then Grandma smiled and put her hand into her pocket again, with a mysterious look on her face. 2 seconds later, she took out a box of osmanthus cake wrapped in tin foil. Look what this is. Wow! Gao Yang had guessed it was this, but he still took it with a fake surprise and put it in his pocket. Thank you, Grandma. Haha, eat it on the way. Grandma deliberately blinked and joked. Don't let my sister know. For a moment, the past came back. Grandma loved to eat candy. When Gao Yang was a child, Grandma's pocket would always produce various candies, one of which was osmanthus cake. Gao Yang and Gao Xinqin couldn't forget it after eating it once, and they were so greedy. But at that time, his sister was getting cavities and couldn't eat it, so Grandma could only secretly give it to Gao Yang every time. Once, Gao Yang's test scores dropped seriously, and his father was very angry and scolded his son. Gao Yang was angry and locked himself in the room. He refused to eat dinner even though his stomach was growling with hunger. Late at night, the family went to bed. Gao Yang was so hungry that he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. At this time, Grandma quietly knocked on Gao Yang's door. Grandma sat down beside Gao Yang's bed, patting Gao Yang's head to comfort him, while taking out a piece of osmanthus cake wrapped in tin foil from her pocket. Gao Yang immediately took it and gobbled it up. It was the most delicious osmanthus cake he had ever eaten. Just after he finished eating, Gao Xinqin stood at the door without knowing when. Grandma gave it to my brother, not to me. Grandma favors boys over girls. Shh. Keep your voice down. Grandma was guilty, so she quickly pulled her sister into the room, closed the door, took out another piece of osmanthus cake from her pocket, and stuffed it into her sister's hand. Gao Xinqin was no longer angry, and started to eat happily. Later, the two brothers and sisters grew up, and had eaten hundreds of snacks. They no longer liked osmanthus cake. It was too sweet and greasy, and it was in powder form, very sticky to the mouth, and difficult to swallow. But the candies that Grandma bought were still the old antiques. Every time Grandma gave them to Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin, the two siblings would pretend to be happy to take them, and then put them somewhere and rarely eat them. In fact, Grandma knew all these, but every time she cared about the two siblings, it was her unchanging habit to stuff sweet-scented osmanthus cakes into their hands. Ding-ling. The doorbell rang, and Gao Yang's thoughts were pulled back. Gao Xinxin went forward to open the door, and Wang Zikai was standing outside with a big suitcase, smiling brightly and full of energy. Hey, Xinxin, where is your brother? He's leaving. Brother, your good brother is here. Gao Xinxin shouted a little sarcastically. Gao Yang immediately stood up, picked up the luggage bag, and walked to the door, very punctual. Of course. Hurry up, I have to report at 3 p.m., I'm afraid of being late. Wang Zikai became more and more knowledgeable, and his acting was natural. Brother, what do you think is my chance of becoming a professional player? With your strength, there is still a 70% chance. Gao Yang lied with his eyes open. Haha, let's go. Gao Yang turned around. Grandma, Dad, Mom, Sister, I'm leaving. Grandma was still sitting on the sofa, smiling kindly. Let's go, don't be late. Dad was sitting in a wheelchair, watering the potted plants on the balcony. He looked back at the entrance with some difficulty. Yang is leaving. Mom had just finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Be careful on the road, don't cause trouble outside. Hurry up, so that no one will snatch the computer from me. Gao Xinxin stood by the water dispenser, holding a water cup, with a look of disgust. See you later. Gao Yang, who had changed his shoes, smiled and closed the door. Chapter 338. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai went downstairs, got into Wang Zikai's sports car, went to the club building, took a few group photos, and then drove to Wang Zikai's home. Wang Zikai was very excited. As soon as he entered the door, he threw his suitcase and took off his shoes. Gao Yang, you are really a genius. In the next week, we can have fun all day, and no one will care about us anymore. Yes, Gao Yang said perfunctorily, and took out a bundle of thick hemp ropes and several restraints from his luggage bag. Wang Zikai looked puzzled. What do you want to do with this thing? Oh, I used it when I was on a mission before. Gao Yang lied casually. Wang Zikai didn't care, and didn't ask any more questions. After that, the two played games for an afternoon and ordered takeout. Unknowingly, it was evening. In the summer outside the city, it was dark after 8 o'clock. Gao Yang already has a detailed understanding of the Scarlet Tide, which is the information mastered by the predecessors of the awakening world. After dark, the moon will begin to turn red, but it is not obvious, and all ordinary humans and lost people will not notice it. At this time, ordinary people and lost people will begin to have a tidal reaction, that is, sleepiness will come. A very small number of ordinary people and lost people will fall asleep quickly within a few minutes. This was the case before Gao Yang awakened. A considerable number of lost people and ordinary humans will become drowsy, lose interest in anything, and fall asleep one after another within the next 3 hours. Only a very small number of lost people and ordinary humans will still not fall asleep. Then, the early morning arrives. The blood moon becomes huge scarlet, and blood mist also appears at this moment. At that time, the few lost people and ordinary humans who have not slept yet will be forced to sleep, and at the same time, the beast natures of all high-level beasts will awaken at the same time. The Scarlet Tide officially arrives, and will not end until dawn. The sky outside the window gradually darkens. Gao Yang got up and walked to the window, looking at the sky. The orange moon was stained with a little pink, which needed to be seen carefully. What are you doing at night? Wang Zikai finished eating takeout, and was brushing his teeth, because he thought the garlic smell of the food was too strong. How about singing? Gao Yang said casually. Okay, I just practiced 2 songs recently just to show you. Wang Zikai was quite proud, and he was too excited to speak, and a drop of toothpaste fell on his t-shirt. In the evening, the two sang karaoke, and continued to play games when they were tired. During this period, Gao Yang kept paying attention to the time, and finally it came to 11:40, with only 20 minutes left to reach the critical point. Gao Yang's heart became more and more uneasy. How come Wang Zikai is not sleepy at all? Is he really a lost person? Fortunately, I have already prepared plan B. Ding-ling. Someone rang the doorbell. Haha, supper is here. Wang Zikai jumped up and ran to open the door excitedly, but he was stunned outside the door. Who are you? There was a man and a woman standing outside the door. The boy was in his 20s, with delicate features, dressed like a college student, carrying a black shoulder bag, white headphones hanging around his neck, and a small braid tied behind his head, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He put one hand in his pocket and waved lazily. Yo. The girl was thin and fair, wearing a yellow t-shirt and loose light blue denim overalls, with a fluffy mushroom head, big eyes, and a pointed chin. Her smile was sly. Hello, you are the rookie junior named Brother Kai dominates the canyon. Hey! How do you know my pesticide ID? Wang Zikai was surprised. Gao Yang had already walked to the entrance. Tengu, Cantu, you are here. Brother, who are these two people? Wang Zikai asked. In fact, Wang Zikai had met Tengu once in Gujiao village, but he had completely forgotten it. Gao Yang smiled. Colleague, I am here to perform a mission. Fuck. Wang Zikai's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the mission. Brother, it's okay, I knew this week wouldn't be so easy. Haha, come on, let's do a big job. Time was tight. Gao Yang ignored Wang Zikai and exchanged glances with Tengu and Cantu. Did you bring the things? Yeah. Cantu patted his bulging waist bag. Come in, Gao Yang said. Tengu and Cantu went in immediately. Wang Zikai found that no one was paying attention to him, and was a little confused. Hey, what mission is it? Tell me about it. When he came into the house, Gao Yang immediately reached out to the can. Give me one first. Okay. Can unzipped the waist bag, and took out an injection medicine similar to the sea medicine from it. Gao Yang took the medicine, and looked at it carefully. The syringe contained a dark brown translucent liquid. This is the D medicine developed by the Qilin Union, also known as a powerful tranquilizer. After one injection, whether it is a human or an animal, even a greedy beast or an angry beast, they will sleep for at least 48 hours. Gao Yang applied to the Qilin Union for 5, which is definitely enough for a week. Gao Yang pulled out the needle cover, gently pushed the syringe with one hand, and a drop of brown liquid overflowed from the syringe. What is this? Wang Zikai came over and asked. Good stuff, Gao Yang said, giving Cantu a look. Cantu immediately understood, walked behind Wang Zikai, and patted Wang Zikai on the shoulder. Noob Jr., I am the senior sister who played mobile games with you before, the one who played De Qiao. Oh, it's you. Wang Zikai stared at Cantu for a few seconds, and finally remembered. Junior, you are so noob. Do you want me to teach you how to play? Cantu smiled. Huh? Who wants you to teach? Before Wang Zikai finished speaking, Gao Yang behind him had already inserted the D potion into Wang Zikai's neck and injected it quickly. Wang Zikai was startled, and before he could figure out what was going on, he slowly reached out his hand, trying to touch his neck, but found that he couldn't lift his hand at all. He blinked, his body softened, and fell down. Gao Yang reached out to hug him, and at the same time pulled out the injection needle and handed it to Cantu. Gao Yang put his arms around Wang Zikai's waist, carried him on his shoulders, and turned around and left. Let's go to the basement. A few minutes later, Gao Yang, Cantu, and Tengu came to the basement of Wang Zikai's house, tied up the unconscious Wang Zikai with thick hemp rope, and wrapped him with strong straps, and then they felt relieved. Huh? Cantu tied a beautiful bow on the straps, stood up, and clapped his hands. Done! Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai, who was sleeping on the chair with his head tilted, and felt a little guilty. In fact, this plan B had been formed in Gao Yang's mind a long time ago. To be honest, at this point, Gao Yang could not guarantee that Wang Zikai was really just a lost person. If Wang Zikai was, then he should fall asleep in the few hours after dark. But now it has been proven that Wang Zikai is not in this situation, so it is very likely that he is a high-level beast that he does not understand. In this case, after 12 o'clock, Wang Zikai's beast nature will inevitably awaken. At that time, there will be no turning back between Gao Yang and Wang Zikai. This is something Gao Yang absolutely does not want to see. In order to prevent this from happening, Gao Yang decided that even if Wang Zikai himself does not sleep, Gao Yang will find a way to make him sleep until the Scarlet Tide ends. Gao Yang confessed this plan to Qilin, and Qilin agreed. For special lost beasts like Wang Zikai, the attitude of the Qilin Union is, observe first, and kill if the risk is too high. Gao Yang assured Qilin that the risk can be controlled to the minimum, and he is willing to bear all the consequences. So Gao Yang applied for 5 D potions. Gao Yang's plan is rough and simple. It is safe during the day. He will come to inject Wang Zikai with D potion every other day, so that he will sleep for 7 days. Anyway, with his physical fitness, it is not a big problem to not eat or drink for 7 days. When they woke up, the Scarlet Tide was over, and they were still good brothers. Of course, the premise is that Gao Yang can survive these 7 days. If he can't survive, Wang Zikai will be fine, he will just think Gao Yang has disappeared from the world, At least in Wang Zikai's heart, Gao Yang is still his good friend. Captain. Ken looked at Wang Zikai, and then at Gao Yang. You actually went to this extent. You and your rookie junior are really close brothers. Gao Yang's smile was helpless, but his tone was serious. He saved me several times, and trusted me very much. If possible, I never want to hurt him. Wow. Ken took a step back suddenly, looked at Gao Yang with strange eyes, and said with a sly smile, Captain, if it's him, I don't mind quitting on my own initiative. Ken was patted on the head by Gao Yang. Captain, don't hit me on the head, I'm not smart anyway. Gao Yang deliberately frowned. Don't talk nonsense, go back to the White Tiger branch. You too. Tengu's voice beside him was a little wrong. The situation is not good. What? Gao Yang just asked, his face sank, and his heart almost stopped. On the seat in front of him, Wang Zikai, who should have been unconscious, woke up. Chapter 339. I feel dizzy. Wang Zikai opened his eyes dazedly, and suddenly found himself firmly trapped in the chair. He was shocked. Wow, what's going on? He looked up and found Gao Yang, Cantu and Tengu standing there in a daze, their faces pale. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you tying me up? Wang Zikai shouted excitedly at Gao Yang. Wang Zikai! You calm down first and listen to my explanation. Gao Yang was really confused. He had never expected this situation. Although he also considered that Wang Zikai had a special physique, the effectiveness of the D potion might be weakened, and the coma time would be shortened. However, the D potion that can make high-level beasts comatose for at least 48 hours could not last for 10 minutes when used on Wang Zikai. This is too outrageous. Wang Zikai, what kind of monster is he? Gao Yang, explain to me quickly. Wang Zikai was a little angry. Suddenly, Wang Zikai looked at Cantu and Tengu fiercely. You too, it must be you who came up with the bad idea, right? Wang Zikai was emotional and began to struggle. Don't try to sow discord between us. Cantu's face turned pale, and he instinctively began to retreat. Tengu also took a step back, raised his hands slightly, ready to activate his talent at any time. Don't. Gao Yang stopped Tengu with his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Tengu, Cantu, you go out first. Cantu was stunned for a moment. Captain, there is no time. Go out. Gao Yang raised his voice, and used an imperative tone. Cantu gritted his teeth, hesitated for a few seconds, and walked out of the basement. Tengu glanced at Gao Yang, said nothing, and left the basement. Hey! You two don't leave. Wang Zikai was still shouting. Bang! The door of the basement closed, leaving only Gao Yang and Wang Zikai inside. In the dim light, the two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Wang Zikai, I'm sorry, it was all my idea. Gao Yang confessed. What do you mean? Wang Zikai really couldn't accept it. Brother, why did you trap me when you were fine? Gao Yang thought quickly. It's to give you special training. Special training? Wang Zikai was stunned. Yes. Special training. Gao Yang's palms were sweating, and he forced himself to calm down. Do you remember Li from Baichuan Group? She is the woman who treated us to food at Guanhai Tower that time. Oh, I know what happened to her. Wang Zikai was led into the conversation by Gao Yang. She can predict the future. She predicts that there will be a very powerful villain in the future. He is the ultimate villain. Gao Yang slowly approached Wang Zikai and said with emotion, that villain is super strong. We are not opponents. We will all be killed by him in the end. Even you are not his opponent. Really? Wang Zikai was skeptical. It shouldn't be. I am the child of destiny. In theory, you can beat him, but your ultimate potential has not been fully stimulated. Gao Yang patted Wang Zikai on the shoulder. So, I plan to give you special training this week. Tie you up. This is just the first step of the special training, in order to stimulate your full potential. Ha ha. Wang Zikai believed it. I knew that this week would not be so simple. Yeah, that's right. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he got away with it. What is the content of the special training? Wang Zikai was eager to try. Do you want me to break free from these ropes by myself? Hey, it's a piece of cake, just wait. Wang Zikai took a deep breath, clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Within a few seconds, his entire skin turned bronze, his muscles bulged rapidly, and his whole body became much stronger than before. Ah! Wang Zikai struggled hard, and the hemp rope and the straps were as fragile as noodles, breaking instantly and splashing out. One of the broken straps flew towards Gao Yang, and slapped on his cheek, leaving a red mark, which was burning and painful. Ha ha! Wang Zikai panted, stood up, and moved his arms. Brother, your special training is not good, you have to increase the intensity. This level is not enough for me to warm up. Gao Yang stood there, his mind blank. The person in front of him was his best and most familiar friend. But at this moment, he was so powerful that he felt so strange. No, Prince Kai can't be a lost one. He must be some kind of high-level beast in deep sleep. Bang! Ken pushed open the door of the basement, and Tengu followed behind him. Both of them were very anxious. Captain! It's 12 o'clock, we can't wait any longer. Ken almost begged. At the moment when Ken's voice fell, Gao Yang's chest twitched slightly, as if a finger had plucked his heartstrings. Then, Gao Yang felt an omnipresent, diffuse sense of oppression coming. Ken and Tengu also felt this strange warning signal to varying degrees. Before, the three of them had not experienced the Scarlet Tide as awakened people. At this moment, they were in the basement, and could not witness the coming of the Scarlet Tide. However, the awakened people of the White Tiger Division witnessed this amazing and strange scene in its entirety. The city of Li at night looked no different from usual, except that the lights in all residential and office buildings were obviously 70% to 80% less than before, and the traffic was very sparse because most citizens were asleep. Just after midnight, almost in an instant, the city's street lights and all public lights went out, and the entire concrete forest was completely dark. The full moon in the sky was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was stained with a rich scarlet color. It was suspended above the night sky, very low, like the eye of an evil god, grimly looking at every place in the world. This eye emitted a strong red light that was no less than that of the day, and the whole city was shrouded in a depressing red. Then, the silent but surging blood mist appeared on the horizon and the river. At first, it was just a red trembling line, and slowly, everyone saw it clearly. It was a thick blood mist, like a tide with the accelerator pressed, rolling and surging, spreading from all directions of the city. In a blink of an eye, the ground was covered with half-meter-high blood mist. In fact, not only the ground, but no matter how high the building you are in is, the blood mist will transform into red vines, quietly climbing up, penetrating any obstacles, and then spreading evenly under your feet like water. Unless you can always float in the sky, no one can escape the indiscriminate tracking of the blood mist. In the basement of Wang Zikai's house, Gao Yang, Cantu and Tengu were still stunned. 10 seconds after their heartstrings were plucked, the blood mist had quietly drilled into the crack of the basement door and spread under their feet. Gao Yang looked down, unable to see his feet, only a blood mist on the ground. Gao Yang's face was pale. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, weakly and blankly looking at Wang Zikai in front of him. Wang Zikai seemed to be unable to see the blood mist, or he might not care about it. He still had a smile on his face. Hey, why are you all silent? Captain, Captain. Ken was trembling with fear, but she did not run away. She mustered up the courage to step forward. This time, no matter what happened, she could not hold back. She wanted to fight side by side with Captain Chiang. Tengu raised his right hand without expression, reached to the collar of his shirt, and broke a dark blue button. Then, he aimed both hands at Wang Zikai, mobilized energy, and was ready to launch level 4 space cutting at any time. No, no. It shouldn't be like this. Gao Yang's eyes were red, his mind was in a mess. His reason told him. He couldn't stand there stupidly. The person in front of him was extremely dangerous. He had to either run away or fight. But Gao Yang couldn't do it. The bits and pieces of his past with Wang Zikai came to his mind wildly, almost bursting his head. Swish 2 seconds later, 3 sharp bone spurs rushed out of Wang Zikai's back of his hand. He took a step forward slowly. In the suppressed scarlet basement, the smile on his face was a bit weird, and the tone of his speech became slow and lazy. Are you going to have special training? What are you waiting for? Chapter 340. White Tiger Branch, 52F. The White Tiger Branch is a large 5-star hotel called the White Lake Hotel. Below 45F, it is operated as a normal hotel. Above 45F is the White Tiger Branch of the Kirin Union, which can only be reached by taking the internal dedicated elevator. In addition to allocating separate hotel dormitories to each employee, it is equipped with a leisure room, entertainment room, training room, etc., and also stores a large amount of equipment and supplies, which is equivalent to the -6F of the Millennium Building. 52F is the top floor of the White Lake Hotel. It is a large space built as a shelter, divided into 5 areas: east, west, south, north, and center. The middle area is the command room and conference room for core personnel. The east area is the living room, with more than 100 capsule beds, which has now increased to 200, separated by men and women. The west area is the public bathhouse and toilet, which are all small compartments due to limited space. The eastern area is the self-service dining area, where there is a self-service kitchen, which is stocked with enough food and drinking water for 200 people for 10 days, including canned food, snacks, and various beverages. The northern area is the rest area, equipped with some sofas and chairs, and a huge fan-shaped floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view, which is convenient for everyone to observe the external situation. Baihu himself is sitting in the command room in the central area. Once a dangerous situation occurs, he will launch absolute defense and include the entire 52F in his defense barrier. This time, all members of the three major organizations gathered at the 52F of the White Lake Hotel, including some individual players. There are 156 people in total, which are almost all the awakened people in the current fog world. 10 minutes before the arrival of the Scarlet Tide, nearly 100 people gathered in the rest area on the north side. They stood in front of the French windows and witnessed the arrival of the Blood Moon and the appearance of Blood Mist with an extremely shocked mood. Although they were at such a high position, in less than 10 seconds, a half-meter high blood mist appeared under their feet. The blood mist is everywhere, and no one can hide. Qing Ling and Officer Huang stood in front of the French windows. Their faces were as heavy as those of other awakened people. Officer Huang's mobile phone was always turned on, and his nerves were highly tense. He lied to his wife that he had to carry out a secret mission in the next 7 days, and did not contact him unless there was an emergency. His wife did not suspect him. Now, it was past midnight, and the Scarlet Tide was coming. He was very afraid of receiving a call or text message from his wife, because this only meant two possibilities. 1. His wife was a high-level beast. 2. There were high-level beasts around him, who suspected that he was an awakened person, and used his wife to set a trap for him. In fact, Officer Huang also considered installing surveillance at home. In this way, he could film the situation after nightfall. If his wife fell asleep before 12 o'clock, it meant that she was lost. If his wife didn't sleep, Officer Huang didn't dare to think further. In the end, he still didn't have the courage to do it. At this moment, he could only hold his phone and pray that the phone would never ring from dawn to dawn. Of course, if it rang, he would be prepared for everything, even if it meant going to die. Qing Ling, who was standing by, stared at the Scarlet City outside the window, and clenched her fist silently. Gao Yang hadn't come back yet. The reason why she knew so much was because Tiango hadn't come back. She knew that Gao Yang wanted to borrow the Tengu of the Chinese zodiac to help him perform a mission. After the mission was completed, he would rush back to the 52nd floor of the White Lake Hotel before 12 o'clock. Now it seems that the mission was not completed and an accident occurred. Green Snake. Yellow Ox. Baitu walked over quickly, holding a tablet with a positioning system in his hand. On it was a flat map of the city, circles of radar waves, and a red dot flashing continuously. Qing Ling saw the eye-catching red dot on the map at a glance. Tengu is in danger, Baitu said. Qing Ling turned around and left without saying a word. Officer Huang followed immediately, and Baitu also walked with him. The three of them just took a few steps and stopped at the same time. Dohu crossed his hands and blocked the way of the three. He didn't speak, and his face seemed to be smiling. Get out of the way. Qing Ling's voice was cold. Okay, beat me first, Dohu said. Uncle Hu, Tengu is in danger. Baitu was very anxious. During the Scarlet Tide, companions who go out on private missions must be prepared for death. Dohu said regretfully, this is the rule. Tengu was called over by Chiang. Baitu was very angry. Tengu volunteered to assist Chiang, this is his choice. Dohu said calmly. I volunteer to save Tengu now, Qiling said coldly, and Gaoyang. Dohu shook his head with regret. Qishi, it's too late. If there is any danger, it has already happened. The enemies that Chiang and Tengu can't deal with are at least the Delusion Beast and the Ghost Group. You will die if you go. I can't watch you take risks. Clang. In the blink of an eye, Qingling's Tang sword had been chopped out, and Dohu held a short sword with one hand. Don't force me. Qingling's eyes flashed with ferocity. I should be the one saying this. Dohu sighed deeply. Jiangjing Villa District, Wang Zikai's house, basement. Aren't you guys going to have special training? What are you waiting for? After Wang Zikai said this, the smile on his face disappeared. He took a step forward, and Gao Yang, Cantu and Tengu almost took a step back at the same time. No, the tone of this kind of words is definitely not the Wang Zikai of the past. Do it quickly, damn it! Don't be stupid and cold. Do it, Gao Yang roared in his heart, but he couldn't do it. Cantu knew that he couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed Gao Yang with one hand and Tengu with the other. In an instant, the three of them disappeared. Wang Zikai's face was stunned for a moment. Hey, where are the people? Gao Yang, where are you? Wang Zikai took another step forward. This time, not only was the tone of his speech slow, but his steps became frivolous. Swish. The bone claws on the back of his hand automatically retracted, his eyelids closed heavily, opened with difficulty, and then closed again, and the whole person staggered like a drunk. Come for special training. Special training. Wang Zikai staggered and fell forward. The invisible Gao Yang quickly appeared from the air, took a step forward, opened his arms to catch Wang Zikai, and the other's chin rested on his shoulder. Gao Yang hugged Wang Zikai tightly. Because there was an outsider, his face was calm, but his heart was ecstatic. Great! Wang Zikai is a lost person. Even if he is so strong, he is really a lost person. He fell asleep, not because of the effect of deep potion, but because of the rules of the Scarlet Tide. He just said something wrong. It was just a manifestation of his lagging thinking when he was about to fall into a coma, not some kind of animal awakening. Gao Yang carefully supported Wang Zikai, fearing that he would wake him up. He squatted down and put Wang Zikai on the ground. In an instant, the thick blood mist under his feet engulfed him. Will this blood mist make Wang Zikai unable to breathe? Gao Yang felt that he was overthinking, but he still picked up Wang Zikai horizontally. Let's go back to the living room. Gao Yang left the basement with cans and Tengu, came to the living room, and put Wang Zikai on the sofa, so that the blood mist could not drown him. Gao Yang looked at the sleeping Wang Zikai and sighed deeply. Although the process was full of twists and turns, the result was good, thank God. At this time, Tiango was talking on the phone. It was just a misunderstanding. There is no danger. We will be back immediately. A fight? Are you okay? Uncle who beat all three of you. A minute later, Tiango took Gao Yang in one hand and Cantu in the other, and took the two of them out of the window of Wang Zikai's house. Under the scarlet blood moon, the three of them quickly flew over the river covered by blood mist. Invisible. Cantu shouted, and the three of them disappeared immediately. In the empty sky, Cantu's voice came. Captain, you are really a genius. We are invincible and safe with this combination. Hey, brother Go, don't fly too high. I am afraid of heights. Fly higher, it's safer. Tiango said. Cantu, do you want something exciting? At this moment, Gao Yang was in a particularly good mood. I want to know what happens if I suddenly teleport while flying. Swoosh. Wow. Captain, stop playing. Cool, let's try the dive teleport again. Tengu's voice. Okay. Dog brother, Captain, calm down, wow, help. Chapter 341. The first night of the Scarlet Tide. 3 o'clock in the morning, Shijing District. The blood moon was in the sky, and the dense forest area was also dyed red, as if some strange fire had occurred, and every tree was burning silently. Deep in the forest, a white two-story villa was vaguely visible, with lights on inside. In the past, this villa was surrounded by a layer of sleight of hand, making it blend into the entire forest. In addition, there was no way up or down the mountain around the villa, so it was basically impossible for anyone to find it. However, during the Scarlet Tide, the owner of the villa thought there was no need to hide the building anymore. In these 7 days, the awakened ones are the prey that should hide everywhere. The hall in the villa is decorated in a retro palace style, with huge crystal chandeliers, heavy and luxurious dark curtains, soft carpets with beautiful patterns, exquisite and precious handmade home furnishings, and famous oil paintings on the wall. A little boy in a black men's suit sat on a luxurious host chair. He looked only 7 or 8 years old, thin and small, with his feet in white socks and handmade leather shoes hanging under the chair, not touching the ground. The boy had silver hair, parted in the middle, with short bangs on his forehead that were slightly curved, and a pair of dark red big eyes that were between cute and deep, perfectly combining the two temperaments. There was also a beauty mole at the right corner of the boy's eye. Although he had a cute face that everyone loved, his temperament was very bitter and vengeful, and his slightly frowned brows seemed to hide thousands of troubles. He sighed. As the head of the family, he was under a lot of pressure. Master Chun, Bai Lu and Chu Shui are back. Behind the little boy stood a tall middle-aged man in a tuxedo, with short and hard silver hair, dark red eyes, a sharp and tough face, and a beauty groove on his wide chin. The little boy called Chun nodded slightly, and said worriedly, "It seems that Bai Lu still hasn't helped Chu Shui find new prey." "Don't worry, Chun, we are at home during the Scarlet Tide. Next, we have plenty of opportunities." The man in a tuxedo said. Jingja, you are too optimistic. Chushua is very special, more special than any of us. Her prey is not so easy to find. The man called Jingja nodded slightly and stopped talking. Hey. Chun sighed again. The pressure is really great. Chun is the founder of the ghost group, and the first ghost in the Misty World. His origin and age are very mysterious, and have never been told to others. Although he looks like a little boy, his mind is already that of an old man who has experienced vicissitudes of life. A long time ago, Chun was constantly looking for new companions to expand the power of the ghost race. He himself was named after Lichuan in the 24 solar terms. Spring represents hope, and the ghost race needs hope more than any other race. After that, each new member will be named in the order of the 24 solar terms. Of course, the name is not rigid and can be slightly modified. 27 years ago, after the twins Bailu and Chushua were born, no new members joined the ghost group. Originally, Chushua should be called Chiofan, but Chushua didn't like this name. When she was 3 years old, she changed her name to Chushua without authorization, which was taken from the solar term Xiaoxua. Chun agreed, because Chushua was the youngest child in the family. In Chun's eyes, she was his precious granddaughter, and the apple of his eye. Once, when the ghost group was at its most prosperous, there were 11 family members. But now, there are only 4 left: Chun, Jingja, Bailu and Chushua. In the eyes of the awakened, ghosts are powerful, terrible and bloodthirsty. This is true. After all, ghosts feed on the energy and life of the awakened. But, ghosts are actually very fragile. Just like those precious pets, they seem noble and elegant, but in fact they hide various genetic diseases. Ghosts are the same, and each ghost has a different curse flowing in its body. This curse can give ghosts powerful abilities, and give ghosts an extra life form, but the curse is also a terrible chronic terminal illness that can take the ghost's life at any time. Regular feeding can only ensure the survival of ghosts, but cannot prevent the disease and deterioration of the curse. When the curse wants to take the ghost's life depends entirely on the mood of the curse, and there is no sign or pattern. Chun looked up and looked at a photo wall. Above are photos of family members who have left. They all have silver hair and red eyes. Most of them are very young, with innocent smiles on their faces. Only a few of them died from hunting, and the rest were all taken away by their own curses. About 20 years ago, the people of the Sangmu cult approached the ghost group. They claimed that they could provide a stable source of food for ghosts, and have a way to cure the curse in the ghosts, provided that the ghosts were willing to cooperate with them. Chun was not naive enough to completely believe in the Sangmu cult, but he thought that there was nothing to lose by cooperating with the Sangmu cult. So, the ghost group and the Sangmu cult began to cooperate. In recent years, the ghost group has been doing very simple things, occasionally helping them assassinate some awakened people, or using the ability of the first snow to revive some awakened people. The Sangmu cult did provide a stable source of food, but it did not cure the curse of the ghost group. The reason given by the Sangmu cult was that the time was not yet ripe. Ah! Thinking of this, Chun could not help but sigh again. Hatsuyuki could not eat ordinary food because of her own special curse. Now, after finally finding a special food that can be eaten, Hatsuyuki was unwilling to eat it, and became good friends with that food. How could it be so absurd? Could it be that the stupidity and deviance of the brain was also caused by the curse? Seeing that Hatsuyuki was getting weaker and weaker, her sister Bailu was also very anxious. There was no other way except running around outside, and catching some stray people that Hatsuyuki could not eat at all. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Bailu came back with Hatsuyuki in the form of a cat. Bailu's beautiful and noble face showed a trace of haggardness and fatigue. She put the sleeping white cat in her arms into a pink cat bed. Bailu walked to the sofa, no longer caring about her dignified manners, and fell backwards on the sofa, closing her eyes. Bailu, this is not a solution, Chun said. I know, but my sister would rather die than eat Gaoyang. Bailu didn't open her eyes, her tone was hateful, and her full chest rose and fell slightly. I will eat it. Chun turned his head and looked at Chu Shui in the cat's nest lovingly. This child is stubborn, but no matter how stubborn he is, he can't be more stubborn than the instinct of survival and eating. Now that the 3 major organizations are gathered together, there is no chance at all. Wait patiently. There is no time. Bailu sat up from the sofa and shouted in a painful voice. Chu Shui could die at any time. If her sister died, Bailu would not want to live. In this world, she has nothing except her sister. Hey. Chun sighed again and took out a business card from his chest pocket. Bailu, contact him. Bailu opened her hand slightly, and the business card in Chun's hand flew between her slender fingers. She took a look at the business card. Who is this? The person who helped Chu Shui find special food. You contact him. He may be willing to help us again. If he has any conditions, as long as they don't touch the bottom line, we will agree. Okay. Hope rekindled in Bai Lu's red eyes. Then, she frowned slightly again. Is he an awakener? Why does he help us? Chun shook his head. He is a delusion beast, not a friend of ours, but not an enemy either. Chapter 342. The second day of Scarlet Tide. 9 a.m., Wang Zikai's living room. Wang Zikai woke up dazedly on the sofa, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Gao Yang sitting next to him, looking at him quietly. Wow! Wang Zikai shouted, and all his sleepiness disappeared. He rubbed his head and sat up. When did I fall asleep? Brother, what are you doing? You scared me. Hey. Gao Yang sighed with pretended sadness. The special training is not effective. What? Wang Zikai paused, and his memory connected. He slapped his thigh. Oh yes. Special training. Didn't we have special training last night? How did I fall asleep? This is special training. Gao Yang said. Huh? Wang Zikai was a little confused. Gao Yang sighed again. To be honest, the canned food that came yesterday has a talent called Sleeping Beauty, which is a very strong curse talent. Wang Zikai was stunned. She used Sleeping Beauty on you. The special thing about this curse is that you will automatically fall asleep as soon as it's past midnight. Oh my god! So strong? Wang Zikai opened his mouth wide. Yes. Gao Yang sighed for the third time. So, you must find a way to hold on. If you can survive the curse of Sleeping Beauty, you will not be disturbed by his hypnotic attack when fighting the strongest villain, and you will definitely win. Wang Zikai suddenly realized, brother, you really have good intentions. Don't worry, I will never let you down. I will definitely not sleep tonight. Gao Yang nodded, stretched out his hand and patted Wang Zikai on the shoulder. Well, it's good that you have this fighting spirit, but Sleeping Beauty is very powerful. I don't think you can survive in a short time. But after all, you are gifted. I estimate that you can win in a week at most. It doesn't take a week, 5 days, no 3 days. I can win. Wang Zikai was full of pride. Yes. Gao Yang stood up and looked at the coffee table next to him. I bought you breakfast. Just eat whatever you want. I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Wait a minute. Wang Zikai shouted. If you leave, what will I do during the day? Practice. Gao Yang's face became strict. If you don't practice well, how can you resist Sleeping Beauty at night? You are in special training. Remember, the strongest special training for the final battle. No problem. Wang Zikai felt excited. Well, I still need to do some preparations for your final battle with the villain, and I will contact you after I finish it. Okay. Wang Zikai picked up a cup of soy milk and took a sip. I will start practicing after breakfast. Brother, don't worry. I can defeat Sleeping Beauty in 3 days at most. Just wait. Come on, you are the best. Gao Yang was very satisfied and nodded with a smile. Gao Yang returned to the 52F of Baihu Hotel. He spent the whole day at the base. He and Officer Huang couldn't help but check their phones every half a minute, even when they were eating. Baitu, who was having lunch with them, couldn't stand it anymore. Huang Yo, are you done? I confiscate your phone if you keep looking at it. I'm looking at my phone, and you're eating your meal. There's no conflict. Officer Huang smiled bitterly. You're affecting other people's meals. Baitu was a little irritable, and Gao Yang, who was next to Officer Huang, felt a little pain in his knees. I seconded the motion. Qingling, who was next to Baitu, added a stab silently. You didn't set a sound reminder. Is there any point in always checking your phone? If you keep looking at it like this, you make something happen when nothing happened. Gao Yang thought what Baitu said made sense, so he quickly put his phone back in his pocket and vowed never to look at it again. Bah! What a crow's mouth! Officer Huang glared at Baitu, took his phone back, and concentrated on eating. In the early morning, the Scarlet Tide arrived on time. The blood moon was in the sky, and the blood mist was everywhere. The pervasive sense of oppression came back again, like a haze, covering everyone's heart. The 3 major groups of labor unions have united, and sent 2 independent teams of 3 people suitable for investigation to patrol the city. One of the teams is composed of Tengu, Cantu and Xiaotian. Tengu takes Cantu, who can be invisible, and Xiaotian, who can sense powerful life forms over a large area, to investigate at high altitudes, which is very safe and stable. The other awakeners have nothing to do but wait. Gao Yang and Officer Huang sat on a lazy sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding their phones, absent-minded and silent. If anyone had the ability to read minds at this moment, they would probably hear these two people repeating 3 sentences. God bless. Don't let your phone ring. Come on, daybreak. In the middle of the night, the phone of an awakened person really rang. Every time it rang, Gao Yang and Officer Huang's hearts would be clenched tightly. Their faces would turn pale instantly, and then they realized that it was not their phones. Elder Chiang. Gao Yang turned around and saw Green Tea walking towards him, holding a phone in her hand, with a very ugly face. Gao Yang immediately understood, and he stood up. Your phone rang? Yes. Green Tea spoke fast and a little anxious. The call was from my sister-in-law. Green Tea's eyes were evasive, and she said with a fluke, it may not be a beast, it may be an awakened human. Gao Yang was silent. This possibility was as small as winning the lottery. She and my brother rented a house outside the university. Green Tea continued, she woke up in the middle of the night and found my brother unconscious. She couldn't wake him up no matter what she did. She thought he was sick. She wanted to call the emergency number, but couldn't get through. Finally, she called me. Gao Yang guessed what Green Tea meant. You want to confirm the situation and want me to accompany you? Yes. Green Tea held the phone. I can't ignore it. Even if my sister-in-law is a beast and uses my brother to lure me into the trap, I must go. No, you can just find someone from your organization. Why find Chiang? Officer Huang, who had been listening, didn't want Gao Yang to take risks. I remember that you didn't know each other very well. Green Tea stared at Gao Yang. We have carried out missions before, so we can be considered friends. I also called someone, the clown. The 3 of us will go together. I promise that nothing will go wrong. Gao Yang still didn't say anything. Gao Yang was a little surprised that the clown, such a cold person, would take the initiative to take risks. Ah. Green Tea sighed. If it's just a high-level beast, I still have no problem. I'm just afraid that she will use my brother to threaten me, and I definitely can't deal with it alone. Green Tea looked at Gao Yang, with a hint of pleading in her voice. The clown can distinguish the smell of the beast and confirm the identity, and you have teleportation and a smart mind. If I really need to save people at a critical moment, I can only rely on you. Elder Chiang, I only have this one brother, you must help me, this favor I will. Okay, stop talking. Gao Yang interrupted. Let's go. Green Tea was stunned. She didn't expect Gao Yang to agree so easily. Okay, let's go. Gao Yang decided to help Green Tea for 2 main reasons. One is that Gao Yang cast the key vote that led to Green Tea's death in the werewolf game hosted by Zui Yi. Although he knew it was just a game, Gao Yang still felt guilty. Helping him this time was a compensation. Another point was selfish. He might encounter the same situation in the next few nights, and he might need Green Tea's help. I go with you too. Officer Huang stood up. No need. Gao Yang refused. Too many people is not necessarily a good thing. But, what if your cell phone rings? Gao Yang said. Officer Huang was instantly convinced, and he sighed. Okay, you guys be careful. Green Tea and Gao Yang quickly went to the logistics department to get some basic medicines and equipment, and went to the elevator at the exit. The clown had been waiting for a long time. He changed his appearance and turned into a very ordinary, unremarkable young man. The 3 left the White Lake Hotel, got into Green Tea's private car, and went to University A. Green Tea was driving anxiously, and drove very fast. The clown in the passenger seat was silent, looking out the window, wary of possible danger. Gao Yang held his cell phone, worried from time to time whether his cell phone would ring, and the 3 of them were silent along the way. The sleeping city road was empty, and soon, Green Tea came to a single apartment building near University A, where many college couples would rent a house and live together. The 3 of them entered the lobby of the single apartment, and the security guard at the front desk had indeed fallen asleep in a chair. The 3 of them quickly stepped into the elevator, and came to room 1003. Green Tea quickly found the door of the room, and Gao Yang entered the system. There was no danger warning for the time being, but this only meant that there was no imminent crisis behind the door, but it did not mean that the whole thing was not a trap. Green Tea was a little undecided, and didn't dare to open the door for a long time. He took a last look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded gently. Green Tea took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. Ding-ling. Click. 3 seconds later, the door opened. Inside the door stood a young girl in pajamas. She had a round face, and was a relatively blessed appearance. But now she looked haggard, her hair was messy, her eyes were red and swollen, and there were dried tears on her face. Brother, you are finally here. The girl found Gao Yang and the clown standing behind Green Tea, and was a little confused. They are. We are all friends, and we happen to be together, so we came to help. Green Tea had already thought of the excuse. The girl didn't ask much, and hurriedly opened the door to welcome them in. Come on, come in quickly. Green Tea felt relieved to enter the door because she had a companion behind her, and she didn't worry that her younger brother and sister would suddenly attack her. Gao Yang and the clown deliberately slowed down and followed Green Tea and the girl into the house. Brother, I woke up in the middle of the night and found that Xiao Jun was not right. The single apartment was not big, and it was all the way to the end. There was a bed at the end, and a boy in pajamas was lying on it. Xiao Jun was sleeping too deeply, and I couldn't wake him up. I wanted to call an ambulance, but no one answered the phone. I couldn't carry him. I wanted to ask the neighbors for help, but no one answered me after knocking on several doors. I don't know what happened. The girl explained in a nagging manner, and it was obvious that she was very anxious. Green Tea had a gloomy face, and quickly walked to the bed to guard her unconscious brother. The girl also wanted to go over, but was stopped by Green Tea. Sister-in-law, don't come over. Ah? The girl was a little confused. Brother, what are you doing? Don't stand there. Let's send Xiao Jun to the hospital quickly. She didn't say anything more, and suddenly, she found that the atmosphere was not right. She turned around slowly and found that the clown was standing with his hands folded, guarding the only entrance of the single apartment, which was the only exit. Gao Yang also kept a certain distance from her, with a cold expression and alert movements. The single apartment was terribly quiet, and some undercurrent was surging silently. The girl's anxious and confused expression solidified little by little, and 2 seconds later, a faint green light flashed in her eyes. Roar! Almost in an instant, her mouth split open to the jaw, and a sticky light green liquid flowed in a hideous crack. She flew towards Green Tea, who was closest to her. She was a parasite, and it wanted to parasitize Green Tea's body. Swish! Green Tea was well prepared, and quickly grabbed a pillow beside her, blocked it, and stuffed it into the parasite's crack. The pillow could only resist for a short time, but it was enough. Green Tea launched an inch force with her other hand and punched the parasite in the chest. The parasite biting the pillow flew out, smashing the glass coffee table next to it with a clang. For a moment, white duck down flew all over the sky, and glass shards shattered all over the floor. Ah! The parasite didn't care about its almost shattered internal organs, and struggled to get up. It knew very well that it was no match for Green Tea, and pounced on Gao Yang sideways. It had only one thought at this moment, that was to bite people. As long as it could bite the awakened person, its energy, consciousness and part of its memory could exist in the awakened person's body in another life form, achieving a certain sense of symbiosis. It pounced on Gao Yang, but pounced in vain. Gao Yang activated teleport and easily went behind it. Puff! Gao Yang took out the dagger he carried with him, and pierced the back of the parasite. Ouch! The parasite wailed. Gao Yang exerted force with his arm, and pushed hard, and the dagger pierced the heart of the parasite. It stopped wailing, and its body softened and fell down. A pool of blood soon appeared on the floor. The parasite's body twitched twice in the pool of blood, and slowly turned back to human form, but there were still some traces of beast transformation in its cracked mouth. The clown slowly walked over, pulled out the dagger he carried with him, squatted down, and drilled another hole in the parasite's head to ensure that it could not fake death or attack by surprise. The matter was over, and it was resolved smoothly without any drag. But if Green Tea came alone, she might really be caught. After all, this parasite did not intend to set a trap to hurt Green Tea, nor did it intend to threaten Green Tea with Xiao Jun. Its original intention was to use the unconscious Xiao Jun to attract Green Tea's attention, and then take advantage of him to bite Green Tea and parasitize on him. Thank you. Green Tea was relieved and grateful. I will remember this kindness in my heart. The clown did not speak. Gao Yang nodded. Let's go. Okay. Before Green Tea got up, she turned around and glanced at her brother, who was still sleeping on the bed, and said with a distressed tone, "How will Xiao Jun face his dead girlfriend when he wakes up tomorrow?" Warning. As he had been prepared, Gao Yang instinctively activated teleportation when the system sound just appeared in his ears. Swoosh. Green Tea felt a trance, and Gao Yang had already carried him to the corner. And the place where Green Tea was originally located, that is, the bedside of her brother, pierced with 3 thin, sharp white bone spurs, which were her brother's fingers. Green Tea's head exploded with a buzz. He knew what this meant, but he couldn't think about the next step at all. No! He shouted. Swish, swish, swish. The bone spur stabbed Gao Yang and Green Tea again. Gao Yang teleported again, bringing green tea to the entrance of the apartment and standing with the clown. No, 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 why? Why is it like this? Green tea's voice was extremely painful. The young man named Xiaojun sat up from the bed coldly, and was not in a hurry to act again. Gao Yang saw Shijun's appearance clearly. He had a short face that made him look young, with soft black hair and soft facial features. He looked harmless. In fact, Green Tea's younger brother did have a good personality, and the two brothers depended on each other. The younger brother was sensible and obedient since he was a child. He trusted and respected his brother very much. Even when he fell in love in college, he had to ask his brother's opinion first. Brother. Xiaojun sat on the bed, his hands on his knees, head down, and a sad tone. Why don't you let me kill you and eat you? In this way, we can be together forever. Border. Gao Yang mobilized energy with both hands. According to his current experience, boarders are the strongest and most cunning beasts besides delusion, life, and death beasts. Xiaojun, brother, I'm sorry. Green Tea's voice was full of self-blame. I was too careless, I should have hidden better, so that you wouldn't be suspicious. Brother. Xiaojun stood up and shook his head. Don't blame you, you can deceive other beasts, but I'm a boarder, how can you deceive me? What do you mean? Gao Yang asked. Xiaojun smiled coldly. Half of his face was hidden in the darkness. In your words, the beast in my body can distinguish between ordinary humans and awakened people even when it is asleep, but it is suppressed by the personality and the Songdao. Xiaojun shrugged. So, when the scarlet tide comes, my beast will definitely wake up, and this day is destined to come. Great. Gao Yang knew that he was ruthless and even shameless. But at this moment, the first thing he thought of was his family. Now it seems that at least there are no boarders among my family. If there are boarders, no matter how well I hide on weekdays, the beast in their bodies can distinguish between humans and awakened people, but because of the suppression of the personality and the Songdao, they must wait until the scarlet tide to wake up. Brother. Xiaojun looked at Green Tea with a smile on his face, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I really love you, you are my dearest, I remember all the good things you did for me. But I don't know why, I want to kill you now, I can't control myself at all. Brother, please, let me eat you, let us merge into one, so that we can be together forever. I promise that this process will be quick, and you won't feel any pain at all. Brother. The boarder still looked like a younger brother, he stretched out his hand to Green Tea with a look of desire. I know you will not want me to die, right? You said you would take care of me, now only you can save me, I don't want to die, let me eat you, so that I will be half human, we will merge into one, and become human together to live. Shijun. Green Tea was almost shaken, he stepped forward. Wake up! Gao Yang shouted, it's not your brother at all, your brother is dead. It's a beast. Brother. Xiaojun also became excited, his eyes red. I am your brother, I am telling the truth, when have I ever lied to you? He is lying to you, he wants to sow discord between us brothers. You are not Green Tea's brother. The clown, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said. Xiaojun was stunned, not understanding why the clown was so sure. Why do you say that? His brother will never hurt him, just like he will not hurt his brother. The clown's voice was emotionless. Gao Yang was shocked. I thought the clown would say I can smell your breath as evidence, but I didn't expect his reason to point directly to human nature. Green Tea trembled all over, as if waking up from a dream. Yes, if it was Xiaojun, how could she bear to hurt him? He stretched out his hand to Xiaojun, and let it go dejectedly. 2 hot tears flowed from Green Tea's eyes, but he still didn't give up. Finally, he tried to ask, Xiaojun, is it really impossible to turn back? When the scarlet tide passes and your beast personality falls asleep, we will still be brothers, just like before. Swish, swish, swish. Ding, ding. 3 bone spurs suddenly stabbed at him. Gao Yang picked up the dagger and blocked 2 of them. Another pierced Green Tea's shoulder, and a touch of blood splashed on Green Tea's face. Green Tea didn't move at all. Don't stand there, Gao Yang shouted. This trip was really the right one. Tonight, Gao Yang truly understood one thing. The biggest enemy of the awakened has never been the beast, but his own weakness. Human, don't be naive, there is no turning back. The boarder Xiaojun smiled. This time, he didn't call Green Tea brother, but called him human. I don't know if it was an illusion, but at that moment, Gao Yang caught a trace of regret in Shijun's eyes. Why? Green Tea didn't understand. The team has already started. You all have to die. Before Xiaojun finished speaking, dark purple scales quickly grew on his body, covering his entire body. Its 10 fingers turned into bone spurs, and a strong murderous aura spread. Warning, lucky point benefits increased to 2,700 times. Let us do it. Gao Yang sighed and took a step forward. Clown, come on. Yeah. The clown put his left hand on his face, and when he released it, he had turned into Gao Yang's appearance, and had 50% teleport ability and attribute bonus. The clown touched Gao Yang before and sensed teleport, flame, copy, and liar detector in his body. The clown's 1,000 faces can only imitate one talent at present, and he chose teleport. No need. Green Tea called Gao Yang and the clown in time. His eyes were sad and firm. He is my brother. If you want to kill him, I will do it. 5 o'clock in the morning, half an hour before dawn. A car was on the way to the White Lake Hotel. The driver was the clown, and Green Tea was sitting in the passenger seat, covered in blood, and his face and hair were all covered with dried blood. All 5 fingers on his right hand were broken, and there were puncture wounds of varying degrees in his abdomen, thigh, and right chest. Because he was injected with C medicine in time for treatment, he was not in danger of life. Green Tea's brother Xiaojun, the boarder, fought with Green Tea for a minute, and his heart was blown up by Green Tea's inch power, so he did not feel too much pain. Green Tea did not deal with the body, but only cleared the traces of himself and his companions. He had to wait until daytime, until the police called and told him that his brother and sister-in-law were robbed and brutally killed last night. Then he pretended to have just learned the bad news and cried bitterly, and acted out the whole scene to the end. In the car, Green Tea's face was ashen. She said nothing, and stared at her feet in a trance. He was wearing a pair of blue and white running shoes, which had been stained dark brown by blood. That was a birthday gift given to Green Tea by his brother and sister-in-law last month. The online celebrity shoes cost thousands of dollars, and the young couple bought them with the money they earned from odd jobs. Xiaojun. Green Tea remembered something and smiled. Last time he spent my birthday with me, he told me, brother, I have a girlfriend, you should find me a sister-in-law soon. Gao Yang and the clown did not respond. They knew very well that Green Tea just wanted to say something. I asked why. Xiaojun said, brother, I have grown up and can take care of myself. You should also think about yourself in the future. Green Tea did not say anything more. Stop talking nonsense. The clown held the steering wheel and looked ahead. Cry if you want to. Aw, woo woo. Green Tea cried. The 1.9-meter tall guy cried so hard that he was out of breath, and his snot and tears mixed together, like a child who is at a loss. On the second night, the awakened people generally spent it safely. But there were also losses. That night, a total of 5 awakened people's phones rang. One of them did not answer, and the other 4 answered, and were prepared to die, and voluntarily left 52F. In the end, 3 people came back, 2 of whom were slightly injured. Another person did not come back and lost contact. He was a member of the Baichuan group. Li formed a search team, and sent them out to search for his companions at dawn. 2 hours later, the search team found part of the body of his companions, packed it in a body bag, sent it to Beigui Funeral Home for preservation, and then returned to 52F. Early in the morning, Gao Yang went to Wang Zikai's house alone. Wang Zikai naturally didn't make it last night, and fell asleep again. When he woke up, Wang Zikai saw Gao Yang standing by his side again, and scratched his messy hair a little embarrassedly. Hee, I didn't make it last night. I don't know when I fell asleep. Don't worry, brother, I will continue to practice today, and I will definitely make it tonight. Gao Yang shook his head. Don't worry, more haste makes waste. Hey, you have a little dark circles under your eyes? Wang Zikai found Gao Yang's face haggard. You didn't sleep last night. How could I sleep? I was afraid that my family would call me. Gao Yang smiled. Yes, I didn't sleep. Brother. Wang Zikai was so moved. I didn't expect you to stay with me all the time. No, I didn't say that. You must have been cheering me up all night, right? I disappointed you so much. I didn't wake up all night. I failed your special training. Hey, don't learn anything else. Don't learn from me and overthink. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Gao Yang's face turned pale in an instant. He almost trembled as he took the phone out of his trouser pocket. He told himself, it's okay, it's called during the day, nothing will happen. The caller ID, Gao Xinxin. When Gao Yang saw these 3 words, he didn't have the courage to answer. He handed the phone to Wang Zikai. My sister is calling. Please answer it for me. You are such a coward. Wang Zikai smiled and took the phone generously. Hello, Gao Xinxin. Didn't I tell you that we are in special training? Don't bother us these few days. I want to be a professional player. What? Wang Zikai shouted and stood up. Is this true? Gao Yang's heart sank. Something really happened. Chapter 343. Half an hour later, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai arrived at the police station. Gao Xinxin was sitting on a bench in the hall. Her eyes were red and swollen, and there were messy tear marks on her face. As soon as she saw Gao Yang and Wang Zikai, she immediately stood up, rushed to Gao Yang, and grabbed her brother's arm. Brother! Don't panic, don't panic. Gao Yang also grabbed his sister's hand. What did the police say? The case has been filed and someone is being sent to investigate. Let me go home and wait for news. Mom, nothing will happen, right? Gao Xinxin said, tears welling up in her eyes again. Nothing will happen. Gao Yang comforted in vain, and he himself was unsure. In the next 10 minutes, Gao Xinxin explained the whole story to Gao Yang and Wang Zikai. The story started on the first day of Scarlet Tide. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai left home in the afternoon and went to the club. Everything was fine. At 7 p.m., the family had dinner and went downstairs for a walk. After a while, everyone felt a little sleepy and decided to go home. At this time, the mother suddenly remembered that the soy sauce was out, so she went to the supermarket alone to buy soy sauce and asked everyone to go home first. Logically, the mother would go home soon after going to the supermarket. But the mother did not go home. Around 7:30, the father and the nanny had gone back to the room to sleep. Gao Xinxin was getting more and more sleepy, but she remembered that her mother had not come home yet, so she called her mother. The mother told Gao Xinxin that she met a high school classmate she had not seen for many years in the supermarket. The two had a good relationship in the past, so they decided to stay at her house for one night. Gao Xinxin did not think much about it, and fell asleep directly on the sofa. The next morning, the family woke up, and the mother had not come home yet. Dad called Mom and found that Mom's phone was turned off. Dad was a little worried, but he also thought that Mom was an adult, and it shouldn't be a big deal to go to a classmate's house to play. Maybe her phone just ran out of battery. It was like this until the evening. Mom still didn't come home, and the phone still couldn't be reached. At this time, the family finally felt something was wrong and considered whether to call the police. If there was no contact for 24 hours, a case could be filed. It was strange that everyone was obviously worried about Mom, but they still fell into a deep sleep and slept until dawn. The family woke up, Mom still didn't come home, and the phone still couldn't be reached, so they decided to call the police immediately. Dad was inconvenient to sit in a wheelchair, and Grandma's legs and feet were not very good. Gao Xinxin went to the police station alone to report the incident and explain the whole story to the police. The police initially speculated that the old classmate mentioned by Mom was likely to join a pyramid scheme or a fraud gang, and Mom might have been deceived by her, or even detained. The police filed a case for investigation, and began to check the surveillance cameras in their community. They also told Gao Xinxin to wait at home. If her mother called again during this period, she should record the call and notify the police immediately. Gao Xinxin called her father and grandmother, and told them not to worry, and wait for news at home. At this moment, Gao Xinxin's mood stabilized a little. Brother, I'm sorry, I know you are training with Wang Zikai. What nonsense! Wang Zikai interrupted excitedly. Auntie is missing. What a big deal. How can you still have the mood to train? But isn't playing esports your dream? I have many dreams. This one is not bad. Wang Zikai said, let's talk about it later. There will be another chance tomorrow. Wang Zikai is right. Gao Yang comforted. Don't worry, Mom will be fine. Gao Xinxin nodded. Let's go find Mom. Okay. Wang Zikai said, take my car, we look for her together. Don't worry. Gao Yang disagreed. Looking now is too blind. Let's go home and wait for the results of the police investigation, and then find a way to find her. Gao Yang makes sense. Wang Zikai nodded. On the way home, Gao Xinxin was still very uneasy, and Wang Zikai kept comforting Gao Xinxin. On the contrary, Gao Yang rarely spoke and was worried. Gao Yang was also very worried about his mother, but he had to consider two other possibilities. 1. Mom is a high-level beast, and found Gao Yang to be an awakener, so he deliberately lured him out. 2. The old classmate that Mom met was a high-level beast, and she detained Mom and wanted to lure Gao Yang out. Both possibilities are possible, but not very likely. Because if the high-level beast wanted to lure Gao Yang out, it would contact him directly, and give a clear time and place. Now the mother is missing, which does not match the motivation of the high-level beast to hunt awakened people. Gao Yang, Wang Zikai, and Gao Xinxin returned home. Dad and Grandma were anxious, and Gao Yang comforted them again. Next, everyone sat at home and waited without eating lunch. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that 2 policemen came with some monitoring equipment. The police regretfully told Gao Yang's family that they investigated the surveillance of the community and the surveillance of the street supermarket when the incident happened yesterday. It was indeed found that the person in question was buying soy sauce in the supermarket, and then met a middle-aged woman wearing a mask and a sun hat. The two talked happily, left the supermarket arm in arm, and took a taxi away. According to surveillance tracking, the car drove to the suburbs of Shijing District. There are no surveillance cameras at many intersections in the suburbs of Shijing District. The police have found the taxi driver and learned where they got off the car. They have locked the nearby area for searching, but there is no progress. It is initially determined that Gao Yang's mother is indeed likely to be kidnapped or trafficked. The police's advice to the family is to wait patiently at home. If it is a kidnapping, the kidnappers will definitely call, and the police will monitor and locate their calls. But if it is trafficking, you can only wait for the police to solve it. For the next hour, the atmosphere at home was very heavy. Everyone held their mobile phones and waited for possible calls. The time was extremely difficult. No! Gao Xinxin stood up, handed the phone to her father, and said with a firm face, "I want to go find my mother. I go with you." Gao Yang also stood up and handed the phone that had been set to safe mode to his father. "Wang Zikai, you drive." "No problem." Wang Zikai agreed immediately. Waiting is not his style. He wants to act quickly now. "Dad, Grandma, you stay home and wait for the call, we go out to look for them," Gao Yang said. "Okay." Dad nodded in a dry voice. The 2 policemen still suggested that everyone wait for the call at home. When Gao Yang, Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai insisted on going out to look for them, the police could not force them, because it was not completely certain that the person was kidnapped. An hour later, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin took Wang Zikai's car and came to the suburbs of Shijing District, the intersection where Mom got off the car. Let's analyze it. Wang Zikai drove while trying to use his brain. If we are a fraud gang or kidnappers, where would we hide people? It can't be too conspicuous, there is no need to register the identity, it must avoid surveillance, and it must be easy to hide. Gao Yang tried to analyze. Gao Xinxin opened a map with Wang Zikai's mobile phone and looked for possible hiding places, and found several at once. The 3 began to look for it, and ate something casually on the way. Unknowingly, it was 10:30 in the evening. During this period, Gao Xinxin was very sleepy, and dozed off several times in the car, but soon woke up again. Wang Zikai was very energetic. Seeing that the scarlet tide was coming, Gao Yang suggested, "How about today, Gao Xinxin, go home, and we will go tomorrow." "Gujia Villa." Gao Xinxin shouted, pointing to the mobile phone map. "Here." It was originally planned to be a holiday villa with a farm theme, but it ended up unfinished. "Is it possible that my mother is hidden here?" The possibility is very small. Gao Yang is not optimistic, but he can't bear to extinguish Gao Xinxin's hope. When people are desperate, they want to seize any slim chance. It's entirely possible. Let's go and look for it. Wang Zikai was very supportive, turned the car around, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Chapter 344. According to the map navigation, the 3 drove off the highway and entered an old road. After driving for 10 minutes, they turned into a wide cement road leading to the countryside. It looked like it was recently built, and was out of tune with the surrounding environment. Under the moonlight, the car passed through a large area of farmland, and finally arrived at a row of unfinished villas at the foot of the mountain. This was Gujia Villa. Wang Zikai parked the car on an unpaved open space, which should be a temporary parking lot. On the left was a lake, where some pavilions and the prototype of guardrails could be seen. It seemed that the construction was stopped just as it was about to be built. At the foot of the mountain on the right were more than a dozen Chinese-style hotel villas, and a rough house was just built. Gao Yang glanced at Wang Zikai's mobile phone. It was already 11 o'clock. In another hour, the scarlet tide would come. Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai will be forced to sleep by Songdao at least. According to Gao Xinxin's description, she has been sleeping for the past 2 days. Seeing that she almost fell asleep several times tonight, it is very consistent with the performance of a lost person or an ordinary human. Of course, it cannot be completely ruled out that the sister is a high-level beast, but this possibility is very small. Because Gao Xinxin is there, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai are not convenient to use extraordinary power to fly over the eaves and walls. The 3 of them searched for villas one by one. It took 2 minutes to carefully check each unfinished villa, and it took another half an hour to check them all. Gao Yang was worried about his mother's whereabouts on the one hand, and the upcoming scarlet tide on the other. Soon, the three returned to the temporary parking lot. Gao Xinxin stood by the lake and called his family with Wang Zikai's mobile phone. Wang Zikai and Gao Yang stood in front of the car. Wang Zikai lowered his voice and said to Gao Yang, "Brother, it will be early morning in half an hour. If I can't resist the power of Sleeping Beauty, will I fall asleep again?" "It's entirely possible," Gao Yang replied. "Then you drive the car." Wang Zikai handed the car key to Gao Yang. "Otherwise it will be bad if I fall asleep in the middle of the drive." "It doesn't matter to us, but your sister is an ordinary person, don't get hurt." Gao Yang was stunned. When did this Wang Zikai become so careful and gentle? Gao Yang was touched, but then he felt uneasy again. Careful, smart, gentle, these commendatory words appearing on Wang Zikai are not a good sign. After Gao Xinxin finished talking to her family, she came back dejectedly. "Brother, Dad still hasn't received any calls." "What's going on?" Wang Zikai frowned. "Isn't it kidnapping?" "I don't know." Gao Xinxin's emotions were a little out of control again. Mom wouldn't be harmed by that woman, right? "You say, is it possible that that woman is jealous of Mom so?" "Gao Xinxin, don't let your imagination run wild." Gao Yang interrupted his sister. "It's too late. There's no point in our blind search. Let's go home." Gao Xinxin was stunned and said angrily, "Brother, are you giving up now?" "It's not giving up. It's futile to keep looking like this." Gao Yang tried to explain calmly. "We still have to trust the police. I'm not going home. If you want to go back by yourself." Gao Xinxin shouted. "Gao Xinxin, stop fooling around." Gao Yang also became serious and stepped forward to grab his sister's hand. "The situation is chaotic enough now. Don't make it worse. Go home immediately." "Let me go." Gao Xinxin shook off Gao Yang's hand. "I didn't cause any trouble. I must find my mother. If I don't find my mother, I will never go home." Gao Yang had no time. He made up his mind and suddenly stepped forward to carry his sister, turned around and walked towards Wang Zikai's car. "Wang Zikai, drive." "Ah?" Oh. Wang Zikai hurriedly got in the car. "Put me down." "Let me go." Gao Xinxin struggled. "Ah!" Gao Yang shouted, and his sister bit Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang was forced to let go. Gao Xinxin landed on her feet, turned around and ran. "Gao Xinxin!" Gao Yang shouted, and saw Gao Xinxin running along the lake. There was a small road next to the lake, and a not-so-high mountain on one side. This mountain should be planned to be built into a landscape area, so it was built in its original form. Gao Xinxin ran up the mountain along the mountain road, and her figure quickly disappeared. Gao Yang was anxious and regretful. He looked at Wang Zikai. "Wait here, I chase him back." "I go with you." "No need," Gao Yang said. "I be back soon." Gao Yang tried to run as fast as an ordinary person, and didn't dare to teleport. He didn't want Gao Xinxin to see his talent. After all, he couldn't be 100% sure that she was an ordinary human or a lost person. Gao Yang chased after him along the small stone road. There were no street lights on the mountain. The bamboo forest was lush, and the moonlight was dim. The visibility was very low. "Gao Xinxin!" Gao Yang shouted loudly while walking up the mountain, and his voice echoed in the forest. Gao Yang wanted to call Tengu and Kan too. He definitely couldn't get back to Baihu Hotel before the Scarlet Tide started, but if Tengu and Kantu came to pick him up, he could return safely even if the Scarlet Tide came. Suddenly, Gao Yang remembered that he didn't bring his cell phone with him, so he gave up the idea. "Gao Xinxin, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. Come out, let's continue to look for Mom, okay?" Gao Yang coaxed and lied, shouting loudly in the empty forest. There was no response except his own echo. Soon, Gao Yang came to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was relatively flat, with a cement viewing platform of several hundred square meters, and an observation tower in the middle, which was unfinished after only 3 floors. "Gao Xinxin!" Gao Yang shouted again, and the moon in the sky had turned pink. "No, I can't delay any longer, it's almost dawn, and the blood moon and blood mist are coming." "Gao Xinxin! Mom is home, Mom is fine. I just received a call from Dad, come out, let's go home." In a hurry, Gao Yang could only lie, and he had to do it. "Brother!" Gao Xinxin's voice appeared, coming from the inside of the unfinished viewing tower. "Gao Xinxin!" Gao Yang looked at the unfinished observation tower not far away. There was still a scaffolding outside that had not been removed. There was a dark doorway under the scaffolding. A few seconds later, a thin white figure ran out. It was Gao Xinxin. She rushed to Gao Yang with a panicked look on her face, hugged Gao Yang, and buried her head in his arms. Gao Yang hugged his sister tightly. Xinxin, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. Brother, I'm so scared. Gao Xinxin interrupted him with a trembling voice, her head still buried in his arms. There is something in the tower, it just caught me. What is it? Gao Yang asked hurriedly. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 5,000 times. Gao Yang was shocked and pushed Gao Xinxin away. Chapter 345. Gao Yang pushed Gao Xinxin to the ground. This was the first time he was so rude to his sister. This was Gao Yang's defensive instinct. In fact, he was lucky that he pushed away quickly enough to escape. Gao Yang staggered back 2 steps, covering his lower abdomen with his right hand. Blood stained his shirt red and flowed out from between his fingers, dripping on the ground. Gao Xinxin held a sharp and small silver-white dagger in her hand. She stood up slowly and looked at Gao Yang with a numb face. Just now, if Gao Yang hadn't pushed her away in time, her dagger would have been inserted deeper. Why? Gao Yang was shocked and confused, but he didn't sit there and wait for death. While asking this question, he quickly took out the sea medicine he carried with him, pulled out the needle cover, and inserted it into his side waist. The medicine was injected into the body, the pain quickly eased, the bleeding stopped, and the wound slowly healed. Gao Yang threw away the empty sea potion, stepped back 2 steps again, kept a safe distance, and gathered energy in his hands. Although his body was ready to fight, he did not accept this fact emotionally. His sister's beast nature had awakened, and wanted to be his enemy. Sister, why? Gao Yang asked again, his voice sad and his eyes broken. Gao Xinxin did not answer her. She still had a wooden face, her eyes were dull, and she stared at him in a daze. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. Wait, something is wrong. The girl in front of him was neither his sister nor Gao Xinxin, who had awakened her beast nature. Moreover, the scarlet tide had not yet arrived. Even if his sister was a high-level beast, it was not time for her to awaken. Gao Yang calmed down, focused on observing, and magnified his 6 senses. Finally, Gao Yang saw clearly that there was a nearly transparent energy floating behind Gao Xinxin, which looked like a human figure, like some kind of ghost behind him. Who are you? Gao Yang shouted. What do you want to do to my sister? So sharp. Gao Xinxin spoke, her voice mechanical like a puppet. I was discovered by you. I ask you again, who are you? Gao Yang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No one should want to hurt Gao Xinxin. My name is Fu, no characters. According to your human etiquette, you can call me Master Fu. Gao Xinxin answered without emotion. Master Fu? Gao Yang immediately thought of Master Jiang and Master Zhou. You are a delusion beast. Gao Yang said. Yes, according to you, I belong to the Observer. No, the Observer will not hurt humans. Gao Yang said. You have misunderstood us. We don't care whether we hurt humans or not. We are just solving problems. It's just that our solutions are different. Sure enough, it was consistent with what Zui said. Humans are the problem, and the mission of the delusion beast is to answer the question. For a moment, Gao Yang suddenly realized, my mother disappeared. Is it you who did it, just to lure me out? She will be fine. Gao Xinxin took a knife and stepped forward. Your sister will be fine too, I promise you. What do you want to do? Gao Yang stared at Gao Xinxin's spirit behind him, thinking about how to kill Master Fu without hurting his sister. The answer is that there is no solution. He doesn't understand Master Fu's ability at all. Gao Xinxin took another step forward. I want you to do something. It's very simple. Become my sister's food. A gentle and noble female voice came from above his head. Gao Yang looked up and saw a familiar figure on the scaffolding of the observation tower. In the moonlight, she was plump, with flying silver hair, and wearing a luxurious red palace dress. Bai Lu. Gao Yang was quite surprised. In Bai Lu's arms, Chu Shui curled up in the form of a white cat and fell into a coma. The night wind blew over the top of the mountain. Under Bai Lu's dancing silver hair, there was a pair of sharp and determined red eyes. Gao Yang, you must become Chu Shui's food tonight. Gao Yang wanted to shout, why, but he was about to open his mouth, but he was stunned. Because he already knew the plan of Bai Lu and Master Fu. Sure enough, the controlled Gao Xinxin suddenly raised the dagger and pressed it against her snow-white neck. No! Gao Yang shouted, please I beg you, don't hurt her. Gao Xinxin's neck was soon cut by the sharp dagger, and a trace of blood flowed down the dagger. Gao Yang, my answer is Chu Shui. Master Fu controlled Gao Xinxin and said with a dull look, Chu Shui cannot die, you must become her food, and I will do whatever it takes to achieve this. Gao Yang's face was ashen. I know you are very smart, but don't play tricks. My talent is delusion. I can possess all creatures with lower mental power than me. Unless I leave on my own initiative, you will never be able to stop me from making your sister commit suicide. I will not only kill your sister, but also find a way to kill all your family, friends, and important people. Even if I can't do it, the ghost group can do it. But as long as you volunteer to cook Chushua's food, I promise that your family and friends will be safe. Gao Xinxin said, looking up, the dagger further embedded in the skin. Give you 10 seconds. I promise you. Gao Yang answered without any hesitation. Very good, very straightforward. Gao Xinxin stepped back a few steps. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my promise, and you will not die in vain. Bai Lu floated down from the scaffolding holding Chushua, and she walked behind Gao Xinxin. 2 seconds later, Gao Xinxin's body softened, the dagger in her hand fell off, and she fell backwards. Bai Lu caught her with her body, and pinched her thin neck with one hand. This action warned Gao Yang. She could easily break Gao Xinxin's neck. Don't play tricks. Gao Yang did not move throughout the whole process, and did not intend to play tricks. A few seconds later, an old man in a blue and white striped hospital gown slowly walked out of the observation tower. He was terribly thin, with only skin and bones left. His face was ashen, full of age spots, and his hair was so sparse that it was almost gone. He looked very ill. Haha, are you surprised? Master Fu, dressed as a patient, looked at Gao Yang, his voice so hoarse that it was almost leaking. I am a delusion beast, but I am also a terminal cancer patient. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, and said nothing. After deciding to become Chushua's food, he suddenly lost interest in everything. What foggy world, what delusion beast, living beast, dead beast, what the end gate, had nothing to do with him anymore. It turned out that what he really wanted most was that the people he loved around him could be safe and sound. For this, he could give up everything without hesitation, even his life. The world may be fake, but love is real. If you have loved, your life will not be in vain. Oh, Officer Huang, in the end, I am the same as you. We have lived for a long, long time, and we are all old guys who are about to enter the ground. Master Fu slowly took Chushua from Bai Lu's hands. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground. We have been observing you, thinking hard, and looking for answers. However, our wisdom is so limited, and time is so limited. It's time to hand in the paper. I hope my answer is right. Master Fu stopped talking. In an instant, he lowered his head, and only the cloudy whites of his eyes remained. At the same time, the white cat in his arms opened his eyes, a pair of devilish green eyes. Chushua has been controlled by Master Fu's delusion. Meow! Chushua cried, and the white hair on her body began to swell, spreading in all directions and melting, turning into bursts of white smoke, enveloping her. 10 seconds later, a flawless, pure jade-like girl stood in the white mist, her slender and delicate body looming. Voila! Bai Lu threw a large cloak over with one hand. Chushua caught it, and wrapped herself in it before the white mist dissipated. Chushua's green eyes had turned red, still in a trance, with Master Fu's spirit energy form attached to her. She slowly walked towards Gao Yang, and asked in an emotionless but quite ethereal voice, Gao Yang, I'm going to eat you, are you ready? Chapter 346. Gao Yang. Don't play tricks. Bai Lu said something extremely vicious in a gentle voice. If my sister can't survive, I will immediately cut your sister into pieces. And kill your whole family. I mean what I say. Ready? Gao Yang raised his hands. Come on, I won't resist. He tried his best. This time he really couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. Sister and mother are in their hands. Dad and grandma may also be in danger, as well as his friends. If Bai Lu loses Chushua, it means losing everything. A powerful madman who loses everything will definitely take away everything from Gao Yang to avenge him. Only if Gao Yang dies can he stop all this from happening. Chushua has come to Gao Yang. She hugged Gao Yang's waist with both hands, stood on tiptoe, opened her mouth, and moved to Gao Yang's neck. Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes. Grandma, Dad, Mom, Sister, Wang Zikai, Qingling, Officer Huang, Fat Jun, Do Hu, Ken, Huixiong, Man Snake, Ronnie, Johan, Suzaku. Sorry, I can't finish reading the names. Anyway, goodbye to everyone. I'm glad to meet you and come to this world. There was a slight stinging pain in his neck, accompanied by the soft touch of Chushua's lips, which was not very scary. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang felt like he was electrocuted, lost his strength, and fell backwards. Chu Shui fell on him, biting Gao Yang's neck and began to suck, but not Gao Yang's blood, but the energy in his body. Her throat moved slightly, and her hands holding Gao Yang became tighter and tighter. Gao Yang was not in pain, but just felt very tired and wanted to sleep. Soon, he could not hear any sound and lost any feeling. Gao Yang seemed to be dreaming. In the dream, there was endless darkness, and he was falling. He didn't know how long he had been falling, nor when it would end. He only felt that his body was getting lighter and thinner as he fell, like a snowflake that melted before it hit the ground. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, a dull sound came from his ears, as if someone was knocking on the door through the thick and hard door panel. Gao Yang was distracted and found that he was lying on the flat ground. He felt very cold. Dong, dong, dong. The sound appeared again, as if it came from the ground. Gao Yang sat up slowly, and found that he was sitting on a huge ice lake with no visible boundaries. Under the ice under his feet, there was a figure. It was a girl with silver hair and red eyes. Her hair was like white seaweed rippling in the water. She held her white fists, and knocked hard on the ice surface. Her mouth was slightly open and bubbles were coming out. First snow! Gao Yang was surprised and happy, and recognized the girl. Wait, I save you right away. Gao Yang knelt on the ice, clenched his fists, and hit the ice hard. Bang! The ice was very thick, but there was a crack. Gao Yang saw hope. He took a deep breath, raised his hands, clenched his fists, and hit it again. Bang! This time, the cracks became wider and more numerous, spreading in all directions. For the last time, Gao Yang used all his strength and hit it hard. Bang! Ziz! Gao Yang. She shouted happily, you saved me. Quick! Grab my hand. Gao Yang lay on the ice carefully and stretched out his hand to the girl in the water. Yeah! Chu Shui grabbed Gao Yang's hand. I pull you up. Gao Yang suddenly couldn't hear his own voice, his ears were buzzing, and his whole body was extremely cold. Gurgle gurgle. He wanted to speak, but was poured with a few mouthfuls of ice water. In an instant, he found himself soaking under the ice lake, and Chu Shui was on the ice lake. Chu Shui still grabbed Gao Yang's hand, as if trying to pull him out of the water. But Chu Shui's strength was too weak. Gao Yang's hand pulled away little by little, and finally sank slowly to the bottom of the river. Gao Yang had a flash of thought, and his memory came back. Ah, I remembered. I volunteered to be Chu Shui's food. I'm going to die. Now all this is just an illusion at the end of my life. That's it, I'm tired. Gao Yang gave up the will to live, slowly closed his eyes, and let his body sink into the cold and dark abyss. Plop! A sound came from the water surface. Chu Shui jumped into the icy lake and swam towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened his eyes again, his face full of confusion. Snap! In the heavy lake water, Chu Shui grabbed Gao Yang's hand again. Splash! Suddenly, the surrounding lake water disappeared, and the world returned to emptiness and darkness. Chu Shui and Gao Yang held hands, pulled by two invisible gravity from above and below, and collapsed into a straight line. What are you doing? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Gao Yang. Don't let go. Chu Shui shouted. Let go of me, you can't save me. Gao Yang was very anxious. Eat me and live well, so that my family and friends can. No. Chu Shui yelled, no, 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 no. Gao Yang was stunned. I don't want you to die, no, absolutely not. Chu Shui cried. For a moment, Gao Yang was in great pain. Ah! Gao Yang screamed in pain. He looked down, and saw that half of his body had sunk into an evil swamp of headless corpses. Countless pairs of black, rusty, pale hands grabbed Gao Yang's body, and sharp nails pierced into his flesh. Ah! Chu Shui also screamed in pain. Gao Yang looked up. In his eyes, Chu Shui, who was hanging upside down, was also entangled with vines full of sharp barbs and red eyes. They strangled Chu Shui tightly, and pulled her up at the cost of hurting her. Let go! Gao Yang shouted, otherwise we will all die. I don't want it. The blood dyed her body red, slid down her arm to the back of her hand, and then flowed to Gao Yang's hand. More blood dripped down, dyeing Gao Yang's face red, and even flowing into his eyes and mouth. Gao Yang could no longer speak. His body was torn and tortured by countless pale hands. He lost everything, even the pain. When he was conscious, he saw Chu Shui. A dazzling light burst out from Chu Shui's red eyes. The veins on her beautiful face were violent, and she looked like a little devil. Good friend. Never betray. Good friend. Hook and hang. 100 years. No change. Ah! Chu Shui screamed angrily, and for a moment, All the evil vines that entangled her and the pale hands that tore Gao Yang were shattered by the scream. They fell apart, disintegrated into dust, and melted into the darkness. Crack. The darkness around her shattered like a mirror, and a ray of light shone through the gap. Chu Shui, enveloped in the light, pulled Gao Yang towards her and hugged him gently. Chapter 347. In reality, the scarlet tide has just arrived, the red moon is in the sky, and the blood mist is everywhere. Under the observation tower, Chu Shui lay on Gao Yang's body. Suddenly, she stopped eating. Her eyes, which had been dazed, regained their lively luster, and then the corners of her eyes began to twitch. Not far away, Master Fu, who was sitting cross-legged, was shocked. A trace of shock flashed across his face, and his cloudy eyes began to tighten. After a while, a small stream of blood flowed out of his nostrils. His delusional soul was subjected to violent struggles and resistance. Bai Lu, who was standing by, had already put the unconscious Gao Xinxin into the observation tower. She noticed that Master Fu was not right and shouted, "Hold on, let her finish eating." As soon as the voice fell, a stream of blood flowed out of Master Fu's other nostril. His already dead face became even more bleak. His terminally ill body had little energy to support it. He used his luck deeply, and this time, he did it without reservation. Chu Shui's body stiffened again, and then became obedient again. She bit Gao Yang's neck harder. However, her throat did not move, and she still refused to continue sucking the energy of the food. Her will was struggling with Master Fu's delusion. Chu Shui's body began to tremble, and it became more and more violent. After more than 10 seconds, she slowly opened her mouth, and her bloody lips left Gao Yang's neck little by little. Then, her head and her back began to straighten slowly, as if no matter whether there was a spirit or a mountain pressing on her back, it could not stop her from straightening her chest. Finally, Chu Shui opened her arms, and roared angrily to the sky. For a moment, huge energy ripples spread around her. Wow! Master Fu spat out a mouthful of blood, was blown away by the energy ripples, hit the scaffolding heavily, and then fell to the ground. After a long howl, Chu Shui fainted and fell on Gao Yang. Chu Shui. Bai Lu rushed forward. She helped her sister up, touched her face with one hand, and put the other hand on her chest to listen to her heartbeat. 2 seconds later, Bai Lu almost cried with joy. She's back. The healthy and energetic sister is back. As a twin, she can clearly feel the energy surging in her sister's body. Bai Lu was stunned and looked at Gao Yang, who was pale and motionless on the ground. She reached out to feel his breath. Still alive. How is it possible? Bai Lu was extremely surprised. This was the first time she had seen a prey that was eaten by a ghost but not dead. Bai Lu turned around and looked at Master Fu not far away. Master Fu was lying in the blood mist, bleeding from all 7 orifices, dying, but there was no fear on his face. Ha ha, ha. Master Fu laughed with his last bit of strength. I got it right. Mine is the correct answer, mine is. Ha ha ha. Master Fu opened his eyes wide and looked at the blood moon in the sky. His thin and old face was covered with an infinitely satisfied smile, which gradually solidified. He died, and died without regrets. Gao Yang slept for a long time, very deeply, without dreams. When he woke up, he didn't know where he was for a while. He opened his eyes, and saw the night sky. When his vision became clear, he realized that it was not the night sky, but the ceiling. But the ceiling was painted dark blue, dotted with yellow stars and a crescent moon. Next to one of the stars, 3 very childish words were written crookedly. First Snow Star. Next to a very close star, there were also 3 words written. Gao Yang Star. Gao Yang rolled his eyes, and realized that he was in a room with Rococo-style decoration. He was sleeping on a soft bed, with a faint fragrance. The bed was also piled with various dolls. Through the soft bed curtains, the wallpaper with delicate and elegant bouquets came into view. Gao Yang moved his fingers, and gradually regained control of his body. 10 seconds later, he sat up from the bed, and was suddenly startled. A person was sitting on the retro high-back chair opposite the bed. A little boy of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a formal black dress, silver hair, red eyes. His face was innocent and cute at first glance, but if you look closely, there is a maturity between his eyebrows that should not be at this age. Ahem. The boy coughed lightly. You're awake. Gao Yang was on guard, but his body was too weak, and he had no intention of resisting. He knew that if the other party wanted to hurt him, he would not wake up at all. How long have I slept? This is the question Gao Yang cares about most. 3 days. 3 days? Gao Yang was startled and looked out the window. The suppressed red color. He looked down, and saw that the floor was indeed filled with a layer of blood mist. This was the penultimate night of the Scarlet Tide. Gao Yang immediately thought of Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai. My sister? And my friend? Don't worry, they are safe. The little boy answered and added, that's what Bai Lu said. Gao Yang was stunned. Sure enough, this little boy is also a ghost, and he is in the same group with Bai Lu. It seems that he has now come to the territory of the ghost group. Gao Yang was still relieved in his heart. At least that Master Fu and Bai Lu fulfilled their promise, and did not hurt his family and friends. Who are you? Gao Yang asked again. Chun. The little boy smiled, the leader of the ghost group, but I prefer the title of head of the family. You? Leader? Head of the family? You are like this, it's okay to be the group's favorite, right? Gao Yang held back his complaints and asked again, is Chushua okay? She's fine. She has been with you before, and now she's going to rest. Chun's mouth corners slightly raised. As the head of the ghost group, I must talk to you first. Gao Yang said nothing. Great, Chushua didn't die, and I didn't die either, and my family and friends are fine. This is the best result, I'm really lucky. Ahem. Chun coughed twice and held up a finger. To be a son-in-law of our ghost family, you must abide by the rules. The first and most important one is, you must observe male virtues, you must be chaste before marriage, and you must not mess around with other women outside after marriage. Wait. Gao Yang seemed to hear some strange words. Son-in-law? Yes. Chun looked righteous, but there was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. He spoke in a little boy's voice with a very elder-like tone. Stinky boy, I warn you. Our ghost group only allows people to enter but not leave. Don't think about taking Chushua away. If you want to be with her, you must marry into the family. No, Chun. Sir, you misunderstood. Chushua and I are just friends. Gao Yang explained awkwardly. Friends? Chun was very surprised, jumped off the chair, and his voice turned angry. Ghosts don't need friends. Gao Yang was silent. Ghosts don't need friends. Chun repeated solemnly. Only family. Since you don't plan to join the ghost group, I can't keep you. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Chun's eyes, and suddenly, he exuded a powerful pressure, and Gao Yang immediately couldn't breathe. Chapter 348. Bang. The door was knocked open, and Chushua, wearing a gauze nightgown, rushed in. Gao Yang. Chushua happily jumped onto the bed and hugged Gao Yang. The weak Gao Yang could not bear it at all, and fell on the bed with a cry of awe. Chushua happily rubbed Gao Yang's chin with her head. Gao Yang, you woke up? So good. Chushua, be gentle. Gao Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears, and sat up with difficulty. Chushua still hugged Gao Yang's neck tightly, and refused to let go. She turned her head to look at Chun, and shouted fiercely, don't hurt him. Bai Lu also walked into the room slowly, with a gentle and charming smile on her face. Bai Lu, what's going on? Chun looked confused. This kid doesn't want to be a son-in-law? You actually lied to me. I am the head of the family. Bai Lu smiled apologetically. Master Chun, if I didn't lie to you, how could you save him? No one can hurt Gao Yang. Not even Master Chun. Chushua let go of Gao Yang, arched his back, and grinned at Chun. Chun was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly shook his head helplessly. He sighed. One by one, their wings are hard. Master Chun. Bai Lu said softly. After all, this kid saved Chushua's life, and now he is half a ghost. Even if he doesn't join us, as long as he doesn't become our enemy, we won't kill him. Chun looked at Gao Yang again, feeling regretful. Indeed, he could smell the breath of a ghost from this awakened person. If it weren't for this, he would have killed him on the spot, when Bai Lu carried him back 3 days ago. I thought the ghost group could finally have another male member, but now it seems that it was just wishful thinking. Alas. Chun sighed again, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the room slowly. Master Chun. Bai Lu continued to ask, have you decided to let him go? Master Chun did not look back, but waved his hand. For Chushua's sake, I will spare him this time. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Chun closed the door, and only Chushua, Bai Lu and Gao Yang were left in the room. Chushua hugged Gao Yang happily again, and kept rubbing her head against Gao Yang's chin. Bai Lu walked to the bed gracefully, lifted her skirt lightly, and sat down on the chair in front of Chun. She calmly examined Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I know you must be in a hurry to go back to Baihu Hotel now. Gao Yang was silent. She even knew about Baihu Hotel. Don't worry, until tonight, you awakeners have not encountered any major crisis, so you can wait until dawn to leave, it will be safer. Gao Yang still didn't speak. Bai Lu's body tilted slightly, and she raised her legs. She put her hands together and placed them on her thighs covered by her skirt. Listen carefully to what I say next. Chu Shui did eat you, but stopped halfway, and you miraculously survived. For ghosts and prey, this has never happened before. Bai Lu smiled, with a slight bitterness on her lips. If Bai Lu could eat people without killing people, she would not kill people. But she had no choice, but now her sister has a choice, which is a good thing. Bai Lu looked at Gao Yang. But don't think you are lucky. The real reason you can survive is because part of the curse in Chu Shui's body flowed into your body. Curse? Gao Yang grasped the key point. We ghosts are born with curses. Curses make us powerful, give us special abilities, and allow us to have a second form. Second form? Gao Yang understood immediately. Chu Shui can turn into a cat, Bai Lu can turn into a pool of water. This is the second form. Of course, the price of the curse is also very serious. Bai Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. That is, it has no signs, and may take our lives at any time. Gao Yang was shocked. Isn't this a time bomb? Does that mean that I also have a time bomb in my body now? Now, you have part of Chu Shui's curse in your body. The advantage is that you may have the ability of the curse, and become stronger, and the disadvantage is that you may die at any time. I understand. Gao Yang quickly accepted this result. Compared to being eaten by Chu Shui, living one more day now is a day of gain. Why are you telling me this? Gao Yang was very curious. In fact, Chun's approach is right. The awakened and the ghost are natural enemies, and cannot tolerate each other. From the perspective of the ghost, killing Gao Yang is the right thing to do. If the ghost group does not kill Gao Yang today, Gao Yang may bring the awakened to destroy the ghost group tomorrow. Why else? Bai Lu smiled bitterly. Who makes me, your silly sister, love you so much? We are good friends. Sister, you won't understand. Chu Shui interrupted proudly. Yes, I don't understand. Bai Lu's voice was full of pampering. Gao Yang, you will leave at dawn, and we will be enemies from now on. But I still hope you can live longer. After all, Chu Shui is counting on you as a long-term meal ticket. Thank you. After all this time, you didn't kill me because you were still considering Chu Shui, but this is reasonable. Gao Yang nodded. I will leave at dawn. Bai Lu stood up slowly. Master Chun has prepared some human food for you. If you are hungry, come out and eat some. After dawn, Jingzhou will send you away. Activate lie detector. Bai Lu did not lie. Her attitude was neutral, with neither good intentions nor bad intentions. It didn't seem to be a trap. The Jingzhou mentioned by Bai Lu should also be a ghost. There are already 4 ghosts. It seems that ghosts are named according to the 24 solar terms. Gao Yang silently memorized the information. Bai Lu left the room, and Gao Yang basically recovered his mobility. He reached out and touched Chu Shui's head. Chu Shui, wait for me outside, I come out in a while. No. Chu Shui acted coquettishly. Be obedient. Oh. Chu Shui jumped off the bed obediently and walked to the door. She suddenly turned around and added with a smile. I bought your favorite luncheon meat. Luncheon meat tastes better when fried. Gao Yang smiled. Chu Shui's big eyes turned around. Then I asked Master Chun to fry it for you. Goodbye. I'm really afraid that this Master Chun will think I'm too troublesome and kill me in a rage. Gao Yang was a little worried, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Chu Shui closed the door. Gao Yang waited for a while, and closed his eyes. Enter the system. You now have 410 LUT points. Check the attribute board. Physical strength, 21 endurance, 32. Strength, 613 agility, 910. Spirit, 582 charm, 411. Luck, 565. My god. This is too cruel. Although I guessed that the attribute value would drop after Chu Shui ate the energy, but the physical strength and endurance have reached the bottom. Other attributes have also lost a lot. System, don't tell me that this is a permanent drop? Yes, this is not a drop in attributes. This is a drop in my flesh. In addition, there is a mysterious energy in your body. It should be the curse left by Chu Shui. Can it be explored? Cannot be explored. Must trigger it first. How to trigger? Please explore by yourself. Put this doll again, right? All my LUT points have been used up. Please help me balance my stamina and endurance. Stamina, 226. Endurance, 237. Strength, 613. Agility, 910. Spirit, 582. Charm, 411. Luck, 565. Exit system. Gao Yang took a deep breath and slowly felt the energy nourishing and strengthening his body functions. 2 minutes later, Gao Yang's pale face showed some blood color, and his weakness and fatigue were also reduced. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Chu Xue poked her head in. The luncheon meat is ready. Lord Chun asked you to think about the son-in-law again. By the way, what is a son-in-law? Gao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. It's not over yet, right? Chapter 349. Gao Yang enjoyed a dinner prepared by Lord Chun in the luxurious and magnificent palace-style living room. Although ghosts do not need to eat human food, and eating too much is harmful to the body, they are not absolutely forbidden to eat. It does not matter if they eat some occasionally. As the head of the family, Chun would learn from humans to prepare so-called festival meals during festivals to make the family feel warm, but unfortunately his cooking skills need to be improved. Gao Yang ate the sumptuous dinner prepared by Chun with fear, plus the slightly burnt luncheon meat, and repeatedly promised Chun that he would seriously consider becoming a son-in-law, and did not dare to offend him. At dawn, Gao Yang said goodbye to Chu Xue, who was reluctant to leave, put on a blindfold, and was sent away by Jingzhe. Jingzhe grabbed Gao Yang, and Gao Yang felt dazed. 10 seconds later, Gao Yang took off the blindfold and found himself standing at the intersection of an unfamiliar street. Jingzhe had disappeared. Gao Yang didn't have a cell phone with him, so he rushed to Wang Zikai's house as soon as possible. Wang Zikai had just woken up, and was surprised to see Gao Yang. Gao Yang first borrowed Wang Zikai's phone to report to the organization that he was safe. On the phone, Hui Xiong was so happy that he almost deafened Gao Yang. During the 3 days that Gao Yang disappeared, the entire 15 was on pins and needles, unable to sleep or eat, and they all thought that Gao Yang had an accident. You know, although there was no major crisis these days, every night, some awakened people who voluntarily left 52F did not return safely. As of today, the awakened people have accumulated 6 deaths and 9 injuries. On the phone, Gao Yang couldn't explain more to Hui Xiong. He hung up the phone first, and then talked to Wang Zikai for half an hour to understand what happened in the past few days. According to Wang Zikai, he was in Gujia Villa at the time. He was unable to resist the curse of the sleeping beauty at dawn, and fell asleep in the car. When he woke up, he found Gao Xinqin sleeping in the passenger seat, but Gao Yang was gone. After all, Wang Zikai had cooperated with Gao Yang countless times. He thought that Gao Yang must have gone to perform some mission, and sent his sister back to the car before leaving. So Wang Zikai helped Gao Yang to make up a lie and deceive Gao Xinqin. Gao Xinqin herself was also drowsy. She only remembered that she rushed to the foot of the mountain in anger last night, and then she didn't remember anything. It seems that at that moment, she was possessed by Master Fu's delusional soul, and ran up the mountain. Wang Zikai drove Gao Xinqin home. On the way, Gao Xinqin received a call from her father. Her father happily told Gao Xinqin that her mother had been contacted, and it was not a kidnapping, but a false alarm. Half an hour later, Wang Zikai took Gao Xinqin directly to the hospital. In the ward of the inpatient building, my mother had a plaster cast on her leg and many scars on her body and face. A woman of similar age was lying on the bed next to her. She was my mother's high school classmate. She was also seriously injured, and had bandages all over her body. It turned out that on the day of the incident, my mother went to the supermarket to buy soy sauce, and ran into this old classmate. The two had a lot of feelings in the past, but now they had not seen each other for many years, and were very excited to chat. My mother's old classmate was called Shuang Mei, and Gao Xinqin called her Aunt Mei. This Aunt Mei divorced 10 years ago, so she sold her house in the city, and built a farmhouse in the countryside of Shijing district. She planted flowers and vegetables, raised chickens and ducks, and lived a self-sufficient secluded life. She only went to the city a few times a year. When my mother heard the description of her old classmate, she was very fascinated and took the initiative to ask to visit her home, spend a night, reminisce about the past, and come back the next day. The two took a car to Aunt May's house. Aunt May took my mother home to visit the farmhouse. In the evening, before it was completely dark, Aunt May took my mother to the back mountain to pick mushrooms, planning to make mushroom stewed chicken for her tomorrow. As a result, no one knew what happened. My mother, who was climbing the mountain, suddenly felt dizzy and fell over. Aunt May saw that her old classmate was about to fall, so she hurried over to pull her, and the two rolled down the mountain together. When the two woke up, it was already the next morning. My mother and Aunt May fell into the ravine, their legs were broken, and there was no signal on their mobile phones. They cried to the sky and the earth, but no one responded. They almost thought they were going to die in the ravine. Fortunately, they were found by an old farmer who was chopping wood 2 days later, and they were rescued and sent to the hospital. Although the incident sounds tortuous and bizarre, And a bit absurd, at least my mother is safe, and the family is thankful. For the next 3 days, Gao Yang did not show up, and because he left his mobile phone at home, he could not be contacted. Although Wang Zikai tried his best to cover up for Gao Yang, Gao Xinxin was still very angry. After listening to Wang Zikai, Gao Yang basically sorted out the matter. Mom and Aunt May belonged to the very few lost people or ordinary humans. They would feel drowsy when it gets dark, and accidentally fell into the ravine, losing contact with the outside world, so there was this kidnapping blunder. But was it really an accident, or was it planned by Master Fu? Even if it was not planned by Master Fu definitely took advantage of it. But there is no time to pursue this now. There is still one last night for the Scarlet Tide, and this is what Gao Yang has to face first. At noon, Gao Yang rushed to the hospital where his mother was. Gao Xinxin happened to be there. She was holding up her mobile phone and making a video call with her mother. On the other side of the video was her father, who was in a wheelchair at home. It was inconvenient for him to come to visit the patient, so they chatted by video every day. "Wife, my mom made you some pork rib soup, remember to drink it, so that your bones will heal faster." In the video, the father's voice was a little distorted. "I know, I've said it so many times, you're so long-winded, I hang up if there's nothing else." Mom was half lying on the bed, one leg was in a plaster cast, and was hung up, and her arm was injured and bandaged. Gao Yang. Gao Xinxin found Gao Yang standing at the door, and stood up angrily. "You still remember to come back? I thought you didn't have this family in your heart at all." "Mom, I'm sorry." Gao Yang came in with a bag of fruit and put it in front of his mother's bedside table. "Mom, something really happened these 3 days. My girlfriend wanted to commit suicide, so I had to accompany her 24 hours a day, fearing that something would happen to her. Now she has finally calmed down. I don't have a mobile phone with me, so I can't contact you." Gao Yang complained in his heart. "Wang Zikai, what lies are you telling? I really admire you." Fortunately, Wang Zikai is a beast, and beasts cover for humans, so the persuasiveness is naturally doubled. "Ah? Suicide?" Mom was a little worried. "What happened?" "I wanted to break up, but she didn't agree." Gao Yang had already thought of an excuse. "Why do you want to break up?" Mom didn't understand even more. "You will go to college soon, and you can fall in love freely, isn't that good?" "She is going to study abroad, and I think long-distance relationships are unrealistic." Gao Yang pretended to be in pain and confusion. "It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one." "Alas." Mom sighed. "I don't understand what you young people are doing. But I think that if the relationship is still there, don't give up easily. There are always more solutions than difficulties. You are too irresponsible to break up casually like this. But that girl is also too fragile psychologically. We have talked it over, it's fine now." Gao Yang looked like he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. "Mom, I heard from Wang Zikai. How is your leg?" "It's fine." Mom felt a little guilty. "It's my fault. I was too careless. I fell into the ditch while climbing a mountain. It's my fault. If I hadn't suggested going up the mountain to pick mushrooms, nothing would have happened." An ant next to him spoke. Gao Yang looked over, and saw a middle-aged woman of the same age as Mom. She was very thin, with long black hair that fell naturally on her shoulders. She exuded a natural, calm and simple temperament. Her skin was in good condition, but she neglected to take care of it. Her eye wrinkles and nasolabial folds were a little deep, and she looked much older than Mom. "Gao Yang, this is Aunt May, my high school classmate. She was the class monitor, and I was the study committee member at that time. We had a good relationship," Mom said with a smile. "Aunt May, hello." Gao Yang smiled and greeted her. He actually wanted to get some words out of her, and use lie detector to test her identity. Unfortunately, he had used it on Bai Lu before, and could not use it again in a short time. After that, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin chatted with their mother and Aunt May for a while, and then had lunch together in the hospital. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yang sent Gao Xinxin home, chatted with her father and grandmother for a while, and then had dinner together. Around 7:30, Gao Yang saw that the family was listless, and had begun to feel sleepy. He knew that the tidal effect was coming. Gao Yang left home on the pretext of looking for Wang Zikai. This time, he went straight to the 52F of Baihu Hotel. An hour later, Gao Yang took the exclusive elevator to the 52F. When the elevator door opened, Gao Yang was surprised. Chapter 350. Outside the elevator door, facing the lobby, there were more than 100 people, forming a semi-arc, staring at Gao Yang in the elevator, as if welcoming some important guest. In fact, the safe return of Xiang, who had been out of contact for 3 days, was of great significance to the awakened ones. You know, if even the Qiang elder of the Qilin Union, who ranked 15th in strength, was killed outside, it was enough to prove that he had encountered a terrible enemy, which was likely a precursor to a major crisis. Now, it was almost the last night of the Scarlet Tide, and some awakened ones had begun to be optimistic. Perhaps Mr. Li's prediction was wrong, or perhaps everyone had changed the prediction. As long as they could spend the last night safely, the Scarlet Tide would end completely, and hope was just around the corner. Captain Qiang Ken pushed through the crowd and rushed towards Gao Yang, and Hui Xiong, Manshi, Ronnie, and Johan followed. Wait! A voice stopped the people in Group 5. The crowd made way, and Zhu Ke walked towards Gao Yang. Qiang, I need to check your body to rule out the possibility that you are half-human. Zhu Ke stared at Gao Yang with vigilance. You don't mind, do you? Okay. Zhu Ke took another step forward, and Bai Hu had come behind Zhu Ke, probably ready to protect Zhu Ke at any time. Zhu Ke reached out and held Gao Yang's hand. Suddenly, a strange energy entered Gao Yang's palm and spread to his whole body. 5 seconds later, the energy left Gao Yang, and Zhu Ke withdrew his hand, his face darkened. 3 days ago, you were seriously injured and almost died. Yes. What happened? I was almost eaten by a ghost, but I survived and escaped. Gao Yang answered frankly. There was an uproar at the scene. Zhu Ke had never encountered such a situation before, and could not be sure whether it was true or not. She took a step back. In your current situation, I can't be sure if you are still the 7 shadows before. Zhu Chua's eyes sank. I'm sorry, I may have to detain you. I understand. Gao Yang nodded. But, is there no other way to prove my identity? Zhu Ke hesitated for a moment, turned back and shouted, Who of you can prove his identity? Me. The clown came out, his expression was wooden, and he explained slowly, I can fake the breath of beasts, and I can also distinguish the breath of beasts. If a greedy beast takes over, the breath will not be completely integrated within half a month. I can distinguish between awakened people and half-humans by tasting the other party's blood. Is there such a thing? Zhu Ke was half believing and half doubting. Yes. Chining nodded, the clown can indeed distinguish. Swish. Manshi threw a flying knife at Gao Yang, and Gao Yang caught it easily. He rotated the dagger and gently cut the tip of his index finger, and a drop of blood flowed out. The clown stepped forward, used his index finger to dip a little blood on Gao Yang's fingertips, and put it into his mouth. After a few seconds, the clown pulled out his finger and said firmly, There is no smell of greed in the blood, he is not half-human. Suzaka finally breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes became soft. Welcome back to the team. Gao Yang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he still had the power of the First Snow's curse in his body, and it seemed that the clown could not distinguish this. Great. Ken rushed up happily. Captain, I told you that you would be fine after I told you that you can tell the fortune? You can tell the fortune? Gao Yang was a little amused. It's just a game of pesticides. The number of people on the other side minus the number of people on our side. Even numbers are auspicious, and odd numbers are. Okay, no need to explain. Gao Yang knew that she was a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The other people in Group 5 also gathered around happily. Qing Ling, Officer Huang and Pang Jun in the crowd watched quietly, not intending to join in the fun. Officer Huang sighed with relief, and Qing Ling turned away expressionlessly. Afterwards, Gao Yang talked with Group 5 for a long time and learned about everyone's situation. Johan and Manshi were the safest. They usually kept to themselves in the outside world and had simple interpersonal relationships. They turned off their phones these days and ignored everyone. Hui Xiong's workplace relationships were more complicated, and it was easy to be suspected if he asked for annual leave at this time. Hui Xiong was also very cruel. He broke his leg in advance, then stayed in the hospital for a few days, and then went home to recuperate. In fact, he hid in 52F. However, thanks to the C potion and the Nani in the organization, his legs have basically recovered. Ken and Ronnie are still students. They have average relationships with their classmates. They are from divorced families, and have distant relationships with their relatives. They turned on their mobile phones, and continued to be active on social networks. They did not arouse suspicion, and did not receive any calls in the middle of the night. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang's entire group sat in the dining area drinking coffee. Lu Qingying, wearing a sexy low-cut black long skirt and high heels, walked over with a cup of tea. Elder Qiang. Her voice was soft and charming. When she called out, everyone around her was stunned, and unconsciously attracted by the boss lady. Even Ken held his breath unconsciously, and his eyes could not leave her graceful figure. Ahem. Hui Xiong coughed exaggeratedly, looked at Gao Yang with a smirk, picked up his coffee and stood up. Everyone, let's go. The others immediately stood up tactfully, with strange smiles on their faces. Gao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. What's wrong with this Hui Xiong? He doesn't know when he should know, and he does this to me when he doesn't need to know. He deliberately puts me in strange gossip, right? After Group 5 left, Lu Qingying sat down opposite Gao Yang and smiled slightly. Long time no see. Gao Yang smiled back and took a sip of coffee. Come to think of it, I didn't see you on the first 2 nights of Scarlet Tide. I came here on the 4th day. Lu Qingying admitted generously. Haha, according to past experience, the danger in the first few days is not great. Gao Yang's heart sank. Lu Qingying's words are full of meaning. The last night, I hope everything will be safe and sound. Lu Qingying said. Gao Yang nodded, yes. But, Lu Qingying said with a smile, this is probably impossible. I woke up today, and I always felt uneasy. I always felt that something would happen. Gao Yang looked up and lowered his voice. Boss Lu, it's time to say it. Haha, Elder Qiang is an understanding person. Lu Qingying smiled, and leaned forward slightly. Her chest was white. She said in a voice that only Gao Yang could hear, be careful of someone tonight. Who? Gao Yang frowned. Lu Qingying looked around to confirm that there was no one around, and glanced at Gao Yang's right hand. Gao Yang immediately understood, and stretched out his hand. Lu Qingying quickly wrote a word on his palm. Gao Yang took his hand back, his face heavy. Is the news reliable? Lu Qingying also withdrew her smile. I'm not sure, but according to the information I have, this person is hiding something, and there are contradictions between his words and deeds. You can't go wrong if you keep an eye on him. Got it. Then, goodbye. Lu Qingying took the tea and left slowly. Chapter 351. In the early morning, the red moon appeared on time, and the blood mist followed. The last night of the Scarlet Tide officially arrived. 2 3-person patrol teams went out for patrol, and continued to investigate the situation of leeching. The others stayed on 52F. The last night was very critical. The organization no longer allowed any awakener to go out without permission for any personal reasons. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and many people felt different degrees of suffering. Finally, the time came to 3 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yang naturally had no intention of sleeping. He stood in front of the French window in the rest area, and together with many awakeners, he watched the last 3 hours before dawn. The sky shrouded by the scarlet moonlight, and the leeching where the blood mist infected the earth looked quiet and beautiful. More than 4 million lost people, and more than 200 ordinary humans were falling asleep at this moment. More than 150 awakened people, who were awake gathered together to keep warm. And those high-level beasts, who awakened their beast forms were just fighting in the first 6 nights, and even in the first half of the last night, without any rules, each doing their own thing. This was too unusual. They must be secretly planning and waiting for an opportunity. They want to launch a general attack on the awakened at the last moment of the last night, and kill the other party by surprise. Although no one wants the storm to come. But most of the awakened are pessimistic and believe that this storm will definitely not be avoided. Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned around, and Officer Huang stood beside Gao Yang without knowing when, looking out the window with him. My phone hasn't rang. Officer Huang said. It won't ring. Gao Yang was really happy for Officer Huang. I think so too. Officer Huang smiled and nodded. If my wife was a high-level beast, or if there was a high-level beast around me, I should have taken action long ago. Yes, mine didn't make any noise either. Gao Yang said. Great. Officer Huang was also relieved for Gao Yang. Next, we have to worry about our own fate. Gao Yang nodded. Officer Huang asked, which group are you assigned to? Group 4, Captain. Gao Yang deliberately joked. I still think I am more suitable for the logistics team. You kid. Officer Huang smiled and punched Gao Yang on the shoulder. You are still thinking about hiding at this time. The leaders of the 3 major organizations will definitely not be naive to think that tonight will be calm. They have divided the awakened people into the combat department and the logistics department. The combat department has a total of 80 people, 20 people in each group, all of whom are awakened people with combat and auxiliary combat talents. The combat department is divided into 4 groups, and Gao Yang is the captain of the 4th group. Officer Huang, Qing Ling, and Pang Jun are all in the 2nd group. Before the tie came, Pang Jun's healing was upgraded to level 4, and he officially joined the 12 zodiac signs, inherited the position of the horse, and was named June Ma. Gao Yang. Officer Huang took out a cigarette and didn't light it in a hurry. If something happens to me, I know what to do. Gao Yang interrupted his companion and looked at him deeply. On the contrary, the same. Okay. Officer Huang nodded, and the two of them tacitly extended their fists and bumped them. Officer Huang finished smoking and left. Gao Yang was still standing alone outside the French window in a daze. At this time, the phone rang. Gao Yang was startled and quickly picked it up. It was a false alarm. It was a message from Qing Ling. What is this girl doing? Is she trying to scare me to death? I thought it was a text message from my family, Gao Yang complained in his heart while opening the dialogue box. It was a picture. The picture showed a sumptuous seafood hot pot. Gao Yang was slightly stunned and turned around. Qing Ling, Bai Tu, and Gu Ji were sitting together on the sofa not far away. Bai Tu and Gu Ji were chatting. Qing Ling took the phone, glanced at Gao Yang, and then lowered her head to press the phone. A few seconds later, Gao Yang's phone rang again, and it was a text. Qing Ling, I am Qing Ling. When the scarlet tide is over, the three of us will eat hot pot together. Gao Yang, okay. Qing Ling, it's an appointment. Gao Yang, it's an appointment. Gao Yang smiled and took back the phone. A voice came over, Qi Ying. Gao Yang looked up. It was Suzaku. She walked over from the direction of the central command room. Come here. Gao Yang's heart sank, and he walked quickly. Gao Yang and Suzaku entered the command room. Qilin, Long, Mr. Li, Do Hu, Qinglong, Bai Hu, Chen Ying, Wu Sei, and X were all there. Li was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was extremely pale. He was shaking all over, and he was covered with a blanket. What's wrong? Gao Yang looked at everyone. I just took a nap. I saw it again. Li's voice was a little weak. Tonight, many people will die. Everyone's face became serious. Did you see any specific clues? Qilin asked. Li shook his head. The dream was too short, but I seem to see a huge red beam of light. I don't know what it is. At this time, Do Hu's cell phone rang. Do Hu took a look at the phone. It was Tiango calling. He took it, and after a few seconds, his face darkened a little. Did the patrol team find something? Bai Hu asked. Take the telescope and go to the roof. Do Hu walked out of the central control room quickly. Others followed. A group of people entered the elevator and went to the rooftop. In the sky, a huge blood moon hung low, as if it was floating above their heads. The night wind was strong, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. Everyone looked around and soon found something unusual. A huge white light column appeared in the east, south, west and north of the city, rising straight into the sky. Do Hu took a telescope and looked at a white light column. He found that the blood mist on the ground was turning into countless vines that circled around the white light column. In a blink of an eye, the four white light columns turned into strange blood columns. What is this? Do Hu put down the telescope and smacked his lips. It looks a bit weird. That's it. Mr. Li in the wheelchair also put down his telescope. I saw a blood column in my dream. I thought there was only one, but I didn't expect there were four. Mrs. Li, Long spoke. His voice seemed a little desolate in the night wind. You said before that everyone died in a disaster. This disaster does not destroy the city, but only kills the awakened. Qilin continued. The blood mist will continue to rise until it swallows everything. Wu Sei continued, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Gao Yang took a deep breath and said his guess. They are performing some kind of disaster ritual. No one refuted. Everyone thought of the same thing. The four strange blood-colored light columns in the southeast, northwest, and northeast are some kind of disaster or curse ritual. When the ritual is completed, the disaster will occur. At that time, the blood mist will rise infinitely, swallowing everything, and all awakened people will die. Everything is in line with Mr. Li's prediction. Although I don't know what they are doing. Do Hu touched his nose with his thumb. But we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must stop it. Do Hu looked at Long. Captain, give the order. Long looked at Qilin and said lightly, Qilin, you are the commander-in-chief tonight. Qilin was silent for 3 seconds and made a prompt decision. Qilong group. Yes. Qilong stepped forward. Immediately lead the team to the east and destroy the blood column and everything related to it at all costs. Leave it to me. Do Hu group. Yes. Do Hu answered while moving his neck. You go to the south. The mission is the same as above. No problem. Suzaku group. Yes. Suzaku answered. You go to the north. The mission is the same as above. Understood. 7 Shadow group. Yes. Gao Yang stepped forward. You go west. Yes. Long, X, Baihu, we stay here to protect the logistics department and prevent the enemy from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Okay. Baihu replied. Long and X nodded. Fight for survival. Shilin shouted. Fight for survival. Everyone said in unison, sonorous and powerful. Chapter 352. At 3:26 in the morning, 8 large black commercial vehicles drove out of the underground parking lot of Baihu Hotel. Each vehicle carried 10 fully armed awakeners. 2 vehicles formed an action group, heading east, south, west, and north respectively. Their mission was to destroy the blood column and prevent possible disaster rituals. The 2 vehicles of the 7 Shadows group were running at full speed on the deserted road, heading to the location of the blood column in the west of the city. In the commercial vehicle in front, the driver was Hui Xiong, and Manchi sat in the co-pilot, watching for possible ambushes. In the back seat sat Gao Yang, Jiuhan, Ronnie, Kan, Tengu, and 3 young men. Although Tengu was a member of the Zodiac, considering the average combat power, he came to support Gao Yang's 4th group. The other 3 young men were members of the 5th group of the Baichuan group. The team leader was Green Tea, and the other 9 team members were sitting in another car. In theory, everyone in Team 5 of the Baichuan group obeys Green Tea's orders, but Gao Yang holds the highest command of this operation. Everything is normal with Vehicle 2. Green Tea's voice came from the mini intercom that Gao Yang had hanging next to his ear. Received, everything is normal with Vehicle 1. Gao Yang replied. Cantu was holding a tablet and checking the map. Captain Chiang, that red beam of light should be in Shiju Park in Shijing District. Gao Yang nodded and shouted to Hui Xiong. How long will it take to get there? The road conditions are very good now. I will try to get there within half an hour. Hui Xiong said confidently. Gao Yang stopped talking. No one knew what they would face in half an hour. Gao Yang subconsciously touched the space-time rune circuit in his trouser pocket. After being eaten by Chushua, the attribute value has dropped a lot. If teleport can be upgraded to level 4 before reaching the destination, it will be good, so that some strength can be restored. Captain Chiang. The young man opposite Gao Yang spoke. Gao Yang collected his thoughts and looked at him. A tall and thin young man, with his hair shaved on both sides, the yellow hair in the middle standing back, and a small braid, his already long face looked even longer. My name is Santiao, Zhang Wei, and I are good friends. The young man grinned, his eyes sparkling. Can I ask you for an autograph? Santiao, it's already this time. Why are you still doing this? A short and fat young man next to him spoke. He wore a black cap and was dressed in a hip-hop style. He took off his cap excitedly and looked at Gao Yang respectfully. Elder Chiang, my name is AK-47, hee, you can just call me Lao 7, Zhang Wei, and I are also good friends. Please be sure to give me an autograph. Chiang looked at the 2 of them, but didn't rush to answer. Captain, you have a lot of little fans, haha. The driving Hui Xiong laughed rough. This is called a fanboy. Kan corrected with a smile. What fanboy? The young girl next to Lao 7 spoke, with gray medium short hair and a sexy red lip on her innocent face. They are superstitious. Lu Ding. Don't talk nonsense. Santiao suddenly felt a little guilty. This guy has been to the Fu Cave 3 times, and came out alive every time. He became an elder in less than 2 months. He also has 4 talents. He is definitely a son of the plane. With his good luck, his chances of surviving are definitely high. Lu Ding repeated playfully, and then looked at Santiao. Didn't you say that? Santiao's face turned red and white. What's wrong with superstition? Lao Chi said confidently, is it shameful to be afraid of death? Who here is not afraid of death? Although we are afraid of death, we still decided to fight bravely. Isn't that enough? Well said. Hui Xiong, who was driving, shouted. Give me the marker. Gao Yang smiled. I sign one for you, but I can't guarantee whether it works or not. I go first. Santiao immediately took out a marker from his trouser pocket, handed it to Gao Yang, and enthusiastically put his arm over. Right here, safe and smooth, just these 4 words. Gao Yang wrote safe and smooth, but when he wrote the 3rd word, he couldn't write anymore. The marker had no ink. No way. Santiao was very excited, and looked at Lao Chi and Lu Ding. Quick! Give me the marker. The 2 looked at each other, and it was obvious that they didn't have the habit of carrying this thing with them. Oh my god! This is too unlucky. Santiao's face fell. It seems that he is the most superstitious person in the audience. Do you need a dagger? Manchi played with the dagger in his hand with a smile. Let the captain carve it on your body, it will be more effective. Well, forget it. Santiao smiled, and sat back in his seat. Gao Yang complained in his heart, "Man Chi, you are really a superstitious Terminator." "San Tiao, right? Don't be afraid." Hui Xiong lit a cigarette happily. "Uncle Xiong, didn't you quit smoking?" Can Tu shouted. "Quitting shit, I figured it out the last time I entered the Fu cave. I don't know how many days I can live. Life is short, enjoy it while you can." Hui Xiong took a puff and puffed out smoke. "Can Tu, don't interrupt, let me finish what I said." While driving, Hui Xiong glanced at the 3 lines in the rearview mirror. "Don't be afraid, we will have a ceremony to make everything go smoothly later. When the time comes, we will do it together to ensure that you are safe." Bang. Things happened too quickly. Hui Xiong only felt a black shadow falling from the sky and stepping heavily on the front hood. A second later, Hui Xiong saw clearly that it was a young and strong killer who was 2 meters tall. And the lingering sound in Hui Xiong's mouth was said subconsciously. At 3:40 in the morning, the road leading to Dongyu District was unobstructed, and 2 commercial vehicles of the Qinglong Group were driving at full speed to the destination. In the car in front, there were Elder Qinglong and his 9 subordinates, all from Group 1 and Group 2 of the Qilin Union. The 10 people in the other car were from Group 4 of the Baichuan Group, and the captain was the clown. The man driving in front is Qinglong's capable subordinate, the guardian of the Qilin Union, and the leader of Group 1, Shizahong. Generally, everyone calls him Sihong. He is 31 years old, with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and tough features. He is very much like those confident, but impulsive decent characters in TV dramas. In fact, his personality is indeed like this. Elder Qilong sat in the co-pilot, with one hand on the car window. His face was deep, his eyes were sharp, and all his attention was focused on preventing possible dangers. After a while, the car drove onto the viaduct, the terrain slowly rose, and the light column surrounded by blood mist in front became closer. When setting off, the blood column was only as big as a little finger visually, and now it is close to the size of a fist. 10 minutes left, Sihong said. Yes, Qilong said to the earhook intercom. 10 minutes left to reach the destination. Got it. The clown voice answered woodenly in the intercom, and then put away the microphone. Elder Qilong. Sihong looked forward, his hands unconsciously tightening the steering wheel. We will definitely win, right? Qilong had no expression on his face, and was very surprised. Even the Sihong, who was full of confidence in the past, became uneasy today. Do your best and leave it to fate, Qilong said lightly. Sihong nodded, thought for a while, and said, Captain, turn off the microphone and chat about private matters. Qilong reached out and turned off the microphone. Sihong's tone was slightly depressed. That clown is unreliable, don't trust him too much. Chapter 353. What? Qilong's eyes tightened. I heard that the Joker was a fraudster before he awakened and had been in jail. He was originally the deputy leader of Team 4 of the Baichuan Group. 3 years ago, during a mission, the leader of Team 4 died unexpectedly, so he became the leader. This person is not trustworthy. Qilong nodded slightly, and did not express any opinion. Sihong stopped discussing the Joker. The business car had already driven off the viaduct. Sihong thought of something else. He glanced at the jade pendant hanging on the rearview mirror. It was the jade pendant for peace that his fiancée had asked for him. Elder Qilong, although it is not a good flag, if I can't go back alive this time, please. Be careful. Qilong quickly reached out, grabbed the steering wheel and turned it to the right by 1/5 of a turn. The business car made a dangerous turn to avoid a car flying towards it. Bang! The flying car fell to the ground, scraping a lot of sparks on the road, and crashed into the second business car. Pound! The 2 cars collided, and the commercial vehicle pushed the sedan into the roadside and crashed into the glass window of the clothing store. At the same time, the 2 commercial vehicles of the Dohu Group were driving at full speed to Liqing University in Nanji District. According to the judgment, the location of the blood column was in that area. In the car in front, there were members of the 12 zodiac signs. The white rabbit drove, the Dohu sat in the co-pilot, and the green snake, the yellow cow, the singing girl, the dead pig, the electric mouse, the cute sheep, the monkey, and the horse sat in the back seat. The 10 members in the other car were from the 6th group of the Baichuan Group, and the captain was Huang Lian. The cute sheep sat next to the singing girl, sleeping with his head tilted. At this time of day, the cute sheep had several dreams. The white rabbit driving the car looked forward with a sullen face. I still think that Ming Yang should not be brought out. Dohu held a half-smoked cigarette, but in his mouth, and squinted his eyes. Ming Yang is still young, but her talent is very useful. With her and the dead pig, I feel more confident. But, Rabbit, Dohu interrupted coldly, do you really think that anyone can survive the battle tonight? If we all die, Mingyang can survive by hiding alone? Bida stopped talking. She knew the reason, but she still couldn't accept it emotionally. How old is Mingyang? And he has to be forced to participate in this level of mission. This battle must be more dangerous and desperate than any previous one. The atmosphere in the car was also a little heavy. Wu Dahai hooked Pongjun's neck. Juan Ma, follow me closely for a while. Do you hear me? I will protect you. I'd better follow Teacher Dohu. Pangjun was not confident enough and didn't dare to look at Wu Dahai. You kid. Wu Dahai got excited. Don't you trust me? If you don't follow me, who will treat me when I get hurt later? Electric Mouse, you've revealed your fox tail, right? Officer Huang joked. Yes, I'm afraid of death, aren't you? Wu Dahai laughed. Hee hee. Officer Huang didn't answer, and glanced at the cute sheep sleeping beside him. I'd be responsible for protecting the cute sheep later. 50 laughs and 100 laughs. Qing Ling leaned back on the chair with his eyes closed, holding the Tang sword in his hand, and said something out of the blue. Qing Ling. Wu Dahai was very moved. You were speaking for me just now, right? I knew that you still have me in your heart. Hee hee, if I understand correctly, Qing Snake is mocking you two together. The monkey said slowly. Monkey, it's okay not to expose people when life is difficult? Wu Dahai was a little unhappy. What do you mean by not exposing people when life is difficult? The monkey didn't quite understand the internet slang. Life is already so difficult, some things should not be exposed. Dead Pig explained with a nasal voice. Difficult. The monkey savored the word, and a vicissitudes of life appeared on his wrinkled face. Yes, life is indeed difficult. Everyone be careful. The enemy is coming. White Rabbit shouted. Suddenly, everyone became alert, and the singer gently woke up the cute sheep. Cute little sheep, wake up quickly, it's time to fight. The cute sheep rubbed his eyes, and woke up reluctantly. The driving White Rabbit began to slow down, and Dohu had already notified the Huanlian team in another car with the intercom. 3 figures appeared on the road ahead, less than 100 meters apart, and it was not clear. The White Rabbit's eyes tightened, and saw a dazzling green light appear on the heads of the 3 figures. It's a parasite. Dohu recognized it. Bai Tu couldn't hear the sound, but felt that his sight flashed, and 3 strange green death lights shot straight at him. At 3:56 in the morning, Bayong District, Botanical Garden. 2 commercial vehicles of the Suzaku Group drove over at full speed. The iron gate of the Botanical Garden was locked, but the commercial vehicles did not slow down. Bang! The hard front of the commercial vehicle knocked down the iron gate and drove straight in. There was a large flat land in the Botanical Garden, planted with various flowers, and behind it was a gentle hillside. The beam of light was halfway up the mountain. In the car in front, sat the Suzaku elder of the Chilean Union and her subordinates, all members of Group 6, plus 3 members of the Baichuan Group. They were all Wu Sei's subordinates, from Group 1 of the Baichuan Group. Jianghu, the guardian of the Chilean Union and the leader of Group 6, was driving, and Zhu Kei was in the passenger seat. We're almost there, Zhu Kei said. Yeah. Jianghu held the steering wheel with one hand, took out perfume from his pocket with the other hand, and sprayed a little on his wrist. Zhu Kei was slightly stunned. It was a birthday gift that he gave Jianghu when he was carrying out the mission of Nyo Erdive. Jianghu took back the perfume and looked back at Zhu Kei. His face was calm, but there was a flash of shyness in his eyes. This perfume smells good, I like it very much. My taste is self-evident. Zhu Kei was very confident. Elder Zhu Kei. Jianghu looked forward. His voice was thin and soft. There is something I have always wanted to ask you. I refuse. Elder Yu. Okay, no more jokes. Zhu Kei became serious. You ask. Why did you save me in the first place? Ah? Zhu Kei almost didn't react. I was like that at that time, neither human nor ghost, and I refused to communicate with anyone. My talent also failed. Why did you still care about me? Jianghu asked sincerely. Zhu Kei pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds, and his tone suddenly became serious and gentle. In fact, I used to have a younger brother, and I loved him very much, but because of an accident, I lost him. The first time I saw you, I regarded you as my younger brother and vowed to take care of you for the rest of my life. Jianghu was stunned, his eyes slightly red, and he was about to say something. Haha, do you want to hear such a story? Zhu Kei laughed evilly. Elder Yu. Jianghu looked embarrassed and a little angry. This kind of joke is not funny at all. Little fox, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I saved you out of pure curiosity. I have never encountered a situation where an awakener would temporarily lose his talent after suffering a huge blow. Suzaku shrugged. So, I take care of you and observe you every day. This is just my job. So, that's it. Jianghu's eyes dimmed a little. Chapter 354. Little Fox, your current behavior is called transference in psychology. Suzaku held his chin with one hand, looked out the window, and said in a faint voice, after you awakened, you had to kill your stepfather, whom you once loved deeply. You were in pain, guilty, and lonely. You couldn't live without finding a place to put your feelings, and I just happened to appear, so you transferred these feelings to me, that's all. Jianghu's voice was a little angry. I know I am transference, can't I? Suzaku was silent. Is transference shameful? Jianghu smiled coldly. Elder Zhuke, you don't have to feel any burden. I treat you as a relative, and you can still treat me as a subordinate, or even a tool. It doesn't matter. I don't care. This is my own business. Jianghu. This time Zhuke called his full name. You misunderstood. Jianghu was stunned. I'm not telling you this to hurt you. Zhuchua's eyes softened. I want to tell you that people are very strong creatures. Even if I'm gone, even if one day you become alone again, you can still live well. Jianghu bit his lips tightly, his eyes red. Did you hear what I said? Zhuke asked. Yes, Elder Zhuke. Jianghu answered seriously. Ahem. A colorless cough came from the headset. It's a very touching scene. All of us in the car were forced to listen to it. Remember to turn off the microphone next time. I'm mute. Zhuke screamed, and his face flushed. It's too bad. I actually forgot to turn off the microphone. Captain! Jianghu stepped on the brake. Look. Zhuke looked at the window on Jianghu's side and frowned immediately. In front of him was a garden with a small slope, as big as a football field. The garden was full of sunflowers, and the half-meter-high blood mist submerged half of the sunflower branches. The clusters of sunflowers seemed to grow in a sea of blood, and the picture was strange and beautiful. The huge white circular beam of light, entangled by countless blood mist vines, rose from the center of the sunflower sea. Zhuke estimated that its diameter was at least 15 meters. Get out of the car and enter combat mode. Zhuke said into the intercom. The doors of 2 commercial vehicles parked on the boulevard were opened at the same time, and the well-trained awakened people got out quickly. 10 people stood back to back in a group, covering each other. Zhuke waved gently, and everyone walked into the sunflower sea carefully, pushing aside the waist-high sunflowers while approaching the strange blood-colored beam of light. Wu Sei said to a thin girl with a blue ponytail in the team, Qin Chao, explore the way. Yes. The girl named Qin Chao closed her eyes and muttered something. In less than 10 seconds, the airflow around everyone suddenly became turbulent, and a small and dense buzzing sound appeared. Butterflies, bees, dragonflies and various ladybugs kept flying out of the sea of flowers and hovering over Qin Chao's head. They were densely packed in a large area. Soon, they flew towards the blood column not far away. Not only that, there were subtle rustling sounds under everyone's feet. Although it was blocked by the blood mist, Zhuke guessed that it was various reptiles that were moving. Qin Chao's talent should be Kun Wang, serial number 64, which can control all insects within a certain range around. An army of countless insects flew towards their target destination. In Suzaku's eyes, they looked like a colorful mist, drifting across the sea of flowers bathed in the blood moon, and gathering towards the blood-colored pillar of light. At first, the insect army tried to get into the blood column, but soon they stopped outside the light column and could only circle around. About half a minute later, the insect army began to disintegrate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qi Chao opened his eyes wide, his face was pale, and his voice trembled. The insects are out of control and escaped. What happened? Wu Sei asked. Qi Chao shook his head. They felt fear. Everyone's face sank. Although they had expected the danger of this trip and were prepared to sacrifice, at this moment, everyone still had a fear of the unknown in their bones. Zhuke took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and took the lead. Everyone followed. Jianghu followed closely, and the others followed one after another. A minute later, all members of the Zhuke team were already quite close to the white light column wrapped in blood mist. From a close look, it was very majestic, like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The glowing place was a temporary stone altar 1 meter above the ground, and the blood mist on the altar was relatively thin. A circle of people surrounded the edge of the altar, or more precisely, a circle of beasts in human form. They wore wide white robes with hoods, knelt on the ground, put their hands together in front of their chests, lowered their heads, and were humble. They were mumbling something in their mouths, as if they were chanting evil spells, which made people feel extremely depressed. Suzaku and others saw clearly that a dagger was inserted into the abdomen of each beast, and blood dyed their white robes red, and flowed into the grooves under their feet. They filled the grooves on the altar with their own blood. These grooves formed a large totem, which was the abstract evil symbol of the Sangmu religion, a vertical eye surrounded by something similar to the sun. Juke felt sick. She didn't know what evil trick this was, and she had no interest in finding out. Destroy them, Juke shouted. Behind Juke was a dark-skinned strong man with dreadlocks, wearing professional modern combat uniforms, carrying a submachine gun, and hanging various bombs on his body. Without saying a word, he took 3 grenades from his waist, pulled out the thunder rings, and threw them towards the altar. Bang, bang, bang. The grenades exploded at the same time, with unprecedented power. The altar was directly blown up. For a moment, gravel, soil, flesh and limbs of white-robed beasts flew all over the sky, and the giant white beam on the altar disappeared instantly. The blood mist vines that were originally tightly wrapped around the beam lost their attachment and slowly fell down. More of them dissipated in the middle before they could fall. Oh! The strong man in camouflage uniform was called Chixie, with a talent of explosive expert, serial number 78, damage system. He is proficient in all explosive weapons and explosive traps, and the power of explosive weapons and traps is doubled when used. Most of the white-robed beasts were killed on the spot. The few white-robed beasts that were not dead were like walking corpses without souls. They dragged their broken and bloody bodies, stood up again, and walked towards the altar little by little, as if they were still struggling to continue the evil ritual just now. Swish. A strong wind blew, and a triangular boomerang made of black gold, as big as a ceiling fan, flew over. It rotated at high speed, and cut the heads of several beasts in an arc. Then it rotated back, and returned steadily to the hands of a tall woman with slender limbs. This woman had short pink hair, wheat-colored skin, a black sleeveless vest and combat tights, and the muscles of her shoulders, neck, abdomen and buttocks were particularly strong and beautiful. Her name is Iman, the deputy captain of the colorless group, with talent arm strength, serial number 76, and reinforcement system. Iman's arm strength is amazing. The power of throwing weapons is doubled, and there are other bonuses. Several white-robed beasts with their heads cut open fell silently in the sea of flowers, and their bodies were soon submerged by a half-meter-high blood mist. Is it over? Qin Chao asked in a light voice, somewhat unbelievably. Humph! Chixie crossed his hands and laughed with some disdain. What are you doing? I thought you were very powerful. Chix's voice suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face froze, as if someone had pressed his acupoints. For a moment, everyone noticed the abnormality of Chixie. Chixie? Jianghu wanted to walk over. Don't move. Zhu grabbed Jianghu, his face stern. Chixie was still frozen in place, and a tear of fear and despair flowed from his wide-open eyes. Crashed. A second later, a bloody sunflower bloomed in the mouth of Chixie. Chapter 355. At 3:41 a.m., the Seven Shadows. And when Huixiong uttered the last syllable, he had seen it clearly. A 2-meter-tall lizard-man-shaped killer jumped from a high altitude onto the front of the commercial vehicle. The incident happened suddenly, and the people in the car were shocked for a second. Lower your head. The one who shouted was none other than Old Seven. Neither Huixiong nor Man-Snake wore seat belts, and their instincts preceded their thoughts, and they quickly bent down and lowered their heads. Bang bang. Old Seven flicked 2 fingers at the killer outside the car window with his empty hands. Instantly, 2 invisible air bullets were fired, shattering the glass and hitting the killer's chest and shoulders. Ah! The killer howled in pain, flew off the hood of the car, and landed heavily on the road. Old Seven looks short and fat, but his reaction is quite agile. His talent is finger strength, serial number 90, reinforcement system. His fingers can not only eject powerful air bullets, but also throw coins, cards and small objects, which can add strange lethality and penetration. The moment the killer was blown away by the air bullet, Manshi and Huixiong quickly kicked open the car door and rushed out of the car. Prepare for battle. Gaoyang opened the car door and activated teleportation to the roof of the car the moment he got out of the car. Others also got out of the car quickly. Green Tea's group also acted quickly. All 10 awakened people had already gotten out of the car and formed a circle to cover each other. Gaoyang stood on the roof of the car and looked around. The streets on both sides of the road were all 5-story residential buildings, very quiet. But Gaoyang had already felt the murderous aura, and the system's warning sounded in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. 2 seconds later, the glass windows of the houses on both sides of the road shattered one after another, and countless black figures broke out of the windows and jumped towards Gao Yang and his group. When these black shadows were still in the air, Gao Yang saw clearly with the red moonlight that they were all young and strong killers. Go! Gao Yang shouted, jumped up, and greeted a killer that fell from the sky. The killer's sharp hand blade stabbed Gao Yang, but stabbed nothing. Gao Yang's figure disappeared and teleported behind the killer. Gao Yang stepped on the killer's back with both feet, held its head from behind with both hands, and fell down with it. Bang! The killer landed and was stepped on by Gao Yang, unable to move for a while. Flame! The flame spurted out from Gao Yang's hands, along the killer's head, and burned all over its body. The killer howled in pain in the fire. At this time, other killers had already jumped off the tall building and started fighting with the awakened ones. 3 of the killers rushed towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt a murderous aura. He did not dodge, and put all his strength into launching the flames. Boom! A column of fire and a strong heat flow rushed out from Gao Yang's body, instantly forcing the other 3 killers back. Roar! A violent gray giant bear ran over with his hands and feet, tearing up his torn shirt while running and rushing towards the killer closest to him. The 2-meter-tall killer was full of oppression in front of ordinary people, but in front of the strong giant bear that was also more than 2 meters tall, it seemed a little thin. The gray male caught the killer's hand blade with one hand and held its head with the other hand, about to crush it with force. The killer didn't give gray male a chance. Its tail, which was covered with sharp scales, but extremely flexible, swung fiercely at gray male's waist. Even though gray male's fur was thick, it was still cut by the blade-like scales. Ah! Bastard! Gray male felt pain, and was forced to let go of the killer's head and hand blade. He grabbed the long tail wrapped around his waist with both hands, and twisted it hard like a twist. Ah! This time it was the killer's turn to wail. Gray male grabbed its tail tightly and began to spin wildly. The killer turned into a big pendulum under gray male's rotation, and all the other killers, who wanted to surround him, were forced back. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Gray male became happy again. When Gao Yang burned the killer at his feet to death, he had already heard gray male's rough laughter, and smiled bitterly in his heart. In any case, gray male has always been good at boosting morale. Gao Yang didn't count them carefully, judging by his feeling. There were at least 40 killers ambushing them this time. 1 or a few killers are not difficult to deal with, but 40 young and strong killers, who are crazy and bloodthirsty at once, are definitely not a joke. The others have already entered a fierce battle. Swish, swish, swish. The snake threw 3 flying knives, 2 of which hit the hard scales on the killer's face, and only 1 pierced its fragile eyeball, but it was enough. Ah! The killer stopped attacking, and instinctively reached out to pull out the flying knife in his right eye. Dong, dong, dong. Johan did not miss this opportunity, quickly approached the killer whose eye was stabbed, and quickly punched the killer's heart 3 times. Weakness triggered. After a half-second delay, the air around him tightened. The killer's back suddenly arched and flew out. However, the lethality caused by the 3 quick punches was not enough to destroy the killer's heart. Green Tea had just repelled a killer and rushed towards Johan. He punched the killer flying towards him in the back. Inch power triggered. Bang! The killer was knocked back a few meters, and rolled a few times after landing. The killer quickly got up, grinning and baring his teeth, and wanted to fight. 2 seconds later, it twitched all over, and its chest exploded, and blood splattered. Its legs softened, and it died on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Old 7 kept firing air bullets to repel the killers approaching him, but he couldn't knock them down. Ken and Ronnie held guns in both hands, and kept shooting, but they could only temporarily repel the killers, who surrounded them. At this time, Santiao squatted in front of a dead killer, put his hands on its body, and muttered something. 10 seconds later, the dead killer stood up again, its eyes flashing with crazy red light, roared, and rushed towards its own kind at a faster speed than when it was alive, like a mad dog, biting anyone it saw. Santiao's talent is Corpse Driver, serial number 84, summoning system. He can revive any corpse for 3 minutes, let the corpse enter a violent state, attack the enemy until the time is over, or completely loses the ability to move, but the corpse cannot use the talent before death. Support. I need support. After a minute of happiness, Hui Xiong gradually became unhappy. He faced 6 or 7 killers alone, even a tank could not stand it. A killer found the right opportunity, pounced on him, and knocked Hui Xiong to the ground. 2 killers quickly followed, they pounced on him, and stabbed Hui Xiong's neck with double blades. The other killers no longer wanted to fight, bypassed Hui Xiong, and rushed to other awakened people. Paw, paw! 2 small blue water balls were thrown over and exploded on the chests of the 2 killers, who were holding Hui Xiong down. The 2 killers were attacked inexplicably, and they were slightly stunned, and then they realized that this was just an ordinary water ball. The exploded water ball had no killing power except leaving a water stain on their bodies. Hui Xiong was shocked, and his face was full of absurdity and despair. What is going on? Which awakened person has a hole in his brain and uses such a trivial thing as a water ball as a weapon? No matter how thick my fur is, it can't withstand the killer's hand blade. Hui Xiong's heart sank, knowing that he was finished. Although his head would not be moved, the carotid artery would definitely be cut. If his companions could arrive in time within 1 minute and inject him with C potion, perhaps he could save his life. Chapter 356. The 2 killers hit by the water ball no longer hesitated, and stabbed the sharp blades into Hui Xiong's neck. But they did not realize that their movement slowed down significantly, as if they were slowed down by more than 4 times. Their sharp blades stabbed Hui Xiong's neck inch by inch. The scene was quite weird. The person who threw the water ball was the girl with gray hair and red lips, Lu Ding. Her talent was slow, serial number 94, poison system. Lu Ding's blood contained slow toxins. Once the target was touched by her blood, the movement would become abnormally slow, lasting from 10 seconds to 3 minutes. Of course, within an hour, the same target can only be effective once. Lu Ding is not a melee type. She took a different approach and prepared the water ball in advance, and mixed it with her own blood in advance. Level 3 slow, coupled with low blood content, the effect was very general. The killer's movement slowed down by only 6 seconds. But it was these 6 seconds that bought precious rescue time for his companions. The 2 flying knives pierced the eyes of the 2 killers accurately, and blood spurted out, splashing Hui Xiong's face. The 2 killers didn't even scream, because their pain nerves also became slow and dull. Swoosh! Gao Yang teleported over, grabbed the handles of the flying knives that pierced the eye sockets of the 2 killers with both hands, and pushed forward with force, directly piercing the entire flying knives into their heads. Then, 2 tongues of fire spurted out from Gao Yang's palms, instantly engulfing the killers' heads and rushing them out. The 2 killers, whose heads were still burning, fell to the ground and stopped moving. Gao Yang turned around and stretched out his hand to Hui Xiong, who grabbed Gao Yang and stood up. The 2 said nothing. Gao Yang teleported away. Hui Xiong wiped the blood off his face and rushed to the place where the killers were most concentrated with a shout. "Children! Your grandpa is back again." At present, the situation of the 7 Shadows group is not optimistic. Gao Yang, Jiuhan, Hui Xiong, Manshi, Green Tea, etc., if they only care about themselves, they will not be in too much danger. Can pull Ronnie invisible and survive. But the remaining awakened people have too weak overall combat power, and they are very dangerous under the chaotic siege of many killers. At this moment, the 3 next to the car sneaked close to the corpse of a killer, and wanted to start corpse-driving man again. Bang! A killer appeared from nowhere. It jumped onto the roof of the car, and jumped hard, pounced on the 3 under the car. Bang! In a hurry, Lao 7 fired an air bomb, and shot it at the killer, who attacked San Tiao. But due to the continuous fighting, the power of the air bomb fired by Lao 7 has decreased. The air bullet hit the killer's chest, but it didn't stop the killer's attack trajectory, it just slightly slowed down its momentum. 1 second later, the killer's hand blade easily pierced San Tiao's back. The killer's hand blade was like a steel fork, forking San Tiao, the fish. It raised it to the top of its head, and the hand blade lifted San Tiao's body and pierced San Tiao's chest. San Tiao's blood flowed down the killer's thick arms, and more blood fell like a fountain, bathing the killer in blood. The killer raised his head and opened his mouth in enjoyment. "San Tiao!" Green Tea shouted, full of anger and grief, but he was entangled by 2 killers and couldn't get over it all. "Beast!" Old 7 yelled, raised his hands, and was about to fire 2 air bullets at the enemy. Swish! A sharp hand blade fell from the sky, and Old 7 only felt a flash of knife light flashing in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses, his arms were gone. Old 7 fell down wailing, and his 2 broken arms sprayed with blood. My hand! My hand! Old 7. Lu Ding, who had been invisible with a can, could not control his emotions. The 3 killers immediately noticed the approximate location of the can's invisibility, and rushed towards them. Ronnie knew that it was his turn to go on stage. When the balance of the battlefield began to tilt towards the enemy, he would launch chaos to forcibly stop everyone's battle for a short time. After the suspension, the awakened will react and take action 1 second first, and then the situation may turn around. In Ronnie's high-pitched and strange scream, all awakened and killers entered a state of chaos and stopped fighting. In less than 10 seconds, Ronnie's voice disappeared. In fact, every time he activated chaos, he could not maintain it for too long. Ronnie's shout directly exposed himself, can in orange. However, the battle situation did not take a big turn. The 3 killers who had intended to rush at them quickly woke up and continued to rush at the 3 of them. No one came to save them. Everyone was caught in a bitter battle and had no time to care about others. There were too many killers. They had high attack, high defense, high agility, and strong burst. If there was no talent for large scale and powerful damage, it would be impossible to quickly solve them. Run! At the critical moment, Ken stretched out his hands and pushed away Ronnie on the left and Lu Ding on the right. The 3 killers were unable to attack smoothly because their targets were suddenly scattered, and their movements stopped for a second. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Yang had just killed a killer, and he teleported to avoid the entanglement of other killers and threw 3 fireballs in the direction of Ken. This was the limit of what he could take care of. The 3 fireballs were not powerful, but their presence was very strong. The 3 killers instinctively avoided the fireballs, and their rhythm was disrupted again. Ronnie seized these few seconds, quickly changed the magazine for his pistol, and shot at the killers. Pa 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 pa. The bullets hit the bodies of the killers. Although they could not penetrate their hard-scale armor, they also caused some damage and prevented them from getting close. Lu Ding threw out the water ball containing his own blood again, hitting 2 killers, making their movement slow down. The 3 of them knew that this was just a delay to delay their own death. Everyone! A young man's voice came from above. Gao Yang looked up and saw a figure floating in the air. It was Tengu. Yes, Tengu disappeared as soon as the battle started. The battle was urgent, and Gao Yang had no time to think about it. At this moment, Tengu was flying in the air, with his hands open to the battlefield below, and a gray-white energy ball wrapped around his palms, which was a manifestation of energy overflow. Lie down, Tengu shouted. Gao Yang knew what Tengu's talent was, and he was the first to react, quickly lying down, and repeated loudly, lie down. Tengu's first lie down was not reacted by many people. But Gao Yang's second lie down made everyone react, and they didn't care about fighting with the killer, and didn't care about other dangers, and they lay down quickly and unconditionally. Space cut. 1 second later, Tengu launched a space cut with a super wide range. Chapter 357. When the killers first appeared, Tengu also joined the battle, but the effect was not good. There were too many killers, too scattered, and they were agile in fighting with their teammates. Tengu's space cutting was not easy to perform, and it was easy to accidentally hurt teammates. So, Tengu came up with a bold strategy. He flew directly into the air and tried to create a large space cutting close to the ground, just like cutting a knife along the bottom of a cake. But it takes time to accumulate energy, at least 30 seconds. While Tengu was accumulating energy, Ronnie launched chaos again. Although he was far away from Tengu, he still interfered with Tengu to a certain extent and delayed some time. Now, Tengu's magic chanting was finally completed. Tengu launched a level 4 space cutting towards the entire street on the ground, and at the moment of launching, his talent was upgraded to level 5. Gao Yang, who was lying on the ground, felt that the entire surrounding space seemed to solidify for a second. Then, a slight but strange sense of fracture appeared 1 meter above his head, and then he saw the cut when the space was dislocated, just like the gap after the lens was broken, and this gap only appeared for 1 second. 1 second later, the space of the entire street returned to normal. All the awakened people were lying on the ground, and all the killers were standing and stopped fighting. 2 seconds later, most of the killers were cut in half. Some were cut from the thigh, some from the waist, some from the chest, and some were in motion, and their bodies were cut diagonally in half. Except for 3 killers who survived, the bodies of all other killers were cut into more than 2 pieces. They fell to the ground like scattered building blocks, and blood splashed like a small spray, and quickly gathered, dyeing the entire road red, which could be called a river of blood. Gao Yang, Jiuhan, Ronnie, Green Tea and others stood up immediately, rushed to the last 3 killers, and easily dealt with them. Tengu slowly descended from the sky and stood on the roof. Crack. The car shook, and the roof tilted slightly. Obviously, the commercial vehicle was also cut in half, and the upper and lower parts were displaced. Tengu gasped heavily. The previous move almost consumed all his energy, but judging from the result, it was worth it. If he failed to annihilate the killer in one move, the most conservative estimate of the entire Seven Shadows group would be that 1/3 of the people would be killed. Ah! Old Seven leaned on a road pier, and he was still wailing with his broken hands. Help! Green Tea wiped the blood off his face and shouted. Lu Ding, come and help! A thin, blonde girl wearing a black octagonal hat and carrying a medical bag picked up the 2 broken arms of Lao 7. Lu Ding took the 2 broken arms and symbolically put them back together for Lao 7. The girl with the octagonal hat took out 2 sea medicines and injected 1 shot into the 2 broken arms of Lao 7. Half a minute later, the broken arms began to stick together, but very slowly. The girl with the octagonal hat put her hands on Lao 7's arms and muttered something. Soon, Lao 7's 2 arms changed and became 2 soft rubber arms that hung down. Despite this, the 2 arms were truly connected. It will be fine in 5 minutes. The girl with the octagonal hat said. Yushi, I'm fine. Come on, go save Santiao. Lao 7 was pale, and still worried about Santiao. The already ugly face of the girl named Yushi became even darker. A trace of pain flashed through her eyes, and she shook her head at Lao 7. He was shot through the heart. He's useless. Fuck. Lao 7 shouted, crying with self-blame. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If the air bomb I just used was more powerful, Santiao would definitely not die. Damn it! Damn it! Lao 7's hands couldn't move, and he slammed his head against the concrete block behind him. Lao 7. Green Tea came over at some point and put her hand on Lao 7's head. I know you and Santiao are like brothers. If you really want to die, I won't stop you, but not here. You have to avenge Santiao. Lao 7's face was full of snot and tears, and he nodded vigorously. Revenge. Must be revenged. I want to kill all these beasts. In an encounter, the Seven Shadows group sacrificed 1 person, seriously injured 2 people, and slightly injured 6 people. 2 commercial vehicles were damaged by space cutting and could no longer drive. Fortunately, there was a bus parked in front of the bus stop not far away. The bus driver was probably on the last bus and couldn't resist the sleepiness on the road, so he stopped by the roadside and fell asleep. Hui Xiong lifted the driver out of the car, started the bus, and a group of people got on the bus and continued to rush to Shiju Park. At 3:45 in the morning, Qinglong group. The business car where the clown was rushed directly into the window of the clothing store on the roadside. Woo woo woo. The shrill alarm in the store sounded, and the business car was also smoking. Bang! The clown and the co-pilot kicked open the door and jumped out of the car. A few seconds later, the back door of the business car opened, and the other team members came out one after another. Except for 1 team member with bleeding forehead and serious injuries, the others were fine. Stand behind me. Qinglong, who had already gotten off the bus, shouted in the middle of the road. Everyone moved closer to Qinglong and stood behind him. Sihong and the clown stood on Qinglong's left and right. There is only 1 enemy, but he is very strong. Qinglong had sensed it. He is coming. As soon as the voice fell, a black figure appeared in the sky. Qinglong looked up. From his perspective, the figure against the light was right in the center of the blood moon, as if he had jumped down from the blood moon. Boom! The figure landed 20 meters in front of Qinglong, crushing the ground directly, splashing countless gravel, and shaking a circle of strong wind, blowing everyone slightly squinting. Qinglong's eyes tightened slightly. The person who came was a white-haired old man with a long braid and a full beard. The wrinkles on his face were like knife carvings, full of sharp murderous aura, and his eyes were bright and sharp. He was shirtless, with a strong body, black pants and a pair of kung fu shoes. He glanced at Qinglong and said in a loud and powerful voice, "Tell me your name." "Qilin Guild, Qinglong." Qinglong responded without hesitation, "Who are you?" The old man thought for 2 seconds and replied, "Delusion Beast, Dark One, Master Jin." Qinglong smiled coldly. This old man is straightforward. Qinglong clenched his fists, one in front and one behind, and took a fighting stance. "Come on." "Ha ha." Master Jin laughed. "So Qinglong is you. I've wanted to fight with you for a long time. Unfortunately, it's a pity that the person I am looking for tonight is not you." After saying this, Master Jin knelt on one knee, supported the ground with both hands, and made a false start action in a sprint race. Nothing. 2 seconds later, Genie rose from the ground like a cannonball and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a severely cracked and sunken road pit under his feet, and a circle of strong airflow that shook. Everyone except Qinglong was shocked by this scene. Is this the strength of the delusion beast? Elder Qinglong, are you chasing him? Sihong looked at Qinglong, his tone unsure. If you really want to chase him, you may have to fly a helicopter to catch up. Qinglong thought for a while. He is going to Baihu Hotel, don't worry about him. Let's continue the mission. Sihong was a little worried, but... Don't worry. Qinglong interrupted with a smile. This genie is indeed very strong, but he is not the opponent of the president. Chapter 358. At 3:47 a.m., Dohu Group. Baitu felt his sight flash, and 3 strange green death rays shot over. Fortunately, Dohu reminded Baitu in time. Baitu knew the parasites very well, and also knew that one of the parasites could emit highly corrosive green death rays through its mouth. Baitu had already lightly turned the steering wheel, and stepped on the brakes 1 second before the 3 death rays were shot out. Swish, swish, swish. 3 death rays cut vertically along the center of the road. The commercial vehicle driven by Baitu avoided the attack of the death rays in time, and hit the guardrail on the side of the road. Dohu did not turn off the intercom throughout the whole process. Huang Lian in the car behind also heard the reminder in time. He was the driver, turned quickly and slowed down, and also escaped. The 2 teams immediately rushed down from the car. At this time, Dohu had noticed that there were dozens of figures standing on the houses on both sides of the street. Some of them were angry beasts, some were parasites among greedy beasts, and a few were boarders. And there were at least 10 parasites that could spray death rays from their mouths. Everyone moved closer to the monkey master. Dohu made a prompt decision. All members of the Dohu team had known each other before, and everyone knew that the monkey master referred to the monkey of the Chinese zodiac. Everyone immediately moved closer to the monkey. The monkey, wearing a tang suit, had a fairy-like appearance. He put his hands together and clapped his hands in front of his chest. Hey! The monkey roared, squatted quickly, and pressed his hands on the ground. Chong chong chong. For a moment, the cement mixed with the soil on the road surface rose from the ground, turning into 4 walls that surrounded everyone, and began to seal the roof, and in a blink of an eye it became a solid earth element fortress. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen green death rays shot over, and were blocked by the solid fortress. The corrosive green liquid attached to the death rays corroded the outer shell of the fortress bit by bit, but new earth elements continued to increase and repaired the fortress. The monkey's talent is Earth, serial number 28, elemental system. It can control the nearby earth elements to fight. This is a very powerful talent with low requirements for the surrounding environment, because earth elements are almost everywhere. Unfortunately, the Awakener has not been able to find the elemental rune so far, and the monkey's earth has remained at level 3. The bunker is still constantly enduring the bombardment of the death rays. Some boarders grow purple scales all over their bodies. While arming themselves, they slowly gather around the bunker. They raise their hands, and the long or short bone spurs are ready to attack at any time. Because the bunker is sealed, the inside of the bunker is pitch black. Someone turns on the flashlight on his mobile phone to illuminate the space inside. It's not my style to passively take a beating. Dohu pulled out the blue dog demon sword behind him and began to deploy the battle. Singer, get ready to sing. Yes. Dead pig, you stay where you are, cooperate with the monkey, and protect the horse, the cute sheep, and the singer. Leave it to me. The dead pig's nasal voice is thick, with a built-in speaker effect. Yellow cow, the farthest enemy is left to you. Okay. Yellow cow pulled out 2 pistols from his waist. White rabbit, green snake, let's deal with the boarders around. Dohu said. Okay. White rabbit held his special weapon, a black gold baseball bat. Qingling summoned the tang sword from his hand. Electric Mouse, you hide well and cover us. Don't worry. Electric Mouse moved his mechanical arm, eager to try. He was still not afraid of dealing with this group of minions, and he had to perform well in front of Qingling. What should we do? Huang Lian asked Dohu. You are free to do whatever you want, and save your life first. Dohu had no time to arrange the actions of Huang Lian's team, so he could only trust them. Huang Lian nodded and ordered the team members behind him, execute Plan A. Yes. The 9 awakened people said in unison. Singer! Sing! The singer clasped her hands together, knelt on the ground, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth like a girl praying devoutly. At the same time, countless small holes were opened on the earth element's bunker. 2 seconds later, the singer's singing came out from these small holes, gentle, ethereal, and with a strange and charming relaxation attribute, like a gentle wind, gently blowing every beast within 100 meters. In less than 10 seconds, the beasts with weaker mental power had fallen silently. And the beasts with stronger mental power also became distracted, and the frequency of attacks of some parasites standing on high buildings spitting out death light also slowed down. A few of the hosts with strong mental power, the scales on their faces wriggled and grew, wrapped around the cochlea, and resisted the singer's requiem to the greatest extent. Level 5 requiem can distinguish between enemies and friends, and the spirits of the companions also become peaceful and soothing under the cleansing of the song. They will be slightly distracted, but they will not fall asleep. Dohu slapped his face hard and instantly became much more awake. He shouted, "Come on, get up!" Many people were stunned at first, and followed suit and slapped themselves. For a while, the crisp slapping sounds came one after another. Of course, Baitu and Qingling did not do this. They pinched their arms hard and achieved the same effect. Monkey! The monkey's hands left the ground, and for a moment, the earth element fortress began to disintegrate. Bang! A ghostly figure broke through the fortress that had not yet completely disintegrated, and approached a boarder 10 meters away at high speed. The boarder had no time to react, and the ghostly figure had passed by its side, with a sharp knife light, chopping off its head, even if its skin was covered with hard scales. The two boarders beside him reacted quickly, and shot sharp-boned spurs at the fighting tiger. Pound! The white rabbit launched jump, approaching a boarder at the same incredibly fast speed, and smashed the baseball bat in his hand on its head. The boarder flew out directly in a spin. Swish! The other boarder didn't have time to attack the fighting tiger, and a tang sword flew over at high speed and chopped the boarder's neck. The host's head tilted quickly, using its hard scales to block the slash of the tang sword, clamping the tang sword between its neck and shoulders. But it didn't expect that Qingling's figure would be close the next second. She swooped down and reached out to hold the handle of the tang sword. In an instant, a faint green blade appeared on the tang sword. Swish! The tang sword in Qingling's hand cut off the host's neck. It was the killing power of the 3rd level metal, and the 5th level sword god, and the parasite's scale armor could not defend against it. In the Battle of Xuanwu, Qingling's sword god rose to level 5. The tang sword in her hand was almost the same as Wang Zikai's bone claws, cutting iron like mud. Qingling killed a host and didn't stop. She turned around and rushed to the next target. The opponent also rushed to her and stabbed 3 bone spurs. Clang! Qingling waved the knife to block the 3 bone spurs, and the two fell into a stalemate. Qingling, be careful! Wu Dahai's voice came from not far behind. Chapter 359. When Dohu started the fight, Wu Dahai was not idle either, summoning lightning to bombard the high-level beasts nearby, but the opponents dodged quickly. However, Wu Dahai's original purpose was to disrupt their formation and rhythm. Wu Dahai's main energy was still on protecting Qingling. Therefore, he discovered before anyone else that a parasite was squatting on an air conditioning cabinet on the 3rd floor of the house. Its chest was bulging, its mouth was wide open, and it sprayed a deadly light in the direction of Qingling. Qingling, be careful! Wu Dahai was too far away from the parasite, and could not stop it, so he could only remind it. Bang bang! Officer Huang quickly fired 2 shots and hit the parasite's throat. Although he failed to stop it, he changed the firing angle of the deadly light in time. Swoosh! A green deadly light cut through Qingling's left side, and directly cut open a devourer, who wanted to attack Qingling. The 3 tentacles of the devourer were cut open by the death ray like noodles, blood gushed out from the crosscuts, and light green corrosive smoke emerged. Ah! The devourer wailed in pain. Boom! A purple lightning bolt as thick as a thigh fell from the sky, helping it to completely free itself. Wu Dahai raised his hands and smiled with a self-satisfied smile. Humph! Dare to touch the woman I like. You're looking for death. Swish swish. 2 beams of death light shot over from the roofs on both sides of the street. The monkey raised his hands, and a cement wall rose from the ground, barely blocking the 2 beams of death light, but the corrosive green liquid in the death light still splashed and flew towards Meng Yang's face. The dead pig opened his huge palms and blocked them. For a moment, smoke began to come out of the dead pig's palms and arms, and the green liquid began to corrode his thick skin. The dead pig was calm and steady. In less than 10 seconds, the corrosion stopped and the dead pig's epidermis began to heal. Brother Pig, I help you heal. Fat June finally found a chance to show off his skills. He rushed to the dead pig and looked down. The wound on the dead pig's arm had healed. Fat June was stunned, scratched his head awkwardly, and hid behind the dead pig again. A man in the Huanlian team was wearing a black tight combat uniform and a black mask with a hideous fluorescent skull mouth on the mask. His name is Bone Man. Luck. He opened one hand and aimed at a parasite on the roof. 1 second later, he shouted, "Replace." Swoosh. In a moment, Bone Man disappeared and appeared on the roof, and the parasite on the roof appeared in the position before Bone Man. Bone Man's talent is time and space conversion, serial number 46 time and space system. It can replace the target in space in an instant, and weaken all the opponent's abilities at the same time. The parasite that was replaced was stunned for a moment, and it quickly responded. Instead of continuing to spray death rays, it pounced on the Coptus in front of it. As long as it bites the body of Coptus, it can become a part of Coptus, abandon its own body, and parasitize in the body of Coptus as a mixture of energy and consciousness. After that, Coptus can obtain some of its abilities, but it also needs to bear the backlash it brings, just like the original parasite Xiaolu. However, the parasite that pounced on Coptus suddenly stopped, and its body floated in the air, and it was in a dilemma. Coptus had already activated gravity, making the parasite lose gravity around it. Boom. At the same time, Dohu, who had already killed a circle, turned back. His ghostly figure passed by the parasite floating in the air, chopped off its head, and rushed to another group of high-level beasts without stopping, and did not forget to leave a word. "You're welcome." Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the beheaded parasite disappeared, and the Bone Man reappeared, and the two positions were switched again. 3 minutes passed. These 3 minutes seemed very long to some people, such as Fat June and Ming Yang. But for some people, they were very short, such as Dohu, who was killing people indiscriminately. He felt that he had just warmed up. The singer finished her song, and when she opened her eyes again, the roads and buildings around her were in ruins, and the dead high-level beasts were scattered all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The last devourer, who was still standing, was pierced in the chest by the Qingling Tang sword. Qingling turned around gracefully, drew the sword, put it away, and the devourer fell to the ground silently, drawing a perfect end to this battle. "Keep on the road." Dohu took back the Qingchuan demon sword and walked towards the commercial vehicle on the side of the road. The people of the 12 Zodiac followed naturally. Huang Lian and his team members looked at the backs of the 12 Zodiac people, and their mood was complicated for a while. Too strong. Although Huang Lian did not think that this encounter would be difficult to deal with, in just 3 minutes, he killed nearly 50 high-level beasts, including many powerful hosters, with 0 casualties. This was really too terrifying. At that moment, Huang Lian suddenly had a little more confidence in the decisive battle tonight. Perhaps, many people will die tonight, including himself. However, humans will not perish easily. Just like the fire that almost killed Huang Lian, if you can't survive, you will die. If you survive, you will achieve nirvana. Human beings may be weak, stupid, and make mistakes constantly, but the depths of their souls always contain the courage and awareness to welcome nirvana. Humans are not great, but they are not small either. At 4:07 a.m., Suzuka Group. Bayong District Botanical Garden, Sunflower Garden. A blood-red sunflower bloomed from the mouth of the red scorpion. This scene was so sudden and so strange that everyone was stunned for a second. "Big brother." A round-faced young man from Group 6 rushed over. His name was Chi Feng. He was as close to the red scorpion as a brother. The two grew up in an orphanage and entered the Qilin Union together. They also had the same nickname. "Stop!" Zhu Kei immediately grabbed Chi Feng. "Elder Zhu Kei! Save him!" Chi Feng shouted. Zhu Kei shook her head with a heavy face. She could no longer feel the breath of the red scorpion. "He's dead?" Zhu Kei said. "No, it's impossible." Hua hua hua. As if to confirm Zhu Chua's words, for a moment, the red scorpion's body was torn apart, and bloody sunflowers bloomed. One of the sunflowers bloomed from the red scorpion's chest. The core of the sunflower was his stopped heart. Under the blood moon, it was evil and weird. In this situation, not to mention Suzaku, even gods can't save him. "No!" Qifeng shouted in grief. "It's coming!" Qin Cao's face was pale and panicked. 8 o'clock. 50 meters. 30 meters. Qin Cao has activated Kun Wang, letting the insects under his feet help him search for the enemy's position, and has received accurate feedback. Everyone looked at the 8 o'clock direction of Qin Cao. The sunflowers grew very densely, and the roots were covered by a half-meter-high blood mist, which played a good concealment. The sunflowers 30 meters away kept swaying and making rustling sounds, as if an unknown creature was approaching the ground. "Be careful!" Wu Sei shouted to his team members. "Back off!" "Ha!" Iman shouted and threw the giant boomerang in his hand with all his strength. The boomerang spun at high speed along the ground and flew all the way, like a lawn mower, and the green roots and yellow flowers of the sunflowers were flying all over the sky. The boomerang was about to approach the target, and suddenly, a bunch of sunflowers twisted, their roots gathered and entangled together, and the leaves and flowers changed shape. In less than 2 seconds, a sunflower scarecrow was formed. The boomerang was inserted into the scarecrow and got stuck. Iman was shocked. It's impossible. Even if ordinary flowers and plants are combined together, they can never stop the cutting of the boomerang. She didn't have time to wonder. Shua shua shua, the unknown creature continued to rush towards the crowd along the ground. I kill you! The death of the red scorpion made the red bee lose his mind. The nails on his hands turned into dark brown long thorns and rushed towards the unknown creature. Chapter 360. As Chi-Feng rushed out a few steps, a figure quickly caught up from behind. It was Suzaku. She grabbed Chi-Feng's shoulders and threw her back, and Chi-Feng flew backwards. Suzaku did not rush to the unknown creature, but quickly came to Chi-Xie, who had turned into a flower man. She touched his waist with one hand, and a trace of grief and guilt flashed across her face. Ah! Suzaku roared, burst out with all her strength, lifted Chi-Xie with both hands, pulled him up by the roots, and threw him in the direction of the unknown creature. The body of Chi-Xie fell towards the unknown creature that was still shuttling in the sea of flowers. Although it did not hit the target directly, it exploded the moment it landed. Boom boom boom. All the bombs on Chi-Xie exploded at the same time, and for a moment, everyone was blown away by the powerful explosion airflow. A huge deep pit was directly blown out of the sea of flowers, where the unknown creature was. A few seconds later, everyone got up and stabilized their position. Big brother, Chi-Feng cried. He didn't blame Zhu Kei for his ruthlessness. In fact, if Zhu Kei hadn't stopped his impulsive behavior just now, he might have been killed by the unknown creature. He was just very sad. Chi-Xie died, and his body turned into ashes. He didn't even have a good farewell to his big brother. Countless sunflowers were blown into pieces and turned into burning sparks, drifting in the sky. All members of the Suzaku team stood in a sea of fire and looked over. The enemy was not dead, but his true form had been forced out by the explosion. A woman wearing a dress full of flower patterns, she was very old, with layers of wrinkles on her face, gray hair, tied up with a hairpin, and a small red flower pinned on it. She floated in the air, or to be more precise, she stood on tiptoes on an upright vine made up of countless sunflower stems. She looked light and elegant, and Zhu Kei could imagine that the old woman must have been very beautiful when she was young. The Dark One? Zhu Kei tried to communicate with the other party. Yes. The old man replied softly, with a pair of light blue eyes in his deep eye sockets. My surname is Miao, my name is unknown, my ability is Wanhua, and polite young people call me Grandma Miao. Miao's eyes sank, and she found that all kinds of butterflies, bees and dragonflies appeared around her, among which there were also many deadly killer bees and hornets. Haha, it seems that you don't know how to be polite. Miao's old face smiled faintly. She opened her hands, and countless sunflowers rose from the blood mist and flew into the air. Their flowers turned into armor, dressing Miao up as a flower fairy. The leaves and rhizomes of the sunflowers rotated around her at high speed, like sharp blades. Countless insects flew towards Miao, but were cut into pieces by the thousands of broken leaves and rhizomes. The black mass of insects was instantly defeated and disappeared. Miao killed the insects, but did not stop. The leaves around her were still spinning at high speed, and soon formed a green tornado with Miao as the center. The tornado fell from the sky and rushed towards Zhu Kei and others. Ah! Iman had taken back her boomerang. She leaned over, gathered strength, and planned to throw it with all her strength. Zhu Kei quickly came to her side and put his hand on Iman's right arm. Equivalent exchange. In an instant, Iman's right arm burst out with a new energy, and her arm's strength immediately tripled. How did Suzaku do it? Iman had no time to think. Ah! She shouted and continued to accumulate strength. Sharp poison! Redby rushed up, and his nails turned into needles, scratched the blade of the boomerang a few times, leaving it with deadly poison. Redby's talent is bee venom, serial number 80, poison system. The nails can turn into needles, and pierce the target to poison it, with different toxins such as paralysis, hallucination, poisoning and madness. Go to hell! Iman threw the boomerang. Swish! The giant boomerang was like a helicopter propeller, spinning at high speed with strong airflow and destructive power, rushing towards the green tornado above his head. The boomerang made of black gold is much stronger than grass leaves, and with Iman's tripled arm strength, the boomerang is unstoppable, crushing the green tornado directly, and hitting the seedling in the center of the tornado. In the bloody night sky, the huge boomerang split Meow's body in half. When everyone looked at the sky, wanting to confirm the result. It's a substitute. Suzaku immediately discovered something was wrong. When the boomerang cut Meow's body, no blood splashed out. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, everyone saw clearly that what was cut in half by the boomerang was just a scarecrow made of some sunflower roots. Help! Save me! Suzaku turned around suddenly. Chi-Chao, who was 10 meters away, looked pale and terrified. Meow stood behind Chi-Chao without knowing when. Her face, which was sagging and covered with age spots, gently leaned close to Qingcao's ear, and her withered right hand rested on Qingcao's shoulder. Little girl, don't be afraid of death. Beauty is eternal. Wah 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 wah. As soon as the words fell, countless blood-red lilies bloomed on Qingcao's body. Chi-Chao was shouted angrily, looking fiercely at Meow behind Chi-Chao. Her red hair flew back, solidified red spots appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her eyes even began to bleed. She burst out 200% of her mental power at once, petrification full open. Meow's old face trembled fiercely, and she instantly felt the fatal mental invasion drilling into her eyes, and occupying her brain, almost eliminating her will. Although Meow was old, her mental power was not inferior to Wucai. She resisted Wucai's first wave of mental invasion, quickly closed her eyes, and slowed down the mental attack of petrification by blocking the visual channel. At the same time, Meow waved her hand, and Qingcao's body flew towards Wucai. Wucai looked at the green grass flying towards him, his heart softened, and he relaxed his petrification attack a little. Meow took the opportunity to escape into the sea of flowers again. Be careful. Zhu Ke ran over at high speed, pounced on Wucai, hugged her around the waist, and flew 5 or 6 meters. Bang! The body of the green grass exploded, exploding countless sharp leaves and flowers, and human internal organs and bones. Its lethality was no less than that of a small grenade. Hold it for 5 seconds. Jianghu shouted, leave the rest to me. A glimmer flashed in Zhu Ke's eyes. Only that move can be used. This is the trump card of Zhu Ke and Jianghu. Wucai, do you mind being unconscious for a month? Zhu Ke asked coldly. As long as we can kill this stinky old woman, let alone a month, a year is fine. Wucai had nothing else to ask for at this moment. He just wanted to avenge his companions. Zhu Ke stretched out his hand and put it on Wucai's forehead. Equivalent exchange. Chapter 361. For a moment, Wucai felt the mental power in his brain screaming wildly. Like boiling water, they entered a state of madness, but extremely powerful. Wucai looked at Zhu Ke in surprise. I don't understand what she did to me. I got it. Zhu Ke didn't explain, and looked for Meow's trace in the sea of sunflowers with a cold look. Team leader. A short middle-aged man in Wucai's group shouted. His name is Lao Mo. Wucai immediately understood and rushed to Lao Mo. Zhu Ke and Jianghu also rushed over. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! The short-haired man suddenly raised his head and laughed rhythmically. This laughter was very demonic, with strange emotional appeal, echoing in the whole sea of flowers. Swish, swish, swish. Sure enough, there was movement in the sunflowers 30 meters away, and Meow quickly approached the short-haired man. Lao Mo's talent taunt. Serial number 143, Auxiliary System. You can provoke the enemy to attack you, disrupt the enemy's rhythm, and reduce the enemy's vigilance. Zhu Ke and Wucai rushed over immediately, and Lao Mo was still laughing, making sure that Meow would come to attack him. However, Meow stopped when he was about 10 meters away from Lao Mo. Meow quickly woke up, and did not fall into the trap. Swish, swish, swish. 5 or 6 vines made of plant roots rushed out of the sea of flowers, and attacked Lao Mo. Lao Mo was startled, and did not consider Meow's long-range attack. He waved the machete in his hand, and chopped off the vines that attacked him, but he did not notice that a vine quietly attacked along the ground, and suddenly wrapped around Lao Mo's ankle. Oh no! Lao Mo was shocked, and did not have time to react. He was pulled hard by the vines, and then thrown into the air, and flew towards Meow's hiding place. Swish! Meow jumped up from the sea of flowers, and rushed towards Lao Mo in midair. Meow's arms were covered with green vines and colorful flowers, and her 10 fingers turned into dark brown sharp tree roots. Puff! Meow's branch-like fingers pierced Lao Mo's chest in midair. Rub, 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 rub. A second later, countless blood-stained roses bloomed on Lao Mo's body. Bang! Then, Lao Mo's body exploded, turning into blood and red rose petals flying all over the sky. Lao Mo was aimed at Meow in midair and launched petrification again, This time, even the Suzaku and Jianghu around him felt the twisted tension in the air, which was a manifestation of extremely strong mental power overflow. In midair, Miao's body, which was stepping on the vines, was severely startled. This time, without any buffer, the skin on Miao's face calcified and cracked, and her left arm almost lost consciousness. Miao reacted very quickly. She resisted Wu Sei's mental attack and quickly raised her right hand. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 vines rushed towards Wu Sei. Be careful. Suzaku pushed Wu Sei away, interrupting her talent, but also saving her life. The vines entangled Suzaku's body and threw her into the air again. This time, Miao was very cautious. The vines never let go of Suzaku, tightly bound her, and brought her to herself. Miao's right finger turned into a sharp tree root and stabbed towards Suzaku's chest. 2 seconds later, Suzaku would repeat the mistakes of Chixi, Chichao, and Lao Mo, and become a corpse with blooming flowers. Suzaku smiled coldly. She was caught on purpose. Equivalent exchange. Full on. Instantly, the energy in Suzaku's body was activated crazily, and her comprehensive combat power increased 5-fold. Ah! Suzaku shouted, struggled with both hands, and broke through the vines. Miao was shocked. What kind of strange power is this? Not only strength, but also agility increased 5-fold. The moment Suzaku flew towards Miao, she attacked before Miao. Golden light flowed in her eyes, and she punched Miao in the face fiercely. Bang! Miao fell into the sea of flowers in an oblique line, stirring up countless sunflower fragments, and even the blood mist rippled and then slowly gathered again. Suzaku landed, her chest rose and fell violently, and her state lasted for no more than half a minute. Talent equivalent exchange, sequence 10, the strongest life system. The ability mechanism is quite complicated. First of all, there are 4 active mechanisms. First, at the cost of overdrawing the future state of the body, strengthen the current state of the body in a short period of time. The limit of strengthening teammates is 3 times, overdrawing teammates' status for the next 12 months. Strengthening yourself can be up to 5 times, overdrawing your own status for the next 3 months. Second, treating yourself and others, overdrawing Suzaku's own status. Third, interrogating corpses, overdrawing Suzaku's own status. Fourth, resurrecting corpses, overdrawing all of Suzaku's status at once. There are also 2 passive mechanisms. First, the body has a strong recovery ability. Second, the body status can be stored, with a maximum amount of 12 months. The 12-month storage status can be understood as a kind of life energy. If the life energy is consumed at one time, the strong recovery ability will stop, and an equivalent amount of time will be required for basic recovery. When Suzaku interrogates a corpse, he will overdraw his life energy for about a month. To treat teammates, it depends on the degree of their injuries, ranging from 1 to 9 months of life energy, but as long as it does not reach the limit, Suzaku can accelerate recovery through strong recovery. As for resurrecting the dead, the heart and brain can only be resurrected if they are not severely damaged. It is necessary to overdraw Suzaku's entire 12-month storage state at one time. In other words, for the next year, Suzaku will fall into a deep coma and become a vegetable. At this moment, Suzaku instantly increased his combat power by 5 times, which lasted for 30 seconds, overdrawing 3 months of storage state in one breath. There are still 9 months of storage state available, and it can be used 3 times, each lasting 30 seconds. However, Suzaku's brows did not relax. She knew very well that the punch just now seemed to relieve her anger, but it did not seriously injure her opponent. Even if she continued to fight, she would not be able to deal with Miao. And Wu Sei, I am afraid, he will fall into a coma before half a minute. This is the price of 3 times the combat power. Everything is equivalent. When the 2 strongest awakeners in the team lose their fighting power, the end that awaits them will be annihilation. This series of thoughts took Shuke only a few seconds. A few seconds later, Miao, who was not far away, stood up again. To be precise, she was surrounded by countless sunflower flowers and roots, and slowly floated up. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, but she was smiling. She raised her arms high, and her body was already full of colorful flowers, beautiful and charming. Let us become the eternal beauty together. For a moment, the wind in the entire sea of flowers stopped, and the air solidified. Rustle, rustle. Thousands of vines rose from the ground, instantly forming a green cage that covered the sky and locked everyone in the cage. Zhuke was shocked. Miao wanted to die together. Chapter 362. Jianghu. Zhuke shouted. Invitation successful. Jianghu's confident voice came over, and he appeared behind Miao without knowing when. When Miao was punched to the ground by Zhu Ke, she was afraid of Zhu Chue's continuous attacks, so although she did not move, she mobilized flowers and trees to protect herself. This made her ignore Jianghu's existence. A few seconds later, when Miao realized that someone was behind her, she didn't care much, because she had decided to die with everyone. Miao didn't know how long Zhu Ke and Wu Sei could maintain their full state. Maybe it could only last for a very short time, or maybe it could last for a long time. If it could last for a long time, Miao had no chance of winning. Miao would not bet on this possibility. She came with a mission and must complete it. Therefore, she decided to die together at the first time, and she thought she could do it. But she underestimated Jianghu. The green vines that covered the sky and the sun trapped everyone. Originally, the vines should bloom with gorgeous demon flowers and bury everyone. However, the demon flower did not bloom. Miao could no longer move, and could no longer mobilize his own energy. Jianghu's eyes were filled with golden light, and he shouted at Miao. Dealer! A powerful translucent golden barrier quickly unfolded from Jianghu's feet, turning into a hemispherical space, locking Miao and Jianghu inside. In the space, 5 golden chips in energy state appeared, floating between the two. Dealer, serial number 12, the strongest auxiliary system. After Gao Yang successfully obtained the summoning rune and auxiliary rune, Jianghu was the first to use the auxiliary rune to upgrade the dealer to level 4. You only need to freeze the enemy for 5 seconds, and keep a distance of less than 10 meters from the enemy to pull any enemy into the dealer's territory, and force 5 games. The dealer can set the rules at will, and has a 51% winning rate. This move is useless against enemies of equal strength, but it is very effective against enemies of different strength. First round, coin bet. Jianghu stretched out his left hand, chips, left hand. Please place your bet. Miao looked at Jianghu coldly, and did not answer. She wanted to kill Jianghu, but found that her body could not move no matter what. A huge energy coin appeared between the two of them. It spun wildly for a few seconds and stopped. The front side was facing up. Bang! Miao's left arm exploded directly, and blood and flesh flew all over, staining half of Miao's wrinkled face red. Miao tried his best not to scream, but his face turned pale in an instant. Player gives up, the dealer wins. Jianghu announced the result. Second round, coin bet. Jianghu stretched out his right hand, chips, right hand. Please place your bet. Front side. Miao knew that he could never resist the rules, so he could only join the bet. The energy coin flashing with golden light reappeared, spinning at high speed, and stopped within a few seconds. The reverse side was facing up. Bang! Miao's right hand also exploded. Ugh! This time, Miao couldn't hold back and made a painful sound. She lost both arms in an instant, her whole body was stained with blood, and her thin body became more hunched. Her face was covered with blood, she lowered her head, panted, but a disdainful smile appeared on her face. Is this the dealer? Interesting, come again. The third round, bet on a coin. Jianghu reached out and touched his left lung. Chip, left lung. Please bet. Head. Miao bet. The golden coin appeared, spun, and stopped. The front side was facing up. Wow! Jianghu spat out a mouthful of blood. Jianghu lost, and his left lung was completely broken. Jianghu. Zhu Ke stood outside the dealer's enchantment space, witnessed the whole process, and was extremely anxious. She comforted herself. It's okay, it only takes 4 months of storage to repair Jianghu's lungs, and her current storage is enough. Jianghu grinned and wiped her mouth. Continue. Come on, continue. Miao was no longer afraid. She originally planned to be buried in the sea of flowers with everyone, turning into a momentary and eternal beauty. Now, it has left everything to the true fate. This way of death may be more suitable for the delusion beast. Fourth round, bet on a coin. Jianghu pointed to his eyes. Chip, eyes. Please bet. Front. Miao continued to bet without hesitation. The coin appeared, rotated, and stopped. Anyway, it was facing up. Puff. 2 streams of blood spurted out of Miao's eye sockets, and her eyes were ruthlessly taken away by some force. Miao's face became even paler, but the pain was no longer a threat to her. She said with regret, I lost again? The last bet. Jianghu stopped and did not announce the content immediately. Haha, young man, keep going. Miao, who lost both arms, stood there and looked at Jianghu with his bloody empty eye sockets. Jianghu still didn't speak. You are afraid? I can feel it. Miao's face was stained with blood, and she smiled. This is the last one. You have to bet bigger. As long as you can't kill me, I can still die with everyone. Ha ha, ha ha. Meow suddenly raised his head and laughed. Come on, let's bet our lives, hearts, or heads, so that we can save your companions. Whether you win or we all die together, let's leave it to fate. Jianghu's face was gloomy. He raised his head slightly, and looked at Zhu Kei outside the barrier. Jianghu. Don't listen to him. Zhu Kei shouted, we can win. Leave the rest to us, we can defeat him. Jianghu smiled at Zhu Kei. He knew Zhu Kei was lying. It's impossible to win. As long as Miao is not dead, once the Zhuangjia's barrier disappears, she will immediately die with everyone. No! No! Zhu Kei rushed over, clenched his fist, and hit the Zhuangjia's barrier hard, but it was in vain. She shouted, Stop! This is an order. Jianghu. This is my order. Wu Sei had fainted, and was supported by AI Man. She and other companions stood not far away, and couldn't speak for a while. They were surrounded by vine cages that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Their life and death were all in Jianghu's hands. Jianghu looked at Miao again. Stinky old woman, you underestimate the dealer. Jianghu shouted, and for the first time, his voice was no longer shrill, but solemn and powerful. The last round. Bet on a coin. Bet, heart. Please bet. Heads. Meowda also got excited and shouted. A coin appeared between the two of them, spinning at high speed and about to stop. Force termination. Confiscate all chips. Jianghu's forehead was bulging with veins, and blood flowed from his eyes. He shouted with all his strength, and at the same time, his dealer was upgraded to level 5. Swish. The energy-like coin disappeared. Although Meow, who was blind, could not see anything, she felt the strange change of energy, and a trace of confusion flashed across her face. What did you do? Oh, I'm the dealer. As long as the performance is fair, the final right of interpretation belongs to me. Jianghu smiled palely. The last round is voided, all chips are confiscated, it's fair. Meow stopped talking. She already understood. Meow sighed lightly. At the last moment before her death, she suddenly cared about her hair. She didn't know if the flower on her hair was pinned well. It's a pity that she lost both hands and couldn't tidy it up at the last moment. Jianghu slowly raised his head and looked at Zhu Kei, with a lot of reluctance in his eyes. He opened his mouth lightly, but no sound came out. Zhu Kei understood his lip language for words. Sister, goodbye. Bang bang. Meow and Jianghu's hearts exploded at the same time, and their chests were directly blown through, and 2 blood mists spread out. The two fell silently, and the golden barrier around them disappeared. At the same time, the vine cage that covered the sky and the sun began to shrink back to the ground and disappeared. Jianghu. Zhu Kei rushed towards Jianghu. Iman put the unconscious Wu Sei on the ground, picked up the boomerang and rushed forward, chopped off Meow's head with a knife, and added a few more knives in the key parts to ensure that she could never be resurrected. On the other side, Zhu Kei knelt on the ground and hugged the dead Jianghu. Why? Why do you do this? Zhu Kei asked in grief. Why? It was the same before and now? You are always so naughty and always refuse to listen to me. No, I won't let you die, little fox, you wait. Sister will save you soon. Zhu Kei hugged Jianghu tightly into her arms. She knew that Jianghu's heart had been completely destroyed. She knew that her stored life energy was not enough. She knew that even if she sacrificed her own life, she might not be able to save Jianghu. But she didn't care. What kind of sister is she if she can't even protect her own brother? Equivalent exchange. Zhu Kei injected her stored state into Jianghu without reservation. Suddenly, Zhu Kei felt a chill on her neck and was pricked by a needle. 2 seconds later, she went limp and lost consciousness. Behind her, Qi Feng's face was full of tears and apologies. He had just injected Suzaku with a paralytic toxin. It was not fatal, but it would cause her to go into shock. I'm sorry, Elder Suzaku, I can't watch you do stupid things. The living still need you. Chapter 363. At 4:10 a.m., the new cemetery in Dongyu District. The Qilong team rushed to the scene of the blood column. The same situation as the Suzaku team saw. A temporary altar slightly above the ground appeared in the square under the tomb mountain. Around the altar, beasts wearing hooded white robes knelt. They inserted daggers into their abdomens and filled the grooves on the altar with their own blood, casting a bloody Sanmu totem. The huge white light took the altar as the source point and rushed straight into the sky. The red vines transformed from blood mist climbed up around the light column and finally formed a strange blood column. Qinglong did not let others do it. He went over and punched hard, completely destroying the altar and eliminating the white-robed beasts. The beam disappeared immediately. However, half a minute after the mission was completed, the enemy appeared. Hundreds of high-level beasts of different types surrounded them from all directions. The Qinglong team could not escape and was forced to fight. The fierce battle lasted for 20 minutes. The awakened ones fought with the high-level beasts with all their might. When the battle ended, the square was a sea of corpses. The survivors were sad and angry, but eventually they all turned into exhaustion and silence. Of Qinglong's 9 subordinates, 1 was killed, 1 was seriously injured, and 1 was slightly injured. 5 of the clown subordinates were killed, 2 were seriously injured, and 1 was slightly injured. Qinglong personally stepped forward and came to the body of an adult male. In order to protect another companion, his heart was pierced by a bone spur of a host. Qinglong squatted down, closed his eyes for him personally, and said in a sad tone, "Bring back the bodies of all the companions." Before Qinglong finished speaking, his brows frowned, and he noticed something strange. The dead companion's eyes, which had just been closed by Qinglong, suddenly opened, flashing a strange blue light. "Stay away from the body!" Qinglong shouted, and the companion's body had already jumped up and pounced on Qinglong. Qinglong quickly reached out and pinched the neck of the corpse to block its movement. He was shocked. What he pinched was no longer the neck of an ordinary corpse, but hard, smooth, and cold wood. What happened? Qinglong exerted force with his arms, and pushed the corpse away from him. The corpse flew a few meters, and fell to the ground. 2 seconds later, it slowly climbed up, its whole body became stiff, and it made a crisp cluck sound. Under the scarlet moonlight, everyone could see clearly that the companion's body had completely turned into a puppet. The corpse tilted its head, opened its mouth, and made a strange cluck laugh. If you look closely, you will find that there are 2 vertical cracks on both sides of its mouth, moving up and down, which is completely the mouth of a puppet. Be careful. Stand back. The bodies of other companions also stood up one after another, and turned into strange puppets. Not only the bodies of companions, but also the bodies of those killed high-level beasts, stood up one after another. Their movements were stiff and weird, and they quickly turned into puppets. Chuckle, chuckle. The puppets' eyes flashed with a faint blue light, and their square mouths closed up and down, constantly making creepy laughter. In this laughter, their hands and feet turned into sharp wooden thorns. Prepare for battle. Don't show mercy. Qinglong made a prompt decision and issued an order. The remaining 14 awakened people, including the 3 seriously injured, gathered in the direction of Qinglong. Hundreds of puppet corpses in the square surrounded the awakened people in a weird posture, staggering and shaking. They laughed loudly, and their stiff bodies shook violently. Chuckles. Chuckles. This laughter made people feel inexplicably depressed and anxious, and their minds were confused. After more than 10 seconds, the laughter stopped abruptly. 2/3 of the puppets rushed towards the awakened people together. These puppets did not rush in a straight line. They danced a strange dance, constantly spinning and jumping, sometimes approaching, sometimes moving away. Even they themselves could not predict their next move, as if they were really just dancing crazily. But in this unruly dance, the most insidious murderous intent was hidden. A dancing puppet, with its back to Sihong in the previous second, turned its head and limbs 180 degrees in the next second, from the back to the front, and the sharp hand thorns were directly facing Sihong's face. A golden lightsaber appeared in Sihong's hand, and he mercilessly split the puppet in half. Talent Light, serial number 15, elemental system, can use light element. Light is so bright. Sihong shouted, and raised his other hand to the sky. In an instant, strong light began to gather above his head, and the light turned into an elliptical golden light body, which was slightly red under the infection of the blood moon. Boom. Swish swish. In an instant, the golden light body exploded, turning into countless light arrows, shooting at a large area of puppets, like a spectacular rain of arrows. The bodies of the puppets were like targets, pierced with countless light arrows, and fell to the ground one after another. A hint of surprise flashed in Sihong's eyes. It seems that the attack of the light element is useful for the puppets. As soon as this thought appeared, his sword eyebrows frowned again. A few seconds later, the puppets that had fallen to the ground stood up one after another. Their bodies began to shake wildly, and they kept making chaotic chuckles, as if they were mocking Sihong's futile attack. Soon, the light arrows on the puppets fell off one after another, and the few light arrows that could not be shaken off continued to be inserted into their bodies, not hindering their movements, and even to some extent, they became spikes on their bodies, increasing their risk factor. What's more terrifying is that even the puppet that was just split in half by Si-hong was moving on the ground, slowly splicing itself together, and slowly standing up. It's useless, it must be completely destroyed, Qi-long said in a deep voice. Damn it! For the first time in his life, Si-hong hated why he didn't have the fire talent, so that he could burn these puppets with fire. The puppets continued to dance crazily, and the awakened ones also began to fight. Si-hong waved the sharp lightsaber, and kept cutting the puppets close to him into 2 or 3 pieces, but these puppets could be reassembled quickly. Qi-long was in a better situation. His fist had a very strong destructive power. With one punch, the force of his fist could shatter the puppet into pieces, making it impossible for the puppet to recover. However, the efficiency was too slow. Qi-long could ensure that he would not die, but sooner or later, most of his teammates would be killed in this endless war of attrition. If Qi-long relied on himself alone, it would take at least 20 minutes to destroy hundreds of puppets into sawdust, and it would consume a lot of physical strength. The battle lasted only 1 minute, and the shouts of injured companions were heard. At this time, a figure came to Qi-long. It was the clown. I smell the scent of the delusion beast at 3 o'clock. Qi-long looked closely, and found that among the dozen puppets at 3 o'clock, there was indeed one puppet that was different. The other puppets were dancing wildly, and only it was jumping symbolically. Qi-long immediately came up with an inference. If you want to control hundreds of puppet corpses at the same time, the master himself must be present, and remote control is impossible. Qi-long destroyed a puppet that suddenly pounced on him with a punch and took a deep breath. He kicked his legs and ran towards the suspicious puppet at a very fast speed. It took Qi-long only 2 seconds to cover a distance of 30 meters, almost approaching the speed of the full-powered Dohu of Kill Expert. Qi-long knocked away several puppets that blocked the way and approached the puppet that was not moving much. Found you. Chapter 364. This puppet was much shorter than the other puppets, and its limbs were less stiff. It was obviously a living creature disguised as a puppet. It noticed Qi-long approaching and quickly dodged to the side. But Qi-long had already predicted and adjusted the angle of his punch. Half a second later, Qi-long punched the puppet in the chest. Boom! The puppet was reduced to ashes and turned into flying wood chips. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, all the puppets in the square fell apart and turned into parts of all sizes. Is it over? Qi-long, who was about to breathe a sigh of relief, was suddenly startled and sensed the danger. Countless thin threads had been silently wrapped around his body, and the other ends of these thin threads were connecting all the parts of the puppets. This is a trap. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of puppet parts quickly gathered towards Qi-long, and they used their sharp wooden spikes to pierce Qi-long. Qi-long had already mobilized energy to strengthen his body muscles, and he could not be hurt by these things. However, more and more puppet parts were attached to Qi-long's body, and in a blink of an eye, Qi-long was wrapped up and turned into a huge puppet ball. The remaining half of the puppets reassembled, continued to dance and kill, and held back other awakeners. Elder Qi-long. Si-hong realized that Qi-long was in danger, and summoned a rain of light arrows again, shooting at the puppets. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the puppet fell to the ground, Si-hong's hand transformed into a giant sword of light, and he rushed towards the huge puppet ball with the sword. Ah! He raised the giant sword with both hands, and the light energy on the blade overflowed. The next second, Si-hong will release a huge sword energy composed of light elements, which is enough to destroy the puppet ball and help Qi-long escape. Puff! The clown appeared behind Si-hong at some point, pierced Si-hong's heart with his bare hands, and a bloody hand pierced through his chest. Si-hong's body trembled fiercely, and the giant swords on his hands turned into a burst of light dust and dissipated in the air. Clown! You! Si-hong's pupils dilated, and he slowly turned his head, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He was so shocked, angry and unwilling, but he could only welcome death. I can't let you stop the puppet burial, otherwise, I have no chance of winning. Puff! The clown pulled out his bloody hand from Si-hong's chest, and his body began to change, and soon showed his original form, a thin, old, gloomy white-haired old man. At the same time, the puppets shot by the rain of light arrows stood up again, they laughed, giggled, and rushed towards other awakeners again. You are not a clown. Si-hong, who was lying in a pool of blood, said with his last strength. The Dark One, you, has the ability delusion. You finished speaking in a low and hoarse voice, and slowly looked at the puppet ball. From the beginning, Yu's target was Qi-long. He knew very well that if he could get rid of Qi-long, he would win. Yu raised his hands and aimed at the giant puppet ball in front of him. Yu had known about Qi-long's existence for a long time, and he also knew about his talent. If he couldn't kill Qinglong once, he would never be his opponent. And if they faced each other head-on, you had no chance of winning. But now, Yu was very confident. Although Qinglong was strong, the twisted resentment and mental power generated by so many corpses were very terrifying, and even Qinglong would be assimilated. Puppet burial. Puff. Yu was about to activate his talent when a dagger pierced his back. Yu was slightly startled, and a trace of confusion and fear appeared in his turbid old eyes. Who? Yu slowly looked sideways, and it was a puppet corpse. But soon, the face of the puppet changed and became the face of a clown. At the beginning of the battle, the clown took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a puppet, and gave himself the smell of a corpse, and successfully hid. He wanted to secretly find you, but he didn't expect that you turned into himself, to see Qinglong, and attack Zihong. The clown didn't step forward to stop him. He knew very well that his strength was limited. He was an assassin with only one chance. If he couldn't find the best time, he would never approach rashly. Even if his companions kept sacrificing, even if Zihong was stabbed in the back by you. The clown disguised as a puppet corpse remained unmoved. The time is not yet ripe. You must wait until you is most relaxed before you can quietly approach without being noticed by it. And this time was when you was about to launch the puppet burial. You are the clown. You looked at the clown, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are really a clown. The clown suddenly felt a murderous intention to die together. He wanted to leave, but found that his body had been blocked by countless thin wires. At least, blood flowed from the corner of Yu's mouth. At least, I want to kill you. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, some of the puppet parts that made up the puppet ball broke away from the original ball and flew towards the clown and Yu, wrapping the two layer by layer, turning into a new medium-sized puppet ball. The clown, who was bound in it, guessed that he would die. At that moment, he was not afraid at all, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I have tried my best to live until the last second, and now, I can finally come to see you. Puppet burial. Yu activated his strongest ability. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light burst out from the center of the puppet ball, and the strong light instantly engulfed the entire square, and even illuminated the entire sky. A few seconds later, the strong light disappeared, and the puppet ball that originally trapped you, and the clown had turned into a giant puppet. It was now a real, lifeless dead object. The puppet sat on the ground with its head drooping, its mouth cracked, and its face was a funny smile, but its eyes were full of sadness. It was a clown. Qinglong, who was originally trapped by the puppet parts, felt the weakening of the restraint. Hey! He shouted and broke free from the puppet ball. For a moment, the puppet parts were scattered all over the sky. Qinglong first saw Zihong, who was already dead, lying in a pool of blood. Zihong. Qinglong's voice was sad, and his eyes were full of anger. He suddenly looked up and looked at a giant puppet beside him. It was a huge clown with its head drooping. Qinglong soon realized that it was not an enemy, but a dead thing without vitality. In the square, other puppets disintegrated and turned into parts on the ground. Finally, they lost their energy and slowly turned back into flesh and blood body fragments. The battle finally ended. There was no cheering for victory, only crying and grief, and finally everything returned to silence. Several more companions left everyone forever. Qinglong was silent for a moment, and roughly guessed what was going on. The previous clown was fake. The clown seemed to have never seen a delusion beast before, so how could he smell the smell of a delusion beast? The situation was urgent at the time, and Qinglong had no time to think carefully, so he fell into Yu's trap. The real clown must have disguised himself as a puppet, approached Yu, and died with it. Qinglong came to Zihong's body and helped him up. At this time, he found a black wallet dropped on the ground. Qinglong picked it up. This was not Zihong's wallet. He opened it. There were some banknotes and documents inside, and there was also a photo. Qinglong wanted to confirm whose wallet it was, so he took out the photo and looked at it. It was a group photo. In the flowerbed downstairs of the hospital, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white, and the sun was shining. A young boy dressed as a college student was pushing a wheelchair. A thin girl in a hospital gown was sitting on the wheelchair. She had no hair, wore a sun hat, had a pale face, and had an oxygen tube in her nostrils, but she was smiling on her face, and there was light in her eyes. Qinglong turned the photo over. On the back was a line of beautiful handwriting. Brother, I have dragged you down in this life, and I can only pay you back in the next life. When you get out, don't blame yourself, don't hate this world, and live well. Love your sister. Chapter 365. For 16 a.m., Nanji District, Licheng University. The fighting tigers arrived at the university playground and saw the same evil altar, the sacrificial white-robed beasts, and the blood-red light column that shot up into the sky. Electric Mouse did not miss this opportunity to show off. After all, these white-robed beasts were a group of immobile live targets. He summoned lightning and struck the altar, and the white-robed beasts fell one after another. Then, the monkey controlled the earth element from a distance and plowed the altar upside down, and the beam that shot straight into the sky disappeared in an instant. The mission was easily completed. Just when everyone was surprised that the matter was too simple, Fighting Tiger, Qi Ling, and White Rabbit suddenly felt a strong murderous aura coming from the side. Fighting Tiger didn't even have time to remind everyone. He jumped sideways, grabbed the waist of Electric Mouse and Horse with both hands, and dodged to the side roughly but agilely. Qi Ling also dodged to the right, and threw the singer to the ground. The White Rabbit directly activated Jump, holding the cute sheep and jumping more than 10 meters away. Swish! Just as the three people reacted, an invisible sharp airflow cut vertically. The others were still stunned, too late to react, and didn't even know what happened. They only felt the air around them suddenly twisted. Huang Lian stood in the crowd. He slowly turned his head and looked at a companion beside him. The center of the air twist came from his companion. The companion opened his eyes wide, his face blank, and did not move. Old Xie? Huang Lian called softly, fearing that he would alarm some terrible signs. The man called Old Xie did not speak, nor did he make any reaction. Wow! Old Xie split apart, literally split apart, from the head to the crotch. His body was split in half, like a piece of firewood split by an axe. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, flying all over the sky, dyeing the eyes of everyone around him red. Old Xie! Huang Lian shouted. Swoosh! Another sharp airflow hit. This time, it was a horizontal cut. Who? The dead pig crossed his hands to protect his chest, squatted down, and his strong and huge body blocked in front of Huang Lian and others. Puff! Everyone heard the sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh and blood, and the dead pig's face was ashen, maintaining the original movement unchanged. Under the moonlight, his powerful muscles were as hard as iron. Hiss! The next second, this hard body was torn apart, and blood splattered. A shocking crack appeared on the dead pig's thick arms, and the flesh was exaggeratedly opened, and the bloody bones inside could be seen. The dead pig was shocked. He was so thick-skinned that he couldn't even resist bombs, but he was injured like this. The dead pig's arm fell naturally, and it was useless. It couldn't be restored in at least 3 minutes. Disperse! Huang Lian woke up as if from a dream and shouted. The others didn't care about the grief for their companion's death, and immediately dispersed in all directions. At the same time, Dohu had drawn the Qingxue demon sword on his back. He looked in the direction of the enemy. At the end of the playground, 100 meters away, a black figure came. He wore a simple black suit, a half-broken black hat, a knife on his waist, and walked slowly. The night wind blew, and his black clothes and hat strap swayed to one side. He looked like a swordsman from ancient times. He walked steadily, with a murderous aura, and stopped 20 meters away from Dohu. Dohu saw the half-face under the bamboo hat. It was an old man's face, with nasolabial lines like knife carvings, old face, but full of unstoppable murderous aura. The Dark One? Dohu asked. Wei, the delusion blade. The other party was very frugal with words. Dohu's serious face suddenly showed a slick smile. Master Wei, we have no grudges, so we don't have to fight. Otherwise, forget it and leave here. The White Rabbit, who was still holding the cute sheep, was shocked. This Dohu, after a companion was killed and the dead pig was severely injured, actually chose to negotiate without hesitation. This shows that the delusion beast in front of him is extremely dangerous, and Dohu has no confidence in winning. He doesn't want to sacrifice more people. You die or I die. Wei's answer was very brief. Then, there is no room for negotiation. Dohu showed murderous intent, raised the magic knife, and aimed at Wei. Wei held the scabbard with his left hand, took a step forward, leaned forward slightly, and slowly held the hilt with his right hand. The blood color was thick, and a blood mist spread on the playground. The night wind blew, and time was silent for 3 seconds. Bang! Dohu turned into a phantom and rushed towards Wei. Wei's knife was also unsheathed at the same time. Baitu, who was nearly 50 meters away, could hardly see Wei's knife-drawing action clearly, and only caught a thin and narrow cold arc of light. She immediately launched Jump and crashed into Fat Jun, who was still standing in the same place. The phantom Dohu narrowly avoided the knife energy shot by Wei, and continued to rush towards Wei. The knife energy continued to slash vertically, and flew towards Fat Jun, who was farther away. Fortunately, Baitu knocked him away, and he escaped. Clang! 1 second later, Douhu's blue dog demon sword and Wei's long sword collided. Hua! A stream of air swayed from under the feet of the two men, and even the blood mist around them was briefly blown away. In terms of endurance, Douhu is not as good as a warrior, but in terms of short-term explosive power, Douhu is confident that he is not inferior to anyone. But this delusion beast named Wei actually stood in place, and steadily caught his sword, and it seemed that he was at ease. Is this the strength of a delusion beast? It's a bit too strong. La 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 la. Not far away, the soft and ethereal singing of the singer came, and she started Requiem. On Wei's face under the bamboo hat, his eyes tightened slightly, and Douhu clearly felt that Wei's sword was a little loose. But it was only a little tight. 1 second later, Wei's sword burst out with a stronger force, and used force to block Douhu, and then he turned sideways, and swung a sword at an incredibly fast speed. A vertical blade flew towards the singer, and the singer had no time to dodge. When she felt the danger, she only had 1 second to react. Swish. 1 second later, the singer disappeared. The moment after the blade slashed, the Bone Man appeared at the singer's original position. At the critical moment, the Bone Man used time and space conversion to create a perfect time difference and successfully saved the singer. Swish. What the Bone Man didn't expect was that half a second after he appeared, a horizontal blade slashed across and cut his chest. The Bone Man prided himself on being careful and courageous, and rarely made mistakes, let alone such a fatal mistake. Why? What went wrong? His eyes were both horrified and confused, and there was a trace of unwillingness. He slowly lowered his head, and a large amount of blood had seeped out of his chest, staining his clothes red. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Bone Man's chest split open diagonally, blood and steaming internal organs burst out. His body was not completely cut off by the knife, but it was not far from being cut off. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Chapter 366. The Bone Man didn't know why he died, because he didn't see with his naked eyes that Wei swung 2 consecutive swords in the direction of the singer at the moment he blocked Douhu, first vertically and then horizontally. A cross slash with a half-second interval, so that the difficulty of the enemy to dodge the sword will increase sharply. Bone Man! Huang Lian shouted, his anger overwhelmed his reason, and he shouted to the remaining companions, fight! The people of the 12 zodiac signs have already joined the battle. Except for Douhu, the only one who is confident that he will not be killed instantly after getting close is Qingling. She rushed towards Wei, and Douhu with the black gold tang sword. With the blessing of the 5th level sword god, Qingling is enough to threaten Wei. With Douhu's deadly and fierce attacks, Wei holds the sword in one hand, and the scabbard in the other, blocking left and right, and responding with all his strength, and no longer has time to swing the cross slash such as long-range attack. The figures of the 3 people are entangled in the scarlet playground, and the sword shadows are messy, and there is no distinction between enemy and friend. Officer Huang held 2 guns in his hands, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, but Wei was moving at high speed during the battle, and Douhu and Qingling were entangled and attacking him, so he might accidentally hurt his teammates if he fired easily. However, the 4th level gun god already has a very accurate prediction ability. Bang, bang, bang. Officer Huang found the right opportunity, and fired 3 shots in a row. Wei swung his knife to block Qingling's straight stab, and dodged Douhu's vertical slash. The bullet shot at his side, and he grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and swung it up. Dang dang. The scabbard blocked 2 bullets. Chew. The last bullet was actually half a second slower, and slightly adjusted the angle. This was of course Officer Huang's little trick. The powerful bullet brushed past Wei's left arm. Although it did not penetrate his arm, it also cut his arm muscles. Wei quickly jumped back and retreated 5 meters. Swish, swish, swish. This time, Wei used extremely fast knife skills to swing a right-shaped chop at Officer Huang, who was shooting from a distance. For sharp knife auras were directly aimed at Officer Huang, leaving no angle for him to dodge. Swish. The monkey had predicted it long ago, and with both hands on the ground, a nearly half-meter thick earth wall rose from the ground to protect Officer Huang. 1 second later, for knife auras attacked. The earth wall was cut into pieces in an instant, barely resisting the knife auras. Officer Huang only felt a gust of wind rushing at him, and a burning pain on his face, chest, and shoulders. The knife auras at the end of their strength still turned into blades and cut his skin. Officer Huang opened his eyes in disbelief, At a distance of dozens of meters, he could cut through a half-meter thick earth wall, and still have such a residual sword energy. It was really terrifying. Officer Huang couldn't help but worry about Dou Hu and Qing Ling. How dangerous it would be to fight Wei at close range. Boom boom boom. When Wei jumped back to 5 meters away and swung the M-shaped slash at Officer Huang, Dian Shu knew that his chance had come. He summoned lightning with one hand without worrying about accidentally hurting his companions. Several thigh-thick purple lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Wei. The incident happened suddenly, and Wei did a backflip again. As soon as his body was in the air, he suddenly felt a black shadow covering his head. A commercial vehicle was pressing towards him. It was Huang Lian. He changed the gravity of the commercial vehicle and threw it directly at Wei. Swish swish. Wei turned sideways in the air and swung across slash. The commercial vehicle in the air was immediately cut into 4 pieces and flew out in all directions. Wei landed safely on the ground, and lightning appeared above his head again. Wei dodged again and flashed to the left. Suddenly, a phantom approached quickly. It was Dou Hu, but this time, Dou Hu's speed was twice as fast as before, and his murderous aura was twice as strong. Wei had nowhere to hide. Has he been hiding his strength before? For the first time, Wei, who was at ease, felt a great threat. This time, he didn't care about the lightning, bullets, cars, or any long-range attacks that might appear later. He took out 300% of his concentration and explosive power, and faced Dou Hu's attack head-on. 5 seconds ago, when Wei waved the M-shaped slash at Officer Huang, Dou Hu had already realized the seriousness of the matter. If he continued to waste time like this, even if he finally won, his companions would be more than half killed. Such a tragic ending was something Dou Hu didn't want to see. Therefore, Dou Hu immediately made a decision. This was a tactic he had thought about before but never had the opportunity to practice. Self-mutilation. Yes, it was self-mutilation. The closer Dou Hu is to the state of near death, the stronger his talent becomes. Dou Hu took out a short knife and stabbed it into his chest without hesitation, almost close to his heart. He did not pull out the short knife, because if he pulled it out, the bleeding would be too fast, which would be more dangerous. In an instant, the energy in Dou Hu's body began to scream like crazy, and they ran wild. Killing expert, near death. Full open. In Dou Hu's golden eyes, only Wei's figure was left. He rushed over, and even he was surprised at his speed. He felt that he was not running, but teleporting. His right hand was like the hand of the god of war, with absolute precision and power, swinging a knife that was unavoidable. Wei also swung the most powerful knife in his life. Swish swish. The knife shadow collided with 2 lightning bolts, and for a moment, the sky and the earth were dimmed for half a second. Boom! After the powerful knife energy met, a huge energy wave burst out and spread out in all directions. Qing Ling, who was closest to the two, directly stabbed the knife into the ground, but was still overturned and sent flying several meters away. The others were more than 10 meters away, and were also blown back by the energy wave, almost unable to stand. When everyone came to their senses, Dou Hu was already standing behind Wei. He leaned forward, lowered his head, and maintained a swinging action. Wei stood in place, stepped forward with his right foot, held the knife in his right hand, and also maintained a swinging action. The two were 10 meters apart, back to back. Hiss. 2 seconds later, Dou Hu's entire right arm sprayed an arc of blood, and Wei's entire right arm also sprayed an arc of blood. The entire arms of the 2 men holding the knives were broken off from their bodies at the same time, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the broken ends like a fountain. Dou Hu slowly knelt down, covering the gap of his broken arm with his left hand, unable to fight anymore. The broken arm was not a fatal injury to Dou Hu, but the self-inflicted injury on his chest was already very serious. If he continued to fight, his heart would be in danger, and he would definitely die. Wei was also seriously injured, but he could still fight again. He mobilized the energy in his body to slow down the blood loss from the broken arm to the greatest extent. Then, he gently lifted the long knife with his foot, held the knife with his left hand, and swung a crosscut in the direction of Huang Lian without hesitation. Although the force was not as strong as his right hand, it was still powerful. Swish. The white rabbit jumped and threw Huang Lian away, escaping the disaster. Then she quickly stood up and started jump again, approaching Dou Hu. What she had to do now was to bring Dou Hu to Fat Jun and Ming Yang, who were protected by the dead pig. With the two of them working together to treat him, it would only take 2 minutes for Dou Hu to recover to the point where he could fight again. By then, Wei would definitely lose. Bang, 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 bang. Officer Huang fired. Clang, clang, clang. Wei quickly swung his knife to block the continuous bullets, and sparks flew out. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning struck from above his head, and the one-armed Wei dodged left and right, moving in a snake-like manner, approaching Wu Dahai, who was currently the biggest threat. La la la, la la la. The singer began to sing again. Wei had no time to pay attention. Although the singer's requiem would cause some mental interference to Wei, the pain of the broken arm could keep him awake, basically offsetting the hypnotic effect of the requiem. Wei approached too quickly, and Wu Dahai had no time to dodge. Chapter 367. Wu Dahai raised his mechanical right arm reflexively. Clang. His right arm blocked Wei's long knife, and with an awe sound, he was blown away 7 or 8 meters. Wu Dahai fell to the ground, rolled and crawled to his feet, and touched his chest in panic. Nothing happened. He was overjoyed. Damn! It's worthy of the mechanical arm I bought for 600 gold crow coins. It's awesome. The quality is good. At the critical moment, you still have to rely on money. Wu Dahai calmed down and looked at the battlefield again. The 2 melee awakeners and Qingling on Huang Lian's side have already fought with Wei. Before this, except Dohu and Qingling, no one else had a chance to get close. But now, Wei's arm is broken, and his combat power is greatly reduced. In addition, Officer Huang's bullets may pose a fatal threat to Wei at any time, distracting some of Wei's attention. This allows other melee awakeners to participate in the battle. Wu Dahai knows that victory will belong to them sooner or later. However, we cannot relax yet, as a cornered dog is the most terrifying. He slowly approached the battlefield, accumulating energy in his left hand, and his eyes were fixed on Qingling's figure, ready to launch lightning at any time to attack Wei and protect Qingling. He felt a little guilty. I'm sorry to the other 2 brothers. Protecting the woman you love is what a man should do, so you should be careful. Wei was fighting with 3 melee awakeners, and he felt that Qingling was the biggest threat. She had superb swordsmanship and aggressive sword energy. As long as she was hit by a sword, it would basically be fatal. Wei no longer had the energy to deal with Officer Huang, the singer and Huang Lian in the distance, but he had to get rid of these 2 annoying flies immediately before he could concentrate on dealing with Qingling. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, Wei parried several quick attacks from Qingling, blocked Officer Huang's sneak attack with bullets, and dodged 2 lightning strikes. Wei stood still for a second. He held the knife in his left hand and shook it vigorously. Suddenly, the long knife in his hand became 2, with thinner, sharper and lighter blades. He bit the handle of one of the knives in his mouth, and a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes under the hat. Bang! Wei bent his legs and leaned forward. After accumulating strength, he kicked his legs hard and flew towards Qingling at high speed. The long knife in his left hand and mouth drew 2 spiral sharp knife shadows, cutting off the arm of an awakened person and the head of an awakened person respectively. Ah! The awakened person whose arm was cut off wailed. The awakened person whose head was separated fell to the ground silently. Qingling had no time to dodge, so she swung her sword to block. She used a tang sword to block Wei's continuous double sword attack. Clang, clang, clang. Wei's body still carried huge kinetic energy, spiraling in the air, and the 2 sword shadows were fierce and fierce, forcing Qingling to parry and retreat continuously. Clang. Finally, Qingling found the right opportunity, holding the sword with both hands, and blocked the sword in Wei's left hand. Wei's momentum was also at the end. He landed on his feet, turned his head to the side, and the other long sword in his mouth cut towards Qingling's snow-white neck. Qingling had expected that she would not have enough weapons. As early as when she was parrying Wei, she had divided a small part of her energy to activate metal, looking for Dohu's Qingchuan demon sword. That was really a good sword. Qingling had wanted it for a long time. At the critical moment, the Qingchuan demon sword flew over and blocked the horizontal cut for Qingling. However, the power of the level 3 metal to control the demon sword is very limited. Fortunately, Qingling's left hand quickly grasped the handle of the demon sword and blocked Wei's horizontal cut. But Qingling still underestimated Wei's power. Clang. Wei twisted his neck fiercely, and the long sword exerted force again, and actually shook Qingling away. Qingling flew 7 or 8 meters away, rolled twice on the grass covered with blood mist, and the 2 knives in her hands also fell off. She turned over and stood up, instinctively activated metal quickly, trying to get her 2 knives back. But Wei didn't give her any chance. He had already swung out the cross slash, and the sword energy attacked Qingling, and she had no time to dodge. Although the sword energy swung by Wei was not as strong as when he used the sword with his right hand, it was still enough to cut through the flesh and blood. But the sword energy failed to kill Qingling. Because someone who was paying attention to Qing Ling the whole time made a quick prediction before that, and rushed to Qing Ling at the fastest speed in his life. If he could carry Qing Ling away handsomely, and make everyone happy, as a hero saving a beautiful woman, he would certainly be willing to do so. But he didn't have the ability. He had already tried his best just to get to Qing Ling in time. At this moment, he realized how incompetent he was. At this moment, he realized that not everyone was qualified to say such a cool saying, as a good man should not let the woman he loves get hurt a little bit. At this moment, he accepted that he was really not the protagonist. All Wu Dahai could do was to open his arms, and try to block Qing Ling. This action was not handsome at all, and even a little stupid. Puff. Wu Dahai's left arm was directly broken, and a huge gap appeared in his chest. His ribs were turned outward like petals, and his heart and lungs inside were almost split in half. A stream of hot blood splashed on half of Qing Ling's face. Then, Wu Dahai fell at Qing Ling's feet. Qing Ling was stunned, looking at Wu Dahai at his feet, just looking at him, unable to say anything. Bang bang bang. Officer Huang fired. La la la. The Song Girl's sonic attack increased its power, and even began to interfere with teammates to a certain extent. Huang Lian and Paho also joined the battlefield. The four of them worked together to hold Wei. Wu Dahai's mouth was bubbling with blood, and he looked at Qing Ling beside him. Can I touch your hand? Qing Ling was startled, and looked at Wu Dahai. There was no hand left. Wu Dahai's entire left arm was cut off by the knife, and fell into a pool of blood 1 meter away. Qing Ling nodded slightly tremblingly, stretched out her hand, and tightly grasped Wu Dahai's cold mechanical arm. She looked down at Wu Dahai, still unable to say anything. Wu Dahai's eyes quickly lost their luster. His mechanical arm had no sense of touch at all, but he still pretended to smile happily. This is a girl's hand, soft, smooth, so comfortable, ha ha ha. The mechanical arm lost its strength, and turned into a piece of scrap metal, falling out of Qing Ling's hand. Qing Ling looked at Wu Dahai's face, which was full of blood, his pupils were wide open, and his hair was drooping. He was not cool at all. She reached out, and closed his eyes for him. Qing Ling stood up, with half of her face stained with blood and expressionless, and she opened her hands. Shwa shwa. The Tang sword and the Qing dog demon sword flew back to her hands. She held the two swords, and rushed towards Wei. Wei suddenly felt the murderous aura approaching, and turned around quickly. Clang. Qing Ling's Tang sword slashed at him with a dark blue blade. Wei raised his left hand to block the knife, twisted his neck, and the knife in his mouth cut towards Qing Ling's face. Clang. Qing Ling held the green dog demon knife in his left hand, and blocked Wei's other knife. A second later, a demonic blue knife aura came out of Qing Ling's two blades, and Qing Ling's eyes also flowed with a light blue luster, which was an expression of energy overflowing. Sword God, Breakthrough Level 6, Comprehension, Double Knife Style. Wei's eyes tightened. The opponent has become stronger again. Clang 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 clang. Two people, for knives, fighting to the death. In an instant, a chaotic and high-frequency flash, with all kinds of sharp knife auras and double images, swept away a circle of strong airflow, and the blood mist under the feet of the two people was dispelled unconsciously, revealing the grass on the playground. The weeds were cut by the sword aura, and the debris flew. At the same time, the air was accompanied by the blood sprayed from the gap of Wei's broken arm, forming a strange scene. The two had already entered a state of ecstasy, where everything was gone. There were only their two knives, and the others two knives between heaven and earth. Officer Huang slowly put down his double guns, and Huang Lian, Paho and others also gave up the idea of helping in the battle. Even the singer stopped singing, fearing that she would disturb Qing Ling. At this moment, Qing Ling and Wei had signed a life and death contract with the god of death, and there was no way back. Who would live, and who would die was just a matter of a moment. Others could only wait for the result. Chapter 368. Clang clang clang, clang clang. Qing Ling and Wei's sword speed is still increasing, and their sword skills are becoming more and more fierce, more and more frantic, almost crazy. Neither of them gave in, risking their lives to squeeze themselves and each other to the limit. Dou Hu has already breathed a sigh of relief under the dual treatment of Ming Yang and Pang Jun. In another minute, he can take over the battlefield and decide the outcome. But at this moment, he knew very well that he didn't need to appear on the scene anymore. In 10 seconds, no, 7 seconds, the winner will be decided. Qing Ling is the best student he has ever taught, and even her sword skills are becoming more and more like his own. Gue Ma died, and Dian Shu also died. More people will die later, and he may die too. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front. The waves in front stopped, and the waves behind continued to rush. One day, everyone will find a way out in this foggy world. Qing Ling and Wei's double sword fight has reached the limit. Both of them were looking for a chance to kill with one strike in the messy and dense sword shadows. Finally, a flaw appeared. Qing Ling and Wei took half a step forward at the same time, swung a horizontal slash, and the two swords intersected and rubbed sparks. Due to the great force, the magic sword in Qing Ling's hand and the long sword in Wei's mouth were both shaken away. The two did not stop attacking, and each other's other swords stabbed straight at each other. Ding! The tips of the swords collided accurately, and then crossed each other. Puff! Hiss! Wei's long sword first cut the skin on Qing Ling's right cheek, and then Qing Ling's tang sword pierced Wei's heart. Under the tattered bamboo hat, Wei's old eyes flashed a trace of doubt. His swordsmanship never made mistakes, but why did the blade deviate at the last moment, as if an invisible force changed the trajectory of the sword? That's right, because Qing Ling activated the third-level metal and interfered with Wei's long sword in the last half-second. Voila! Qing Ling pulled out the tang sword, and Wei, who had lost his arm, staggered back 2 steps. He knelt on one knee, held the sword with his backhand to support the ground, lowered his head, and died silently. Until the last second of his life, he did not fall down. He was an enemy, but also a swordsman worthy of admiration. Qing Ling was covered in blood, her chest heaving violently. She retracted the tang sword and slowly turned around. Not far away, Bai Tu was already squatting in front of Wu Dehai's body. Bai Tu held Wu Dehai's mutilated body in her arms. Electric Mouse, on your birthday last year, you wanted me to give you a hug, but I refused. Sorry, I'm so stingy, I make it up to you now. You old pervert, I really dislike you. Bai Tu hugged Wu Dehai tightly, laughing and shedding tears, but don't die. If you die, who can I complain about in the future? On Huang Lian's side, 3 companions left. They were Lao Xie, Gu Nan, and Lu Ji. Among them, Lao Xie's son was only a week old, and Gu Nan's girlfriend just agreed to his proposal. As for Lu Ji, today is his 36th birthday, and he didn't even have time to eat a bite of cake before he left. Huang Lian and his subordinates looked at the 3 dead brothers with grief on their faces. At this time, the ethereal and soothing singing sounded, without any hypnotic effect, only full of emotions and the indissoluble sadness. I am afraid that I will not have the chance to say goodbye to you, because I may never see you again. I will leave tomorrow. The familiar place, and you will be separated. My tears will fall. I will remember your face firmly. I will cherish the thoughts you gave me. These days will never be erased from my heart. I can't promise you whether I will come back again, without looking back, and keep going without looking back. For 19 a.m., Shijing District, Shiju Park. The 19 members of the 7 Shadows group drove a bus into the western suburbs park, and came to the central lake that he and Wang Zikai had investigated. The huge blood-colored light column came from the small island in the center of the lake. Before this, there was a fairy tale house on the island, but now, the fairy tale house has been flattened and replaced by a temporary altar. At this moment, the lake was lightly covered with a layer of blood mist, as if it was a strange red fairyland. In the center of the fairyland, a dozen beasts in white robes knelt on the edge of the altar, holding some kind of sacrificial ceremony with their own blood. A white beam of light emerged from the altar and rushed straight into the sky, with countless blood mist vines entwined. Gao Yang stood by the lake and observed, asking other team members to cover him. 10 seconds later, Tengu took Gao Yang across the lake and came to the sky above the altar on the central island. Gao Yang directly turned into a flamethrower and burned the altar, and those evil white-robed beasts mercilessly. The white-robed beasts wailed and screamed in the fire, and fell into the lake one after another. Tengu launched space cutting continuously, cutting the altar into a mess, just like a naughty child destroying a pizza with a knife and fork. As expected, the white light column disappeared immediately. Gao Yang and Tengu quickly returned to the lakeshore. Captain, the mission is completed? Cantu was a little unbelievable. This is much simpler than imagined. Gao Yang was silent for 2 seconds. In theory, yes. Hurry back. Hui Xiong looked up in the direction of the White Lake Hotel. I always feel that this is their strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, and I feel that the enemy's target is the headquarters. I agree. Ronnie said. There is a big boss in the headquarters, so it should be fine. Lao 7 was not very sure, but he was also a little worried about the companions in the logistics department who had no combat ability. Absolutely no problem. Green Tea cheered up the team members, but we will go back immediately just in case. The group immediately returned to the bus. Hui Xiong started the bus and drove out of Shiju Park. Soon, the bus passed an amusement park in Shiju Park. Suddenly, the bus made a sharp turn, turned into a lawn, and headed straight for the amusement park. Ah! Wow! The passengers were caught off guard, and some of the standing people almost fell down. Gao Yang held the handrail firmly and looked at the driver's seat. Hui Xiong, what's going on? Hui Xiong held the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes hard. His face was very ugly. This car is out of control. Chong chong chong. Suddenly, the surroundings lit up, and all the entertainment facilities in the amusement park were activated, including carousels, roller coasters, pirate ships, and pendulums. Joyful and noisy music also sounded, and the dreamy neon lights looked weird under the bathing of the blood moon. The bus had stopped and was parked in the center of the amusement park. Look! Lu Ding, who was sitting by the window, found something. Everyone looked out of the window, and on the elevated rails not far away, the roller coaster that had already started suddenly accelerated and rushed towards them. Get off the bus! Gao Yang shouted. Chapter 369. LV Cha, who was standing in the middle of the car, kicked the door open, and Lao 7 at the rear of the car broke through the window and got out. However, something strange happened. LV Cha almost flattened the door with her kick, but failed to kick it out. Lao 7 hit the car window hard, but the glass was not broken. In terms of the physical fitness of the awakened, this situation is impossible. Hey! The gray male in the driver's seat jumped up, and he quickly transformed into a strong giant bear and punched the large glass of the front window. Pound. The car window glass immediately broke into pieces, but it did not fall to the ground. Even though the car window glass was in a broken state, it was still connected to each other and maintained its original shape, as if there was a layer of transparent solid barrier behind the car window glass. Old 7, whose arms had basically recovered, cursed and shot air bullets at the glass window beside him. Bang bang bang. It was useless, all the glass was shattered, but there was no exit. It's some kind of barrier. Man, she said. The car is coming. Lu Ding shouted. Above their heads, the roller coaster that was heading towards them at high speed clanged off the high-altitude track and flew towards the bus. Gao Yang had already determined where the roller coaster landed. Everyone go to the back of the car. Gao Yang shouted, Gray Xiong, you block the front. A car of people quickly rushed to the back of the car. Gray Xiong, who had already transformed into a beast, completely trusted the captain. He didn't ask anything, opened his arms, stood in the middle of the bus, and blocked all his companions. Gao Yang supported the glass at the rear of the car with both hands, took a deep breath, and activated teleport. Ah! Gao Yang pushed the window glass with both hands and teleported forward. Gao Yang's figure became blurred and kept pulling, like a video image with poor signal reception. Under normal circumstances, the window glass would have shattered long ago, but now, the entire bus was sealed as a whole and could not be easily destroyed. So, Gao Yang's teleport actually pushed the bus back 2 meters. Clang! The roller coaster flew down diagonally and hit the bus. In an instant, the barrier surrounding the bus disappeared. The roller coaster that was supposed to hit the middle of the bus hit the head of the bus because Gao Yang moved 2 meters away. Ah! Hui Xiong turned into a giant bear as solid as a rock and blocked the front of the roller coaster with his arms, struggling to resist the remaining momentum of the roller coaster. Hui Xiong only lasted less than 3 seconds. But these 3 seconds were enough for Gao Yang to smash the window glass that was no longer blocked by the barrier, so that everyone jumped off the bus collectively. When Gao Yang teleported out of the bus with Ronnie and Cantu in his arms, Hui Xiong could no longer hold on. The roller coaster was like a giant python. With incredible power, it penetrated the body of the bus, went out from the rear of the bus, hit Hui Xiong and rushed out for dozens of meters, and knocked down a low house. Gao Yang was very worried about Hui Xiong, although he would not die with his defense. But he must have been seriously injured, and could not fight again in a short time. Everyone escaped from death, and was still in shock. Save people! Gao Yang shouted. Yushi? Green Tea immediately gave his teammates a look. Yes! Yushi rushed to the low house that had become a ruin with a medical bag on his back. Be careful, the enemy is coming. Tengu's lazy voice revealed a trace of vigilance. Everyone turned sideways and followed the gaze of the Tengu. 20 meters ahead, on the bright and colorful carousel, sat a petite woman wearing a purple princess dress and a noble gauze hat, holding a teddy bear in her hand. If you only look at her dress, you will think she must be an innocent teenage girl. But when Gao Yang saw her face clearly, the huge contrast still impressed him. She was very old. The skin on her face was seriously sagging, the wrinkles were like ravines, and her facial features were like wax figures melted under high temperature. You are finally here. Her voice was obviously hoarse, but it seemed to retain the innocence of a girl, which made people feel even more creepy. Are you a delusion? Gao Yang asked coldly. The Dark One? The old man dressed as a girl floated down from the carousel. His feet did not touch the ground, and he was suspended above the blood mist. When she stood up, she looked even thinner, maybe only 1.4 meters tall. My last name is Tong. I don't have a name, I'm the youngest. Everyone calls me Tong Tong. The old woman named Tong spoke like a child. She smiled, if that could still be called a smile, looked at everyone and said, my talent is delusion. Delusion can control telekinesis. Gao Yang was shocked and quickly thought of a countermeasure, but asked calmly, what do you want to do? Brothers and sisters, let's dance. Tong said, raised the teddy bear in her hand, twisted the hem of her princess dress with one hand, and began to spin. She looked innocent and happy, as if she really just came to attend a fairy tale ball. Instantly, the space around Gao Yang became heavy and oppressive, the world began to twist, and his breathing became unsmooth. Others also felt the oppression of being surrounded by powerful telekinesis. At this time, all the large entertainment facilities in the amusement park were suspended, including the crash bus and roller coaster. In a blink of an eye, except for the awakened and the children, the entire amusement park seemed to be in a state of weightlessness. These large objects rotated irregularly, seemingly chaotic, but actually hiding murderous intent. Gao Yang's six senses were sharp, and he immediately noticed the subtle changes in the airflow. Be careful. He activated teleportation and rescued Old Seven not far away. Half a second later, a pirate ship smashed into Old Seven's original position. Failed to hit the target, the already deformed pirate ship was suspended again, and revolved in the surrounding high altitude again, joining the chaotic and disordered family. Large objects kept attacking the awakened. Everyone's formation was completely disrupted, and they had to jump up and down to avoid it, just like avoiding a large meteor shower. Soon, the first person to die appeared, and Old Seven, who witnessed all this, cursed angrily. Gao Yang could no longer care about the others. He, Johan, Tiango, and Manshi were the most agile and began to organize an attack. Manshi jumped on the suspended large object and quickly hid behind the big pendulum. When the big pendulum rotated and approached Tong's position, 3 flying knives fell from the sky and shot at Tong, who was spinning and dancing. However, when the flying knives reached the space of 1 meter around Tong, they were immediately stopped by telekinesis and then fell to the ground weakly. Ah! The flying knives were just a feint. Manshi had appeared right above Tong, holding the sharp short knife with both hands and stabbing Tong's crown. However, the result was still the same. Manshi also stopped at a distance of 1 meter from Tong. Mansh's heart tightened, and he immediately felt a strong telekinesis attacking him. No matter how hard he tried, the dagger could never get closer to Tong. At this moment, Tong had to stop dancing. She raised her head slightly and looked at Manshi, who wanted to attack her, and a hint of mischievous ridicule flashed across her severely drooping mouth. Brother, don't be naughty. Tong stretched out his right hand and gently grasped it. Ah! Mansh's body tensed up, the weapon in his hand fell off, and he wailed in pain. In an instant, it seemed as if an invisible giant's hand had grasped Manshi tightly. He had multiple fractures all over his body, and had begun to compress his internal organs. He felt like an ant about to be crushed by a giant. Space cutting. The flying Tengu in the air quietly came to Tong's blind spot, and launched his talent towards Tong. Chapter 370. The entire amusement park is in Tong's telekinetic field. Even if she can't see Tengu, Tong can sense the danger coming. She dodged lightly and sideways. The space at the previous position was temporarily dislocated. The blood mist on the ground cracked and healed quickly. A telephone booth flying behind her was cut in half with a click. Tong turned and waved her hand lightly. The man-snake bound by telekinesis flew towards Tengu. Tengu caught the nearly fainted man-snake and quickly flew to a safe place and put the man-snake down. Taking advantage of the moment when Tong was distracted, Johan had already approached Tong's side and punched Tong in the face. Johan's move was very fast. This time, his fist almost touched Tong's face before it was locked by telekinesis. The punch blew up Tong's veil, and her sparse and withered white hair fell down, exposing her dark and severely sagging old face completely. Tong was slightly stunned, with a flash of panic and shame in her eyes, as if she didn't want to be seen by everyone. No! Tong's voice was full of anger. Bully me. Swoosh. Gao Yang activated teleport to rescue Johan. Half a second later, a huge telekinetic force exploded in front of Tong's eyes, tearing the carousel that just passed behind Johan into pieces. No! Lu Ding shouted. Gao Yang, who had just rescued Johan, was shocked. He looked back and saw that a young man was missing from the waist down. His name was Chu Feng, Lu Ding's boyfriend. He had been hiding behind the carousel and planned to launch a sneak attack on Tong, but he didn't expect that Tong's telekinetic force to kill Johan would affect the carousel. Although Chu Feng jumped away immediately, he was still a step too late, and his body was torn into 2 pieces. Gao Yang's heart sank. No, we must fight quickly, otherwise, everyone will die here. Ronnie! Gao Yang shouted to Ronnie. In an instant, Ken and Ronnie appeared and hid behind a tree. Watch for the opportunity. Understood, Ronnie said. After the 3 major organizations decided to cooperate, all runes except the miracle rune could be temporarily shared, and Ronnie's chaos was upgraded to level 4. Now, his chaos can distinguish between enemies and friends to a certain extent. In terms of data, the previous chaos caused 100% chaos effect on enemies and teammates, and now it still causes 120% effect on enemies and 80% effect on teammates. Ken, get on your back. Gao Yang has copied Johan's weakness and intends to repeat the same trick as when he killed Xuanwu. Ken immediately rushed over and jumped on Gao Yang's back. The two disappeared from Tong's sight in an instant. Swish. Gao Yang teleported. A fireball appeared out of thin air and flew towards Tong. Tong only glanced at him, and the fireball scattered and disappeared as it approached her. But this was just a feint, and a twisting force that cut through space came again. Tong could feel the direction and trajectory of the energy, and predicted it again in advance and dodged it lightly. Just as she dodged, she suddenly felt a huge murderous aura coming from the left, which came very quickly, and Tong could not feel his smooth energy trajectory. That was natural. Teleport was originally a jumping type, and with the can's invisibility, it was invisible visually, and even Tong, who was protected by telekinesis, could not defend against it. Gao Yang used his weakness and punched Tong in the chest. He almost thought he was going to succeed. But in the end, his fist stopped a few centimeters away from Tong's chest. An invisible barrier of telekinesis blocked his fist, but failed to block the force of the fist. Tong staggered and fell to the ground. Tong was like a child pushed down by an adult. He was stunned for a second, angrily threw away the teddy bear in his hand, kicked his legs, and cried loudly. What will you bully me? I will kill you. When Tong cried, the telekinesis around her doubled. She gave up control of the large objects around her, and all the objects suspended in the air fell to the ground. Tong narrowed the coverage of the telekinesis field and concentrated it within 30 meters around her. This time, it was a diffuse, all-round telekinesis. In an instant, Gao Yang felt extremely heavy, and even couldn't lift his feet. His internal organs were churning, and he was almost crushed by some invisible force. Even the Tengu flying above Tong's head fell directly. Gao Yang's invisibility also disappeared, because the can on Gao Yang's back could not withstand the diffuse pressure of telekinesis and fell off Gao Yang. Ah! Ronnie, who was not far away, no longer hesitated and launched chaos. Suddenly, everyone's mind fell into chaos, but at the same time, the diffuse telekinesis pressure also dropped sharply. Ah! Tong covered his ears with both hands. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. After a few seconds, telekinesis regained the upper hand and began to counterattack Ronnie's mental attack. Wow! Ronnie spit out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Space cut. The Tengu lying on the ground opened his hands and activated his talent again, but because of the serious interference of telekinesis, the space cut lost its aim and passed by Tong, only cutting her sleeves and a small piece of skin. Ah! Tong screamed in pain. Her ability to endure pain was completely that of a child. But at the same time, her telekinesis became stronger. For a moment, Gao Yang couldn't even stand up, and was forced to kneel on one knee. No! If this goes on, everyone will die. Teleport. Gao Yang shouted, and tried his best to teleport, and came in front of Tong, with energy from both hands gushing out. Flame. Gao Yang failed to successfully activate the flame. This time, Tong, whose shoulder was bleeding, raised his hands angrily and activated the strongest telekinesis with a vicious look. I want to kill all of you. Tong screamed, and Gao Yang suddenly felt 2 invisible telekinetic hands grabbing him and trying to crush him. Gao Yang mobilized all his energy to resist, but it was only to slow down the coming of death. Captain, you can't die. Not far away, Ronnie supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. His mouth was full of blood and his eyes were full of hideous bloodshot. He raised the corner of his mouth to Gao Yang. The dream of she ran, and I is handed over to you. No, Ronnie, don't say such irresponsible words. If you want to go to the gate of the end, go by yourself. I don't want to carry such a heavy yoke anymore. I have carried enough. Ronnie raised his head, poured all the energy of his body into his chest, and then burst out through his throat. At that moment, Ronnie's chaos rose to level 5, 150% chaos effect on enemies, and 70% chaos effect on teammates. Yeah. Ah. Everyone covered their ears, and their heads almost exploded. Stop yelling, it's too noisy, too noisy, too noisy. Tong couldn't stand it anymore. She retracted her hands and covered her ears. The telekinesis around her disappeared in an instant. Gao Yang, who was bound, was saved. His brain was also extremely confused. He lost the ability to move for a while, and could only think. It's too noisy. 2 seconds later, Tong's telekinesis began to counterattack. This time, she retracted the diffused telekinesis around her body and targeted the source of the sound, Ronnie. Wow! Ronnie's scream stopped immediately. He spit out blood again. The blood even floated in the air and couldn't fall to the ground. Ronnie was wrapped in a powerful telekinesis. His feet slowly left the ground and hung in the air. In the last second of his life, he looked at Gao Yang with bloodshot eyes. There was deep reluctance and gentle farewell in his eyes. Pound. Chapter 371. Ronnie exploded. To be more precise, his body was torn into countless pieces of flesh and blood by telekinesis. When the telekinesis was withdrawn, countless pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground, leaving only bursts of blood mist slowly dissipating. Ah! Gao Yang shouted and launched a fire at Tong. 2 fierce flames wrapped around Tong, but failed to burn her. They only formed a circle around her. But even so, the scorching temperature still made Tong feel uncomfortable and greatly distracted her attention. Ronnie's death bought time for other teammates. Green Tea had quietly approached. He jumped down from a high place and appeared above Tong's back, launching inch power and attacking Tong's top of the head. It was a pity that he failed. Tong noticed the danger in time, used telekinesis with one hand to resist Gao Yang's flames, and raised the other hand to grab Green Tea above his head. She clenched her fist hard, and Green Tea's strong body suddenly twisted and tightened. Ah! Green Tea screamed, but at the same time, another girl screamed. Tong raised her head slightly and smiled. Sister, are you playing hide and seek? Yes, there was another girl behind Green Tea, Lu Ding. Lu Ding did not hide on purpose. Her head was resting on Green Tea's shoulder. Her right wrist was cut open at some point. Blood dyed Green Tea's arm red, and flowed down his fist. Tap. A little blood fell on Tong's brow. Lu Ding smiled coldly. Her eyes contained the pain and resentment of losing her lover. Don't underestimate us. Tong was stunned. She suddenly felt her body slow down. The whole world seemed to slow down. In her ears, Lu Ding spoke so slowly. Don't underestimate us. 3 seconds later, the world returned to normal. Tong wanted to use her telekinesis again to crush Green Tea and Lu Ding completely, but her body was powerless. She felt a slight chill in her chest, and something cold and sharp pierced her heart. Then, there was great pain and abyss-like fear. Tong couldn't even turn her head to see who pierced her heart from behind, and fell silently. Cantu still held the bloody dagger in both hands, trembling all over, and her face was pale. There was disbelief in her wide eyes. She was not dreaming. She had just killed a delusion beast. Tong's telekinesis was so terrifying. If it weren't for her childish mind, if she was cautious and calm enough, she might have wiped out the 7 shadows. But Tong was also very fragile. Without the protection of telekinesis, even Cantu could kill it with one knife. Gao Yang rushed over, grabbed the dagger, and stabbed Tong's heart again, 3 times in a row. Then he entered the system, confirmed that the danger was over, and threw away the dagger. He stood up, turned around with blood on his face, and looked at Cantu beside him, whose face was already full of tears. Captain, I avenged Ronnie. Well done, Gao Yang said coldly. But why am I still so sad? Revenge is something that must be done. Gao Yang had this feeling a long time ago, and he forcibly suppressed the sadness in his heart, but revenge can't change anything. So that's the case. Cantu covered his face with both hands and couldn't stop crying anymore. Lu Ding had already walked to the side of Chu Feng's body. His lower body was missing, and covered by a piece of clothing by his teammates. Lu Ding hugged her boyfriend's body and cried bitterly. No, don't leave me, You promised me that you would not die before me. Get up. Get up for me. Johan came over with his injured shoulder. He was injured when he was hit by a giant object while protecting a companion, so he could not participate in the final battle. Manshi, who was injected with C agent, barely recovered from his injuries. He limped towards the place where Ronnie died. Yushi supported the injured Hui Xiong and walked slowly over. After a while, the people in Group 5 stood in front of the body fragments and blood pools on the ground. No one said anything, just silence. At that moment, everyone seemed to hear the slogan that never sounded the same. Everything goes well. Everything goes well, and it's good. For 25 a.m., White Lake Hotel, 52F. Long, Qilin, and Mr. Li, the three leaders of the organization, have been in front of the French window of the lounge for a long time. Qilin leaned on a cane with one hand, and his eyes under the glasses were quiet and deep. Long curled up on a lazy sofa, hugged his legs, and lazily looked at the night view outside the French window, like a bored young boy at home. Mr. Li sat in a wheelchair. His eyes were calm, but his eyebrows were filled with deep worry. It has been almost half an hour since the last red beam of light disappeared in the south. During this period, news of the sacrifice of companions came one after another, and the four groups encountered strong enemies, and won the war with difficulty. Isn't this a success? X put one hand in his pocket, holding a bottle of beer, and walked over while drinking. If I had known it was so easy, I wouldn't have come. Before X finished speaking, his eyes darkened. Not only him, but the other three also noticed it. By who? Qilin spoke. By who was resting his eyes on the sofa nearby. He opened his eyes, stood up and walked to the window, looking down. Oh, it's not that simple. Downstairs of the White Lake Hotel is a square, facing a busy intersection. At this moment, a figure appeared in the empty square, quietly watching the 52F of the White Lake Hotel. This is a very young woman, wearing a thin black windbreaker. She has long red hair and deep eyes, one aqua blue and one crimson. Her facial features are beautiful and gentle, but for some reason, she reveals two completely different temperaments of faint sadness and cold gloom at the same time, which is very strange. She stared for a whole minute, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Then she raised her hand slightly, and a hurricane blew up under her feet immediately. Her long red hair fluttered, her windbreaker rustled, and she was lifted up by the wind and slowly rose into the air. Soon, she was at the same height as 52F, less than 30 meters away from each other. Long, Qilin, Li, X, Baihu, and dozens of awakened people with little combat power behind them, including Xia Yi, Jining and Zhang Wei from Baichuan Group. Xia Yi suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition. She looked at the red-haired woman outside the French window with vigilance, subconsciously hugged her daughter tightly in her arms, and prayed silently in her heart. Lilia. Qilin recognized it first. Long didn't say anything. He knew who Lilia was. Li frowned slightly, and soon reacted. It's her. Lilia's suspended figure overlapped with the huge blood moon in the night sky. She faced the scarlet moonlight, her expression unpredictable. The slightly raised corners of her mouth seemed like a faint smile, but also like a precursor to sad tears. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and her red hair and windbreaker fell naturally. She raised her right hand gracefully, pointed it in the direction of 52F, and immediately a surge of energy surged out of her palm, flashing a strange red light, which was a red death light mixed with many elements. Absolute defense. White Tiger felt the danger, without any hesitation, and clasped his hands together with a snap. Chapter 372. Immediately, a strange energy ball with golden light flashing appeared under the feet of the White Tiger. It was like a living golden paint, spreading rapidly on the floor, and then climbing up the walls and ceiling. Instantly, the interior space of the entire 52F was in an absolutely defensive energy barrier. 2 seconds later, Lilia launched an attack. If someone stood beside Lilia at this moment, they would see that the air around this woman floating in the sky was stained with red light, and flowing strangely. Woo! A huge red death light burst out from Lilia's palm, and the sky and the earth were all bleak crimson. Boom! The red death light instantly engulfed the entire 52F, and also affected the floors below. In a blink of an eye, the top floors of the Baihu building were directly melted, showing a slanted gap. Below the gap were the exclusive dormitories of countless awakeners who were cut in half. At this moment, if someone was sleeping in bed, they could see the night sky and stars as soon as they opened their eyes. However, the awakeners gathered on the 52nd floor were not killed. Although the highest floors of the hotel were melted by the death light, the absolute defense space was as solid as a rock. It was still suspended in its original position, like a translucent golden square spaceship, and everyone inside the spaceship was unharmed. Lilia still had a faint smile on her face, not surprised. She did not rush to launch a second wave of attacks, but waited quietly and patiently. Although she did not know the specific ability of the White Tiger's talent, she knew very well that this unreasonable absolute defense state could not last long. She was not in a hurry, time was on her side. Qilin knew that time was not on his side, so he made a decision immediately. Baihu, take everyone away. Qilin didn't look back, his eyes were calm. Long X, we're going to go. Okay. Long had already stood up and walked to Qilin's side, his voice calm. Clang. X crushed the empty beer can with one hand. Meet her. The three of them walked out of the golden barrier at the same time, and their bodies easily passed through the translucent golden energy wall. Absolute defense, you can only go out, not in. The three of them walked out of the barrier and came to midair, lost their fulcrum, and fell rapidly towards the ground. When the three were about to land, the speed of descent suddenly slowed down, and the three landed gently. Thank you. Qilin smiled. As a cripple, it was really difficult for him to land gracefully after falling from such a high place, but as the leader of the current awakeners, he couldn't lose face when he met the leader of the delusion beast. Long looked calm. It's just a small favor. X didn't express his gratitude, but put one hand in his pocket and squinted his eyes to look forward. When the three landed, Baihu immediately controlled the absolute barrier and left quickly. Yes, the absolute barrier can not only defend against any attack, but also move at high speed, just like a spaceship. Lilia knew very well that her real opponent was in the square, and those who escaped were just ants, so she slowly landed on the square. Lilia still didn't rush to attack, but quietly observed the three people from a distance of less than 100 meters. Long, Qilin and X didn't rush to attack either, and also observed each other. After nearly a minute of confrontation, X was the first to lose patience. I say, are you going to fight or not? If not, I go back to sleep. Qilin had a faint smile on his face, but he still didn't say anything. Whoever starts first will be more arrogant. X, you don't understand such a simple truth. Long didn't care about it. The eyes in his eyes were a little careless, as if he was thinking about something, or as if he was distracted. Haha, so cautious, you still have to send your brothers to explore the way first. Suddenly, X noticed it. Various high-level beasts appeared around the square, and on the buildings near the intersection. They ran and jumped quickly, and rushed towards the three people. Long, Qilin and X also started to move, and walked towards Lilia at the same time. The three walked slowly, as if they were just taking an ordinary night stroll. The first killers, who came over were dozens of them. They were the fastest and most bloodthirsty. But when they rushed into the distance of 10 meters around the three people, they stopped their movements, stood there in a daze, with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen something incredible. In fact, they have all entered the illusion prepared by Qilin for them. Qilin supported himself with a cane and continued to walk forward, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Hate. Dozens of killers suddenly ran wild and began to kill each other. They launched the most ferocious attacks on their companions and poured out the most vicious anger. The three continued to walk slowly forward, passing through the killers, who were killing each other, just like passing through a lively dance party, and the beasts around them were just dancing. In fact, Long and X could walk faster, but they had to take care of Qilin, a disabled person with crutches, so they slowed down. At this time, the second wave of beasts surrounded them, mainly devourers, and the hosts among the greedy beasts. The devourers' hands turned into tentacles, and the hosts' hands grew sharp bone spurs. This time, they closed their eyes, fearing the hallucination of the Qilin, and switched to long-range attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Countless tentacles and bone spurs rushed towards the three people at a distance of 10 meters. But when they were about 5 meters away from the three people, they stopped one after another, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The dragon walked while gently looking up. Hundreds of tentacles and bone spurs withdrew their attacks, and many beasts' bodies even degenerated into human form. 2 seconds later, their eyes widened, showing a strange state of madness. Then, they knelt down on their knees at the same time, knocked their heads to the ground in the direction of the dragon, and placed their hands on the ground, like those worshippers. Within a few seconds, dozens of high-level beasts, maintaining this extremely humble posture of submission, died silently. There were still many parasites on the distant buildings. Their chests bulged, their throats squirmed, and green death light appeared in their mouths, aiming at the three people in the square. Suddenly, a gust of black wind blew by. Looking closely, it was discovered that it was not black wind, but a poisonous wind composed of countless black dust. When it blew through the bodies of these parasites, the death light in the mouths of the parasites suddenly misfired. They fell from the high building and fell to the roadside. They covered their necks with their hands, struggling with painful expressions. Blisters first appeared on their bodies, and then pus and rot began to ooze. In less than half a minute, they became a corpse that seemed to have been dead for more than half a month. Plague Knight, Sequence 8, the strongest poison system. One of the abilities: summon a gust of poisonous wind. As long as it blows over for more than 2 seconds, or inhales for half a second, no life form can survive. Nearly 200 high-level beasts died in just 1 minute. And during this minute, Qilin, Long, and X kept walking towards Lilia without stopping. Finally, the three were less than 10 meters away from Lilia. Kieran spoke, and his first sentence was, "Do we have to fight?" "Yes." Lilia nodded, her voice clear and cold. Didn't the Scarlet Tide live in peace in the past? Kieran still tried to fight for it. "It's time to answer the question." Lilia answered briefly. "You are also an Awakener. Why do you betray humans?" Long asked. Lilia was slightly stunned, as if she came back to her senses and remembered some long-ago events. She smiled faintly, with the innocence and sadness of a girl in her smile, because being a human is not happy. The three of them were shocked. They didn't expect her answer to be like this. She said it sincerely, lightly, and with a sense of absurdity. "What are you now?" Kieran frowned slightly. Chapter 373. Lilia thought for a moment and replied softly, "According to you, I am half-human, but not a low-level half-human possessed by a host. I am a combination of a delusion beast and an awakener, a true fusion of body and spirit. I am the end, and also Lilia." For a moment, Qilin suddenly realized. The end is a delusion beast. Lilia is an awakener. It seems that the evil temple, under the Holy Mountain Church, is indeed performing an evil ritual. Lilia is not the first sacrifice. Before this, the Sangmu cult had tried many times, but Lilia was the only successful sacrifice. Although it is unknown how the Sangmu cult did it, they made Lilia, and the leader of the delusion beast, finally achieve fusion. Maybe fusion is a long process, so even if the ceremony is successful, Lilia still lived with her original identity for a while, and was sent to study abroad in Licheng, and declined the invitation of the Qilin Union, and then disappeared. Of course, it is also possible that the fusion plan was started after Lilia disappeared. Qilin could not know these things. But the result will not change. Lilia is now both a delusion beast and an awakener, or in other words, neither a delusion beast nor an awakener, so Songdao can no longer restrain it. It can do whatever it wants. In this case, why did Lilia choose to act on the last night of the Crimson Tide? Theoretically, Lilia can act at any time. It may be because other high-level beasts can only attack humans when the Crimson Tide comes, or there may be other conspiracies. Qilin did not have time to figure it out, and he finally asked tentatively, "You completely violated Songdao, aren't you afraid of being punished?" "So what about Songdao?" The smile on Lilia's face disappeared. This time her eyes became arrogant and sinister, as if she had switched her personality. "I have a more important mission, which is to eliminate all humans. Not just the awakened, but all humans. This is the final answer." Unfortunately. A cold light flashed across Long's eyes. "I want to live longer. Open the door to the end and take a look." Since the talks have broken down, X moved his arms and pulled the corner of his mouth. "Then let's start fighting." Qilin nodded. "Go." As soon as Qilin finished speaking, Lilia's figure disappeared. So fast, Qilin was shocked. Although his melee combat ability was not strong, his vision was extremely sharp, but even he could only catch a residual image. A second later, Lilia appeared behind Qilin. Blank. Qilin silently chanted in his heart, mobilizing all his mental power to carry out mental invasion of all living beings within 3 meters around him. Lilia, who was about to pierce the heart of Qilin, instantly felt that all the emotions, thoughts, and logic in her brain were rapidly draining away. She almost forgot who she was, and why she was standing here. 1 second later, Lilia regained control of her brain. She quickly jumped back, and instantly retreated to 20 meters away. Qilin turned around quickly, looking for Lilia's figure with sharp eyes, trying to start an illusion on her. Lilia didn't give a chance, disappeared again, and appeared in front of Long a second later. Her right hand had already turned into a scarlet sharp blade, inserted into Long's chest. Long didn't move, his eyes shook, and some incomprehensible force field immediately appeared around him, locking Lilia's attack. Not only that, the force field was deepening, and the weight on her body began to double. Lilia felt a huge threat, And with her overwhelming explosive power, even among the delusional beasts, she immediately broke free from the force field of Kai Long and retreated 20 meters quickly. As soon as she stood still, an invisible poisonous wind quietly surrounded her. For a moment, countless black spots appeared around Lilia, but these spots could not really get close to Lilia, and could only form a black cover around her. Lilia had already noticed X's attack, and had already gathered a transparent wind element wall around her. Bang! 1 second later, the wind element wall exploded, blasting away all the poisonous dust of the poisonous wind. The poisonous wind immediately gathered again, but Lilia had already left. She jumped above the heads of the 3 people, and spread the 5 fingers of her right hand. Chong chong chong. Countless red light pillars fell from the sky, inserted into the ground, and surrounded the 3 people in a red cage. Crack, crack, crack. Then, the ground cracked, and dazzling red ice crystals broke out of the ground. They bloomed into huge red ice flowers, breaking the red cage. In an instant, the 3 were frozen in the ice flowers. Woo! Lilia didn't hesitate at all. A huge red death light burst out from her palm, instantly engulfing the red ice flowers in front of her. The red death light could melt everything. The whole street was destroyed and turned into a gully. A dark hole was also washed out of the mall not far away. It's over? Lilia looked ahead, and suddenly her pupils trembled. No, she finally realized. This is an illusion. In reality, the second before Qilin said the word on, he had already quietly launched an illusion on Lilia. Although Lilia fought fiercely with the 3 people in the illusion for nearly a minute, in reality, only 2 seconds had passed. 2 seconds later, Lilia woke up from the illusion. But it was too late. These precious 2 seconds had allowed Long to successfully activate his talent and lock the target. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Long took a step forward. The night wind blew up the long hair of the beautiful boy, and under the moonlight, his eyes were charming. The master has come, and all beings surrender. The sky and the earth suddenly dimmed, and an incomprehensible force field attacked Lilia from all directions, carrying the holiness and majesty of a god. In a moment, the physical world around Lilia disappeared, leaving only her and Long. Gray fog was all around, flowing and still, empty and silent, yet boiling and noisy. This was a contradictory and incredible space. Lilia's eyebrows tightened, and she stretched out her right hand. A red death light twice as strong as before burst out from her palm, but it disappeared in an instant. To be precise, it was taken away and absorbed by the gray fog around her. Suddenly, Lilia remembered a sentence from mythology: the beginning of the world, the beginning of chaos. Could it be that it was in this chaos now? A chair made of chaos appeared behind Long. He sat quietly on the chair, leaning slightly, with his hands on the armrests, one of which was lazily against his face, like a careless god. At this moment, Long was the master of the world. The trial begins. Long opened his mouth slightly, his voice was deep, ancient and solemn, as if it came from between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the chaos dissipated. The surroundings turned into wild gray soil, the sky was gray, and there was nothing. The boundary and difference between heaven and earth were not so obvious. On the cold and desolate land, there stood an ancient stone platform for judging sinners. 2 bronze pillars soared into the sky, and huge black iron chains were wrapped around the pillars, hanging Lilia's 2 arms respectively. An invisible force forced her to bow her head and kneel, but she refused to give in and remained standing. Rain and dew. Long's voice appeared again. Soon, cold and sharp gray raindrops fell from the sky. They were extremely fast, like death rays, hitting every inch of Lilia's skin. These gray-white raindrops did not cause physical damage, or even mental damage. They seemed to be torturing Lilia's life essence, disintegrating it bit by bit. Lilia felt that she was not dying, but disappearing. Chapter 374. Ah! Lilia wailed in pain. She could do nothing but endure the pain of being tortured unconditionally. I don't know how long it took. The concept of time has no meaning here. The gray rain finally stopped, and Lilia survived the first trial. Lilia looked up, and was surprised to find that the world around her had changed again. Black clouds rolled in the sky, and the earth was no longer barren. Some new green emerged, which was the color of life. Lilia had an illusion that all these lives and vitality were lost from her body. Her body and spirit were enduring the suffering when God created the world. The dragon on the throne had a blank expression. Lilia could survive the first level, which was completely within his expectations. 3 seconds later, the dragon's eyes moved, and he lazily raised his left hand and sent down the second trial. Thunder. The dark clouds in the sky began to roll and surge, and the rolling thunder roared like thousands of troops roaring from the edge of the sky. Soon, countless gray-white lightning like sharp blades penetrated the clouds and struck Lilia on the judgment seat. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. Lightning fell from the sky, and the pain penetrated Lilia's head, then spread throughout her body, and then spread from the soles of her feet. Time and time again, Lilia's life essence was hit hard again, and her painful screams were drowned in the deafening thunder. This time, she felt that she could no longer hold on, and couldn't help but kneel down. But she didn't do it, because there was a voice deep in her heart that warned her, if she knelt down and surrendered, what awaited her was complete annihilation. After an unknown period of time, lush plants and flowers had grown between heaven and earth. The dark clouds dispersed, the sky was as blue as a wash, and the whole land was full of vitality. This time, Lilia still did not kneel down. She raised her head and looked at the dragon on the throne arrogantly, with a sneer on her lips, as if saying, "The sufferings that God experienced when creating the world are nothing more than this." The dragon still had a lazy posture and did not express too much surprise. There are people who can survive the second level, but not many. Among the opponents that Long had met in his life, no one had ever survived the third trial. In fact, for a dragon with only level 3 domination, launching the third trial was already the limit. This time, Long raised his head slightly, and opened his lips slightly. Foresees. At the same time, the White Tiger's defensive barrier was like a translucent golden spaceship, carrying dozens of awakened people with little combat power from the logistics department to the 10-dragon village. Soon, the golden spaceship slowly landed. Then, the golden barrier wall began to melt, and returned to the White Tiger's body. If the absolute defense space barrier is stationary, it can last for more than 10 minutes, but if it moves at high speed with so many people, it can only last for 3 minutes. But Baihu thinks it's worth it. If he stays in the same place, it is too dangerous with Lilia's terrifying destructive power. Even if Lilia's enemies are Qilin, Dragon and X, they will definitely be affected. At this moment, Baihu has complaints in his heart. His luck is really bad. If he can find the Guardian Rune circuit earlier and upgrade his talent, he can be more useful as the security chief. Everyone is fighting, but Baihu can't help more. For a moment, he thought of the ball game organized by the unit that he couldn't participate in. He finally didn't have to sit on the bench, but he missed it because of the Scarlet Tide. Baihu is the goalkeeper in the team. To be honest, he seems to have been passively defending all his life and has never taken the initiative to attack. Baihu remembered what the kid Dianchu said, "You are not cool at all." Haha, it is indeed not cool. People will understand that the world does not revolve around themselves when they reach middle age. Everyone has a heroic dream, but it is not easy to live safely. I don't know how that kid is now. Are we safe? The person asking the question is Xia Yi, who is holding her daughter and standing in the crowd. It is safe for the time being. I have sent a signal to the Qinglong group and the Dohu group. They are coming. Baihu, be careful. The enemy is coming and will appear above your head. Li, who was in a wheelchair, interrupted Baihu. She had predicted what would happen in 10 seconds. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. Baihu frowned, turned around quickly, looked at the sky above his head, and had found the target approaching at high speed. Ha! Baihu shouted, raised his hands, and summoned a translucent golden giant shield above his head. Bang! An old man with long braids and bare upper body fell from the sky and punched the golden giant shield. A strong airflow exploded, creating a shock wave in the square, and the glass of the buildings on all 4 sides of Shilongzai was shattered. However, the dozens of people behind Baihu were safe and sound, and they could not even feel the slightest wind. Although the golden giant shield summoned by Baihu kept a certain distance from his body, its energy state was closely connected with his body. He only felt his arms numb, his whole body trembled, and his bones were almost broken. His feet on the ground had sunken. Few people could match Baihu in terms of resistance to beating. But Baihu almost couldn't catch the punch from the old man. What a terrible power. The delusion beast named Jean had landed. He clenched his fists, his muscles were strong and powerful, his old face was thin and cold, and he was murderous. The Dark One, Master Jean, the delusion fist. He shouted, "You, tell me your name." Qilin Guild, Baihu. Baihu replied. Are you Baihu? Jean smiled coldly. Finally found you. Looking for me? Baihu asked, while secretly moving his paralyzed arms and fingers. Yes, finally let me kill you. Baihu was shocked at first, and then he was actually a little happy in his heart. Oh, I didn't expect that I was so important that the delusion beast sent a strong man to kill me. Get ready to die, I'm in a hurry. Jin Yi took a stance. Kill you, and then kill all the people behind you, then I go find Qinglong, he's worthy of being my opponent. Baihu grinned. I'm still underestimated. Baihu took a step forward, without looking back, his voice was a little deeper. Don't go anywhere, stand behind me. Elder Baihu, I can fight too. Zhang Wei was about to step forward. Stand behind me. Baihu roared, and he, who was always kind, became more serious than ever. He didn't have time to explain to this kid what the power of Jin's punch was just now. If he didn't take that punch, but avoided it, the power of that punch alone was enough to kill 2/3 of the people in the logistics department. In the eyes of this delusion beast called Jin Yi, these awakened people without fighting power were just bugs that could be crushed to death with a finger. Now, the only person who can protect them is Baihu, but it is only protection. As a goalkeeper, he can never defeat Jin Yi, the golden shooter. Fortunately, he does not need to defeat, but only to defend. And Baihu is a professional in defense. Bang. Jin Yi rushed over, his speed was incredible. He was like a high-speed locomotive, with terrible momentum on his fists, rushing straight at Baihu. Baihu clenched his fists, and crossed them in front of his chest. Suddenly, a huge translucent golden shield appeared in front of him. Boom. The strongest spear among the delusion beasts faced the strongest shield among the awakened. The huge energy vibrated, and the entire Shilong village trembled. Jin Ye's strong fist wind was like a river split by a reef, rushing to both sides. The dozens of people behind Baihu were safe and sound, but the flower beds and trees on both sides of them were in a mess, like a typhoon passing through. Ha ha! Jin Yi got excited when he met a strong enemy. I want to see how many punches you can take from me. Jin Yi kicked his legs and jumped to a height of dozens of meters. He clenched his right fist, straightened his body, and plunged vertically towards the center of the square of Shilong's eye, like a falling meteor. Oops! Baihu quickly rushed into the crowd and raised his hands above his head. Ding! A steady stream of energy flowed out of Baihu's hands. They quickly unfolded and turned into a semicircular golden barrier, covering everyone inside. Empty. Jin Yi punched the golden barrier, and the fierce energy ripples spread all around. The 1-meter-thick golden barrier had deep cracks, and was on the verge of collapse. Wow! Baihu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his legs had crushed the concrete floor, and sank more than half a meter deep. However, around Baihu, dozens of awakened people had already hugged their loved ones, waiting for death to come, but what they waited for was peace and no injuries. They couldn't even hear the sound of the wind. Don't look down on me! The white tiger with blood in his mouth shouted, and pushed his hands hard to the top of his head. The golden arc turned upside down, and turned into a golden lotus. The petals quickly closed, and wrapped Jin Yi in the bud. Chapter 375. Baihu jumped up, and pulled his feet out of the deep cement pit. He controlled the bud wrapped around Jin Yi with both hands, and swung it hard. The bud flew out at high speed, like a demolition ball hitting a townhouse. Bang! The wall of the house collapsed, and a hole was smashed. Baihu panted, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to himself, I defended this ball. Not bad. Wow! Baihu supported himself with both hands, and spit out another mouthful of blood. Before resisting Lilia's attack and opening absolute defense, Baihu had consumed a huge amount of energy, and the battle with Jin Yi just now was even more overdrawn. Damn! Why are Qinglong and Dohu so slow? Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Jin Ye's happy laughter came from the dilapidated building. Smash! Jin Ye's figure rushed out from the collapsed bricks and tiles. Keep going! Keep going! Jin Yi was covered in blood, clenched his fists, and rushed towards Baihu. He threw out terrifying punches with both hands, and for a moment, hundreds of fist shadows attacked Baihu. Who? Baihu clenched his fists, and crossed them in front of his chest. The golden barrier transformed by energy was obviously not as thick as before. This time, Jin Yi used all his strength. He originally planned to save his strength to fight Qinglong to the death. Now it seems that he underestimated this Baihu. I really didn't expect that just attacking a sandbag could be so exciting. That was the most extreme and purest competition of strength. Baihu retreated step by step. The energy in his body had been exhausted. This time he was burning his life. The golden barrier began to crack, and fierce punches continued to penetrate and hit Baihu's body. Hiss, 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 hiss. Baihu's arms and chest became torn, and blood stained his shirt red. So tired, so painful, so tormenting. How long will it take? Why hasn't the whistle for the end of the game ended yet? Referee, are you doing this on purpose? I really can't defend this goal, but I don't want to lose this game anyway. I am the security director of the Qilin Union, and there are dozens of lives standing behind me, including the elderly, women and children. They are all counting on me, but I'm sorry. I really tried my best. Ding. The golden barrier was completely shattered and turned into countless golden energy particles. In fact, Jin Yi, who had already thrown tens of thousands of fast punches, was also at the end of his strength. His two fists were already bleeding, and the power and speed were greatly reduced. Jin Yi felt extremely regretful. Even if it was 20 years earlier, he would have fought more happily. After killing this white tiger, he still had the strength to kill another azure dragon. But now, dealing with a white tiger has used up 80% of his strength. Time is ruthless and makes people grow old. Bang! At the moment when the golden barrier shattered, Jin Yi threw the last punch. This punch hit the white tiger's chest solidly. Bang! The white tiger's ribs were broken, and his internal organs were all shattered. His back suddenly bulged, and the fist wind penetrated his back, turning into a tragic bloody wind, blowing towards dozens of people behind him. White Tiger Elder. Zheng Wei burst into tears and shouted, "I will fight you." Qining didn't want Zheng Wei to die, so she tried her best to hold him back. Uncle Baihu. The daughter in Xia Ye's arms kept crying. She was afraid before, but now she was sad. Just half an hour ago, this kind-hearted Uncle Baihu gave her an orange-flavored lollipop. Baihu was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he could no longer hear the sound coming from behind him. He fell to his knees with a plop. When he was about to die, a strong wind blew. Qinglong finally arrived. He rushed towards Jin Yi at high speed and unexpectedly punched Jin Yi in the face with an angry punch, directly breaking his jawbone. Pound, pound, pound. Jin Yi couldn't even see who hit him, and his body flew out at high speed, crashed into the side of the townhouse, and smashed 3 walls in a row. Jin Yi fell in the ruins with blood in his mouth, stars in his eyes, and only one breath left. He struggled to stand up. Puff. A black shadow fell from the sky, pierced Jin Yi's heart with a green dog demon sword, and quickly spun a circle. 2 seconds later, Dohu pulled out the demon sword, and Jin Yi stared and died. Dohu looked at the corpse of the beast under his feet, then raised his head, and looked towards the square outside the house. He said with regret, "It's still too late. Old Bai. Old Bai." In the center of the square, Qinglong held Baihu in his arms. Baihu could no longer open his eyes, and he could vaguely hear Qinglong's voice in his ears filled with blood. Blood bubbles appeared at the corners of his mouth, and there was a hint of pride in his weak voice. "I defended the goal." As soon as the voice fell, Baihu swallowed his last breath. At the same time, Baihu Hotel. The square under the building was full of corpses of high-level beasts. Among these corpses, there were 2 people and a strange gray-white giant sphere. The sphere was as big as a hot air balloon and kept a distance of 1 meter from the ground. The vines transformed from blood mist tightly wrapped around the sphere. I tried every means to get in, but was rejected. This gray-white sphere was the domain where the dragon's talent domination unfolded. The space and time inside were infinite. In this domain, the dragon was the master of all things. Once the target entered the domain, it was impossible to leave. There were only 3 endings. 1. The target accepted the judgment and died in the judgment. 2. The target accepted the judgment and survived. 3. The dragon's judgment on the target was forcibly terminated. This can be done, and it is very easy. It only takes someone outside to destroy the domain. The inside of the domain is solid beyond the law of cause and effect and the law of the universe. Nothing can destroy it. But the outside of the domain is as fragile as an eggshell, and it can't even withstand the impact of a small stone. Qilin and X stood outside, keeping watch to prevent any accidents. X, who had been silent, was slightly stunned, as if he had sensed something. He looked at Qilin. "Can the dragon kill it?" Qilin did not look sideways, staring at the domain ball of the master, with a subtle expression. "I don't know, this is the first time I have seen his ability." "Sequence 1, Master, should be the strongest miracle system," X said in a playful tone. "This name is really cool." Qilin did not respond. He was still looking at the domain in front of him, slightly lost in thought. He had begun to anticipate the possible conflict with the dragon in the future. The dragon's talent is indeed terrible, but it takes 2 seconds to activate the master, and for me, 2 seconds is still plenty of time. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Qilin's thoughts were interrupted. A chill came from his chest, his eyes were puzzled, and his lips were slightly open. He slowly lowered his head. At some point, X's poisonous wind condensed into a small dagger, piercing into Kieran's back and through his chest. Why? Why? Kieran's face was pale, and he looked at X beside him in disbelief. X put his hands in his pockets, not looking at Kieran, squinting at the gray-white sphere in front of him, his side face gloomy. Don't blame me. Everyone has their own path. Once you choose, you can't turn back. You? Kieran could no longer speak, and the poisonous wind penetrated into his body. 2 seconds later, Kieran's body began to melt and collapse, quickly turning into a pile of disgusting rotten meat, sticking to the clothes. X took a step forward, raised his chin slightly, and the poisonous wind was pulled out of the pile of rotten meat and rushed to the gray-white field ball. He wanted to interrupt the dragon's trial and save Lilia. Suddenly, X felt a pain in the back of his head. He was shocked and horrified. It's an illusion. 1 second later. In reality, X's dazed eyes regained their spirits. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head slightly, and a crutch pierced his heart. Chapter 376. Cheelin stood in front of X, holding a cane in his left hand, and pulling it out from X's heart. His eyes were full of regret. You really betrayed humanity. Blood spurted out of X's chest, his body softened, and he knelt at Cheelin's feet. When? You don't think that I need to look directly at you to activate the illusion? Cheelin pushed the glasses on his nose with his right hand, and under the slightly reflective lenses, his eyes were deep and cold. No, peripheral vision is enough. In addition, I can also feel the emotional ups and downs of the people around me, even if they are very slight. There is clearly no enemy around us, but you suddenly have murderous intentions, which can only be directed at me. Cheelin paused, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, thanks to Chiang's reminder, he asked me to be careful of you before I set off, so I kept an eye on you. X fell heavily to the ground, the blood mist around him was briefly dispelled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What a pity. I almost succeeded. Cheelin looked at the dying X coldly. Why do you want to betray humans? I said. X's voice was weak, but he closed his eyes tightly, as if he refused to be deceived by Cheelin's illusion before he died. Everyone has his own path. Since you have chosen it, you have to finish it even if you kneel. Suddenly, Cheelin felt that the aura behind him was not right. Cheelin turned back suddenly, and a fine crack appeared on the surface of the gray-white domain ball. It was the poisonous wind, which turned into a long spike and pierced the domain. Why does X still have the ability to launch the poisonous wind? At this moment, X, who had closed his eyes, quickly stood up and jumped back more than 10 meters, keeping a safe distance from Cheelin. X opened his eyes again, looked at Cheelin, and sneered. Cheelin, I just felt sorry for you, you almost succeeded. As X spoke, the bleeding in his chest stopped. Cheelin was shocked. How could it be? He clearly pierced X's heart with a crutch, and he could clearly feel the subtle feeling of his heart being damaged. Why? What went wrong? Soon, X gave Cheelin the answer. His chest suddenly bulged and squirmed like a ball of fermented dough, as if there was another life hidden inside. Parasite. Cheelin guessed it. X nodded. Yes, I have a parasite in my body. Now, I have 2 hearts. My other heart can change its position at will. You really are in the company of beasts. Cheelin's tone revealed contempt and disdain. All this is to fulfill Master's mission and follow the right path. You won't understand. X's tone was a little sad. He closed his eyes again, opened his arms, and the whole person was lifted up by the poisonous wind and slowly rose into the air. Cheelin, everything is a game. From Lee's prediction of your fate as Awakeners, no, from earlier, you have been in the game. It's just that I decided on the path I wanted to take the day you came to Neo Erdive to find me. Just now, the last sacrifice by who also died. I left a contract on him, and I can feel it. Cheelin, watch carefully. Next, it will be a moment to change history, no change the world. In X's hand, a rune circuit suddenly appeared, which was the poison rune. Also, let me tell you one more thing. This is the real way to use the rune circuit. In an instant, the poison rune circuit melted in X's hand, turning into a liquid black energy, which penetrated into his body along X's fingers. He opened his eyes again, and his pupils and whites were as black as ink. Level 7 Plague Knight resonated perfectly with the energy of the poison rune circuit, thus reaching the true full level 8, triggering the strongest poison talent, Hell Poison. Start. Ah. X opened his mouth exaggeratedly, and let out a piercing scream. It was as if thousands of evil spirits were experiencing the suffering of purgatory in his body. A steady stream of black toxins gushed out of X's 7 orifices, turning into a cloud of toxins that covered the sky and the moon, and the whole street fell into darkness. Empty. The poisonous cloud exploded and turned into 4 energies, flying in 4 directions, automatically looking for the sacrifices that had already given their lives and souls to hell. They were the dead white tiger, Ronnie, electric mouse, and clown. The huge clown puppet that could not be taken away on the square at the foot of the Nutu mountain in Dongyu district. The grass that turned into corpse fragments and blood in the playground of Shiju Park. The body bag containing the body of electric mouse that had just been transported back to the 12 zodiac base. The central square of Shalongzai, the white tiger covered with a white cloth. The 4 corpses or the remains of the corpses, at the same time, spread evil black energy. The corpse is wrong. Xia Yi, who was standing by, discovered the abnormality of the white tiger's corpse. She suddenly had a very bad premonition. She turned around and shouted to the crowd, "Quick! Leave the corpse!" Boom! A huge poison energy fell from the sky and pierced into the body of the white tiger. The other 3 bodies were also found by the poison energy at the same time. In a blink of an eye, the bodies disappeared, and they, together with the poison energy, turned into 4 huge black sarcophagi in the shape of spirits. Caw caw caw. The lid of the black sarcophagus slowly opened, making a sound of teeth rubbing. Then, black objects between gas and liquid flowed out of the coffin and immersed in the blood mist on the ground. They seemed to be the concentration of all the filth and evil in the world. The blood mist felt some strange catalysis, turned dark brown, and expanded and rose rapidly. In just half a minute, the blood mist rushed to a height of 100 meters, like the constantly vaporizing beer foam, and also drilled deep into the ground. No one in the misty world had anywhere to hide. Another half a minute passed, and the catalyzed red mist quickly disappeared, returning to the previous state of about half a meter above the ground. And the 4 evil black sarcophagi had disappeared. It seemed as if nothing had happened. However, a real plague had descended and was taking effect in all the awakened people. Qinglong, Dohu, and Li were the first to feel uncomfortable. Some strange energy invaded their bodies, as if countless mayflies were gently but greedily devouring the energy in their bodies. Although these mayflies were strange, they were very cunning. They bypassed the body's defense system, like a virus of a higher dimension, which was impossible to understand and resist. In the square under the White Lake Hotel, Qilin had the same feeling. "What did you do?" Qilin looked at X in shock. "Within 10 minutes, all awakeners will die from the poison of hell." X landed slowly, his face slightly pale, and his voice revealed a trace of fatigue that could not be hidden. "How did you do it?" Qilin's energy was rapidly dissipating, and he was almost unable to stand, but he was still holding on. X did not explain, because this was not something that could be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. And Qilin, there was no need to know. All of this was the answer chosen by Zuiyi. X did not lie at the beginning. Zuiyi was indeed an observer, and at first, he was indeed the old housekeeper in X's family. X had no one to discipline him, since he was a child, and it was Zuiyi who brought him up. To X, Zuiyi was not a servant of his family, but his real relative. After X awakened, his identity was exposed, and he was almost killed, and Zuiyi rescued him. In fact, judging from Zuiyi's behavior at the time, he was already a visitor. But Zuiyi insisted that he was an observer. Because Zuiyi did not stand on the side of the awakened, nor did he think that helping the awakened was the right answer. Zuiyi has his own answer, and the first step of the answer is to cultivate X. This is the real reason why X has always been a loner, and has not joined the organization. Zuiyi did not regard X as his pawn or puppet. He made his purpose clear from the beginning, and let X decide for himself. Zuiyi believes that there is only one way to break the situation, that is to kill all awakened people except X, and then prevent new awakened people from appearing. In this way, X will sooner or later be able to comprehend all talents and become the closest to God. In this way, X will have the ability to open the door to the end. What to do after opening the door? Zuiyi has no answer, and his answer stops at opening the door to the end. He believes that after this, X, who has become a god, will naturally know what to do next, and how the fate of the world will develop. At first, X did not agree with Zuiyi's extreme path. But slowly, X found that he really couldn't find any better way, so he wavered and fell into confusion, deep confusion. Until the Scarlet Tide came, the 3 major organizations sent representatives to find him, told him Li's prophecy, and hoped that he would join, and all this was developing in the ways we hoped. The conspiracy of the Sangmu cult, the answers of the delusional beasts, and the resistance of the awakened people, all of these contributed to the future predicted by Li. So this is fate. Chapter 377. At that moment, X realized that he was standing at the crossroads of fate. He was the last and most critical piece of the puzzle, and he would decide whether the gears of fate would start. At this time, X decided to play a beach volleyball game and let the outcome of the game determine the fate of the world. It sounded very childish and absurd, just like tossing a coin to decide the future of the world. But X thought that this was the beauty of fate. I have been confused for many years, and I still don't have an answer until now. But I have to make a decision. In this case, let fate be left to fate. In the end, Gao Yang and his team won the volleyball game and made a decision for X. Once X made a decision, he would not look back. Next, X officially became an accomplice of Zui Yi. He lied to Gao Yang and his team that there was a rune cave, and if they wanted to get the poison rune, they had to gather 13 people. The rune poison was just a bait. In fact, X's Plague Knight had already been upgraded to level 7, and the poison rune had always been in his and Zuiye's hands. In the end, everyone voluntarily entered Zuiye's delusion. The game started, the contract took effect, and the winner was not decided, and it would never end. 13 people started a werewolf killing game of life and death. In fact, the game itself is not important. What is important is that the players voluntarily signed a contract with X with the determination to risk their lives. As the White Wolf King, X and every one of his wolf companions were completing the signing ceremony. This is also the hidden ability of Zuiye's delusion. In the barrier, the power of the contract can be quietly transferred to X's hell poison, allowing the awakened to become sacrifices without knowing it and willingly. The game is over, the contract is complete, the winner is determined, and it is all fate. Ronnie, Electric Mouse, Clown, and White Tiger are all players who were knife-killed by the werewolf, and they have signed a contract with X. They will become perfect sacrifices for the awakened. In the future, when the sacrifices die at a specific time, they will summon the poison of hell at the cost of their bodies and souls, and use the red mist as a medium to infect every life form like the sacrifice. No one can escape. Even X, who launched the poison of hell, cannot escape. Therefore, X let the special parasite enter his body early, so that he is no longer a pure awakened person and can escape. As for the 4 blood pillars tonight, it is just a false evil ritual to attract the awakened people to go out and ensure that the delusional beasts can kill the sacrifices. In fact, as long as 3 sacrifices are killed, the poison of hell can be launched, but the poisoning effect will be weaker and slower. The awakened people can still make a final struggle, but the ending of death will not change. X didn't expect that the delusion beasts would successfully complete the task and kill all 4 sacrifices. At that moment, he knew that the path to becoming a god arranged by Zui Yi for him was successful. I will become a god. Facing Qilin, X just said these 4 words briefly. Qilin was shocked and had guessed what X wanted to do. He wanted to kill all awakened people, and then monopolize all talents and become a being close to God. So, you are willing to cooperate with the delusion beasts? Qilin asked. The final answer is to kill all humans and awakened people. My goal is to kill all awakened people. We are just using each other. You betrayed humanity, and you will never be accepted by the beasts. Qilin said coldly. That's why I said it. X said word by word. I will become a god. The energy of the poison rune left X's body again, and appeared in his hand in the form of a rune circuit. X played with the runes with his slender fingers. Old man Zui chose a very lonely road for me. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. X suddenly laughed with his head raised, shaking all over. Tears of joy flowed down. No, 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 no. X has fallen into madness. No, 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 it's not the old man's choice, it's my own choice. Until this moment, I realized that in fact, deep in my heart, I have always wanted to take this road. I just don't dare to admit that I am a freak who doesn't need family, friends, or people of the same kind. Now, I really take this step. X looked at Qilin, retracted his crazy smile, and his eyes became sinister. I realized that this is what I have always wanted to do. I will become a god, and then kill gods. Crash. At this moment, the dragon's domain, the gray-white sphere, shattered. When X destroyed the outer shell of the domain of domination with a poisonous wind, the dragon felt the shaking and disintegration in the domain, but the dragon forced himself to hold on, wanting to hold on for a while longer, and then end it after executing Lilia. Originally, the dragon could do it. However, a gap appeared in the domain, and the blood mist took the opportunity to drill in. Soon, X launched the hell poison, which used the blood mist as a medium, and in a short period of time, indiscriminately contaminated every awakener. Even the dragon in the domain of domination was not immune. Long immediately felt the energy in his body being greedily devoured by something strange. Finally, Long was unable to support the domain. Lilia also escaped. After the domain disappeared, Long and Lilia appeared in the square at the same time. Wow! 2 seconds later, Long spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. To become the master to judge all living beings, he must first bear the master's divine power, which is a huge burden for Long. In addition, he wanted to forcibly delay the time of the domain, and now he was poisoned by hell, and had already overdrawn all his energy. Lilia also knelt on one knee, her face pale and her breathing rapid. Although there were no scars on her appearance, her life essence was seriously injured. It was a close call. Even she herself didn't know how long the trial would last, and how long she could hold on. Without X's rescue, she might not survive. It seems that choosing to join forces with X is the right choice. The recovery ability of the delusion beasts is very fast. In less than a minute, Lilia can recover to 60% or 70%, which is more than enough to deal with them. In fact, there are no enemies to deal with. X's hell poison is about to kill every awakener. They won. At this time, Qilin could not hold on and fell silently. The hell poison had spread to his whole body. It seems that we are still better. X put one hand in his pocket and looked at the unconscious Qilin. Lilia stood up again. My companions are all dead. There is a sense of induction between the delusion beasts. The other 5 dark ones are all dead. My former companions are about to die. X smiled. We are the same. Lilia turned around. Next, we need to eliminate all humans. X smiled indifferently and shrugged. Please. Puff. A short knife pierced X's back and pierced his chest. It was Gao Yang. Gao Yang's voice trembled slightly, and he was so angry that he couldn't suppress it. What did you do? X turned back slowly, with a trace of confusion on his face. Jiang, why are you okay? X was slightly stunned, and suddenly smiled. Ah, I know, you are no longer a pure awakener? Gao Yang was shocked. This man was pierced through the heart, but he spoke so fluently, not like a dying person at all. Gao Yang had just arrived not long ago, and he didn't know that X had a parasite in his body. X's real heart could change its position at will. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt a strange black wind quietly surrounding him. He activated teleport and quickly dodged. Puff. The short knife automatically came out from X's back, and X's chest and back suddenly bulged, squirmed, and quickly returned to flatness, as if there was a living insect hidden inside that had just been slightly disturbed. X turned around and looked at Gao Yang, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Existences like me must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be competitors on my path to becoming a god. Chapter 378. Half an hour ago, Gao Yang's team defeated Tong, the strongest telekinetic among the delusion beasts. There was no time to grieve. The bodies of their companions were guarded by the injured awakeners. Those who were still able to fight borrowed 2 cars in the park and immediately returned to Baihu Hotel. Gao Yang had a hunch that the battle was not over yet. Before dawn, everything was still unknown. Gao Yang, Jiuhan, Green Tea, Tengu, and Old Seven were in the front of the car. When the car was only 5 minutes away from Baihu Hotel, everyone saw that the hotel building in front of the road was intact. They just breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately raised their breaths again. Everyone noticed that a small red light source appeared in the air outside Baihu Hotel. A few seconds later, the light source exploded with a huge red death light, instantly engulfing the top few floors of the hotel. At that moment, everyone in the car was shocked and speechless, and then they realized it belatedly, and the fear that penetrated into their bones. What kind of terrible enemy are they facing? We can't win. Old Seven collapsed. Fear completely overwhelmed him. He hugged his head, his face painful. We will all die, all of us will die. Sure enough, the prophecy is true. Look! Jiuhan shouted. For a moment, everyone rekindled hope. Although the 52F of Baihu Hotel was completely destroyed, Baihu had already launched absolute defense and created a golden square barrier to protect everyone. After a while, the golden barrier flew away as fast as a spaceship. Hurry up! Jiuhan urged. It's already the fastest. Tengu stepped on the accelerator and held the steering wheel with both hands. It was unclear how long it had been, because for Gao Yang, every minute and every second was torture. Soon, their car drove to the nearest intersection to the White Lake Hotel. Suddenly, it got dark. Gao Yang didn't know that it was X who launched the hell poison, and a large amount of poison clouds covered the sky. A few seconds later, the poison clouds turned into 4 energies, quickly found 4 sacrifices, turned into 4 black coffins, and released the hell poison. Then the blood mist rose rapidly under the catalysis of the poison and engulfed the city. Tiango was forced to stop the car. Several people had no idea what had happened. The rising blood mist had slowly dissipated and returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. However, everyone except Gao Yang had been poisoned. Something's wrong. Johan covered his chest with a sullen face, feeling the energy in his body disappearing. Green Tea and Old Seven were no longer able to speak. They leaned weakly on the seats, breathing rapidly, and sweating all over, like two stranded dying fish. The Tengu, who was driving, had his head on the steering wheel, eyes wide open, and a pale face, bewildered and terrified. Gao Yang was stunned, not understanding what had happened. A few seconds later, Gao Yang kicked open the car door and rushed to the White Lake Hotel. Staying here would not solve any problems. Whether everyone was poisoned or cursed, Gao Yang had no ability to resolve them. A strong intuition told Gao Yang that the instigator must be the one who attacked the White Lake Hotel, and he must be dealt with. Half a minute later, Gao Yang rushed to the square below the White Lake Hotel, and was immediately shocked by the corpses of high-level beasts all over the square. Obviously, a fierce battle had taken place here. In the center of the square, there is a gray-white sphere, and Qilin and X are standing next to the sphere in a hostile attitude. Gao Yang did not dare to intervene in the fight between the big guys rashly, and quietly approached, looking for an opportunity. With his keen sixth sense, he vaguely overheard a few words of conversation between Qilin and X, as well as X's crazy laughter. Then, the gray-white sphere disintegrated and disappeared, and Long and Lilia appeared. The two seemed to have had a fierce battle. Long spit out blood and fell down, and Lilia also half squatted down. Then, Qilin fell down. X chatted with Lilia for a few words. This X, there is indeed something wrong. Lu Qingying reminded Gao Yang at the beginning, and Gao Yang also quietly reminded Long and Qilin. But why did X succeed? The blood mist that suddenly rose just now, could it be X's talent, and everyone was poisoned? How could there be such a terrifying talent? How did he do it? Gao Yang's brain was extremely confused, and he didn't have time to think everything through. Gao Yang found the right time, teleported, and backstabbed X. But like Qilin, he did not expect that X's body had been parasitized by the beast, and had a second heart. An existence like you? Gao Yang was more and more confused. I don't understand what you are saying. Hee, stop pretending. You are not a pure awakener now, right? X stepped forward, otherwise, you have been poisoned. Gao Yang was shocked at first, and suddenly figured it out. The blood mist that just rose was a poison attack on all awakeners. The reason why he was spared was because he was no longer a pure awakener, and he had the curse of the first snow in his body. As soon as Gao Yang was distracted, he immediately felt the strange black wind blowing towards him. Teleport. Gao Yang dodged to the side. Before he stood still, a figure appeared in front of Gao Yang, welcoming his arrival. How is it possible? Lilia, who had recovered 70% of her condition, directly predicted Gao Yang's dodging position, and approached Gao Yang at a speed no less than teleportation. Lilia stretched out her hand to attack Gao Yang. Fire! Gao Yang had no time to dodge, and at the same time reacted, spraying flames from her palm towards Lilia. However, Lilia was not afraid of the flames at all, and continued to stretch out her hand despite Gao Yang's flames. Snap! Lilia pinched Gao Yang's neck. Teleport. Gao Yang instinctively teleported to break free. His figure blurred for a second, but he did not disappear, and was still pinched by Lilia's right hand. What a powerful force. Lilia lifted Gao Yang up and looked at him dimly with her blue-red eyes. 2 seconds later, Lilia smiled faintly. You don't have a parasite in your body, but you have the breath of a ghost. What? X on the side was surprised. Can it be like this? Not sure. Lilia thought for a moment. Since the awakened and the beast can escape the Song Dao to merge, it is possible for the awakened and the ghost to merge to a certain extent. Heh, interesting. X narrowed his eyes. Kill him. Lilia nodded. She was about to break Gao Yang's neck, but in a blink of an eye, her right hand grabbed nothing. Gao Yang disappeared. Lilia raised her eyebrows slightly. What happened just now? In fact, Gao Yang didn't know what happened. He just felt that he was far away from Lilia in a trance, and there was a person standing next to him, holding his shoulders. Finally caught up. The woman let go of Gao Yang and smiled confidently. Gao Yang glanced at the woman. She was wearing a neutral dark suit, with thick black hair tied into a big ponytail, and a jingling silver earring on her earlobe. There was a wine tattoo on the back of her fair neck. She wore a black lace mask covering her eyes, which was cool and mysterious. Gao Yang suddenly felt that the woman in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Teacher Qiying, you don't recognize me after just a few days? The woman said with a smile. Gao Yang was shocked. Huai Wei. Huai Wei smiled. My name is Jiogui now, one of the founders of Xianin. You? I was too weak at the age of 18. I have waited for this day for 10 years. Gao Yang was surprised and happy, and a warm current surged in his chest. Huai Wei was 28 years old at this moment. This was the strongest stage of her life. She knew that today was very critical, so she came here to help herself. To Gao Yang, the two had only been separated for 10 days, but to Huai Wei, they had been separated for 10 years. At this moment, Lilia and X were afraid of this drunkard with mysterious talent and did not attack immediately. Drunkard. Gao Yang looked at the enemy not far away and spoke quickly. I don't know the specific situation. Anyway, all the awakeners except me have been poisoned by X. We must kill him immediately. Maybe everyone can still be saved. Will I be poisoned? The drunkard asked. Probably not. You hadn't crossed over at that time. Gao Yang guessed. I understand. The battle-hardened drunkard had already made a judgment. The red-haired woman is too strong. We are not opponents. Let's deal with X together first. She won't stand idly by. Gao Yang whispered. Leave it to me. Before the drunkard finished speaking, countless small and dense death lights fell from the sky like a heavy rain. At the same time, countless red beams of light burst out from the road around the two people, blocking them in the form of a cage. Spacetime Ghost. Chapter 379. The drunkard activated his talent, and the spacetime force field was fully opened. Suddenly, Gao Yang found that the world within a 20-meter radius centered on the drunkard had turned into a strange gray-blue color, and strange gray-blue light particles were suspended in the air, like a bead curtain. The elemental combination attack launched by Lilia became extremely slow, as if the slow-motion button was pressed. Gao Yang and the drunkard did not slow down. They easily dodged the elemental attack and successfully jumped out of the red light column. Bang bang bang. 2 seconds later, countless death light rain exploded at the original positions of Gao Yang and the drunkard. The drunkard had come to Lilia's side without knowing when, and rushed towards Lilia. Lilia also turned around to meet him, almost flashing to the drunkard's side, and her arm had become a sharp blade wrapped with red elements, cutting towards the drunkard's neck. The corners of the drunkard's mouth curled up slightly. Spacetime Ghost activated. Within 2 seconds, Lilia's speed slowed down by 3 times. The drunkard squatted down easily, dodging Lilia's slash, and supported the ground with both hands. Space gap opened. Suddenly, for gray-blue walls of time and space rose from Lilia's feet, like a telephone booth from another time and space, locking Lilia inside. Then, the telephone booth quickly twisted and turned into a black dot in an instant, disappearing with a beep. The drunkard's breathing became rapid, and sweat oozed from his forehead. This move would consume a huge amount of energy, but she knew that this was the only choice at the moment. The drunkard shouted to Gao Yang, I can only lock her up for 2 minutes. Gao Yang already understood what the drunkard meant. X must be killed within 2 minutes, otherwise, they will lose. At this time, X had already extended his right hand to the drunkard. When the drunkard locked Lilia into the gap in space, X's poison wind had already gathered towards the drunkard silently. Gao Yang teleported and rescued the drunkard. X stood still, his eyes slightly tightened. The move of hell poison consumed a huge amount of his energy. In fact, that move was not over yet, it was still in progress. It would take at least 5 minutes to devour the energy in all the awakened people, and then X had to use the poison rune again to summon the 4 black coffins, and close the coffin lids to put an end to everything. But if X died within these 5 minutes, the ritual would be interrupted, and the hell poison in the awakened people's bodies would stop eroding energy, and the work would fail. Now X has no remaining combat power. After losing Lilia, a powerful teammate, and the opponent has added a strong enemy, the drunkard, X knows that he can't be the opponent. Let alone 5 minutes, he can't hold on for 2 minutes. X cursed in his heart. I didn't expect that the first day of the road to becoming a god would be so embarrassing. X closed his eyes, opened his arms, and said to himself, come out. A second later, X's body began to swell, wriggle, and deform, and quickly burst through his shirt, becoming twice as strong as before. He was covered with dark purple strips of fleshy muscles, and a bull-sized purple eye appeared on his chest. The eye was like a cunning bug, gurgling and wandering around X's upper body. Sometimes on the left chest, sometimes on the right abdomen, and even on the arm. At this time, the purple eye appeared in the palm of X's right hand. It blinked its eyes, and instantly shot out a small, but deadly purple death light, sweeping towards Gao Yang and the drunkard. Zihua. The drunkard and Gao Yang jumped up at the same time, avoiding the death light that could cut steel in half. At the same time, X ran away. Gao Yang and the drunkard were both stunned. They didn't expect X to run away. But on second thought, this is indeed the most reasonable strategy. He doesn't even need to escape successfully. He just needs to delay for 2 minutes, and wait for Lilia to come out to win. Chase! Gao Yang and the drunkard chased at the same time. X, who gave his body to the parasite, became strong and agile. After rushing out for dozens of meters, he kicked his legs hard, jumped onto the 3-story building, and broke into the window. The drunkard who chased after her was embarrassed. Although her comprehensive physical ability was not bad, she was not a warrior or agile hero, and it was impossible for her to jump onto the 3-story building at once. The drunkard could teleport, but she didn't know where X would eventually escape to, so this ability would not be used. Gao Yang had already considered this situation. He could catch up with X, but he needed the help of the drunkard to win. He slowed down while running, leaving his back to the drunkard. Come up. The drunkard was slightly startled while running. As expected, you are teacher Qi. Even though I am 10 years older than you, I still admire you so much. The drunkard jumped on Gao Yang's back and hugged Gao Yang tightly with both hands. Gao Yang jumped up with the drunkard on his back, stepped on the air conditioner box on the 2nd floor, and then connected a teleportation and climbed to the 3rd floor. The house was a shopping mall, and X was still running wildly. Gao Yang ran at full speed while closing the distance with teleportation, slowly catching up with X. X felt the enemy approaching, and the purple eyes on his chest moved to his back with a gurgling sound, and after a second, 5 or 6 twisted death lights like thin snakes burst out. Gao Yang chased after him with all his strength, but he didn't expect X to do this, and it was too late to dodge. In an instant, the time around him slowed down, and the 5 or 6 purple snakes that attacked him also slowed down. Gao Yang, who was carrying the drunkard on his back, moved left and right lightly, and avoided the death ray. Boom boom boom! 2 seconds later, time returned to normal, and the ground behind Gao Yang exploded. X didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult, so he suddenly turned and broke through the window with a bang. Gao Yang, who was carrying the drunkard on his back, jumped out of the window immediately. Before X landed, he shot a death ray above his head. This time Gao Yang was prepared, and teleported in midair, easily dodging it. After landing, X rolled over and wanted to run to the other side of the street. As soon as he rushed to the sidewalk, Gao Yang had blocked his way. X was shocked. How could it be so fast? It's not that Gao Yang has become faster, but that X has become slower. When Gao Yang was carrying the drunkard on his back and getting closer to X, the drunkard immediately activated the time and space ghost. X, who was covered by the domain, immediately slowed down by 3 times. For X, Gao Yang's speed was 3 times faster. X was no match at all. He couldn't even see Gao Yang's punching movements. Gao Yang punched X's lower abdomen heavily. X flew out, and then he felt a dull pain in his abdomen. While he was still in the air, Gao Yang teleported again, and then punched him in the face. X continued to fly backwards, bit a street lamppost, and fell to the ground. X's purple eyes had moved to his left shoulder. Swoosh! The purple death light shot at Gao Yang, but it was too slow. The drunkard had already gotten off Gao Yang's back, but he had been following Gao Yang closely, ready to activate the time and space ghost at any time. Gao Yang easily avoided the sneak attack of the purple light, and teleported in front of X. The purple eye on X's shoulder felt a huge threat, and instinctively wanted to escape, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape X's upper body. As soon as it moved to the chest, Gao Yang grabbed it with his bare hands. Gao Yang inserted his fingers into X's chest, and held the eye, which was X's real heart. Gao Yang did not hesitate and crushed the eye, but was surprised to find that it was stronger than he imagined. Flame! Gao Yang changed his mind, and started the flame. The flame burst out from Gao Yang's palm, burning directly in X's chest, and then spread to his whole body. Ah! X wailed in pain. He struggled hard, but in Gao Yang's view, his struggling movements were so slow that even his shouts became a strange slow motion. X, who was burned by the flames, looked a little stupid at this moment. Chapter 380. In fact, it is not that X has slowed down, but that Gao Yang has speeded up. The drunkard activated the strongest time-space ghost with a 3-fold speed increase. Every time Gao Yang burned X for 1 second, it was equivalent to burning X for 3 seconds. Soon, X was burned black and could no longer resist. At this time, Gao Yang's clenched purple eye lost the protection of the owner's energy and became an ordinary human tissue, extremely fragile. Paw! Gao Yang easily crushed it, just like crushing a sticky jelly. 2 seconds later, X fell silently, and there was not even pain in his eyes, only deep confusion. Why? Why is the ending like this? Master Zhua, you seem to have made a mistake. It turns out that I am not the one chosen by fate, and it turns out that I am not the one who will become a god. How hateful, how unwilling. At the end of his life, X, who had been burned to a bloody mess, raised his eyelids and took a last look at Gao Yang with his rapidly dimming eyes. It's all fate. You can't win. Ha ha, ha ha. The crazy laughter stopped abruptly, and X died. There was no joy of victory on Gao Yang's face, but it became heavier. He understood what X said. From Li's prediction of the coming of the Scarlet Tide to everything they have done so far, it seems to be contributing to the predicted fate. Their resistance is also part of fate. After X's death, the hell poison was interrupted, and the toxins in the awakened body subsided. Most awakened people can survive, but they have been seriously injured and fell into a coma, and will not wake up in a short time. However, the time to restrain Lilia is only 2 minutes. When Lilia came back from the space-time rift, no one was her opponent. Gao Yang quickly squatted down, found the poison rune circuit on X's body, and put it away. Teacher Qi-Ying. The drunkard's voice came. Gao Yang stood up and looked back, and Lilia had appeared. Above the empty intersection of the street, she was lifted by a gust of wind element and slowly landed. Under the blood moon, her red hair was flying, and her eyes were strange, like a fallen angel. The real decisive battle has just begun. Teacher Qi-Ying. Gao Yang glanced slightly, and the drunkard beside him was already becoming transparent. Sorry, I can't fight side by side with you. Time travel has reached its limit. The drunkard's voice was unwilling. Gao Yang was surprised. I didn't expect the time of travel to be so short. Thinking about it carefully, it is very reasonable. Time travel itself consumes a lot of energy from the drunkard, so according to the information learned by Qilin, the drunkard can only travel through time and space once a year, and cannot travel twice in the same time period. Just now, the drunkard used the space-time rift, which was also extremely energy-consuming, and assisted Gao Yang in successfully killing X. Therefore, the energy in her body was no longer enough for her to continue staying in this space-time. A lot of things have happened in the past 10 years. I really want to have a good chat with the teacher. The drunkard smiled gently. Gao Yang nodded slightly. A lot of things have happened to me in the past 10 days. Teacher Qi-Ying, can we meet again? The drunkard asked. Can we meet again? Gao Yang also asked himself, how can he defeat the powerful enemy in front of him now? He and Lilia are not at the same level at all. If you have to compare it, it is at least the difference between the gold rank and the diamond rank. I will definitely be able to do it. Gao Yang didn't care about that, and he wrote a blank check irresponsibly. Again, the drunkard didn't say the word see you, she disappeared, and a circle of gentle and lonely energy ripples spread around her. No teammates anymore. This time, will I have to fight alone? Not far away, Lilia walked slowly towards him. Who is Hanfeng to you? Why do you call me sister? Gao Yang asked Lilia loudly. Lilia was slightly stunned, but did not stop. When we were still human, we called each other brother and sister. Many test subjects died, and only he and I survived. In order to facilitate the perfect fusion of me and the end, Hanfeng sacrificed half of his soul, but he also received corresponding rewards. No wonder that Hanfeng became crazy. It turned out that he also sacrificed. Hanfeng said sister is dead at that time, but in fact Lilia was not dead, but just merged with the delusion beast. If Gao Yang hadn't known about the evil deeds of the Sangmu cult in advance, he really didn't understand. The reward that Hanfeng got is your explosion talent? Gao Yang asked. Yes. Lilia nodded. But I don't need explosion either, because I have elemental spirit. Elemental spirit, serial number 4, the strongest element system, can control multiple elements and combine new elements. Explosion, of course, is also possible. Lilia had raised her hand and snapped her fingers at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was startled and immediately launched teleportation. Boom. Half a second later, it seemed that several mines were buried under Gao Yang's feet, and an explosion occurred immediately. Gao Yang dodged in the air, and was shocked. When did she inject energy into the road under my feet? Why can she launch an explosion from a long distance just by snapping her fingers? Swish, swish, swish. 3 slender red snakes twisted their bodies, and shot towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang teleported again, and narrowly avoided it. Gao Yang landed on his feet, and Lilia's figure approached at high speed and kicked him. Oh no! Gao Yang immediately crossed his hands in front of his chest to block Lilia's kick. Gao Yang felt like he was hit by a car and flew out. Bang! Gao Yang knocked down a beverage vending machine on the side of the road, and then rolled to the side of the road. Gao Yang's arms were numb and may have fractured, but he didn't care at all. As soon as he gritted his teeth and stood up, Lilia was already floating above his head. The ground around him was already filled with cages composed of red light beams, preventing Gao Yang from teleporting away. Lilia opened her palms towards Gao Yang, about to launch a huge death beam. Nowhere to escape, death is certain. However, Lilia did not start. Her eyes were stern. At some point, the red fire hydrant on the road was opened, and the water dyed red by the moonlight rushed out in large streams. The entire road was covered with a shallow layer of water, but it was blocked by the half-meter-high red fog, so it was difficult to detect at the first time. Dense purple water droplets appeared around Lilia, and they surrounded Lilia like a downpour, with the time pause button pressed. Lilia had nowhere to escape. Yanyazang. Bai Lu's voice was gentle but domineering. In an instant, thousands of sharp and hard purple water droplets gathered towards Lilia at a high speed. They shot at Lilia's body, and exploded dazzling purple sparks. Da-da-da-da. For a moment, it seemed as if countless purple firecrackers exploded on Lilia's body, and purple mist spread out. A figure wrapped in a cloak landed lightly beside Gao Yang. Gao Yang saw that it was the first snow. Gao Yang, here I come. Chu Shui held Gao Yang's arm with one hand, and gently waved the other hand, and the cage formed by the red light beam immediately broke silently. Gao Yang activated teleportation and fled with Chu Shui. Chu Shui, why are you here? Gao Yang was surprised and happy. I'm here to save you. Chu Shui's excited smile revealed a hint of innocence, as if this was just an interesting game. Good friends should have a beginning and an end. Chapter 381. Bai Lu, who was dealing with Lilia, was not happy at all. She wore a luxurious retro red dress, raised her hands, and controlled countless purple water droplets to bury Lilia, not daring to relax at all. At the beginning, when Chu Shui wanted to help Gao Yang, Bai Lu was strongly opposed. Ghosts and beasts have always kept their distance, but how could she beat her sister? And if Gao Yang died, where would her sister find food in the future would also be a problem. Lord Chun was also very concerned about what happened tonight, and had been sending Jingzhe to secretly understand the situation. When Jingzhe learned that the leader of the delusion beast had finally merged with the Awakener Lilia, and joined forces with X to kill all Awakeners and ordinary humans together, Chun could no longer sit still. Awakeners are food for ghosts. Even the current members of the ghost group can still live for 2 or 3 years without eating or drinking, but after 2 or 3 years, they can only wait to die. Destroying someone's job is like killing their parents. At the command of Lord Chun, the ghost group joined the battle. However, Chun only hoped to prevent the conspiracy of the delusion beast from succeeding, as long as the awakened and human beings would not perish. Chun did not want to go to war with the high-level beasts. The balance between beasts and humans was what the ghost group wanted to see most. Bai Lu knew that the delusion beast was stronger than herself, and she had made the worst plan. But when she saw Lilia and truly felt the powerful and strange aura on her, she realized the seriousness of the matter. No, we must not let this monster live. The misty rain funeral that lasted for half a minute was about to end, and a huge cloud of purple smoke had risen above the center of the intersection. Drink. Bai Lu's long hair and skirt were flying, her eyes were full of red light, and her hands suddenly raised up. For a moment, the accumulated water on the road rose up and transformed into 2 purple water dragons. They roared, entangled with each other, and circled, surrounding Lilia in the purple smoke. Double dragons playing with a pearl. Bai Lu did not hold back, and used all her strength. The 2 giant purple dragons bit, and entangled each other. No! The purple energy ripples vibrated and rushed along the 4 streets at the intersection. The purple smoke dispersed instantly, and a purple crystal tombstone, as big as a movie screen, stood in the middle of the road. In the center of the tombstone, Lilia was frozen, like an insect that accidentally fell into purple amber. Did she win? Bai Lu's plump chest under the red court skirt rose and fell slightly, and a drop of sweat flowed on her delicate and beautiful white cheeks. Her thin eyebrows were slightly frowned, but they never relaxed. After a few seconds, they became more serious. No, I didn't win. Lilia in the purple ice crystal tombstone was motionless, as if she was sealed in time. However, a strange light flowed through her blue and red eyes. Then, colorful lines like capillaries appeared on her skin and quickly spread all over her body. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the purple ice crystal tombstone and spread rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. First, a small colorful light shot out from the ice crystal tombstone, and then countless colorful beams shot out. Bang! The purple ice crystal tombstone was blown to pieces, and Lilia was intact and landed gently. It's useless. Lilia smiled. I have elemental runes, and any elemental attack is ineffective against me. As Lilia spoke, an elemental rune circuit appeared in her hand. Level 7 elemental spirit resonates perfectly with the energy in the elemental rune circuit, thus reaching the full level 8 and triggering the strongest elemental talent, Elemental Angel. The elemental rune circuit melted in Lilia's hand, turning into a colorful stream of light, which quickly spread to every inch of Lilia's skin, and even her red hair turned colorful. In the blink of an eye, Lilia's whole body became colorful, like body painting, and it was a constantly flowing living body painting. Voila! 2 seconds later, a pair of huge colorful elemental wings grew out of Lilia's back, gloomy and gorgeous under the moonlight. Why do you want to be my enemy? Lilia stepped forward. Without food, we will die sooner or later. Bai Lu was completely crushed by Lilia's aura. She resisted the urge to retreat, and looked directly into Lilia's eyes. Ah! Lilia smiled softly, looking a little surprised. I almost forgot that ghosts want to eat people. After a little thought, Lilia raised her right hand. Well, ghosts are also wrong. Let's disappear together. Empty. Suddenly, a huge pressure fell from the sky. Lilia's raised right hand dropped down, not because she wanted to put it down, but because her body suddenly became extremely heavy and could not be lifted. Crack, crack, crack. Not only that, the ground under Lilia's feet also had exaggerated cracks, and then the road surface turned up in large pieces, and then began to sink. Lilia's feet also sank into the ground, as if someone had hammered Lilia, the ground stake, into the ground one by one with a giant hammer. Gao Yang, Chu Xue and Bai Lu all felt this huge pressure, which was centered on Lilia and was still getting worse and spreading to the surroundings. Gao Yang teleported and took Chu Xue back to a safe place. Bai Lu also jumped back immediately. Lilia felt the direction of the pressure. She was wrapped in the elemental clothes and raised her head with great effort to look at the sky above her head. A big-eyed little boy wearing a black dress, a red bow tie, and a middle-parted silver hair combed meticulously was floating in the air, opening his hands in the direction of Lilia with a solemn expression. It was Haru, the head of the ghost group. Chun's voice was clear and steady. Since you don't want to let us go, there's no need for us to keep you. Chun's red eyes shone with dazzling light, his hair and clothes rustled and fluttered wildly, and the bow tie at his collar fell off and blew into the sky. Chun was pouring a huge energy field under his feet. God's power from heaven. Empty. The road centered on Lilia once again fell under an invisible pressure, which doubled compared to before. Lilia couldn't raise her head anymore. She lowered her head, and was forced to kneel on one knee. She trembled and tried to stand up and escape from the energy field. Empty. The pressure doubled again. The ground continued to sink, and the cracks around it continued to deepen, like an earthquake. The glass of the houses on both sides of the road was shattered, and the walls cracked. Ding. Lilia's elemental wing shattered, and turned into a piece of elemental particles. Empty. The pressure doubled again. This time, the center of the intersection had completely collapsed into a crater. Lilia fell down, embedded in the deepest part of the crater. Her clothes had long been torn into pieces. At this moment, even the elemental clothes wrapped around her body were retreating little by little. First snow! Chun shouted in the sky. Gao Yang, look at me! First Snow smiled at Gao Yang a little proudly, turned around and jumped into the crater. In an instant, a translucent green light ball appeared around her, and the red eye on the left of First Snow was gradually turning dark green. The green light ball carried First Snow, ignoring the gravity thousands of times, and slowly floated to the center of the crater. Chapter 382. After a while, Chu Xue floated above Lilia. Soul Reaper. In the green light ball, Chu Xue raised her face, and her force field suddenly spread out around her. From her green eyes, a strange green energy with high-frequency flickering gray-white spots emerged, and she turned into a giant death god composed of spirits, and wearing a long cloak. The death god was in female form, and half of her face was covered by a black hood, revealing only long silver hair, a pale chin, and a pair of cold red lips stained with blood. At the same time, from Chu Xue's red eyes, a red energy with high-frequency flickering gray-white spots also emerged, which turned into a long-handled sickle in the hands of the death god, with a scarlet and sharp blade. Chu Xue slowly lowered her head, and looked at Lilia at her feet. She raised her right hand, and the giant death god attached to her also raised the sickle in his hand. The damage of the sickle is impossible to defend against, because it is a special spiritual state. It will not hurt Lilia's body, but will directly take away her soul. However, just as Chushua controlled the god of death to raise the sickle, the elemental wings grew back behind Lilia, even bigger than before. 30 seconds ago, Lilia, who was completely suppressed by Chun at the bottom of the crater, began to have cracks in the elemental clothes all over her body. She didn't know how long Chun's divine power could last, but she knew very well that her elemental clothes would not last too long. When the elemental clothes were torn to pieces, her body could not resist this terrifying pressure. In those few seconds, Lilia and Zhong's personality had a conversation. Lilia, I'm going to lose. Zhong, no, I will sacrifice myself. Lilia, think clearly, I am human. Zhong, we have already merged into one. Even if I disappear, you are no longer human. Lilia, okay. Zhong, kill all humans and hand in the paper for me. You decide how to go after that. Lilia, well, I will try my best. Zhong, great creator, at this moment, I offer you my flesh and blood, my soul, and all my fate. Please give me the power to complete your mission. Activate random sacrifice. 300%. Live by death, blood and soul fusion. Lilia's blue eyes and red eyes began to ooze thick blood continuously. Even under thousands of times of gravity, they could not stop them from oozing out. After a few seconds, the two eyes turned into empty black eye sockets. In the center of Lilia's eyebrows, a deep purple vertical pupil grew. The elemental coat on Lilia's skin became abundant again, and even grew plump and beautiful scales, fully arming Lilia. More elemental power overflowed along Lilia's limbs, spreading and quickly extending to the entire meteorite crater, turning it into an elemental array, flashing dazzling brilliance. At the same time, Lilia's back also grew a pair of elemental wings again, which were larger than before. It slowly supported Lilia and stood up again. For a moment, Chun, Bailu, Gaoyang and Chushua all showed shock and confusion on their faces. Chushua had already swung the soul-stealing sickle halfway. Still too slow. Boom. A huge colorful elemental pillar rushed out of the entire meteorite crater, like a volcanic eruption. Chushua was instantly swallowed and melted by the elemental pillar. First snow! Gaoyang and Bailu shouted at the same time. Chun, who was above the meteorite crater, was not spared and was almost swallowed up by the elemental pillar that rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, the entire Licheng was illuminated by the elemental pillar, like a tower that illuminated the world, and even the huge blood moon hanging in the sky was eclipsed. 10 seconds later, the elemental pillar disappeared. Gaoyang and Bailu were stunned in place, and they didn't even have time to be sad. A figure came to them like a stream of light. It was Jingja, who held the unconscious Chun in one hand and the unconscious Chushua in the other. Half of Jingja's face and the whole body were burned by the elemental pillar, showing a strange purple-blue color. The skin in some places fell off, the flesh melted, and the bones were deep, and there were also colorful particles like elemental crystals inlaid in it. Jingja is the fastest existence among the known life forms, with a maximum speed of twice the speed of sound, which can reach more than 700 meters per second. At the critical moment, Jingja spent a second rushing into the elemental pillar, saving Chushua and Chun, and blocking most of the elemental damage for them. Jingja knelt on the ground and fainted. Gaoyang. Bailu no longer cared about the position of her natural enemy at this moment. She looked determined. Take them away, I will hold this monster back. Gaoyang didn't think this was a good idea. Escape? Where to escape? Lilia is no longer restricted by Tsang Dao. She can kill all awakened people and humans at will. No, there is still hope. X's hell poison has been interrupted. The recovery time of strong people like dragons, unicorns, blue dragons, and fighting tigers must be faster than that of ordinary awakened people. Maybe they will wake up at any time. As long as they wake up, there is a chance of winning. You go. Gaoyang took a step forward. I hold her back. Just you? Bailu was surprised, and her tone was full of disdain. She has elemental runes on her body, and your ability is ineffective against her. Gaoyang calmly analyzed. In terms of speed, you are not as good as me. Who do you think is more suitable to fight her? Bailu's face sank, and she was unable to refute for a while. Go quickly, don't hold me back. Gaoyang said harshly. Bailu no longer hesitated. Be careful. She summoned the water element, holding up the first snow, spring and awakening, and left quickly. When Gaoyang looked up, Lilia had left the crater and flew towards Gaoyang and Bailu. Lilia opened her arms towards the fleeing Bailu. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her. Gaoyang jumped up and teleported in front of Lilia. The fire was ineffective against her. Gaoyang pulled out the dagger he carried with him and stabbed Lilia in the chest. At the moment when Gaoyang stabbed Lilia, the dagger actually decomposed into a pile of metal element dust. Gao Yang was shocked and immediately stopped, teleporting to keep a distance from Lilia. Gao Yang's goal was achieved. In just a few seconds of delay, Bai Lu had already gone far away. Next, he just needed to rely on teleportation to tangle with Lilia. Gao Yang was shocked and felt a tingling sensation in his legs. He lowered his head suddenly, and his legs were covered with a layer of hard red ice crystals. Gao Yang was horrified. In the second when he attacked Lilia at close range, Lilia actually activated two elemental powers at the same time, decomposing his dagger while silently freezing his legs. Is this the element angel? The use of elements has reached the point of being arbitrary. The power of the rune circuit is too terrifying. It turns out that the level 8 talent does exist, but it is not upgraded by itself, but the rune circuit is temporarily integrated into a part of the body to create the strongest talent. These thoughts flashed through Gao Yang's mind almost instantly. He did not stop the action in his hands. He sprayed flames from his hands, and at the cost of slightly burning his legs, he quickly melted the red ice crystals and escaped. Chirp chirp. A second later, dozens of snake-shaped red death lights twisted and turned from the sky like fireworks. Boom boom boom. Chapter 383. There were large-scale and intensive explosions on the ground where Gao Yang was, with debris flying and flames shooting into the sky. Gao Yang had teleported twice to hide on a newsstand, but because the previous attack range was too large, he was still injured. His left arm was brushed by a beam of red death light, and the muscles were directly torn and bleeding. Gao Yang took out the sea potion with one hand, bit off the needle cover with his mouth, and stabbed it into his left arm. As soon as the injection was completed, he felt a murderous aura behind him. It was Lilia. Gao Yang was shocked. His eyes were fixed on Lilia, who was clearly still not far in front of him, and did not move. But in a flash, Gao Yang realized that the Lilia in the distance was just a short-lived phantom created by the elements. At the same time, a translucent wind element wall appeared in front of Gao Yang, above, on the left and on the right, blocking Gao Yang's way to teleport. Too fast. This Lilia is not only good at controlling the elements, but also has top-notch overall physical strength, almost catching up with the speed of teleportation. At this moment, Gao Yang realized how naive he was. He thought he could delay for at least 10 minutes, but now it seems that he can't even do it for a minute. Gao Yang had no time to turn around and parry, nor could he escape by teleportation. He almost saw the scene. Half a second later, Lilia's hand turned into a sharp blade and easily pierced his back, penetrated his chest, and took out his heart. Is he going to die? Is fate really unchangeable? Empty. The sound of air bursting appeared, and Gao Yang only felt a hurricane passing behind him. It was an extremely strong airflow that almost lifted Gao Yang away. At the same time, the surrounding wind element walls dissipated. Boom. Then, the sound of a building collapsing came from not far away. Gao Yang turned back suddenly, and found that Lilia was lying in a collapsed building wall in a mess. And on the road in front of Lilia, there was a person standing. It seemed that this person had rushed out at high speed and hit Lilia by surprise. Gao Yang looked carefully and found that the person who rushed out was a white-haired old man. She was still wearing a cute home pajamas with a bear pattern, which was a birthday gift from her granddaughter last year. She was barefoot, and a girlish pink hairpin was tied on her messy hair. The hairpin was in the shape of a strawberry cake, because she loved sweets very much. The old man spoke slowly, and there was anger in his old voice. No, bully my Yang Yang. Gao Yang was surprised and happy. It's Grandma. She is a delusion beast. It's the visitor. Grandma knew her identity from the beginning. With the help of the elemental wings, Lilia quickly stood up from the ruins. She didn't show much surprise on her face, not because she had expected this scene. It was a kind of indifference that accepted any possibility calmly. She didn't rush to fight back, and asked coldly, Yun, it seems that you also have an answer. Yun clenched his fists and answered in a deep voice, Yes, this is my answer. Lilia's eye sockets were empty, and the purple vertical eye between her eyebrows flashed a trace of confusion. Protect the awakened and let them linger? Haha, what will happen to the awakened? I don't care. Yun smiled. Then what do you care about, a fake grandson? Lilia felt a little regretful. If you are still alive, I will feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for him. He is getting more and more confused as he gets older, and has walked into a dead end. Speaking of this former companion, Yun sighed. Whether it is a human or an animal, I have only realized one thing in my life. What is it? Lilia, who was once a human, didn't seem to understand. Yun didn't rush to answer. He slowly turned around and looked at Gao Yang with a kind and gentle smile. Gao Yang opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Although he had long thought about the possibility that Grandma was a high-level animal, and was prepared for it. But the fact that Grandma was a visitor still had a huge impact on him. He felt extremely shocked for a moment, and at the same time, he felt extremely fortunate, and even a little warm. Gao Yang looked at the old man in front of him, who was so familiar and strange, and thousands of words were condensed into 2 words. Grandma. Hey. Grandma smiled and responded, slowly turned around, and answered Lilia's question. Family, the most important thing. Family? Lilia was even more disappointed. Your answer turned out to be self-deception. Child, you are the one who is deceiving yourself. Yun said with regret. People with different paths cannot work together. The two watched quietly, and were silent for 3 seconds. Instantly, Yun turned into a ball of flame and flew towards Lilia. It was not a metaphor, but a real demon fire. The flame was dark blue, and the core was dark purple. Yun's talent was Delusion Demon. The vertical eye between Lilia's eyebrows flashed with purple light, and the huge elemental wings suddenly spread out in all directions, and countless gorgeous elemental blades flew towards the demon fire. The demon fire instantly dispersed and turned into more than a dozen clusters of light, which lightly staggered the elemental blades, then gathered again, and turned back into Yun's human form the moment they approached Lilia. Yun hit Lilia's face with a fist of beautiful demon fire. Lilia raised her right hand, which was entangled by the power of elements, and caught Yun's fist, but failed to catch Yun's momentum. Boom! The two figures entangled together, smashed a wall, and entered the mall. The dark mall was quiet for a second, and then blue, red, and colorful lights flashed frequently, and various explosions occurred inside the building. Gao Yang wanted to help his grandmother fight. However, he knew very well that he could do nothing. The war between the leader of the visitor and the leader of the dark was not at the level he could intervene. Nothing. 30 seconds later, a demon blue and a deep red figure broke through the roof of the mall one after another. The two were too fast, and had turned into 2 phantoms in energy state, dragging a long tail and jumping frequently between the buildings near the intersection. Bang bang. Boom. Swoosh. The two chased and fought at high speed, with various elemental forces splashing and exploding, just like 2 elemental elves reveling and setting off a 3-dimensional fireworks party. Gao Yang stood weakly at the intersection, with a stream of light constantly changing on his face. He looked up at the fireworks party composed of elements, and could only pray that when the fireworks party ended, the one who survived was Grandma. The fight between the 2 beasts lasted for a full minute. Finally, the 2 phantoms, dragging long tails, met in the sky above the intersection, like 2 meteors colliding. Boom! The huge energy ball exploded in the air with various elemental particles. Gao Yang raised his hands and tried to stand firm, but was almost blown away. As soon as the explosion ended, 2 phantoms were entangled together, like a firework circling up. Voila! A pair of huge and gorgeous colorful wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and the whole block was suddenly full of light and color. That was Lilia's elemental wings. Ah! A scream that cut the eardrum spread out. Under the colorful wings, a ball of blue demon fire quickly expanded and spread, like a blooming manjusaka, blooming towards Lilia in the sky. Sky! The world was pale for a few seconds. When Gao Yang's vision became clear again, the night sky returned to scarlet. The 2 figures entangled together, fell at high speed, and smashed into the crater created by Chun before. Grandma! Gao Yang quickly ran to the crater. In the center of the crater, Yun and Lilia were already covered with wounds. Especially Yun, there was no intact skin on his body, all of it was torn, deep into the bones, and inlaid with colorful elemental particles. Despite this, Yun had a slight advantage. She was riding on Lilia, holding her chest with both hands, and her face, which had been burned by the elements, was abnormally distorted. Ah! Yun shouted, and pulled her hands up suddenly. In an instant, Lilia's elemental clothes and elemental wings on her back all retracted to her chest. They were like a layer of snake skin, which was shed by Yun and quickly turned into a ball of elemental energy. Yun's body turned into a cluster of demonic fire again, carrying the ball of elemental energy and leaving Lilia's body. A second later, the demonic fire flew to Gao Yang and gathered again into Yun, who was covered with bruises. The elemental energy in Yun's hand had turned back into the elemental rune circuit. Yun stuffed the rune loop into Gao Yang's hand, and Gao Yang took the rune stained with Grandma's blood. Wow! Grandma vomited blood and fell to the ground. Grandma! Gao Yang squatted down and helped Grandma up. The battle just now exhausted Yun's last life and energy. She slowly stretched out her bloody and elemental hands, wanting to touch her grandson's face, but in the end, she was afraid that her hands were too dirty, so she slowly retracted them. Gao Yang grabbed Grandma's hand and put it on her face. Yang Yang, don't be afraid. Grandma is not a bad person. Grandma, don't go, don't leave me. Gao Yang held Grandma's hand tightly and burst into tears. You still have a long life. You still have a lot of delicious sweets to eat, you can't. Grandma, love you. Yun's eyes quickly lost their spirit, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and her bloody hands fell from Gao Yang's face. No, this is not true. Grandma can't die like this, absolutely not. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The familiar tinnitus came again. Grandma doesn't have much money. Don't complain about it. Take it, go over there and buy whatever you want to eat. Our Yang Yang is getting more and more capable, and he will definitely be more successful than your father in the future. Grandma, you don't have to live that long. As long as Yang Yang and Xin Xin can grow up safely, as long as our family can be as happy as we are now, Grandma can go with peace of mind. Chapter 384. Ah! Gao Yang hugged his dead grandmother tightly, and shouted to the sky. The painful roar burst out from his chest, with a strong energy resonance. Teleport upgrade. Level 4 teleport. Can flash 10 meters away. Use time interval. 0.8 seconds. Level 4 teleportation permanent attribute bonus. Strength plus 500, agility plus 900. Additional effect. Can penetrate ordinary obstacles and walls. Flame upgrade. Level 4 flame. Mental power plus 400, charm plus 80. The highest temperature reaches 1500 C, and it is completely immune to ordinary flame damage. Learn new skills. Flame fist. Attribute layout update. Physical strength. 226 stamina. 237. Strength. 813 agility, 1210. Spirit, 782 charm, 441. Luck, 565. You have accumulated 785 lucky points. Fill up physical strength and endurance, and add luck to the rest. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 813 agility, 1210. Spirit, 782 charm, 441. Luck, 813. Gao Yang gently put down his grandmother's body, closed her eyes, and tidied her withered white hair, pinning a pink strawberry cake hairpin. Gao Yang stood up and disappeared in an instant. At this time, Lilia had lost the blessing of the elemental rune circuit, and had previously fought with the dragon, the ghost group and the cloud, and her condition had been greatly damaged. Even so, it was a perfect fusion of the physique of the leader of the delusion beast and the 7th level elemental spirit, and it was still very strong. After Yun forcibly took away Lilia's elemental rune circuit, she entered a short state of weakness, and was soon suspended by a wind element. She didn't rush to attack Gao Yang, not because she wanted to give Gao Yang and Yun time to say goodbye. It was because she also needed some time to readapt to her physical state after losing the blessing of the rune circuit. She had just recovered part of her state when Gao Yang let out a mournful cry, and a wave of energy ripples shook his body. Lilia could feel that he had become much stronger. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Gao Yang did not attack Lilia immediately, but behaved strangely. After putting down Yun's body, he took out a candy wrapped in tin foil from his pocket, carefully opened the tin foil, and the white candy inside had turned into powder. He opened his mouth, put the crumbed candy into his mouth, chewed it slowly, and was reluctant to spill a little bit. After swallowing the candy, he stood up and looked up at Lilia, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Swoosh! Gao Yang teleported in front of Lilia. A circle of flames wrapped around his fist. The temperature reached 1,500 degrees Celsius, close to the melting point of steel, and ordinary flesh would be melted just by touching it. Lilia was not an ordinary body, but she was no longer immune to all elements after losing the elemental angel, so she did not take the punch rashly. She moved back quickly to avoid Gao Yang's fist. Boom! Although Gao Yang's flaming fist did not hit Lilia, the flames wrapped around his fist turned into a tongue of fire very flexibly, and rushed towards Lilia. Yes, Gao Yang can already accurately control the flow of flames around him. Lilia was caught off guard. She reacted very quickly, and dodged to the side again, when she was engulfed by the flames. The flowing flames followed Lilia around the corner, and tracked her for a distance, before dissipating reluctantly. Lilia's cheek lost the protection of the elemental clothing, and a pink burn appeared. Gao Yang did not stop. He approached Lilia again with teleportation. This time, both of his fists were scorching. Lilia stopped dodging. It would be disadvantageous for her to continue to consume. She was not afraid of Gao Yang, but the dragon and Qilin, who would wake up at any time. Even if the plan of hell poison failed, as long as she could kill the dragon and Qilin before they recovered, she would eventually have the strength to eliminate all awakened people and humans. While Gao Yang was not proficient in the use of his own moves, and his overall combat power was slightly inferior to her current state, she must kill him immediately and regain the elemental rune. She opened the purple eye between her eyebrows, and instantly released all the remaining energy in her body. Lilia's body immediately rippled with 5 elemental powers: blue wind, blue fire, purple thunder, white ice, and scarlet light. They turned into energy, spun rapidly around Lilia, and continuously gathered in Lilia's hands. The remaining elemental power built a translucent elemental wall behind Lilia to prevent Gao Yang from teleporting behind him. Gao Yang knew very well that he had no option to evade and retreat. This punch was the final decisive battle. In an instant, all the flames on Gao Yang's body disappeared, and he also gathered all his energy into his right fist. Flame Fist. Gao Yang, who teleported over, punched Lilia. Elf Light. Lilia's hands emitted the power of the 5 elements, turning into a huge and gorgeous elemental light, rushing towards Gao Yang. Boom! The red flames and the colorful elemental light collided with each other. In an instant, the streets at the entire intersection turned pale, and the strong elemental wind swept away, carrying various elemental energies everywhere, with flames, ice crystals, lightning and sharp light element fragments everywhere. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang's flame disappeared first. Lilia's fairy light swallowed him whole and rushed out. Boom! Gao Yang flew dozens of meters and hit a car on the side of the road heavily, with the car body deeply dented. Ding-dee-ding. The car issued a shrill alarm. Gao Yang was covered with bruises and bleeding, and the wounds were full of elemental particles. The whole person had fainted. Lilia's chest rose and fell violently, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She calmed down, and 3 seconds later, she quickly moved to Gao Yang's side. She stretched out her right hand, grabbed Gao Yang's neck, and slowly lifted him up. Gao Yang's face was severely burned, his mouth was full of blood, and the eyeball of one eye had melted with the eyelid, and he couldn't open it at all. The other eye was slightly squinted, barely able to see Lilia clearly. No, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight. Gao Yang used his last strength, raised his right hand, tried to make a fist, and wanted to swing at Lilia. Puff. Without the slightest hesitation, without giving any chance, Lilia's left hand inserted into Gao Yang's chest. Hiss. Lilia took out Gao Yang's heart. Puff, puff, puff. The bright red heart was still beating in Lilia's hand. When the extreme pain appeared, Gao Yang's feeling became blurred and distant. He didn't even feel the pain anymore, and he didn't have the strength to wail without dignity anymore. His hands fell down, and he looked at his heart with one half-closed eye. It is said that there will be a revolving lantern before a person dies. However, Gao Yang's mind only flashed a meaningless thought. So my heart looks like this, so ugly. Bang. Lilia crushed Gao Yang's heart. Chapter 385. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. It's so noisy, can't you let me sleep for a while? Gao Yang was sleepy and tired, just wanted to sleep, but he kept hearing the crying of a little girl. He was annoyed, but he couldn't ignore it. Finally, he sighed, opened his eyes, and was immediately surprised. It turned out that he was not sleeping in his bed, but lying in a dark world. He immediately stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. Woo woo. The crying of the little girl came again. Click. Suddenly, a light bulb not far away lit up, illuminating a corner of the darkness. Gao Yang walked towards the light and gradually saw clearly that there was a child's bed, a wardrobe, a closed door and windows. Because there were no walls, it was dark all around, and the windows and doors seemed to be floating in the air. On the floor next to the child's bed, a little girl was sitting. She looked only 3 or 4 years old, very thin and malnourished. She had messy silver hair, wore a loose red skirt that didn't fit her well, and held a patched rag doll in her hands, crying sadly and helplessly. What's wrong with you? Gao Yang approached the little girl. The little girl stopped crying, sniffed her red nose, raised her big red eyes swollen from crying, and looked at Gao Yang. My sister is gone, I'm so scared. Where did my sister go? Gao Yang asked. The little girl shook her head. My sister said she would go home before dark, but she hasn't come home yet. Gao Yang comforted her. My sister will definitely come back, don't worry. Yeah. The little girl nodded and looked at Gao Yang again. Big brother, who are you? Me. Gao Yang was stunned, and he actually forgot his name. Your name is Gao Yang, right? The little girl spoke. Gao Yang was shocked. Yes, my name is Gao Yang. How do you know my name? The little girl wiped her tears and smiled shyly. You are my friend, my future friend. I sometimes dream about you. Friend? Gao Yang was stunned, and suddenly, he also reacted. Ah, you are Chushua when I was a child. Yeah. Chushua smiled happily. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It's my sister? Chushua stood up happily and ran to the door. She opened the door without walls, and behind the door, it was not dark, but a bright world. This door seemed to connect to time and space. Standing outside the door was not Chushua's sister Bailu, but a little boy wearing a white t-shirt, denim shorts and sandals, with a blue insect net on his shoulder. For snow, let's go catch cicadas. The little boy smiled happily. Gao Yang was startled. Isn't this me when I was a kid? The little boy also found Gao Yang. He was confused at first, then showed an innocent and friendly smile. Big brother, do you want to go with me? Gao Yang smiled. Okay. Gao Yang slowly walked to the door, and saw the world outside the door clearly. It was a familiar yard, where many children were playing. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. The afternoon breeze blew through the lush camphor trees, rustling and cicadas chirping. Don't run around, we have dinner soon. Faintly, he could hear the voice of the dormitory aunt. This was the orphanage where he lived when he was a kid. Gao Yang was anxious and quickened his pace. No! Just as Gao Yang was about to step out of the door, Chushua, who was already standing outside, shouted. Chushua held the little boy's hand and looked at Gao Yang seriously. You can't come out. Why? Gao Yang really missed his childhood and really wanted to go catch cicadas with them. Gao Yang, have you forgotten? Chushua said seriously. What? You're dead. Chushua blinked, not sad. You were killed. In an instant, all memories returned. Yes, I'm dead. Although I and everyone else made the greatest efforts and fought with our last breath, we still couldn't change our fate. I'm dead, and my heart was taken out and crushed by Lilia. Everything is over. Yes, I'm dead. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. It's okay, Gao Yang. The little girl still held Gao Yang's hand as a child, standing outside the door in the backlight. We are good friends, and good friends will not let friends die. But only this time, next time, I can't protect you anymore. Gao Yang was speechless. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared, leaving only the door in front of him and the world behind the door. Even the world at the door disappeared, leaving only a white light that was about to swallow everything. The little boy and the little girl waved to Gao Yang. At this time, the little boy who was about to disappear in the white light looked at Gao Yang and smiled slightly. Big brother, please forgive me. Never look back again. Lilia crushed Gao Yang's heart and reached out to search for the elemental runes on Gao Yang's body. Snap. Just 2 seconds later, Gao Yang's broken right hand, which had fallen limply, suddenly lifted up and grabbed Lilia's wrist. Lilia was shocked. How is this possible? Gao Yang's empty chest began to repair, and a heart grew out of his flesh and blood, a red heart covered with a strange and beautiful black curse. The curse power in Chushua's body can revive life once. Gao Yang has half of Chushua's curse in his body. This is the mysterious energy that the system detected in his body at the beginning. Now, this energy has been successfully triggered. In a blink of an eye, the bones and blood outside the heart were also repaired. Even the other wounds on Gao Yang's body and face healed quickly. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and golden light filled his eyes. Luck upgrade. Level 4 luck, attribute value cap reaches 1000. Possessing the power of enlightenment, can temporarily change all attribute points except luck, not subject to attribute cap, duration 10 seconds, activation interval 48 hours. Teleport upgrade. Level 5 teleport, can flash 15 meters, use time interval, 0.7 seconds. Level 5 teleport permanent attribute bonus, strength plus 700, agility plus 1300. Additional effect, can penetrate special obstacles and walls, except for barriers and fields. Flame upgrade. Level 5 flame, mental power plus 650, charm plus 130. Maximum temperature reaches 2100 C, self-immune to ordinary flame damage. Flame fist power doubled. Copy upgrade. Level 5 copy, can copy all talents after serial number 10. Copy method, touch the other party's body for 0.6 seconds. Copy quantity, 2 storage time, 8 hours. Use time, 20 seconds. Interval time, 4 hours. Level 5 copy permanent attribute bonus, Spirit plus 700, Charm minus 200. Attribute version update. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 1013 agility, 1610. Spirit, 1332 charm, 391. Luck, 813 Gallion expressionless. It's my turn. Lilia instantly felt a strong enough force to tear apart her murderous aura and will. She wanted to retreat, but Gallion still grabbed Lilia's wrist. Lilia didn't hesitate at all. Her other hand quickly released Gao Yang's neck, turned into a sharp blade, and slashed at her left hand. She was willing to break her arm to escape from Gao Yang. It was too late. Bang! Gao Yang's fist hit Lilia's chest at a very fast speed. Nothing. Lilia's body flew out. At the moment of flying out, she resisted the pain of her heart being almost shattered, and slightly pressed her fingers, trying to summon elements to protect herself. Gao Yang flashed to Lilia's side again. Lilia's purple eyes between her eyebrows showed incredible fear. Why his movements were so fast, this speed, this power, even when Lilia was in the best state, I am afraid it would be slightly inferior. Lilia would never know the answer again, because Gao Yang activated the power of enlightenment. Within 10 seconds, his temporary attributes are as follows: physical strength, 1 endurance, 1. Strength, 1902 agility, 1610. Spirit, 1831 charm, 1. Luck, 813 flame fist. Gao Yang's clenched right fist, with huge flame energy, hit Lilia's chest. This punch directly shattered flesh and bones, and hit Lilia's chest. Roar. A huge flame dragon roared angrily, biting Lilia and rushed into the night sky, leaving a bright red trail, like a flying meteor, illuminating the entire city, as if it was going to burn a hole in the sky. At that moment, the blood moon was eclipsed in front of it. 10 seconds later, the flame dragon slowly disappeared in the night sky. Lilia also disappeared. Her body had long been gone, and she turned into air. The leader of the delusion beast finally died. The awakener Lilia was dead. Gao Yang stood in place, and his attribute values were restored. He panted, his almost blind eyes slowly felt the light and color, his almost deaf ears also heard the sharp car alarm, and his almost numb face gradually felt the wind with the smell of burnt and blood. Gao Yang returned to this world, but his mind was still blank. He sat down slowly and crossed his legs. In front of him was a mess of streets, roads, urban facilities, houses, none of which was intact, as if they had been bombed by countless missiles. Gao Yang closed his eyes and sat quietly motionless, like a stone. After an unknown amount of time, the blood moon above his head disappeared, and the blood mist on the ground completely dissipated. Gao Yang felt something, and slowly opened his eyes. The first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon at the end of the street. That orange-red dawn warmly hit Gao Yang's face. In fact, after the battle, Gao Yang felt extremely tired, but he held on, and could not faint no matter what. It was for this moment. Finally, it was dawn. The Scarlet Tide was over. Humanity did not perish. Gao Yang closed his eyes with peace of mind. Now, he just wanted to sleep, a deep sleep. This was the longest sleep in his life, except for death. Chapter 386. B-City 4 Gao Yang tried to flap his wings to prevent himself from falling into the depths of nothingness. He suddenly realized that he had turned into a white butterfly without knowing when. It should be a dream. Gao Yang thought so, without much fear or anxiety in his heart. He continued to flap his wings and flew forward. His vision gradually became clearer, and light appeared around him. Gao Yang turned his head, and saw clearly that it was a white wall. To be precise, it was a white wall with a dreamy white light constantly flowing and jumping on the surface. It looked infinitely high, infinitely long, boundless, and endless, as if it was a great wall standing in the universe. On the other side opposite it, there was also a black wall. It also looked infinitely high and infinitely long, with strange black energy surging and boiling on the surface. Gao Yang had never seen anything so dark. He stared at the dark wall and felt dazed. Although he was far away, he felt that his body and soul would be completely sucked into the black wall in the next second. The two giant walls standing in the universe were parallel, forming an incredible cosmic corridor, and in the middle of the corridor was a very wide river. It was not quite accurate to call it a river, because thick dark brown liquid flowed on its surface, more like a swamp full of depravity and evil things. The swamp looked very cold, but it was boiling, and disgusting bubbles would gurgle from time to time, and then click and break. Not only that, there were many deep red eyes floating on the swamp, of different sizes. The big one might be as big as a whale, and the small one was only as small as a shrimp. The black and white walls were reflected in their eyes, which opened and closed frequently. In addition to the densely packed eyes, pale arms would occasionally stretch out from the swamp, desperately and futilely fishing for something, like a drowning person trying to grab a life-saving straw, but in the end, he just sank again. Gao Yang flapped his wings hard, fearing that he would fall into this terrible river. However, this river was like the black and white corridors on both sides, extending infinitely and without an end. Gao Yang flew for a long time. He felt more and more tired. His wings were heavy. He just wanted to find a place to rest. Thank God, an island finally appeared in the middle of the river ahead. Looking closely, he found that it was not an island, but a towering tree growing in the swamp. The roots of the tree should be at the bottom of the river. The gray-white trunk grows out of the river. The lush branches are full of long leaves. They fall down in clusters, like a big waterfall on the cliff, separated by rugged rocks, forming countless gray-white small waterfalls. What a big tree! It feels like it is 10 times bigger than the tree I saw in the time and space symbol cave before. This is not a tree, it is simply a tree city. Gao Yang sighed and flew over slowly. Soon, he was surprised. What was hanging on the branches was not a long gray leaf, but gray-white hair. These hairs were wrapped around the branches in clusters, slowly wriggling like snakes. Gao Yang felt numb, but the weirdness was not just that. The trunk and branches of this tree were full of people. Most of the people only had a vague outline, as if they were covered by a thick layer of bark that looked like a gray film, while some people broke through that film and had clear faces and bodies, but their skin was still incomplete, and they could vaguely see bright red muscles and fine veins. The closer Gao Yang got to the tree, the more frightened he became. He wanted to turn around and fly away, but he really had no strength left and felt that his body was about to fall apart. It seemed that he had only two choices: to live on the tree or to sink into the river full of eyes and pale hands. Gao Yang finally chose to live on this big tree. Gao Yang flew to a large tree trunk and hung vertically on a slowly moving strand of hair. His body was very light and almost weightless, so he did not attract any attention or attack. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, wake up! A girl's voice came. Gao Yang was startled and he looked closely. The branches beside her suddenly split open in both directions, and a young girl's face emerged from the gap. Although there were still some parts of her face without skin, revealing bright red muscle tissue, her face was relatively intact compared to other people. She was about 13 or 14 years old, with long brown-red hair like seaweed, a full and smooth forehead, narrow gray-blue eyes, slightly wide-set eyes, and a pure wildness. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! She kept shouting. Her voice was extremely excited, and the sound spread in the lonely space. As she shouted, she struggled to break free from the restraints, and her body below the neck gradually emerged from the bark, revealing the outline of the girl's body, but it was still wrapped in a thick layer of gray film, and it seemed that it could not be completely removed. Gao Yang had realized that the girl was not talking to him, so he did not respond and waited and watched. Hiss hiss hiss. Soon, the branch next to the brown-haired girl also cracked, and another girl of 13 or 14 years old poked her head out. She had evolved more completely, and her face was smooth and flawless. She had smooth and bright black hair, a pair of deep and moving black eyes, exquisite features, and smooth and subtle facial lines. She was a beauty at first glance. Although she was very young, she no longer had the innocence and childishness of a girl on her face, but more of the melancholy and calmness that only adults have. What's the matter? The beautiful black-haired girl's voice was cold, and there was a hint of boredom. I'm telling you, I just dreamed again. The brown-haired girl with narrow eyes and gray-blue eyes shouted excitedly. Really? The black-haired girl said perfunctorily. I dreamed that I was a high school student. You know high school students, right? They are students of a certain era. I know. The black girl interrupted. She didn't want to hear any more nonsense. The most handsome man in the school openly pursued me, saying that he fell in love with me at first sight and asked me to be his girlfriend. I said I would think about it, but he didn't give me time to think about it. He pushed me against the wall and did a waldong to me. You know what a waldong is? I know. The black-haired girl dragged out the ending tone to express her impatience. Ha ha, my heartbeat quickened, thumping. The brown-red-haired girl smiled like a fangirl. He is so handsome. Seeing that he was about to kiss me, I slowly closed my eyes. Guess what happened? You can say it or not. The black-haired girl yawned lazily and shrank back. The gray film on her body slowly wrapped around her. She seemed to be planning to hide in the branches again. Hey, 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 don't listen to me. The brown-red-haired girl said anxiously. Who knew that I didn't wait for a passionate kiss, but waited for a knife? That male god actually stabbed a knife into my chest, and he also said to me, "I'm sorry, I'm an awakener." I beep. The brown red-haired girl was too deep into the play, and her emotions became more and more excited. Her chest, which was bound by the gray film, rose and fell violently. How could he do this? He actually used a beauty trap on me. So cunning, the awakened are really not good. When I get over, I'm going to kill them all. Stop noisy. At this time, a girl emerged from the branches below the two girls. The girl looked about 11 or 12 years old, with short blonde hair and emerald green eyes. She was obviously growing very slowly, and most of her face was skinless, revealing dark brown muscle tissue. Despite this, it can still be seen that her face was pretty and delicate, and she was also a beauty. When are you going to get out? You just disturb my sleep all day long. The blonde girl was annoyed and fierce. It's almost time, it will be our turn soon. The brown red-haired girl said proudly, looking down at the grumpy blonde girl. Don't miss us too much after the sisters are gone. Chapter 387. What the hell? The blonde girl was still sullen and irritable when she woke up. But I'm tired of this crappy place. I really want to go there soon. Hey, when we get there, let's continue to be friends. The brown-haired girl suggested excitedly. She put her finger on her chin. Well, let me think about it. We can open a coffee shop. What is a coffee shop? The blonde girl interrupted. No way, you haven't dreamed of a coffee shop? The brown-haired girl with narrow eyes was a little surprised. Coffee is a drink, black, and most of the time it tastes very bitter. The black-haired girl explained lightly. A coffee shop is a place that specializes in making coffee. What does bitter taste like? The youngest blonde girl continued to ask. Her sense of taste had just appeared not long ago. In her dream, she had only tasted sweetness and sourness, and she liked sweetness. It tastes very strange. The black-haired girl tasted coffee in her dream. She pretended to be indifferent. Some people like it, some people hate it. I don't feel anything. Hey, don't interrupt. Let me continue. The brown red-haired girl took back the topic. The three of us opened a coffee shop. We worked in the coffee shop during the day, and at night, we became handsome female thieves, specializing in stealing precious works of art. Then, a stupid policeman kept trying to catch us, but he couldn't catch us every time. He was fooled by us and fell in love with me in the end. Ha ha ha. Boring. It must be another boring story written by a human. The blonde girl was not interested at all. Soon, her eyes lit up, and she showed an expression of infinite yearning. Wait for me to go over there, and I must complete the master's mission. TSK, missions and such are boring. The brown red-haired girl poured cold water on him with a look of disdain. Besides, where do you get your confidence from? The sisters are so powerful, but they all failed. Why do you think you can succeed? I'm different, I'm the most special. The blonde girl said proudly. I dreamed of the master, and he said that I'm the most special. Oh, what a coincidence. I also dreamed that the master said that to me. The brown red-haired girl with narrow eyes laughed evilly. The master wouldn't say that to everyone, right? Wow, isn't this the Sea King? You know what the Sea King is. You're lying. The blonde girl was angry. You dare to blaspheme the master. You will definitely fail, and you will definitely be punished by God. Humph, I'm not afraid. The brown red-haired girl looked fearless. She looked at the black-haired girl next to her. Hey, have you ever dreamed of the master? The black-haired girl shook her head. No. Never? The brown red-haired girl was a little surprised. Never. The black-haired girl answered again, neither sad nor happy. How pitiful, abandoned by the owner. The blonde girl was a little gloating. Really? The black-haired girl smiled faintly, and wanted to say something. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, and looked at the top of the brown-haired girl's head. On a strand of gray hair, there was a butterfly flashing faint white. Butterfly. The black-haired girl's faint tone revealed a hint of joy. Ah? What? The brown-haired girl didn't react. I saw a butterfly, the black-haired girl said. In a dream? The blonde girl also became interested. She heard that butterflies are beautiful, but she has never dreamed of them. No, right here, right now, it's so beautiful. The black-haired girl smiled slightly. Gao Yang could hardly imagine that she, who was as cold as ice, could smile so gently. Gao Yang even felt a sense of inexplicable intimacy. Soon, Gao Yang came to his senses, and was surprised. She could actually see me. I thought they couldn't see me. No, I can't stay here. Gao Yang flapped his wings, and decided to fly away. Swish. Suddenly, a pale hand stretched out from nowhere, grabbed Gao Yang, and crushed him. September 23rd, Number 15 Middle School, Shanxing District, Liqing. Number 15 Middle School is an art high school in Liqing. In addition to ordinary classes, it also has art classes and music classes. In the evening, after the afternoon classes, students have an hour of rest time. Boarding students cannot go out, but day students can leave school and go home for dinner. Not long after the bell rang, students kept pouring out of the school gate of Number 15 Middle School. They were in groups of 3 or 5, and some were pushing bicycles. They were all going home for dinner or looking for food in nearby restaurants. If you move quickly enough, you can save at least half an hour of free time to go shopping with friends in nearby bookstores, snack shops, milk tea shops, boutiques, and even internet cafes. At the school gate, a slender, fair-skinned, and pretty girl walked among the crowd leaving the school. She wore a white shirt, a navy blue pleated skirt, white socks, and square-toed leather shoes. It was obviously a school uniform, but she looked youthful and lively, like a sweet girl in a love song MV. She carried a heavy large drawing board on her back, which made her already slender figure even more petite, and added a sense of pity. Her hair had grown long and tied into 2 ponytails, revealing her fair cheeks and thin neck, like a porcelain doll. Her eyes were big and dark, and she had a lovely oval face, but she was shrouded in a sense of alienation that kept strangers away, which was quite a contrast. Gao Xinxin, a boy with a flat head, glasses, and a few pimples on his forehead trotted over, exuding a bookish shyness. He tried to be enthusiastic and natural. Come home for dinner. This man's name was Guanghuan, and he was Gao Xinxin's classmate, and he was secretly in love with Gao Xinxin. Although it was called a secret love, it was not a secret. After all, half of the boys in Gao Xinxin's class fell in love with Gao Xinxin at first sight, from the first day of military training. One more or one less of him in the secret love army would not make a difference. Gao Xinxin didn't even look at Guanghuan. She held the strap of the drawing board with one hand, and lowered her head to hurry on. Let's go to the hospital. Hospital, haha, what a coincidence, we're on the same way. Guanghuan's smile was already a little awkward, and the whole person became cramped. Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten yet. I know a very delicious oil splash noodle restaurant, I treat you. Guanghuan. Gao Xinxin stopped and turned back coldly, looking at Guanghuan's eyes, like an elder looking at a naive little kid. His heart seemed to be seen through by her. Go after someone else, you're not my type. Gao Xinxin thought for a moment and added, besides, I don't have time for premature love. This sentence was not a lie. Grandma died, her brother became a vegetable, and her father was still in a wheelchair. Now, she and her mother are the only ones at home. After finishing the funeral of her grandmother, and paying for her brother's medical expenses and hospitalization fees, the family was already stretched to the limit. Of course, there is also my brother's college tuition, which my mother has kept because the university still retains his student status, and my mother will never give up her son. After the accident, my mother also found a job. Gao Xinxin went to school while continuing to be a grass-growing girl, frantically accepting promotions from stores, and even changed her ID name from Xinxin Sword Against the Sky to Everything Will Be Fine. In fact, her final choice to join the art class is also related to her hobbies. With a solid foundation in art, she will have more advantages in making up, taking pictures, and matching clothes in the future. It is not easy to be a grass-growing girl now, and everyone is very competitive. Now, Gao Xinxin is very short of money. In addition to studying every day, the thing she thinks about most is how to make money. Ha. Guanghuan didn't expect Gao Xinxin to be so direct. He touched his head awkwardly. I don't mean that. I just want to make a friend. I don't need friends. Gao Xinxin turned around and walked forward again. I'm busy, you can find someone else. Chapter 388. Gao Xinxin quickened her pace, walked to the bus stop not far away, and stood beside the bus stop. The golden sunset was so gentle, but the girl looked sad and lonely. Guanghuan's heart hurt. Yes, he liked Gao Xinxin. On the first day of school, when he saw her in the crowd of military training, he was deeply attracted to her. Why? Because she was so beautiful, but she always frowned and looked bitter, not happy at all. She seemed to be carrying a lot of things. On the surface, she didn't care about anything, but in fact, she closed her heart and shackled herself to protect herself. Beautiful and sad, proud and sensitive, literary and mysterious. Everything about Gao Xinxin made Guanghuan intoxicated. She was the 100% girl in his life. Guanghuan wanted to get close to her, wanted to understand her, and wanted to really walk into her inner world. Her family conditions must not be very good, and perhaps she had encountered a big change. She must have lived a very hard life, just like the beautiful and strong wild lily, silently enduring the wind and rain, silently longing for love and warmth, silently waiting for the person who truly understands her, comprehends her, and appreciates her. Woo! The sexy and flamboyant sound of the car engine interrupted Guangwan's thoughts. He looked up and saw a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan at the end of the road. In the driver's seat of the sports car sat a handsome blonde boy. In a blink of an eye, the sports car stopped at the side of Gao Xinxin's road. The blonde boy took off his sunglasses and waved to Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin got into the car expressionlessly and slammed the door. Woo! A few seconds later, the sports car sped away and disappeared at the end of the road, leaving only the lingering sound of the engine. Guangwan stood there, dumbfounded. Wait! What happened just now? I seem to have encountered something incredible. In the speeding sports car, both of them were silent. Wang Zikai was a little embarrassed and took the initiative to bring up the topic. I have paid your brother's hospitalization fee last month. Okay, I will pay you back next month. Gao Xinxin's voice was too polite. I said you don't have to pay it back. Gao Yang is my brother, and I have to do my part. Gao Yang is my brother and my relative. Gao Xinxin interrupted coldly. I will take good care of him. I appreciate your kindness. Gao Xinxin. Wang Zikai had a headache and sighed helplessly. Why do you have to do this? Gao Xinxin stopped talking. During the days when her brother was in a coma, she didn't know what was wrong with her. She was just holding back her anger and didn't know who she was competing with. Later, she realized that she was fighting against life and fate. A good family, just one night, lost their grandmother forever, and their brother fell into a coma and became a vegetable. All this was because of a damn natural gas pipeline explosion. In the early morning of June 23rd, a street collapsed, causing many houses to collapse and natural gas explosions on the entire street, a serious fire, and hundreds of casualties. The rescue work lasted for 3 days, and during these 3 days, the citizens fell into great grief. For a long time, this incident was at the top of the social media list, and everyone kept discussing, questioning, and accusing it, but as time went by, it slowly disappeared from the public's view. After all, for most people, life has not been affected too much. But for the families of the victims, this pain and blow is a haze that will always hang over their heads, and it is unknown how many years it will take to completely dissipate. Among them is Gao Xinxin's family. Gao Xinxin's grandmother died in the disaster, and her brother was also in a coma. To this day, he has been lying in the hospital for 3 months. According to the investigation, the official roughly restored the course of events. Gao Xinxin's grandmother is old and sleeps less. She gets up early every morning and uses the senior citizen card to take the bus, go to the park for a walk, or go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. In the early morning of the day of the incident, the bus that the grandmother took happened to pass that street. After the explosion, the cars on the street rear-ended each other in a chain, and the grandmother was thrown out of the window and died on the spot. And Gao Yang, who was originally going to Wang Zikai's house to spend the night, also appeared on the bus for some reason. Gao Xinxin could only speculate that Gao Yang and Wang Zikai had played all night and went home early in the morning. Gao Yang happened to meet his grandmother who was going out, so he took the bus with his grandmother and encountered the explosion and car accident together. Gao Yang had some scars on his body, but none of them were serious. The doctor inferred that he might be in a deep coma caused by concussion. As for when he would wake up, it was uncertain, maybe a few days, or maybe a lifetime. Gao Xinxin's family understood what the doctor said. Gao Yang had become a vegetable. As her thoughts spread, Wang Zikai's sports car had stopped on the roadside opposite the hospital. Thank you. Gao Xinxin got out of the car with her drawing board on her back. Wang Zikai hesitated to say something, and finally did not get out of the car with her. Because of Gao Yang's special situation, Gao Xinxin applied to her class teacher as soon as she entered school. Every evening self-study time, she spent time with her brother in the hospital, gave him a rehabilitation massage, talked to him, went home to sleep late at night, and went to morning self-study early the next morning. Wang Zikai was idle every day, so he simply became Gao Xinxin's driver, picking up Gao Xinxin from school and sending her home at night. After all, it is not safe for a girl to walk at night. Gao Yang can't wake up now. His brother's sister is his sister, and Wang Zikai has the responsibility to take care of her. Wang Zikai sat in the car, looking at Gao Xinxin's somewhat lonely back following the crowd across the zebra crossing, and sighed. Gao Yang, why don't you wake up? What happened that night? Who made you like this? I must avenge you. I can now defeat the curse of Sleeping Beauty. We agreed to save the world together. You must not break your promise. Click. Gao Xinxin pushed open the light blue ward door. It was a double room, but the other bed was empty, and Gao Yang was the only one there. Gao Xinxin took off the drawing board on her back naturally, as if she had returned home, and placed it in the corner with the painting kit in her hand. She turned and walked to the window, half opened the blackout curtain, and the soft sunset flowed in, dyeing her face red. The evening breeze was filled with the coolness of autumn, and a faint smell of cooking smoke, ruffling her hair. Gao Xinxin stood at the window, facing the noisy and peaceful city outside the window, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, as if she was adjusting her mood, or praying for something. 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes, with a relaxed and happy smile on her face. Brother. Gao Xinxin walked briskly to the bedside. I'm here to see you. Chapter 389. Gao Yang was lying on the bed, wearing a loose blue and white vertical striped hospital gown. His face was slightly pale, his hair was longer, his bangs almost covered his eyes, and there was an 4 tube on the back of his hand. Because of his thinness, his skin was dry, and his veins were obvious. Let me tell you, your sister is very charming. I got another good guy card today. Gao Xinxin moved a small stool over, and sat down next to Gao Yang. Hee, it's only been a month since the start of school, and I've already got 3 good guy cards. Gao Xinxin was quite proud. She reached out, and pushed her brother's bangs to both sides. Brother, your hair is a little long. I cut it for you tomorrow. Haha, don't panic, I trim my bangs myself now, and my skills are almost as good as teacher Tony. Gao Xinxin said, leaning forward, grabbing one of Gao Yang's arms, and began to massage Gao Yang. The doctor has explained that vegetative patients need to massage the acupuncture points of the body more often to promote blood circulation. In addition, they should also move their muscles all over their bodies, and turn over frequently, to avoid local muscle atrophy and necrosis. Brother, Dad has decided to transfer all the shares of the food factory to Uncle Qing and withdraw completely. Gao Xinxin said while massaging Gao Yang. In fact, Dad's current situation can no longer run business like before. The pressure is all on Uncle Qing, which is very unfair to Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing is a very good person. He gave Dad a sum of money. Anyway, you don't have to worry about life. Moreover, Dad has also entered the training class for the disabled and will be able to work soon. We have always kept the university quota for you. We help you fill in the Liqing University and apply for the computer department. Anyway, you don't have any hobbies except playing games. Dad said that it is easy to find a job in the IT industry now. However, if you don't like it, you can change your major when the time comes. Gao Xinxin stood up and began to massage Gao Yang's right leg. She bent Gao Yang's right leg with some difficulty and carefully pressed the acupuncture points on his calf. By the way, Mom is no longer working part-time in the supermarket. She went to a gold shop as a shopping guide through a friend's introduction. Although the regulations there do not allow people over 35 years old, Mom has a good image and temperament, so the manager still made concessions. In short, everything is fine, don't worry. Gao Xinxin glanced at Gao Yang's feet and frowned. Brother, your toenails grow too fast. Oh, I didn't bring a nail clipper. I come to cut them for you tomorrow. Gao Xinxin kept talking like this, talking about whatever she thought of, and gave Gao Yang a full-body acupuncture massage. Then, she went to get a basin of warm water, wet a towel, wiped her brother's face and neck, and then changed to another basin of water and a towel, and wiped his body again. If it was inconvenient to clean, she would let Wang Zikai do it for her. After the meeting, it was already dark outside the window. Gao Xinxin put the toiletries into the wash basin, and put it back under the bed, then washed her hands, and turned around to close the curtains. She returned to her brother's bedside, rocked Gao Yang's bed, and took out a bottle of milk and a piece of toast from her school bag. This was Gao Xinxin's dinner. After drinking the milk and eating the toast, the dinner ended hastily. She wiped her mouth, took out her cell phone, and flipped through the novel she read yesterday. Brother, I continue reading to you tonight. Let me see where I was yesterday. Gao Xinxin sat down, coughed lightly, got into the mood, and read softly. You are beautiful, but you are empty. The little prince is still telling them that no one can die for you. Of course, my Rose, an ordinary passerby, thinks she is the same as you. But she alone is more important than all of you, because I watered her. Because I put her in the flower cover. Because I protected her with a screen. Because I killed the caterpillars on her body, except for 2 or 3 left to turn into butterflies. Because I listened to her complaints and self-praise, and sometimes I even listened to her silence. Because she is Gao Xinxin suddenly stopped reading halfway through the book. Her slightly open mouth was trembling, her eyes were wide open, and tears flowed uncontrollably, wetting her haggard face. Pound. Half an hour later, Wang Zikai pushed open the door of the ward with force. He rushed and panting and sweating. When he received Gao Xinxin's text message, Wang Zikai had just finished dinner and was driving to the hospital. Unexpectedly, he got stuck in a traffic jam at an intersection. He couldn't wait for a second, so he immediately opened the car door and ran to the hospital. At this moment, Wang Zikai's eyes were red and his face was ashen. He stared at Gao Yang, whose bed was covered with a white cloth, and his mind was blank. No, 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 no. He took a few steps forward, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Zikai looked painful. He shouted to Gao Xinxin beside him. How could this happen? I saw him in the afternoon, he was fine. Why did he suddenly just... Wang Zikai couldn't say the word death. Death can happen to anyone, even himself, but it can never happen to his good brother. Gao Xinxin stood beside Gao Yang's body, closed his eyes tightly, bit his lower lip hard, and couldn't say anything. Gao Yang. Wang Zikai screamed in pain. He rushed to the bedside, and pulled away the white cloth covering Gao Yang's face. Wake up for me. Do you hear me? Wake up now. Wang Zikai. Gao Xinxin finally spoke with a trembling voice. Doctor, the doctor said. My brother passed away peacefully, without pain. He died peacefully. He died without pain. Wang Zikai yelled at Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang can't die. Call a doctor immediately. He just has no heartbeat. Save him! If you can't save my brother, I will burn down this broken hospital. Wang Zikai, you don't do this. Gao Xinxin raised his hands and covered his face with force. Gao Yang. You can't die. I will never allow you to die. Wang Zikai grabbed Gao Yang's shoulders, and painful tears rolled down his face and dripped on Gao Yang's pale face. We are the 94 duo, we agreed to defeat those lizards together. Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, I'm not dead. Half an hour ago. When Gao Xinxin raised his head inadvertently, he found that his half-lying brother had woken up. Gao Yang was pale, half opened his lifeless eyes, and looked at Gao Xinxin weakly. After a long time, Gao Yang finally found a little strength, tried to smile, and asked in a hoarse voice, Why? Don't you read it anymore? Because she is. Gao Xinxin trembled all over, breathing rapidly, she sniffed, and insisted on finishing the sentence, because she is. My Rose. Brother. Gao Xinxin threw away her phone, rushed over, gently leaned in Gao Yang's arms, and burst into tears. Gao Yang also wanted to open his arms, hug his sister, and want to rub her hair, but he didn't have the strength for the time being. Gao Xinxin in his arms cried, Brother, brother, you finally woke up. I knew. You wouldn't abandon us, I knew. Let brother, look at you. Gao Yang squeezed out a sentence for a long time. Well? Gao Xinxin immediately sat back, wiped the tears from her face with both hands. She looked at Gao Yang, crying and laughing. Xinxin, Gao Yang said with his lips slightly parted, his tone full of heartache, You have lost a lot of weight. Chapter 390. At this time, the atmosphere in the ward was a little awkward. Wang Zikai, with tears streaming down his face, still tightly grasped Gao Yang's shoulders, and his expression of grief froze little by little. The development of the matter was too strange, and his brain with limited IQ really couldn't react for a while. Wang Zikai, I just woke up. Gao Xinxin asked me to pretend to be dead. I want to play a joke on you. Gao Yang smiled palely. It seems that I pretended to be a corpse very successfully. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Gao Xinxin, who covered her face with both hands, couldn't help laughing any longer, and laughed heartily. No, I'm so tired of holding back my laughter. Ha ha ha. Wang Zikai didn't laugh. He let go of Gao Yang's shoulders, stepped back dejectedly, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he slowly turned around and didn't speak for a long time. Gao Yang thought, Oh no, the joke is too big. At that time, he didn't approve of such jokes, but Gao Xinxin insisted on playing a trick on Wang Zikai. In fact, Gao Xinxin was a bit angry and vindictive, because Gao Xinxin always felt that Wang Zikai was also responsible for her brother's accident. If Wang Zikai hadn't asked Gao Yang to sleep at his house that night, Gao Yang might not have been in trouble. Of course, this kind of blame was completely unreasonable. Wang Zikai, I'm sorry. Gao Yang apologized hurriedly. Are you sick? Wang Zikai suddenly turned around and yelled at Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin. The brother and sister were stunned, and even the people passing by in the corridor outside the ward were shocked. Can this kind of thing be used as a joke? Wang Zikai reached out and wiped the tears on his face. Are you two brains filled with water? No, I think it's shit. It was just a joke. You don't have to be so angry. Gao Xinxin also felt that she had gone too far, and lowered her head in guilt, but she still subconsciously insisted. As for Wang Zikai suddenly felt aggrieved and shouted at Gao Xinxin, Gao Xinxin, I spend as much time with your brother as you do every day. I hope your brother can wake up more than you do. I, Wang Zikai, am not afraid of anything, and I never believe in ghosts and monsters, but I stupidly went to worship the Buddha and knelt for more than 3 hours, just asking the Buddha to bless Gao Yang. Wang Zikai's face turned red with anger. He took out a wooden amulet from his jeans pocket. I was like a fool to ask for a fortune and an amulet. Wang Zikai threw the amulet at Gao Yang. You are so good. The first thing you did after waking up was to collude with your sister to deceive me. Wang Zikai beat his chest and stamped his feet. Are you still a human being? Is this how you treat me as a brother? Gao Yang picked up the amulet on the bed sheet. It was a rectangular sandalwood plate with the words Gao Yang engraved on the front, and peace engraved on the back. Gao Yang's fingers holding the amulet trembled slightly, and his nose was a little blocked. Gao Yang always knew that Wang Zikai was good to him. But he really didn't expect that Wang Zikai could do this. Looking back at himself, he owed him too much. Gao Yang felt guilty, and he didn't care whether he was being pretentious or not, and said seriously, Wang Zikai, I'm sorry, I apologize to you, you are so worried about me, but I lied to you, I am really a piece of shit. Thank you for taking care of me and Xinxin during this time, I will definitely repay this kindness. Wang Zikai had a gloomy face, and was still very angry. After 5 or 6 seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. Ha ha ha, you were fooled by me. Ha ha ha. This time it was Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin's turn to be dumbfounded. This amulet is given for drinking 10 cups of milk tea. Wang Zikai was still laughing. Ha ha ha, look at how nervous you were just now, ha ha. Gao Yang was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You are so good, Wang Zikai, you will definitely take revenge, right? After a long while, Wang Zikai was tired of laughing. He looked at Gao Yang again, his face full of joy, and a trace of childishness flashed in his eyes. Hey, do you still count what you just said? What did I say? Gao Yang pretended to be stupid. Repay me. Don't try to deny it. I heard everything. Wang Zikai was very excited. Okay, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Wang Zikai grinned, then play games with me for a week. That's it? Gao Yang thought he had heard it wrong. Yes. Wang Zikai was very proud. Don't think it's easy, it's calculated by the day, and you can come whenever you are called. Unless there are special circumstances, you must not miss me. Do you understand? Yes. Gao Yang tried to cheer up. And you? Wang Zikai glared at Gao Xinxin. You must call me Brother Kai when you see me in the future, and you are not allowed to be disrespectful. Do you hear me? Yes. Gao Xinxin stuck out her tongue. At this time, Gao Xinxin's cell phone rang. She took it, hummed a few times, hung up the phone, and looked at Wang Zikai. Wang. Brother Kai, my father and mother will be at the hospital gate soon. My father is inconvenient to sit in a wheelchair. Can you go and help? Humph, you just lied to me, and you still have the nerve to order me around. Wang Zikai pretended to be angry and crossed his hands. Okay, Brother Kai, I'm sorry. Gao Xinxin began to act like a spoiled child, deliberately using a clipped tone. I know Brother Kai is the best and loves me the most. Stop. Don't do that to me, I'm getting goosebumps. Wang Zikai walked out of the ward with a look of disgust. After closing the door, only the brother and sister were left in the ward. After a short silence, Gao Xinxin looked up and looked at Gao Yang seriously. Brother, you just woke up. I didn't want to tell you at first, for fear of irritating you, but after thinking about it, I still think I should let you know as soon as possible. Gao Yang was silent, knowing what Gao Xinxin was going to say. Grandma, she's gone. Although it had been 3 months since the incident, Gao Xinxin couldn't stop feeling sad when she mentioned her grandmother, and her eyes were red again. Gao Yang pretended to be surprised at first, and then he was truly sad. While Gao Yang was trying to digest this delayed sadness, he listened to Gao Xinxin's brief account of the disaster that killed hundreds of people. The road collapsed, causing the natural gas pipelines on the entire street to explode, triggering a series of car accidents and fires. Gao Yang was shocked and confused. Who was going to clean up the mess? All the awakened ones were unconscious due to the poison of hell, and they woke up one after another at dawn. They had no time, and no ability to carry out such a large and complicated cleanup work. Apart from anything else, it was impossible to just move the bodies of high-level beasts from all directions away from the city to one street. On the last night of the Scarlet Tide, all the dead high-level beasts and awakened ones were arranged in a large accident, and the traces of the battle were erased to deceive all the lost. Who can do such a thing? Gao Yang could only think of one possibility: Songdao. The places where fierce battles took place in various parts of the city must have quickly sunk into the ground, just like Gujiao village. Songdao then used some powerful 3D printing capabilities to reproduce these scenes, as if nothing had happened, and the street where the final battle with Lilia was directly disguised as a large-scale accident of collapse and gas pipeline explosion. Of course, there may be another person who can do it, that is Jiang Yi. He is the only remaining delusion beast, and as an observer, he did not appear in the end. However, Gao Yang still believes that Song Dao is more likely to deal with the aftermath. After all, once the Scarlet Tide ends, Song Dao's rules and constraints will regain the upper hand, and it is Song Dao's responsibility to maintain the basic order of the surface world. Brother? Gao Xinxin saw that Gao Yang was distracted. Are you okay? Gao Yang did not hide his confusion, and recalled it. I only remember that Wang Zikai and I stayed up all night in the internet cafe that night, and went home very early. As soon as I arrived at the community, I met my grandmother, and then I didn't remember anything. Gao Yang covered his head. My head hurts. Brother. Gao Xinxin suddenly became nervous. Don't force it, things are over, and remembering it won't change anything. Gao Yang nodded and stopped talking. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open, and my mother, my father in a wheelchair, and Wang Zikai who pushed the wheelchair stood outside the door. Yang. You're awake. My mother had her hair tied up, light makeup, and wore a red uniform and red high heels as a shopping guide in a gold shop, with a glittering gold-plated work badge on her chest. As soon as she saw Gao Yang waking up, she walked over quickly. She wanted to hug her son, but was afraid of bumping into him. Finally, she held Gao Yang's hands tightly with both hands, and hesitated to speak, with red eyes. Mom, Grandma is gone, my sister told me. Gao Yang took the initiative to speak. Mom couldn't hold it in any longer, so she covered her mouth and sobbed. Gao Xinxin beside her also cried softly, and her father wiped his tears silently. Wang Zikai was stunned at first, and hurriedly pushed Uncle Gao's wheelchair to Gao Yang's bedside. I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. Wang Zikai hurriedly left the ward and closed the door. Wang Zikai didn't really leave. He stood outside the ward door, listening to the crying and talking of the 4 people in the ward, and his eyes were red for a while. He sniffed, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and thought of his parents for the first time. Chapter 391. Wang Zikai's parents have been divorced for many years, and have formed new families. Occasionally, you can see their life photos on the social circle of mobile phones. Whether it is the younger brother on his father's side, or the younger sister on his mother's side, they have received elite education, are excellent in both character and learning, well-educated, polite, and have a promising future. Unlike Wang Zikai, who, in his father's words, is a prodigal son who can't help himself, he will not lack money in this life, and he has no expectations for him, just asking him not to cause trouble, not to cause chaos, and not to embarrass himself. Wang Zikai remembered when he was a child, his parents had not yet started a business or made a fortune, they were just small employees in a chemical factory, and the family of 3 lived in a small staff dormitory. Every evening, when Wang Zikai came home from school, he could see his father sitting on the sofa watching TV and his mother busy in the kitchen as soon as he opened the door. The familiar smell of rice was in the air, and the days were ordinary but warm. At that time, Wang Zikai also thought about going to school becoming a scientist when he grew up, and then getting married and having children, raising children, and honoring his parents. At that time, Wang Zikai still had a family. Wang Zikai was distracted when a doctor came over in a hurry. He had just finished the operation and heard that the vegetative patient, who had been in a coma for 3 months, had woken up, so he came over to check the situation. Wang Zikai immediately stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait a minute. What? The doctor was stunned. Wait a few minutes. It's not convenient now, Wang Zikai said. The doctor was stunned. At this time, he vaguely heard the crying of Gao Yang's family from the door of the ward. He nodded in understanding. Okay, I come back later. In the ward, Gao Yang's family hugged each other and cried happily, venting the sadness that had accumulated over the past few days. Soon, Gao Yang was examined by the attending physician and confirmed that he was fine, but he still had to stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time and undergo rehabilitation training at the same time. Late at night, his parents and sister all went home, the lights in the entire inpatient department were turned off, and Gao Yang went back to sleep. The ward was very quiet. The moonlight was bright, shining through the gap in the curtains, leaving a narrow white moonlight on the ceiling, like a wound in the dark. Gao Yang stared at the ceiling, recalling the scenes of the last night of the Scarlet Tide, and felt a trance, as if it was a dream. He remembered that after he resurrected and killed Lilia, he felt very, very tired, but he still persisted until dawn before he fell into a coma. He really didn't expect that he would sleep for 3 months. This should also be the price of resurrection. Enter the system. You have recently obtained 124 lucky points. No, it's been 3 months, and I have accumulated more than 2,000 points just by hanging up, right? Deep coma is close to death, not a normal survival state. You are too strict. Can't you be nicer to me? Other systems give various benefits, but you are so good, haggling with me all day long. I am just an objective reflection of your lucky talent and the numerical value of your ability, not a real cheat code. You have made a lot of progress, and you even know cheat codes. Forget it. Take a look at the attribute page. Physical strength, 466. Endurance, 473. Strength, 1003. Agility, 1560. Spirit, 1302. Charm, 371. Luck, 813. Weight, the attribute points are not right. It feels like they have become less. Every time you activate the power of enlightenment, 3% to 5% of the attribute value will be consumed. I mute. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Life is a play. We are together because of fate. If you get angry over trivial matters and get sick, no one can replace you. Exit system. Gao Yang took 4 or 5 deep breaths in a row before slowly calming down his intense emotions. Click. Suddenly, the door of the ward slowly opened. Gao Yang immediately became alert. He looked up and saw no one behind the door. Who? Gao Yang shouted, and his body prepared for the fight. At this time, a small thing appeared at the door, slowly flew towards Gao Yang, and stopped in the air 1 meter away from Gao Yang. Gao Yang saw clearly that it was a small hand-twisted salute. Bang! The salute exploded, spraying all kinds of colored paper and golden fragments towards Gao Yang. Surprise! The Qin holding the salute appeared. She stood by Gao Yang's bed, with a happy smile on her face, and her eyes were still a little red and swollen, as if she had cried. When she learned that the captain had woken up, she burst into tears of joy. However, she had to be happy to visit the captain now, and she couldn't be depressed. Gao Yang had guessed that it was Cantu, and smiled faintly. Are the others here too? Yes. Cantu nodded vigorously, staring at Gao Yang's face. She wanted to confirm again and again that the captain had woken up, and that she was not dreaming. Huixiong and Johan walked into the ward, each holding a fruit basket in their hands. Captain, you slept for a long time. Huixiong put the fruit basket on the bedside table. But I believe you will wake up. I bet you will wake up too. Johan narrowed his eyes and curled his lips slightly. Thanks to you, we each won 10 Jinwu coins. Hee, I made a lot of money this time. Kim laughed. Swish. The curtain was lifted, and Manshi jumped in from the side window, holding a bunch of white carnations in her hand. Manshi didn't say anything, and inserted the carnations into an empty vase in front of the windowsill. It seems that Manshi is the one who lost money. Gao Yang guessed it. Manshi put the flowers in place, turned back to look at Gao Yang, and said with a smile, It's not that I didn't think about coming here to secretly kill you. 30 Jinwu coins, that's my 2 months' salary. After all this time, my life is worth this little money. Gao Yang laughed at himself. How is it possible? Huixiong put his hands on his waist, and said with full energy, You are now the 6th boss in the strength rankings. Not to mention 30 Jinwu coins, 3,000 Jinwu coins are worth it. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't need to guess who the top 5 people in the current strength rankings are. Qilin, Long, Mr. Li, Qing Long, Dohu. Keep your voice down. Manshi said, This is a hospital, not your home. Good reminder. Huixiong looked at Manshi and said, You, go out and keep watch. We need to have a good talk with the captain. Why me? Manshi frowned, a little unhappy, in terms of his position in the team. Even if he, Manshi, cannot compare with Huixiong and Johan, doesn't he still have Cantu as a backup? It's not his turn anyway. You don't talk much anyway, so staying here will be a dull occasion, Huixiong said. Manshi couldn't refute for a while. He smiled coldly, put one hand in his pocket, walked out of the ward slowly, and closed the door. Captain, you are finally awake. We look forward to your awakening every day. Cantu sat down next to Gao Yang. Because the lights were not turned on, the light was dim. Cantu's big eyes blinked from time to time, shining with soft light. I slept too long. Gao Yang sighed slightly and looked at Hui Xiong. What happened in the past 3 months? A lot of things happened, but nothing serious. Hui Xiong took out a cigarette and was about to light it. He was stunned for a moment, took back the lighter, and the cigarette was just in his mouth. I don't know where to start for a moment. Hui Xiong also pulled a chair over and sat down. Captain, if you have anything to know, I will answer it. Gao Yang thought about it and asked the most concerned question. He said in a slightly deep voice, how many people died that night? Chapter 392. Gui Xiong and Johan exchanged glances, and a bitter smile appeared on their lips as expected. They had guessed that the captain would definitely ask about this after waking up, so they were prepared. Gui Xiong took out a folded paper from the chest pocket of his leather jacket, and said briefly, List. Gao Yang immediately realized that this was the list of deaths of the awakened that night. He took it, opened it, and immediately looked for the victims of the 12 zodiac signs. There was only one name below, Electric Mouse. Gao Yang was stunned, and his mood was extremely complicated for a while. Thank God, Qing Ling, Officer Huang and Fat Jun are fine. But Electric Mouse is dead. Gao Yang couldn't help but think of the scene when he first saw Electric Mouse, in an old arcade room, an old pervert, who dressed exaggeratedly, spoke frivolously, and was obsessed with taking advantage of Qing Ling. At that time, Gao Yang was very disgusted with Electric Mouse, even disgusted with it. Later, when he joined the organization, he saw his inhumanity, his hypocrisy, and his inferiority and loneliness hidden deep in his heart. During the trip to Neo Erdive, Gao Yang received another call from Dian Shu, who asked Gao Yang to treat Qing Ling well, and forced a love triangle regardless of whether Gao Yang and Qing Ling were willing or not. Then to the mutual slaughter and rebirth after the disaster in Werewolf. Unconsciously, Gao Yang's impression of Dian Shu has changed, and he has some feelings for him. Dian Shu, how did he die? Gao Yang was a little curious. Dohu was so strong, and there were cute sheep and dead pigs, but they couldn't save Dian Shu. I heard that the Dohu group encountered a beast named Wei, a very scary swordsman. Hui Xiong recalled the information he had. This Dian Shu seemed to have blocked the knife for Qing's snake, and his body was cut in half, and there was no way to save him. Gao Yang's heart twitched fiercely. The fingers holding the list unconsciously exerted force, and the fingertips turned white little by little. Electric Mouse, you are a real man. Gao Yang was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and looked down at the list of the Qilin Union. A total of 10 people died, including Ronnie, Jianghu and Baihu. Jianghu and Baihu elders. Gao Yang was surprised, also sacrificed. Jianghu and Wangshou died together. Ken's voice was a little low. White Tiger elder, he insisted to the last moment to protect the logistics department. In the next 2 minutes, Hui Xiong briefly explained the situation he learned. Gao Yang was silent, struggling to digest the heavy heart. Finally, Gao Yang looked at the death toll of the Baichuan group, a total of 36 people, including the clown, who had been on a mission with Gao Yang. The Baichuan group suffered the most serious losses. It seems that even if the hell poison stopped halfway, some weaker awakeners still failed to escape. Gao Yang sighed. How many of us are left? We, of course, refer to all awakened ones. Counting the new awakened ones, who appeared in the past 3 months, there are still 102 people in the 3 major organizations and individual players. Johan answered and added, this is the data collected by the Union, which is not absolutely accurate. Only half of the awakened people are left. Compared to the annihilation of the whole army predicted by Mr. Li, it is a blessing in disguise. Gao Yang nodded slightly. He mobilized the energy, and the death list in his hand immediately burned up, illuminating everyone's faces. Gao Yang waved his hand casually, and the burning list floated towards the trash can like a ball of ghost fire, and burned completely before falling into the trash can, turning into a small pile of ashes. Wow, it's like magic. Ken's face was full of novelty. Captain, can you accurately control the fire element? Yes, I'm level 5 flame. Gao Yang answered, and then thought of something. By the way, the runes on my body. Don't worry, they are not lost. Hui Xiong smiled and continued, according to my understanding, when you were unconscious, President Qilin, Elder Qilong, Long Dohu and others all woke up, and Song Dao had almost finished the aftermath. President Qilin and Long found you, and took away the rune circuit on your body. Who did you give the 3 runes to? Gao Yang asked. Johan's eyes flickered. The The three major organizations each got a piece. The space-time rune was given to the Qilin Union, the elemental rune was given to the 12 zodiac signs, and the poison rune was nominally given to the Baichuan group, but it must be jointly managed by the three major organizations. If the Baichuan group wants to use it, it must be supervised by the other two organizations. Gao Yang immediately thought of Qing Ling and Paho. The organization has the elemental rune, her metal and Paho's earth should have broken through to level 4. It's a pity that Wu Dahai had been looking for the elemental rune circuit to upgrade lightning, and even spent a lot of money to offer a reward, but he didn't get to use it until he died. Captain. Hui Xiong showed a subtle and sophisticated smile. We all know that you have a good relationship with some of your former colleagues in the Zodiac, but I still want to remind you that in the future, you must be careful to avoid suspicion. Gao Yang nodded. He felt that Hui Xiong had something to say. Hui Xiong, we are one family, just say it directly. Captain is really a straightforward person. Hui Xiong smiled. Okay, this is just my personal feeling. I thought that after the Battle of the Scarlet Tide, the three major organizations would be more united, but in the past 3 months, the situation seems to be the opposite. Actually, I have this feeling too, Johan said. Can blinked. Ah? Is that so? Why don't I feel it? Hui Xiong ignored Can and continued. Friends in the logistics department told me that the restrictions on rune transactions between organizations are particularly strict now, and other precautions are more than before. Gao Yang frowned slightly, feeling that this didn't make sense. Suddenly, Gao Yang was startled and grasped the key information. Because of the level 8 talent, now, Long, Qilin, and Mr. Li must all know the existence of the level 8 talent. So, the rune circuit is not only a tool to help the Awakener break through level 4, but also a powerful and terrifying killer weapon that must be guarded against. Is the spirit rune still in the hands of the Baichuan group? Gao Yang asked immediately. No, it is in the hands of the 12 zodiac signs. Hui Xiong said, the 12 zodiac signs exchanged auxiliary runes with the Baichuan group. The knowledge rune is still in the hands of our union, right? Gao Yang asked again. Yes. Kim was confused. Why is the captain asking this? Chapter 393. Gao Yang did not explain, but slowly went through the information in his head. He had been in a coma for too long, and his thinking was still a little slow. Currently, the Qilin Guild has 4 rune circuits: Miracle, Time and Space, Knowledge, Wisdom, Summon, Control. The Chinese Zodiac also has 4 rune circuits: Spirit, Element, Life, and Reinforcement. The Baichuan group has 3 rune circuits: Support, Damage, and Poison. The Poison rune can only be used under the joint supervision of the 3 parties. Qilin's talent is level 7 all things. The Chinese Zodiac and the Baichuan group will never let Qilin get the Spirit rune, and they must completely eliminate the possibility of him finding a way to upgrade to level 8 all things. But the Baichuan group did not have the ability to keep the Spirit rune, so they chose to exchange the Support rune with the Chinese Zodiac, which was the right choice. As for the Damage rune in the hands of the Baichuan group, they would definitely not exchange it with the Chinese Zodiac. Douhu's killing expert should have been upgraded to level 6 in the Battle of Scarlet Tide. As long as it is upgraded by 1 more level, it can try to successfully merge with the Damage rune to reach level 8. The Baichuan group must be on guard. Qilin Guild, with the Miracle rune and Knowledge rune in hand, naturally has to guard against Long's level 8 Dominant and Li's level 8 Prophet. Similarly, the Strengthening rune and Life rune of the 12 zodiac signs are to guard against the level 8 Infinite Evolution of the Azure Dragon Elder and the level 8 equivalent exchange of the Vermilion Bird. As for the Space-Time rune, Elemental rune and Summoning rune, there is no danger for the time being, because the owner of the talent has died, and no Awakener has yet comprehended these 3 talents. However, Qilin was willing to use 2 runes to exchange the Space-Time rune with the 12 zodiac signs, which is enough to prove that Qilin does not want the Space-Time rune to fall into the hands of others. The drunkard's time and space ghost is quite terrifying. If it really reaches level 8, it will definitely be a card that can determine the outcome and even fate. After thinking, Gao Yang slowly raised his head and found that Hui Xiong, Jiuhan, and Cantu were all looking at him. Why are you all looking at me? Gao Yang asked. For a moment, the 3 of them smiled tacitly. Captain, I feel that you have changed a little after sleeping, Cantu said cautiously. Hee, I feel the same way. Hui Xiong touched his thick beard chin. Is it because you have become stronger, so you have the aura of a big boss? Cantu should not mean this. Jiuhan said bluntly. The captain has less youthfulness and is more like an adult. Could it be that this is the legendary people do not grow up slowly, but grow up in an instant? Cantu smiled evilly. Don't make fun of me. Gao Yang smiled tiredly. I was in a coma for 3 months. It's reasonable that I feel a little different after waking up. I'm a little tired. You guys should go too. Don't stay too long. Okay, go back to the Union early. Everyone is waiting for you. Wei Xiong stood up. Captain, we leave first. Cantu was reluctant to leave, and suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, will the captain come to college? Of course. Gao Yang nodded. My family helped me fill out the application. Licheng University, Department of Electronic Computer Science. The school considered my special situation and reserved a place for me. Great, we are in the same school. Cantu couldn't hide his excitement. Captain will be my junior in the future. Hee. Senior sister will protect you. No respect. Wei Xiong patted Cantu's head lightly. Let's go. After the 4 people from Group 5 left, the ward became quiet again. Gao Yang leaned against the head of the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and was worried. Grandma left, and some companions also left, in exchange for a temporary peace in this foggy world. 7 Prophecies was postponed because of the Scarlet Tide, but the information that runes can raise talents to level 8 has intensified the defense and confrontation of the 3 major organizations. The civil war is probably still inevitable. However, there is still the biggest common enemy, the Sangmu cult, and this common survival problem has a 2-year deadline, so the civil war will not break out immediately. Gao Yang hopes to unite more than anyone else, but the 3 leaders may not think so. Long's ultimate goal is to open the door to the end. For this day, he can give everything and sacrifice everything. The ambitions of Qilin and Mr. Li are still a mystery, but they are obviously inconsistent with Long, otherwise, the defense between each other would not be so deep, especially between Qilin and Long. But if Qilin and Mr. Li's ultimate goal is not to open the door to the end, what will it be? Gao Yang can't imagine. As for Gao Yang's own ambition, it gradually becomes clear. That is to protect his family and companions at all costs, protect the important people around him, so that everyone can live safely. If this foggy world is about to be destroyed, then go find another world where they can survive. Therefore, Gao Yang and Long's goals, at least in opening the door to the end, are still the same. If the door to the end can be successfully opened, what is behind the door, and whether Gao Yang and Long's path can still be the same, it is not clear. Gao Yang sighed lightly. If you rely on others, people will run away, and if you rely on mountains, mountains will fall. You still have to rely on yourself. It's time to consider starting a new organization. At present, the people we can confirm are Prince Kai, Beast, Jingling, Officer Huang, Fat Jun, Gray Xiong, Can Johan, Man Snake. With just these few people, it is not a wise choice to break away from the original organization and set up their own organization. Not to mention offending the original organization, the current strength is also very limited. If a civil war really breaks out, it will be difficult to protect themselves, let alone unify the world and promote unity and peace. Don't be impatient, haste makes waste. It will take some time to become stronger, and at the same time find more like-minded and trustworthy companions. That's it, rest first. Gao Yang closed his eyes, used meditation to clear his thoughts and emotions in his brain, and gradually fell asleep. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, in the inpatient department, the flower bed downstairs. The weather has turned cooler in the past few days. Gao Yang sat in an automatic wheelchair and came to the fountain in the center of the flower bed. He was basking in the warm sun and blowing the cool autumn breeze, which was very comfortable. It has been 18 hours since he woke up. Gao Yang's physical condition has recovered well, and the energy that has been dormant in his body for 3 months has been further revived and consolidated. He can move normally, and does not need a wheelchair at all. But to be on the safe side, Gao Yang decided to pretend to be weak and stay in the hospital for a few more days to receive rehabilitation treatment. After all, a vegetative person who has been in a coma for 3 months wakes up and is immediately full of energy and is discharged from the hospital. It is too easy to arouse suspicion. However, he cannot act for too long. Time is precious. Try to change himself from a wheelchair to crutches within a week, then be discharged from the hospital and return to the normal track of life. Gao Yang was thinking about it when a voice came from behind. Brother. Gao Yang in the wheelchair turned around and saw Gao Xinxin. She was still wearing the summer white and blue school uniform, carrying a small school bag, with 2 ponytails, trotting over, smiling and blushing. Gao Xinxin, why are you here? Gao Yang was happy in his heart, but his face was a little reproachful. Aren't you going to class? It's lunchtime now. I can't accompany you in the evening self-study in the future, so I came to see you at noon. Gao Xinxin said, handing Gao Yang a food bag. Here. Gao Yang took it, and there was a box of packaged takoyaki in the bag. I bought it on the way. I ate 2 and left 2 for you. Well, I haven't had lunch yet. Gao Yang picked up the bamboo stick, picked up a takoyaki, and put it in his mouth. Ah! Gao Xinxin suddenly remembered something. Brother, you are a patient now. It's not good to eat such greasy food, or forget it, let me eat it. Don't worry, your brother is gifted. It's not a big problem. Gao Yang laughed while eating. Hee hee. Gao Xinxin also laughed. He walked behind Gao Yang and pushed Gao Yang's wheelchair. Brother, I take you back to the ward. Okay. Gao Xinxin pushed Gao Yang back to the inpatient department and entered the elevator. In the elevator, Gao Xinxin kept talking about the interesting things that happened in school. Gao Yang ate takoyaki and listened happily. Ding. The elevator door opened. Gao Yang looked up and saw that he had arrived at the top floor of the inpatient department. Ah! Gao Xinxin realized that he had pressed the wrong elevator and hurried to press it. Don't. Gao Yang smiled and stopped him. It's just right. I want to go to the rooftop to blow the wind. Okay, brother wants to blow the wind, then let's go. Perhaps because Gao Yang just woke up, Gao Xinxin was particularly gentle to his brother and obeyed everything. Soon, Gao Xinxin pushed Gao Yang's wheelchair and came to the rooftop. The rooftop was full of white sheets, shining white in the sun and rustling in the wind. It's so comfortable in the autumn. Gao Xinxin put Gao Yang's wheelchair down, put her hands behind her waist, and hopped to the edge of the rooftop. She supported herself on the railing with both hands, looked downstairs, and shook her slender legs in white socks from time to time. Gao Yang was still smiling, but didn't say anything. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Xinxin turned around with a smile, and her hair on her forehead was messed up by the wind. Brother, let me ask you a question. Yes. When did you wake up? Chapter 394. The smile on Gao Yang's face froze, and he didn't answer for a long time. He just felt that this scene was so familiar, as if he had seen it in a dream. However, at this moment, he was very sure that this was not a dream or an illusion. Gao Xinxin took a step forward, still smiling, as if it was just a sparse and ordinary question. Sister, what are you talking about? Gao Yang pretended to be confused. Suddenly, Gao Xinxin retracted the smile on her face, and her eyes became cold. Brother, you know, I hope you wake up more than anyone else, but I also hope you never wake up more than anyone else. Only in this way can you always be my brother. But you still woke up. God knows how sad I was at that moment. Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang's voice was difficult, and his hands clenched the armrests of the wheelchair. I said, no matter what happens, we will always be. Don't be silly. Gao Xinxin interrupted with a smile. Gao Yang was stunned. Brother, from the moment I found out that you have awakened, I will never be your sister again. The Gao Xinxin you know is dead, forever dead. Gao Xinxin took another step forward. She raised her chin slightly, and said in a cold and arrogant tone, Now, standing in front of you is the incarnation of Songdao, the leader of all beasts, the maker of order, the weaver of fate, the only descendant of the creation which, and the first generation of fallen angels, the queen of thorns, Nai. Gao Xinxin raised her right hand elegantly, and pointed it at Gao Yang. Brother, goodbye forever. The next second, Gao Yang disappeared in the wheelchair. Bang. Gao Xinxin didn't react at all. Gao Yang's right hand had already grabbed her soft neck, and took her flying over a white sheet hanging on a wire rope, and hit the wall of the reservoir. Swish. The rustling white sheet slowly fell, covering the two people on the wall. Inside the sheets, that were transparent and whitened by the sunlight, Gao Yang's face was cold, and there was a sharp murderous intent in his eyes. He tightened his grip on Gao Xinxin's neck, ready to break her neck at any time. And Gao Yang's other hand had locked Gao Xinxin's two small wrists, and pressed them against the wall above her head to ensure that she could not fight back. Who are you, and why are you pretending to be my sister? Gao Yang asked coldly. Not bad, mortal. When did you discover my king's true self? The girl pretending to be Gao Xinxin smiled coldly. I found out at the beginning. Gao Yang had a blank expression. There is wasabi in takoyaki, and Gao Xinxin hates wasabi the most. People's tastes change, just like people's hearts change. Only my king, the embodiment of order, truth, light, and justice, can resist the erosion of dark forces and save the people of the world. There is another reason, Gao Yang interrupted. Your previous self-introduction and these words now are too second year, my sister. I hate second year the most. Where is second year? The girl who pretended to be aloof was touched and immediately became excited. You mortals dare to blaspheme, pain. Gao Yang lost his patience and increased the strength in his hands, Speak human language. Don't kill me. We are one family. We can communicate normally. Gao Yang sneered. I am Nana, deputy leader of Group 2 of the Kirin Union. I have now joined the 5th Special Operations Group and come here to report. Launch lie detector. The target did not lie, and his attitude was kind. Gao Yang did not let go, but just slightly relaxed the strength of his fingers. What is talent? Why can you become my sister? The girl named Nana saw that she was out of danger, and her expression became arrogant again. How dare you? The power of my king can also be peeped by you mortals. Talent big and small, and I realized 1,000 faces last month. Big and small, serial number 35, auxiliary system, the body can be enlarged or reduced at will. 1,000 faces is the talent of the clown of the Baichuan group. It seems that after the clown died, the talent was assigned to this Nana, so she can disguise herself as her sister. Gao Yang let go of Nana, lifted the white sheet covering the two of them, and turned to walk towards the wheelchair. Nana also lifted the white sheet covering herself. At this time, she was still wearing her sister's high school uniform, but she had restored her original appearance. A girl of the same age as her sister, with a pale face, short curly gray-purple hair that reaches her shoulders, and slightly fluffy side bangs covering her left eye. Her right eye is as dark as ink, with serious dark circles under her eyes, almost catching up with the effect of smoky makeup. She has a small nose, full lips, and slightly upturned corners of her mouth. 2 white rabbit teeth can be vaguely seen between her lips. Gao Yang sat back in the wheelchair, looking at him with scrutiny. Did Elder Qinglong ask you to come? No, it was directly appointed by President Qilin. Nana said proudly, and added, the 2 action teams of Elder Qinglong have been merged into one team, and my king has been specially sent to Group 5 to assist you. Where are Elder Baihu's people? Gao Yang asked again. Merged with Elder Zhuchua's team. Nana replied. Gao Yang thought for a while. Many people died in the Scarlet Tide, and there are only 3 of the 4 elders left, so it is reasonable to rearrange the members. However, it is still hard to say whether this Nana is someone sent by Qilin to assist him or to monitor him. Gao Yang nodded. I know. My king came with the handwritten order of Qilin president this time. Nana took out a piece of 4A paper from the side pocket of her school bag with her backhand. There were some crooked words written on it, which were obviously written by Nana with a marker. Elder Qiang, listen to your orders, wow. Before Nana finished speaking, Gao Yang teleported in front of Nana and snatched the paper away without any hesitation. Nana was shocked. Gao Yang took a look at the information on the paper. 3 o'clock in the morning, Blue House, mutual aid treatment. Swish. The homework paper in Gao Yang's hand immediately burned, turned into a ball of ashes, and dissipated with the wind. Gao Yang returned to the wheelchair, took a deep breath, and switched to an ordinary patient. He smiled gently. Miss Nana, please take me back to the ward, thank you. Nana was stunned at first, then sneered and put her hands up. Mortal, since you sincerely ask my king will fulfill your long-cherished wish today. Nana. Gao Yang touched his chin a little embarrassedly, and said with a worried tone, did you have this symptom before, or did you have it today? What? Nana didn't think so. Nothing. Gao Yang decided to shut up. In the afternoon, Wang Zikai went to the hospital to find Gao Yang. He knew that Gao Yang was fine, but he still accompanied Gao Yang to act, patiently watching the nurse help him do rehabilitation training, watching Gao Yang pretending to be weak, and his face was purple from holding back laughter. Around 7 p.m., Gao Yang's mother, who had just finished get-off work at the jewelry store, came to the hospital and brought home-cooked meals and a heat-insulated lunch box for her. She knew Wang Zikai was also in the hospital, so she specially prepared 2 portions. Wang Zikai ate with great relish, and praised his aunt's cooking skills. His little mouth seemed to be covered with honey, which made his aunt smile. Gao Yang's mother liked Wang Zikai more and more, and her previous prejudice had long since disappeared. At 10 p.m., Gao Xinxin came to the hospital to see Gao Yang after evening self-study in advance, and brought some snacks to Gao Yang. While eating, they talked to their father at home on a video call. Gao Yang said that the rehabilitation training went smoothly, and he would be able to get out of bed and go to college in less than a week. At 10:30, the lights in the hospital building were turned off, and his mother, sister and Wang Zikai all left, and the ward became quiet again. Gao Yang took a nap for a while, then turned over and got out of bed, took off his hospital gown, and took a deep breath. Start exercising. Chapter 395. Gao Yang first did a few minutes of warm-up exercises, and then started to do advanced training exercises to ensure that every muscle group in the body was exercised. After sweating for an hour, Gao Yang wiped the sweat off his body with a towel, changed into the regular clothes that Wang Zikai brought him, put on a black baseball cap, put on a black mask, opened the window of the ward, and jumped down. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang arrived at Qilin's Blue House Clinic on time. Qilin, Qilong, and Zhu Ke had been waiting in the psychological counseling room for a while. Qilin wore a beige v-neck cashmere sweater and brown-framed glasses. His curly hair was a little long. He was gentle and elegant, with less bookish air and more artistic temperament. He sat in the right position, with a cane in both hands and looked calm. On the double sofa on the left, Zhu Ke was wearing a light blue round-neck sweater, dark wide-leg pants, and a retro plaid octagonal hat. Her woolen curly hair was pressed down against her fair cheeks. She held a cup of milk tea in one hand and swiped her phone in the other, with her legs crossed, as if she was in her own living room. Qilong, who was sitting opposite Zhu Ke, was wearing a straight old-fashioned jacket, with sharp eyes and a meticulously trimmed beard on his chin. He sat upright and did not smile. "Xiang, it's great that you woke up. We were all worried about you." Qilin smiled sincerely. "For various reasons, it is not convenient to visit you in person. Please forgive me. President, you are polite." Gao Yang sat down next to Zhu Ke. "Xiang, you have lost a lot of weight." Zhu Ke raised his head, and his lazy eyes under the brim of his hat looked at Gao Yang for a while. "But it seems that you have become a lot stronger. The talent has been upgraded." Gao Yang answered truthfully. "Did you kill Lilia?" Qilong had already guessed the result, but still wanted to confirm it in person. "Yes, but it was the work of many people. I just completed the last step," Gao Yang said. Qilin nodded. "Xiang, tell us everything that happened after we fell into a coma." "Yes." In the next half an hour, Gao Yang tried to tell the story of what happened after X launched the hell poison in detail from his own perspective, including the support of the drunkard, the intervention of the ghost group, and the intervention of his grandmother, the leader of the visitors, and Yun. In the end, he upgraded his talent in anger and killed Lilia. Among them, Gao Yang hit 2 points. One is his relationship with Chushua, and the fact that he had the curse of Chushua in his body, which allowed him to revive once after his heart was dug out before he killed Lilia. The second is that he has the talent of luck, and after reaching level 4, he unlocked the power of awakening. Gao Yang concluded that the only dragon who knew that he had the talent of luck would not tell Qilin about this. Qilin, Zhu Ke, and Qilong listened carefully, and didn't say a word. In fact, based on the traces of fighting left at the scene, plus a series of subsequent investigations and verifications, the three of them basically guessed what would happen next. But after listening to Gao Yang's detailed explanation, the three of them still felt a lot, and had mixed feelings. "I'm sorry about your grandmother's matter," Qilin said. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but nodded slightly. Zhu Ke put down the milk tea in his hand, and changed to a more formal sitting posture. X said before that there are 14 delusional beasts. "Is there one that hasn't appeared yet?" "Yes, an observer named Jiang Yi. I met him once before, but never again." Gao Yang answered truthfully, but did not mention Officer Huang. "What is Jiang Yi's answer?" Qilong looked at Gao Yang. "I don't know." Gao Yang shook his head gently, but he left me a piece of advice. Gao Yang looked at Qilin and repeated slowly, "Don't open the door to the end." Qilin's eyes were deep under his glasses, his eyes were moving, but his face was not emotional, and it was hard to guess what he was thinking. After about half a minute of silence, Qilin looked at Gao Yang. "Xiang, you must have known that the rune circuit can raise the Awakener's talent to level 8. "Yes." Qilin smiled bitterly. When X launched the hell poison, Long was fighting Lilia in the domination domain. "I thought he wouldn't know about this." Qilin paused, his eyes sank slightly. "Long and I woke up almost at the same time. When we found you together, you were already unconscious." Gao Yang didn't speak, waiting quietly for the next words. "You had 3 runes on you at the time. Long took the elemental rune and told me that the space-time rune would permanently exchange the enhancement rune and auxiliary rune. As for the poison rune, it was left to the Baichuan group. The Baichuan group made a huge sacrifice that night, which they deserved. However, the poison rune must be used under the joint supervision of the 3 organizations." Qilong and Zhu Ke looked unhappy. Zhu Ke said unhappily, "This Long is so arrogant." "Indeed." President Qilin smiled. Long was not giving these suggestions at the time, but making decisions directly. "Did the president agree?" Qilong asked. Qilin nodded. "I agree. At that moment, I am sure that he also knows the secret of the 8th level of talent. The decision he made is indeed acceptable to our 3 major organizations." Gao Yang's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, it is the same as I guessed. The biggest function of the rune circuit is to upgrade the talent to level 8. This matter will inevitably accelerate the conflict between organizations. Maybe, Long can also hear your conversation with X in the domain of domination. Qi Long touched the beard on his chin and tried to speculate. It is also possible that Long learned about this matter through the battle with Lilia. In any case, in terms of the result, this information is equivalent to semi-public. Zhu Ke sighed slightly. Long knows, and the top leaders of the 12 zodiac signs must know. Mr. Li can predict the future. It is not difficult to guess what is going on, with a little combination of facts. Yeah. Qilin agreed with Zhu Chue's conclusion. He looked at Gao Yang again. Xiang, you have been in a coma for 3 months. We have already started some work. Tonight, I will include you and formally arrange the follow-up tasks. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. Qilin picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said, if the conclusion that the lifespan of the fog world is 100 years is correct, then we only have 21 months left. What we, and even all awakened people, have to do is to find all 12 runes. This is the first task. Are we going to open the door to the end? Gao Yang asked deliberately. Well, that's for later. Qilin did not answer directly. Gao Yang stopped talking. Qilin looked at Qilong. Qilong, the task of finding the last guardian rune is handed over to you. Yes. Qilong nodded. Of course, you should also pay more attention and report any clues directly. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke nodded together. Zhu Ke thought for a moment and said, there is one thing I have always been concerned about, which is the last observer, Mr. Jiang, and what his answer is. Yes, this is very important. It may be related to the truth of the misty world. This is mainly done by the people of the Baichuan group. Qilin looked at Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke, you get involved and make sure things are under our control. Okay. Zhu Ke nodded. Qilin looked at Xiang. The last thing is also the most urgent thing I think at the moment. Chapter 396. Sangmu Cult. Gao Yang had already guessed the answer. Yes, the Sangmu Cult is involved in a wide range of crimes, and has committed many evils. It is a huge threat to us, and must be eliminated. I believe that behind this evil sect, there must be many answers to the misty world. Qilong and Zhu Ke nodded in agreement. Qilin looked calm and composed. Xiang, I will leave this task to you. Yes. This time, Xiang was no longer modest or evasive. Whether from the perspective of improving strength or considering the new and old hatreds with Sangmu Cult, he was willing to take the responsibility. I have discussed this matter with Long and Li. Qilin said, they are not at ease to leave it to our union to take full responsibility, and insist on conducting the investigation in a cooperative manner. Hee, are they going to send someone to monitor us? Qilong narrowed his sharp eyes, and a few crow's feet appeared at the corners of his eyes. I would do the same if I were in your shoes. Zhu Ke disagreed. The Sangmu Cult is a treasure organization. It will definitely dig out a lot of important treasures and intelligence. Of course, we have to share a piece of the pie. Of course I know. Qilin nodded, but I didn't refuse. It's a good thing to unite against the Sangmu Cult. Xiang, your 5th Special Operations Group is responsible for investigating the Sangmu Cult and accepting the assistance of the 12 Zodiac Signs and the Baichuan Group. Operation Code, Breaking Song. Objective, at all costs, find out the Sangmu Cult and its leader, the Goddess of Song. Gao Yang nodded. Who did the 12 Zodiac Signs and the Baichuan Group send? The 12 Zodiac Signs sent the Green Snake, the Yellow Ox and the Tengu. Qilin said, the Baichuan Group sent Chening and Iman. Gao Yang smiled. I thought that for such an important matter, the 12 Zodiac Signs would at least send Dohu. Dohu seems to be investigating something else. Zhu Ke narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling playfully. This Zodiac Sign has a lot of small moves. Don't worry about them. Qilin leaned on his crutches with both hands and tapped the ground. Everyone, do you have any objections? President, Nana came to see me this afternoon. Gao Yang said. Are you satisfied with the new team member assigned to you? Qilin asked with a smile. Except for a little Chunibu, everything else is fine. Gao Yang answered truthfully. Let Nana join your team mainly because she is very suitable for it because of her talent. Nana had autism when she was a child, hiding in her room reading comics all day, so her personality is a bit weird. Qilong added, with a tone like an elder, but that girl is smart, and never fails at critical moments, so you can rest assured about this. Gao Yang nodded. Indeed, with big and small and 1,000 faces, it is very suitable for stealth, disguise and investigation. When going out on missions together, she can also give everyone the breath of the lost beast, greatly reducing the risk of exposure. Moreover, when Nana was pretending to be Gao Xinxin, she was indeed very convincing at first, which was enough to prove that she was reliable at the critical moment. However, her identity was later exposed by Gao Yang, and she was on the road of Chunibu and could not return. President, can you give me a few more days? Gao Yang smiled bitterly. I have been a vegetable for 3 months. I can't recover immediately. I have to do a few days of rehabilitation training, then report to the university, and readapt to the identity of the surface world. Okay. Qilin said, I will ask the intelligence department to send you the contact information of the members. You can arrange it yourself and report the progress to me at any time. Okay, I have no problem here. Gao Yang said. What about you two? Qilin looked at Zhu Ke and Qinglong. Qinglong and Zhu Ke shook their heads. No problem. Well, today's mutual aid treatment ends here. Qilin stood up with crutches. If there are no special circumstances, we will hold a meeting once a month. Yes. The three of them stood up in unison. Gao Yang, Zhu Ke, and Qinglong left the Blue House Clinic and walked downstairs quickly. When they were about to separate, Zhu Ke took the initiative to stop Gao Yang and said he would give him a ride. Gao Yang got in the car without hesitation. The car drove steadily on the quiet night road. Gao Yang sat in the co-pilot, and the two were not in a hurry to chat, thinking about things separately. After an unknown amount of time, the car stopped at a red light intersection. Zhu Ke asked casually, Would you like to smoke a cigarette? Gao Yang nodded. Please go ahead. Zhu Ke lowered the window, took out a pack of women's cigarettes from his trouser pocket, picked up a cigarette, and put it to his mouth. Just as he was about to touch the lighter, the green light came on, and Zhu Ke had to drive first. Gao Yang gently hooked his finger, and the cigarette in Zhu Chua's mouth automatically lit up. Zhu Ke raised his chin slightly. Thank you. When did you start smoking? Gao Yang asked casually. I started smoking when I was in college, and then I met Jianghu. He didn't want me to smoke, and he kept complaining about it when we met. I was annoyed, so I quit. Zhu Ke smiled, his voice a little erratic. Now, no one is complaining about it, and I can smoke again. My condolences. Gao Yang said. Oh, it's your turn to comfort me. Zhu Ke held the cigarette in one hand, took a puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. His movements were elegant, his eyes blurred. You too, condolences. Gao Yang nodded silently. The two were silent again, and the car radio played sentimental old songs, as if it was also silently remembering the deceased for the people in the car. Zhu Ke finished his cigarette, and put it out in the small ashtray in the middle of the seat. Last month, the Qilin Union held a funeral for all the dead companions. Gao Yang was stunned and immediately understood. Have you made a decision? Yes. Zhu Ke smiled. Before this, the bodies of the companions were kept, because I always thought about when I could use my own equivalent exchange to revive them. Now it seems unlikely. There are less than 2 years left in this world. Among the corpses that can be resurrected, I can't think of anyone who is worth the price of being in a coma for a year. Zhu Ke paused and smiled sadly. But the companions I want to revive can't be resurrected. For example, Baihu, such as Jianghu. Zhu Ke didn't say it, but Gao Yang knew it. Did the president agree? Gao Yang asked. He respects my decision. Zhu Ke glanced at Gao Yang. So, the union held a decent funeral for them as a farewell. In the future, I'm afraid there will be more and more farewells. Be mentally prepared, Elder Qiang. Zhu Chua's voice was faint. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. This was the first time that Zhu Ke called him Elder Qiang. He felt a lot more distant. It seemed that Zhu Ke was trying to withdraw his feelings and prepare for various farewells that might occur in the future. This is true for everything in this world. As long as you don't care so much, you won't be so painful and sad when you lose it. That's it, Elder Zhu Ke. Gao Yang also smiled politely and said, Thank you for giving me a ride. Chapter 397. In the next few days, Gao Yang's acting skills exploded, accelerating the recovery progress of rehabilitation training, and he was discharged smoothly. On the morning of the day of discharge, Gao Yang walked out of the hospital with a long crutch under his left armpit, supported by Wang Zikai. My mother and sister helped to carry some of Gao Yang's daily necessities, looking very happy. My father was not convenient to sit in a wheelchair, so he did not come to pick him up in person. When Gao Yang returned home, the first thing he did was to go to Grandma's room and came to an old-fashioned vermilion cabinet. On the top of the cabinet were the portraits of Grandpa and Grandma, and in front of the portraits was a small incense burner. Gao Yang put the crutches aside, lit 3 incense sticks for Grandpa and Grandma, and then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Gao Yang did not get up immediately. He knelt on the floor and looked around Grandma's room. The layout of the room still maintained the appearance of Grandma when she was alive, with a hard bed, an old-fashioned brown double-door wardrobe, a broken sewing machine, and a calendar of some age hanging on the wall. There are some useless bottles and jars, an old electric fan, and some small gadgets in the corner. No matter what it is, Grandma is reluctant to throw it away, always feeling sorry, but in fact, it will not be used again except taking up space. Gao Yang took a breath and seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of candy in the air. Gao Yang couldn't help but recall that when he was a child, he and Gao Xinxin always ran to Grandma's room, sat on Grandma's bed, and listened to Grandma telling some strange folk stories. Halfway through, the brother and sister would clamor for candy, and Grandma would touch the brothers' and sisters' heads, let them wait, and then open the door to go out. The two brothers and sisters sat on the bed, swinging their legs in anticipation and excitement, and soon, the door opened. Click. Grandma stood outside the door, holding a handful of colorful candies in her hand, smiling happily. Yang Yang, Xinxin, eat candy. Gao Yang was stunned, his eyes red. Yang Yang, have you finished worshipping? Come out to eat. It was not Grandma but Mother who stood outside the door. Okay. Gao Yang reached for his crutches, pretended to stand up with difficulty, walked out of the room, and gently closed the door. To celebrate Gao Yang's discharge from the hospital, his mother prepared a sumptuous lunch, all of which were Gao Yang's favorite dishes. It was almost like the Chinese New Year. The family ate and chatted happily, and tacitly avoided all unhappy things. In the afternoon, Wang Zikai came over and drove Gao Yang to report to the university. Mother and sister originally wanted to send Gao Yang, but one had to go to school, and the other had to work, so they only took half a day off, so they could only ask the reliable Wang Zikai. Gao Yang took the admission letter, and the bank card with tuition and living expenses, and got into Wang Zikai's sports car. An hour later, Wang Zikai arrived at Liqing University. Liqing University is a university with a long history, but Gao Yang is already very clear that this is just a false history, because the entire Misty World has a lifespan of only 100 years. Liqing University is located in Nanji District, and ranks third among the universities in Liqing. It has more than a dozen colleges, and more than 50 undergraduate majors. The total number of teachers, students and other on-campus staff is nearly 20,000. Wang Zikai's luxury car is too eye-catching. Gao Yang did not let him drive into the university, but stopped at a nearby intersection in advance. It's not here yet, I take you in. Wang Zikai said. No, I handle the rest myself and contact you later. Gao Yang opened the door and got out of the car. Okay, come to me if you have anything. Yeah, you too, don't play every day, practice well at home. Gao Yang was worried that Wang Zikai would come to the university to find him every other day, so he arranged a substantial practice course for him. Don't worry. Steady! Wang Zikai patted his chest and drove away. Gao Yang leaned on a long cane with one hand, and carried a single-shoulder school bag with the other hand. There was a sandalwood amulet given by Wang Zikai hanging on the school bag. He stood on the side of the road and called Kanta's cell phone. The call was answered in seconds, and the voice on the other side was flustered. Captain, is there anything urgent? Not really. Wait for me for 1 minute. We are going to the high ground, and my teammates need me. The phone was hung up. Gao Yang rolled his eyes, and a minute later, Cantu really called back. Captain, this time I am MVP, hee. I'm almost at the school gate. Gao Yang said as he walked. Ah? Kim was quite surprised. Aren't you going to report tomorrow? Ahead of schedule. Gao Yang originally planned to be discharged from the hospital today, rest at home, and come to the university to register tomorrow. But Gao Yang was anxious and wanted to get his life back on track and advance the task of breaking the song as soon as possible. He had been in a coma for 3 months and wasted too much time. Wait a minute. I come right away. Kim was in a hurry and forgot to hang up the phone. There was a buzzing sound from the other end, and soon Kim was heard shouting, Where are my socks? They were clearly here yesterday. Sister Zhou, help me. I don't have time to wash my hair. Can you lend me your degreasing dry powder to get rid of my bangs? Oh my god, why do I have acne on my chin? Is my period coming? Sister Zhou, concealer, where is your concealer? Gao Yang hung up the phone and sighed, with a mixture of laughter and tears. 10 minutes later, Cantu hurried to the school gate. She wore a loose gray sweater that almost covered her knees, a cap and a mask, and her hair and face were almost completely covered, revealing only 2 big watery eyes. Cantu, it seems that your roommate's degreasing dry powder and concealer are not very effective? Or is it that your oily hair and acne on your chin that have not been washed for a few days are no longer curable? Gao Yang complained in his heart, but his face remained calm. Captain, I'm here. Cantu supported his knees with both hands, panting continuously, and it seemed that he had trotted all the way here. Gao Yang nodded and said politely, "Excuse me, Senior Can, please take me to report." Captain, you can call me Orange in college. Ken was a little embarrassed. Then I will also call you Gao Yang? Okay. Gao Yang. Ken called out, and laughed foolishly under the mask. Wow, it's the first time I call the captain's name. It feels so intimate. Oh, right. Ken remembered something and took out a red crystal pendant necklace from his pocket. Captain, put this on? What is this? Gao Yang took it and asked. Put it on first, you will know in a while. Ken kept it a secret. Gao Yang put on the red crystal necklace and hid it in his clothes. Ken led Gao Yang into the university, past some houses, and came to a teaching building. Captain, before reporting, I have to take you to another place to report. Where? Gao Yang was curious. A club. Ken looked mysterious. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang arrived at the top floor of the teaching building. All the classrooms on this floor were empty, and they were used as various clubs. The two walked through the long corridor and came to a door at the end, which looked like a small utility room. There was a black sign on the door, with the words "Which Club" written in red paint on it. Under the sign was a hand-painted poster with various strange symbols and mystical patterns painted on it, and the keywords of the club were written crookedly with colored pens. Love, death, robot, cyber, maniac, ghost, poetry, society, fallen angel, hunting, sanctuary, god-forsaken country, evil, kings, crimson, eye sealed, abyss, ruins, the end of the world, and the cold wonderland of the other shore, and the three-way river. Gao Yang couldn't bear to read any more. What a bunch of nonsense words. The content of this second-rate taste directly broke through the sky. No way, it can't be that girl, right? Ken walked to the door, knocked 3 times, and suddenly shouted in a serious tone, I am Orange, the descendant of the creation which and the first generation of fallen angels, the dark guardian of the world, the creator of order, truth, and destiny, the supreme existence beyond the 6 paths, Queen Nana. Gao Yang held his forehead. Oh my god, it's really her. Chapter 398. Gao Yang looked at Cantu and pulled his mouth corner helplessly. Orange, is it really necessary? Cantu took off the mask, and there was indeed a pink pimple on her chin that could not be covered by concealer. It was super big and looked like a mosquito bite. She smiled bitterly and said, I tried it. She won't open the door if I knock normally. It's faster to follow the procedure. Click. A few seconds later, someone opened the door, and then there was the sound of turning around and running. Then, at the end of the house, came Nana's voice pretending to be mysterious and noble. My king has been waiting for a long time, come in. Cantu and Gao Yang entered the house, and closed the door casually. It was indeed a utility room inside. The space was a bit cramped and dim. There were heavy curtains on the windows at the end, and almost no sunlight could penetrate. The only light source in the room is the candle burning on the brass candlestick in the middle of the sacrificial wooden table. Beside the candle are various magic props such as crystal balls, tarot cards, magic books, etc. Behind the sacrificial table, there is a translucent black lace curtain, and there is a figure looming inside the curtain. A few seconds later, the figure walked out. The petite Nana was wearing a black cloak, a black eye mask on one eye, a red vampire denture in her mouth, a blood-stained bandage wrapped around her right arm, holding a plastic death sickle, an exaggerated silver-white cross hanging on her chest, and an open dark magic book in her left hand, with an evil skull prop on it. Gao Yang was shocked. What kind of hodgepodge of second-year elements is this? The Ken beside him had taken off his cap, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and acted very cooperatively. Queen Nana, this is my companion and your loyal servant, and I have come to see Her Majesty the Queen. Please inject magic power into his crystal, and we will swear to protect this sacred pure land and resist the invasion of foreign dark forces. Gao Yang was stunned. No, Cantu, you are too involved. Why do I feel that you are enjoying it? Heh. Nana waved her sickle. Twilight of the gods is coming, mortals. Don't be afraid, don't be confused. I, the descendant of the creation which and the first generation of fallen angels, the creator of order, truth, and destiny, will surely lead you. Nana finally recognized Gao Yang, staggered in fear, threw away the magic book and sickle in her hand, and the plastic skull rolled to Gao Yang's feet. Gao Yang picked up the skull at her feet and coughed lightly. Ahem, Queen Nana, I'm in a hurry, can you hurry up? After Gao Yang finished speaking, he threw the skull over and Nana hurriedly caught it. Ha ha ha! Nana laughed 3 times to ease the embarrassment. So, you are the boy chosen by fate. Take a step forward. My king will give you enough power to fight the evil god, let you defend your homeland and create the future. Captain, hurry up, give her the crystal necklace. Ken winked at the side. Gao Yang took off the red crystal necklace from his neck and threw it to Nana. Nana caught it with one hand, held the red crystal pendant, closed her eyes, and seemed to be activating energy. Then, she blew a breath at the red crystal and threw it back to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it, took a look, and asked with a smile, "How many days can the breath of this lost person last?" "Wow, Captain, how did you know?" Ken was very surprised. Gao Yang complained in his heart, "Ken, do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" The moment he arrived outside the door of the witch club, Gao Yang guessed what was going on. Nana understood the 1,000 faces, and had the ability to disguise the awakened as the lost. At present, there are a lot of awakened people in this Licheng University. In addition to Gao Yang, Kan, Tengu, and Nana are also in this school. The 4 of them will inevitably meet frequently in the future, which greatly increases the risk of being suspected by the high-level beasts. Although the delusion beast is dead, the life beast and the dead beast have not appeared yet. Gao Yang thinks that even if he is discovered by the greed beast and the anger beast, he can easily deal with it. However, it is not ruled out that there are Horners in the university. If their identities are exposed at that time, they may be forced to massacre the school, which is a situation Gao Yang absolutely does not want to encounter. Kan, Tengu, and Nana entered the university as humans at first. There was no intersection between the 3 of them, and they lived in peace. Now that they are suddenly given the aura of the lost, it will arouse the suspicion of the high-level beasts. Therefore, the only one who needs to disguise is Gao Yang, who has just enrolled. From now on, Gao Yang will wear a necklace with him in college, disguised as a lost, and take off the necklace when he goes home, so that neither side will be exposed. The only problem is that the lost aura on the necklace cannot be stored for too long, and it must be replenished from Nana regularly. 3 days. Can answer Gao Yang, Nana has realized. "Call me Queen," Nana excitedly corrected. Well, after Queen Nana realized 1,000 faces, she was sent to the 12 zodiacs for further study for a period of time. She is now a level 5,000 faces. Gao Yang nodded slightly. It seems that although the 3 major organizations have cut off the rune transaction, if the awakened want to upgrade their talents, there is still a way, but it is a bit troublesome. You have to go to the other party's organization base, and contact them under the other party's strict surveillance. You can leave after the upgrade is completed, and you are not allowed to take the rune away. Gao Yang looked at Nana, this strange second-year girl, who reached level 5 in less than a month after realizing her talent. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Mortal, since you have obtained the magic power of my king, you have also shouldered the sacred mission of saving the world. Once you set foot on this Shuro road full of thorns and blood, you can never turn back. Nana was sick again. She covered half of her face with one hand and raised her head to let out a devilish laugh. Oh. Chapter 399. Gao Yang saw clearly that the person standing outside the door was Qing Ling. She had just finished sprint training, wearing a pair of gray sport shorts and a sleeveless black vest, her hair tied into a high ponytail, a towel draped over her fair neck, and sweat all over her body. Qing Ling was tall, with smooth and full lines, full of pleasing healthy beauty. Qing Ling held a half bottle of mineral water in one hand, and a red crystal pendant necklace in the other. She was about to speak when she met Gao Yang's sight. Both of them were shocked. Gao Yang immediately guessed what was going on. Qing Ling also went to Licheng University, and would come to Nana regularly to disguise herself as a lost person. After 2 seconds of silence, Qing Ling threw the crystal necklace in her hand, and Nana immediately jumped up to catch it. This time Nana didn't have any second-year speech or performance, and went straight to work. In fact, at the beginning, Nana treated everyone equally, but after learning Qing Ling's swordsmanship, she no longer dared to get sick in front of Qing Ling. "You woke up." Qing Ling's voice was cold. "Yes, it's been a few days," Gao Yang replied. "You didn't tell me." Qing Ling still had a cold face. "White Rabbit and Juanma came to visit me the next day. I thought they told you." Gao Yang smiled. "I have been in school, and haven't been back to Qianqi building recently." Qing Ling had a blank expression. She looked over Gao Yang's shoulder, and looked at Nana behind her. Her tone became colder and impatient. "Hurry up. I be fine soon. I be fine soon." Nana's tone was between fear and humility. After injecting the breath of the lost, she immediately threw the crystal necklace to Qing Ling, fearing that she would delay her for a minute. Qing Ling took the pendant with one hand and turned to leave. Bang! The door closed heavily. Humph, stupid woman. As soon as Qing Ling left, Nana's second-year soul was revived. She crossed her hands and tried to save face. You were deceived by my superb acting skills again. Let you be arrogant for a while. When the power of the evil king's scarlet eyes in my body is fully restored, it will be your death. Oh, oh, oh. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. Gao Yang's mobile phone rang 3 message alerts in a row, interrupting Nana's laughter very abruptly. Ken and Nana both looked at Gao Yang. In front of the two people, Gao Yang took out the mobile phone in his trouser pocket and took a look. He was slightly stunned. It turned out to be a text message from Qing Ling. Qing Ling, hot pot. Qing Ling, eat hot pot. Qing Ling, I want to eat hot pot. Gao Yang smiled knowingly. It seems that Qing Ling's personality has come out. Seeing that Cantu had come over to peek, Gao Yang quickly took back his phone and deliberately said, Senior Sister Orange, take me to report. Cantu and Gao Yang left the witch club and went to the teacher's building to handle the admission procedures, pay tuition, and get textbooks. During this time, Cantu acted as a free tour guide and introduced Gao Yang to the basic situation of the school. Finally, he took him to Building 3 of the boys' dormitory of the computer department. Okay, team. Junior brother Gao Yang. Cantu glanced at the boys' dormitory. I won't go in here. Of course, if you must invite me enthusiastically, I don't mind. Thank you today. I treat you to dinner another day. Gao Yang smiled. Haha, okay. Cantu also laughed then. I want to eat hot pot. How about changing one? Gao Yang asked. Then, how about barbecue? Ken said. Okay. Gao Yang waved his hand, carrying the sheets, wash basins, and other daily necessities distributed by the school, and walked into the door of the dormitory. Gao Yang's dormitory is in 509. He climbed up the 5th floor with a lot of bags, and soon found his own dormitory. The dormitory door was locked, and Gao Yang opened the door with the key he received. What came into view was a rectangular space with a well-lit window at the end. It was a 4-person dormitory with 2 beds on one side. The beds were all upper bunks for sleeping, and the lower bunks were integrated wooden study tables and lockers. Among the 4 beds, only the bed near the door was empty. Although it was said to be empty, both the upper bunk and the lower study tables and lockers were piled with various sundries. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the roommates should still be in class, and there was no one in the dormitory. Gao Yang sighed and began to pack his things. Just as he was about to move, there was a light behind him, and the door was pushed open. Gao Yang turned around immediately, and saw a figure standing outside the door. It was a boy of the same age as him, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a pair of glasses with very strong prescription, gentle and frail, wearing an old-fashioned black and gray casual suit and a pair of brand-name sneakers. His short black hair was soft and smooth, close to his forehead, and a little naturally curly. His skin was clean, but a little sallow, and there was a harmless light white spot on his temple, which seemed to be caused by malnutrition when he was a child. The boy was holding a large water cup with a lid in one hand and a package in the other. When he saw Gao Yang, he was stunned at first, and then he showed a restrained but gentle smile. You can't be Gao Yang? Yes, it's me. Gao Yang smiled politely. You're awake? The other party was surprised. Yes, I was in a car accident before and have been in a coma. Gao Yang explained. I was discharged from the hospital last week. I heard everything. The boy walked around Gao Yang, put the things in his hand on his desk, turned around and said, Come on, I help you clean up. No, I do it myself. No, it's my duty. There are a lot of my things piled on your bed. I'm embarrassed. The boy smiled and pushed the glasses on his flat nose, rolled up his sleeves. My name is Mi Shi, Mi for diffuse, Shi for fertilizer, and my roommates call me Lao Shi. You're not old, Gao Yang said casually. Haha, I went to school late. I'm about to be 20 years old, and I'm the oldest in the dormitory, Mi Shi said. Okay. Gao Yang smiled. Then you can call me Xiao Gao from now on. Xiao Gao, okay, I take care of you in the future. Mi Shi was shy and enthusiastic. He helped Gao Yang clean up the clutter on the bed, made the bed, wiped the dust off the table with a wet rag, and helped Gao Yang pack up his daily necessities. After helping Gao Yang settle down, Mi Shi opened his package, which was a simple assembled shoe rack. Gao Yang reciprocated and helped Mi Shi assemble the shoe rack and put it at the door. He also put all the shoes scattered on the floor of his roommates on the shoe rack. After putting it away, Mi Shi clapped his hands with satisfaction. It's much more pleasing to the eye. Gao Yang complained in his heart. It seems that you have been holding back for a long time. Bang! Suddenly, the dormitory door was kicked open. Gao Yang and Mi Shi were both startled and looked up. A tall and thin boy stood outside the door. He had wine-red hair, parted in the middle, wearing a sexy dark pink long-sleeved shirt and a pair of fashionable black cropped pants, and a pair of limited edition white sneakers. He had good skin, peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and regular facial features. He could be called handsome, but only handsome. If we ignore other factors and only consider the appearance, Long is 9.5 points, Wang Zikai is 8.8 points, and this guy is about 7.5 points. He put his hands in his pockets, held a bottle of beer in one hand, and had a very strange expression on his face, revealing 4 points of unwillingness, 4 points of humiliation, and 3 points of anger. He raised his head suddenly, drank the last sip of beer in the bottle, twitched the corner of his mouth, and sneered, "Heh, I finally fell in love once, but she made me lose so thoroughly." After that, he threw the bottle to the ground fiercely. Ciao. Chapter 400. Boil. The boy was furious, and the empty bottle fell to the ground with a clang, bounced twice, and rolled to Gao Yang's feet. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. The boy walked in angrily, and finally found Gao Yang's unfamiliar face. He was stunned at first, and then looked at Mi Shi beside him. "Old Shi, who is he?" "Gao Yang." Mi Shi bent down, picked up the empty bottle, threw it into the trash can, and smiled at Gao Yang. "This is Qiuqiu, my roommate." "Oh my god!" The boy called Qiuqiu was angry, and he walked over with a look of surprise and novelty, and patted Gao Yang's shoulder hard. "You are Gao Yang. Didn't you become a vegetable in a car accident? You actually woke up. Just like a little cow taking a plane. Awesome." "Listen to me, thank you." Gao Yang smiled awkwardly but politely. "Brother, my name is Qiuqiu, Qiu of Qiuqianchi, Qiu of Mountain." The boy with burgundy hair smiled cheerfully. "They all call me Qiuqiu, or Xuanqiu, or Penguin, it's all fine." "Hello Qiuqiu, just call me Xiao Gao," Gao Yang said. Xiao Gao. After surviving a disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. Qiuqiu was very happy, and immediately took out his mobile phone. "No, I have to get the dormitory head back. I must welcome Xiao Gao tonight, and celebrate." As he was talking, there was another light behind him, and the dormitory door opened. Qiuqiu turned around and laughed. "Haha, mention the devil, and he will appear." A boy with a flat head walked in, holding 2 kettles in his hands. He was not very tall, about 1.75 meters, but he was strong and had a strong body. He has thick eyebrows, big eyes, bright eyes, fleshy nose, and thick lips, giving people a very warm and down-to-earth feeling. "Qiuqiu, you forgot to pick up the water bottle downstairs again, I help you pick it up." The boy didn't finish his words. His eyes stayed on Gao Yang's face. "Dajian, this is Gao Yang, he woke up and came to school." Mi Shi introduced with a smile. "Oh, he woke up, great news, congratulations." The boy immediately put down the 2 water bottles, stepped forward and held Gao Yang's hands, smiling warmly. "My name is Lin Dajian, you can call me Dajian, or the dormitory head, it's all fine haha." "Hello, hello." Gao Yang didn't expect that all his roommates were so enthusiastic, and he was a little uncomfortable for a while. "I bought a watch." Qiuqiu shouted, "Today, my goddess just gave me a nice guy card, and Xiao Gao was officially admitted to school. It's a double happiness." Mi Shi smiled helplessly. "Qiuqiu, this is not how you use double happiness." "I don't care. I must eat delicious food tonight, and not go home until I'm drunk. Let's go to Brother Chang's food stall on Fallen Street. I treat you." Qiuqiu waved his hand, full of generosity. "Qiuqiu, what time is it now? It's not even dark yet." Lin Dajian smiled happily. "Let's do this." Mi Shi looked at Gao Yang. "I take Xiao Gao to get familiar with the environment first, and meet the counselor by the way. At 6 o'clock, we meet at Fallen Street. I think it's okay." Lin Dajian nodded and looked at Gao Yang. "Xiao Gao, although I am the dormitory head, Lao Shi is the best student here. The teacher may not have time to teach you the courses you missed this month, but Lao Shi will definitely have time. Dormitory head, homophonic puns will be deducted." Qiuqiu smiled evilly. "You should drink 3 cups tonight." "Haha, 3 cups is 3 cups, you still can't drink more than me." Lin Dajian was very confident. Gao Yang also laughed. "So this is college life, although it is a little different from what I imagined, but it's not bad." In the following time, Mi Shi took Gao Yang to familiarize himself with the environment, and then went to find the counselor. The counselor showed his concern for Gao Yang, added Gao Yang on WeChat, and pulled him into the class chat group. The classmates in the group welcomed him. Before 6 o'clock, Misha took Gao Yang to the university's decadent street. Gao Yang had heard that every university has a decadent street, which consists of restaurants, snack stalls, internet cafes, KTVs, boutiques, cheap hotels and other shops. It is the main entertainment and consumption place for college students. The four chose a store called Brother Chang's food stall, ordered barbecue and beer, and set up a table in the red tent set up outside the store. When it got dark, the whole decadent street was crowded with people, smoke and fire, and people were noisy. You had to speak loudly to be heard. Soon, Chio had 7 or 8 skewers of roasted lamb and gulped down 2 bottles of beer. His face was ruddy, and he became excited. He shook his wine-red bangs and smashed the beer bottle on the table. I really can't figure it out. I want good looks, good qualities, and money. And what's the most important thing? Chio patted his chest hard and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked confused and didn't understand what he was going to say. The most important thing is that I'm 1.8 meters tall. Chio shouted, wishing that everyone on the street could hear. 1.8 meters. Everyone, who among you is 1.8 meters tall? The other 3 bowed their heads for a moment. Mishi is the shortest, only 1.7 meters. Lin Dajian is taller, 1.75 meters. Gao Yang is 1.78 meters, but he is only 18 years old, so he should be able to grow a little taller. That woman! She actually rejected me, who is beautiful, talented, rich, and 1.8 meters tall. Chio looked incredulous. This is unscientific. This doesn't make sense. Chio, brother, I have to say something fair. Lin Dajian took a grilled fish and took 2 bites. You are indeed good, but she is a T0 level goddess. In the card drawing game, she is a UR card. It's not surprising that she doesn't like you. That's right, on the first day of military training, a side profile photo of her that was secretly taken by someone went viral in the university group. Misha adjusted his glasses, smiled, and put down his chopsticks. There must be at least a battalion of people who like her. You are exaggerating, aren't you? Gao Yang listened on the side, smiling and drinking Coke. He had just woken up from his vegetative state, and everyone didn't let him drink. She is really amazing. She can definitely become a big star. I still have the photos. Lin Dajian took out his phone and put it in front of Gao Yang. Come, take a look. Puff. Gao Yang sprayed out a mouthful of Coke and coughed desperately. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. The side profile photo in the phone album is Qing Ling, wearing military training camouflage uniforms. At noon, when the sun was shining brightly, she was mixed in the crowd. She was tall and had fair skin. Sweat soaked a few strands of hair around her ears. She looked back inadvertently, revealing a beautiful but unconscious indifference and alienation, with a sense of a 1,000-year-old killer at first sight. Ha ha, look. Lin Dajian was overjoyed. You have never seen the world. Brother, don't be tempted. Chio sighed. Listen to my advice. Getting close to her will make you unhappy. I am a lesson for you. This damn woman. Chio gulped down a sip of wine. She is beautiful, but she has no soul. Ding ding, ding 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 ding. At this time, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. He put down the Coke in his hand and took out his cell phone. It was a message from Qing Ling. Judging from the style of these 3 consecutive messages, it should be his sister Qing Ling again. Qing Ling, the day after tomorrow, Qing Ling, 7 o'clock in the evening, Qing Ling, Big Fish Hot Pot Restaurant. Gao Yang replied with an okay expression, quickly put the phone in his pocket, and pretended nothing happened.